Welcome to a world of beast tamers, a place where pets and people live side by side. Here, owning a powerful and rare beast means you have everything. We're talking creatures that can summon storms or, in a blink, bring about total annihilation. And sitting at the very top of this world is a young man named Su Liang, all because his companion beast was said to be the legendary moon god Flash Butterfly, a monster straight out of myths, capable of reversing time and space, rewriting karma, and oh yeah, it's also immortal. And the more you looked at Su Liang, the more you'd notice the brilliant moon-like glow in his eyes. All the love and grace of the moon god, channeled for Su Liang, right there for the world to see. Su Liang was the one and only king of the moon, worshipped and sought after by countless people. But this all-powerful moon king, supposedly unmatched by anyone, well, he somehow managed to roll out of bed, hit his head on the floor, and die. Just like that. The end. And in that exact moment, another teenager with the same name from 21st century Earth transmigrated into this body, absorbing countless fractured memories from the original owner. Let's just say Su Liang version 2.0 was in for a serious shock. Normally, waking up as the strongest person in the world would be an insane stroke of luck. But that's only if the hype about the Moon King was actually true. So when our new Su Liang decided to check the original owner's stats, he discovered that his so-called companion beast wasn't some legendary moon god Flash Butterfly. It was just a regular Flash Butterfly, a low-grade, bottom-tier Moonlight Beast. What an absolute scam. Everything Su Liang hoped for in his new life completely shattered. The story about awakening his beast at 14, becoming the Moon King at 15, being the top student at the Moonlight Beast Academy, and founding the Moon Cult at 16, having 1 million followers who hailed him as their leader, getting a challenge from the great Kang Yu Emperor for a duel in 3 years, right before his 17th birthday. All of it was basically a fantasy. Turns out, the original owner wasn't a liar, he was just completely delusional, truly believing his own hype. He thought his pet would transform into its true god form whenever he entered some kind of dream state. The kid even faced down a challenge from an 8-star Beastmaster without batting an eye. Gotta admit, the dude had guts. If our 21st century Su Liang hadn't gotten a system after transmigrating, and seen his own brutally honest stat sheet, he probably would have believed all the nonsense too. Anyway, putting that mess aside for a second, Su Liang decided to summon the Flash Butterfly. He had to at least see what this companion of his actually looked like. The moment the Flash Butterfly appeared, he just stared for a few seconds. Because, wow, it was actually really adorable. The bad news? Besides being cute, this thing was completely and utterly useless. Su Liang was in total despair. What now? Forget fighting the Kang Yu Emperor in 3 years right now. He couldn't even take on an elite student at the academy. There was no way he could win. Without the golden finger cheat item that every other isekai protagonist gets, Su Liang beating the Emperor in 3 years was just a pipe dream. But as he thought that, a memory sparked. It seems the original owner might have actually had something like a golden finger. Deep in his memories was a mysterious, strange object that came from who knows where. He just knew the original kid absolutely hated it. Racking his brain, Su Liang finally remembered its name, the Book of the Moon. And the instant he remembered it, the Book of the Moon appeared right in front of him. It was a picture book, filled with drawings of tons of different beasts. Su Liang figured out its mechanics pretty quick. Every time he touches a new beast in the real world, its image appears inside this picture book. So, after the Book of the Moon collects enough beast images, it unlocks a lottery draw. That gives Su Liang a chance to pull a random beast of unknown grade. Flipping to the Supreme Class Creature section, he finally understood why the original owner hated this thing. The page for the moon god Flash Butterfly was completely blank. This meant the Book of the Moon was flat out denying the beast's existence. It completely contradicted the original owner's belief that he possessed the legendary moon god Flash Butterfly. But for our new Su Liang, this Book of the Moon was basically his ultimate cheat code. He's at the Moonlight Beast Academy, a place crawling with moonlight-type beasts. Touching them should be easy. If he saves up 10 draws, who knows? Maybe he could actually pull the real deal. The war in 3 years is still a long way off. Who knows who'll come out on top? The urgent mission right now is to get strong and fast, to actually deserve the title King of the Moon that he's carrying. With that in mind, Su Liang throws on a jacket and immediately heads out the door. Down in the courtyard of the Academy's high-level dorms, a student named Bai Yuer is feeding an adorable moon rabbit. This really grinds the gears of her best friend, Su Jing, who says, "Bai Yuer, you're always feeding these low-level creatures. What if they get attached to you? Don't worry, Su Jing. I obviously won't sign a contract with a low-level moon rabbit. I'm just playing with it, no big deal." Why is it not a big deal? Su Jing yells that she's an elite student. If she gets covered in the scent of scrubs, no powerful pet beasts will ever be attracted to her. And to prove her point, Su Jing brings up the King of the Moon as the perfect example. She says he never even interacts with normal pets. Forget high-level ones, he wouldn't even spare a glance for a supreme-tier beast walking by. She guesses the reason for all this is his contracted pet. The moon god Glimmer Butterfly hates the smell of weaker pet beasts. Right as they're talking, the moon rabbit's ears perk up and it dashes off. They both look in that direction, only to find Su Liang walking right past them. Those eyes, filled with a silver moon, radiating pure power. Just one glance from him is enough to make anyone feel an overwhelming urge to completely submit at his feet. Su Jing and Bai Yue are staring, totally mesmerized, but Su Liang has already noticed them. More accurately, he noticed Bai Yue's cat ears. Hold up, cat ears and animal eyes? Could that be some human and pet beast hybrid? Su Liang thinks, before immediately dismissing the idea. The original King of the Moon was never one to interact with pets, and he definitely wasn't the friendly type. To avoid raising any suspicion, he figures it's best to stick to the original owner's personality. With that thought, Su Liang coldly turns away and walks alone to the Moon Pavilion, a place filled with countless low-level pets. If he can just touch all of them once, he might be able to trigger his very first lottery draw. Inside the Moon Pavilion, Su Liang finds tons of low-level beasts, which helps unlock countless entries in his Book of the Moon. But what's really wild is that the Book of the Moon can actually pull up their specific info and combat skills. The original owner really dropped the ball, hating this thing. The deeper he ventures into the Moon Pavilion, the scarcer the pet beasts become. To be precise, these low-level pets seem terrified to even go near a certain closed room. Su Liang guesses it must be the territory of a mid-level pet, which would explain why these little guys are too scared to cross the line. Without overthinking it, he opens the door and steps inside. The room is massive, with a cushion in the center where a beast is, in fact, lying. Su Liang reads the info panel next to the entrance and learns it's a white flower deer, a mid-level moonlight-type pet. It's known for being one of the most beautiful mid-level beasts, a rare sight even in the entire pet beast world. It has a gentle nature, eats grass, and especially loves to bathe in the moonlight. Because of this, the white flower deer is extremely picky when choosing a mate, leading to their population being incredibly rare. Only the Moon God Palace maintains a real breeding ground for the white flower deer. Su Liang looks at the long-winded sign, thinking this is all a bit dramatic for just a mid-level pet. Behind him, a few other students enter the room. After seeing the white flower deer, none of them can hide their absolute shock. Whoa, isn't this place supposed to be free? Where'd they get the money to raise a mid-level pet like this? I've never seen any other pets get this kind of treatment. You think it's because of its looks? I mean, look how beautiful that white flower deer is. It kind of gives you ideas, doesn't it? Maybe some rich person is into that. Su Liang hears the two students whispering back and forth, but he doesn't think the white flower deer also heard every word. Just as one of the students is rambling on, saying some pretty foul things about the deer to his friend, he suddenly gets blasted in the head with a stream of cold water. And the one responsible for this is, of course, the white flower deer. Seeing its ferocious expression, the two students immediately book it out of there. No way, could it actually understand what we were saying? Who knows, man. I heard some mid-level pets with high intelligence can understand people. Either way, let's just go. Su Liang, on the other hand, doesn't rush to leave. After all, he wasn't the one who provoked the white flower deer. The beast, no longer lazing around, gets off its cushion and starts to walk a few laps around the room. When its eyes meet Su Liang's, it freezes for a few seconds. The white flower deer, captivated by the moonlight in his eyes, uncontrollably moves closer to Su Liang. The moment they touched, the lunar tome flared to life, unlocking the profile of a brand new beast. But here's the kicker. The newly unlocked beast was named the cloud-stepping moon deer. A moonlight type, sure, but its rank was supreme. This was no ordinary mid-tier white flower deer. Su Liang couldn't hide his shock. Was he staring at a supreme-grade beast that could literally wipe a city off the map? Let's be clear. A supreme-grade beast is the absolute overlord of its territory, commanding thousands of creatures. If it threw a tantrum, it could flatten a few hundred meters with a single stomp. So why was a monster like this hanging out at a school? At this rate, the entire campus could be blown away at any moment. Su Liang tried to calm his racing heart. Wait a second. If this beast can just chill here, maybe it's got a gentle personality. The school must know it won't just attack people, right? Those two students from before only got splashed because their mouths were faster than their brains. But then again, you can't rule out the classic playing weak to crush the strong routine. Just like those protagonists in web novels obviously packing god-tier power but pretending to be a total idiot. Not like Su Liang, of course. Our boy here is genuinely pathetic, with no real power, relying on his face to scare people off. After zoning out for a bit, Su Liang realized the deer was staring straight at him, and a deep sense of dread washed over him. Wait a minute, this deer isn't actually thinking of attacking him, is it? Could it be because he stood there too long and it realized its cover might be blown? If it attacked now, he wouldn't stand a chance. So, Su Liang started playing dumb, praising it out loud. Wow, what a beautiful mid-tier white flower deer. I guess I stared a little too long. Heh, whatever the reason this monster was here, Su Liang definitely didn't want to get stomped. So he pretended to admire the surrounding scenery, then bolted the second he got near the door. But while he was scared out of his mind, from the deer's perspective, it was only staring because it was fascinated by the patterns in his eyes. After Su Liang booked it, the deer lazily returned to its cushion. But then, the unbelievable happened. This beast pulled out a smartphone from under its cushion. It then hopped online and searched for the keywords human with eyes like the moon. After seeing the search results, the deer looked absolutely astonished. Meanwhile, after escaping the Moonlight Pavilion, Su Liang rushed back to his dorm. Even now, Su Liang's heart was pounding. That whole situation was way too dangerous. Who in their right mind would do something so crazy? It was like dropping a T-Rex into a petting zoo. Except that white flower deer was way stronger. A single kick from it could probably send a dozen T-Rexes flying. If it had chased him down, Su Liang would have been a goner for sure. It was a supreme-grade beast, after all, and his own pets were the lowest of the low. Without the lunar tome, Su Liang would be the definition of useless. Speaking of which, back at the Moonlight Pavilion, the book did something amazing. The lunar tome not only gave him a clear image of the beast, but also listed all its skills and traits. This meant Su Liang could fully understand any beast after just one touch. This would be insanely useful in a fight when you know everything about your opponent's pet. Thinking about this, Su Liang got super excited. With the sun down, he had an idea. He wanted to find a small beast on campus to test this feature of the lunar tome again, and then he saw that moonlight rabbit from earlier. Now, here's the thing about the lore of beasts in this world. Normally, when a moonlight-type beast is bathed in moonlight, its personality is supposed to change, becoming fierce and aggressive as its power skyrockets. And yet, this moonlight rabbit didn't seem to be reacting to the moonlight at all. A chill ran down Su Liang's spine. Don't tell me this rabbit is also a hidden master, pretending to be useless while hiding insane power. Look at that calm, kingly posture. For all he knew, it could be even stronger than the supreme-grade beast he just met. The thought made Su Liang incredibly tense, but he had to know what this rabbit really was, so he cautiously approached, using his lunar tome. He slowly reached out his hand towards it. However, after touching the moonlight rabbit, Su Liang was in for a major disappointment. Because this rabbit wasn't a hidden master at all, it was genuinely useless. Not only was it a low-tier beast, but it also had a birth defect. It couldn't absorb moonlight to enhance its power on normal nights. Only during a full moon, when the moon is at its absolute brightest, could it possess any fighting strength. In other words, compared to a normal, lowest-tier beast, this rabbit was even worse. Su Liang couldn't help but feel a little let down. Of course, a fateful encounter with a high-level pet just wasn't in the cards for him. Except, his little rabbit-cuddling session had a witness, and it was none other than Bai Yuer, the cat-eared girl he'd met earlier that day. She was just heading over to give the little bunny one last meal before bed, only to find the king of the moon, who supposedly never touches weak pets, casually holding that very same moonlight rabbit. Bai Yuer, completely shook, ran back to her room, saw Su Jing chilling with a face mask, and just had to ask, "Hey Su Jing, do you think it's possible?" And I'm just saying it's a possibility. That the king of the moon actually likes small animals? Su Jing froze solid for a few seconds, then fired back. Huh? Did all those lectures finally break your brain? I'll book you 2 days off tomorrow, okay? Just kidding. Bai Yuer played it cool, then scurried back to her own room. But deep down, she knew what she saw was no illusion. Turns out the untouchable, impossibly cool king of the moon actually had a warm side to him. The thought made Bai Yuer giddy even more so, knowing she was the only one who'd seen this hidden side of Su Liang. As for Su Liang, he knew Bai Yuer caught him red-handed, but honestly, he didn't really care. If anything, he figured some girls might be into it. It had been a long day, and all he wanted was to hit the hay. But the moment he walked into his bedroom, he was jolted wide awake, because there was a stranger in his room. Well, not exactly human, more like a humanoid pet beast. The most important thing was the oppressive aura coming off it, even stronger than the deer-turned-human from before. The figure started walking towards Su Liang, who was so terrified he couldn't move an inch. But somehow, even frozen in fear, Su Liang still looked ridiculously imposing, almost overpowering the visitor. The figure got about 2 meters away, then suddenly dropped to one knee. "Greetings, King of the Moon. Greetings, Lord Moon God." Okay, this was definitely not what Su Liang expected. But hey, at least they weren't here to kill him. Now that she was closer, he could see her a bit better, and a fuzzy memory from the body's original owner sparked to life. This was one of the pet beasts belonging to the Twin Moon cult's 4 moon symbols. The only problem was, Su Liang couldn't for the life of him remember who. An ice-cold silence instantly blanketed the room. Su Liang didn't speak, so the visitor didn't dare move. She barely even dared to breathe. In her mind, she was just in awe. So this was the King of the Moon, the strongest beastmaster in the world, a living legend. Even his silence was divine and majestic. After a tense minute, Su Liang gave up. He just couldn't remember. He let out a little cough and asked, "Who are you?" The moment he spoke, the other person finally exhaled in relief. She then delivered the latest report from the Twin Moon cult, explaining that followers investigating the central region had discovered that remnants of the Black Moon cult have become active again in the center of the continent. And worse, they're working closely with beastmasters from the Moon God Palace. Su Liang's brain officially short-circuited again. The Black Moon cult? Who the heck were they? He had absolutely zero memory. As the girl looked up, she saw Su Liang had turned his back to her. "Cult leader?" she called out, confused. "All right, that's enough. Don't say another word." Su Liang snapped, and she immediately went quiet. The truth? He was frantically Googling what the hell the Black Moon cult even was. Turns out it was an organization that used to be based in the northern region. They believed in gods from the Palace of the Death God and a legendary Black Moon that supposedly once dyed the actual moon dark. 3 years ago, the Black Moon cult clashed with the Twin Moon cult and got completely annihilated on the night of a full moon. Su Liang finished his info update, so it wasn't his memory's fault. This cult was just way too weak. Even the original owner of his body hadn't cared about them, which explained why he had no impression. The Black Moon cult's leader was a total nobody. But the Moon God Palace is also getting involved in this, she added. So the nature of this situation has changed. Hearing the name Moon God Palace, Su Liang's entire expression shifted. This wasn't some random group. The Moon God Palace was the undisputed ruler of the central continent, using their legendary pet beasts to dominate the world for 1,000 years. Though over the last millennium, their top dog status had faded, and in just 3 short years, the Twin Moon cult was seriously threatening their reign. The 4 moon symbols have already prepared a battle plan. So even if the Moon God Palace declares all-out war, we have a way to retreat safely. But that would leave you with one less personal guard. So, regarding this operation, I've come for your orders, Lord Cult Leader. The girl just replied, "It's fine, go ahead, as long as I still stand with the moonlight." To Leung spoke cryptically, then plopped down on a chair, his back to the full moon. The faint moonlight made his unique eyes glow even brighter, adding to his whole mysterious vibe. You got to admit, at this very moment, To Leung looked more trustworthy than ever. "Yes, Lord Cult Master," the girl shouted with excitement, completely floored that she got to hear those words from the Moon King in her lifetime. In her mind, as long as the Moon King still possessed the moon god Butterfly, then absolutely no one in this world would dare to mess with him. He wouldn't need protection, because he himself was the most dazzling moonlight of all. And just like that, she scurried away. The second he was sure she was gone, To Leung's epic facade completely crumbled. He physically could not stand his own cringy line delivery. It was all for the sake of his career in perfectly imitating the original owner. See, the problem was the original owner constantly spouted strange, cryptic sentences that trailed off into nothing. But every time he did, his followers would somehow mistake his nonsense for profound divine wisdom, even when it was just pure gibberish. So To Leung, our transmigrator, had to do as the Romans do, or in this case, do as the weirdo cult leader did. And don't even get him started on the Moon God Palace. It was a massive headache. He'd only been here a single day, and things were already this complicated. Now, for the original Moon King, this whole situation might have been nothing. The Moon God Palace wasn't a real threat, but that was only because he had the legendary Moon God Butterfly. Our guy, however, is just To Leung, whose only pet beast is a super useless flash butterfly, desperately trying to look the part of the Moon King. He instantly regretted what he'd said to that girl. Now he had 0 bodyguards. If danger showed up, he was totally toast. But while he was busy spiraling, a sudden thought hit him. That's right, he still had the Book of the Moon. After encountering so many pet beasts at the Moon Pavilion today, he probably had enough points for a gacha pull. To Leung whipped out the Book of the Moon, and sure enough, he could exchange his points for a card flip. This lottery system had a chance of pulling any Moonlight-type pet beast, with qualities ranging from low to high tier. After a draw, a contract is automatically signed. But if you're not happy, you can choose to break it in exchange for a little experience value. Hey, not a bad deal. Before pulling the trigger, To Leung prayed about 7,749 times. His current situation was beyond tense. If he could just pull a supreme tier beast, he could flip this entire game around and have nothing to fear. After To Leung activated the draw, the Book of the Moon unleashed a blinding golden light, following a whole bunch of dramatic special effects. It announced that he had pulled the transparent Moon Shadow, a high-grade Moonlight Beast with 2 combat skills, Moon Scale and Stealth. Not a supreme tier, but hey, high grade wasn't half bad. In fact, if To Leung was just some normal student, pulling a rare high-grade beast like the transparent moon shadow would have been a moment of pure ecstasy. But for the Supreme Moon King, leader of the Twin Moon cult, this thing was basically worthless. His immediate, life-threatening problem wasn't something the power of a mere high-grade beast could possibly solve. So after weighing his options, To Leung decided to dissolve the contract. The system was surprisingly decent about it. The experience value he got from breaking the contract made his power shoot up, almost reaching the level of a 2-star Beast Tamer. But even with the power-up, To Leung just couldn't bring himself to be happy. Thinking back, the original owner had tons of chances to sign contracts with supreme-tier beasts in the Twin Moon cult. But it seems because he truly believed he possessed the moon god butterfly, he looked down on every single one of them. And now, the one left to suffer the consequences was our poor boy, To Leung. He couldn't stop sighing. It wasn't until later, when he was in bed getting ready to sleep, that a certain problem dawned on him. Even if a high-grade beast like the transparent moon shadow couldn't solve his fundamental problem of fighting the Black Moon cult, it was still, way stronger than his pathetic, low-level flash butterfly that had zero combat ability. It could have helped him deal with a sudden attack. But nope, he just broke the contract without a second thought. Was the original owner's personality still affecting him? No, that's not quite right. At the very least, he didn't believe the moon god butterfly was real. To Leung thought to himself, then flopped onto his bed, still fuming about that transparent moon shadow. He swore that if he ever pulled another high-grade beast, he would sign the contract immediately. He decided to go to the Moon Pavilion again tomorrow to collect the rest of the low-level beasts. And that cloud-stepping moon-chasing deer, too. To Leung planned to give it some delicious food and trick it into coming with him. The next morning, when the deer woke up, it discovered its huge home had been smashed to pieces. "Oh my, are you awake, my precious?" Dap Van Hoon knew yet suddenly flinched, only to realize a caretaker was just brushing its fur. "Hey there, sweetie. Just wait till we get to the Moon God Palace. The snacks there are way better. The envoy from the palace will be here to pick you up soon, so from now on, you can't be a picky eater, okay? You have to listen to your new caretakers." Dap Van Hoon and Guyet jolted again. Hold on, what was this lady talking about? Was it being sold to the Moon God Palace? And yep, turns out that suspicion was 100% correct. Because right outside, 2 Beastmasters from the Moon God Palace, in charge of the pickup, had already arrived at the Moonlight Pavilion's gate. Their arrival, of course, drew a whole crowd of nosy students from the Beast Academy. I heard the Moon King was training here, so I thought it'd be some amazing place. Turns out it's just a bunch of kids. How ridiculous. One of the 2 envoys from the Moon God Palace grumbled, "Sis, don't start trouble. We're only here for the white flower deer. We absolutely cannot cause any extra problems, especially anything involving the Moon King or the Twin Moon cult," the other one warned. I know. I don't want any trouble either. Let's just grab the white flower deer and get out of here." A moment later, a woman wearing glasses stepped out of the Moonlight Pavilion. She introduced herself as Thanha, the owner of the place. Thanha glanced at the 2 women, completely unfazed by their arrogant, look-down-on-everyone attitude. Too bad the Moon God Palace was long past its golden age of ruling over all living things. No amount of pride could change that fact. "Well, envoys, since you're here, let's not delay. Come inside and see the white flower deer with me." "No need," Thanha said. "Didn't we already see it online? We'll give you 10 times the price for it, so just bring it out. Stop wasting our time." Hearing that, Thanha couldn't hide her surprise. The white flower deer was practically on the brink of extinction due to its extremely picky nature when choosing a mate. So, even as a mid-tier pet, its price was already on par with a high-tier one, and this particular deer at the academy was an absolute beauty. For the people from the Moon God Palace to come all this way and offer such a high price, as it meant they were dead set on getting it. Thinking this, Thanha felt she might as well use this chance to squeeze them for a bit more. Honored envoys, you may not know this, but this white flower deer is a descendant of the pet owned by our academy's original founder. Because of that, we have always raised it with the treatment befitting a supreme-level beast. If the price is only 10 times the usual, it's really not enough to cover the resources we've invested. After hearing that, the younger of the 2 envoys was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Descendant of an emperor's pet? Isn't it still just a mid-tier pet, and you're giving it supreme-level treatment? In a poor place like this, I doubt you've ever even seen the real thing. Enough. The older sister cut her off, then upped the offer to 20 times the price. "Big sis, what are you saying? 20 times is way too much. It's over our budget." But despite her sister's protests, the woman was determined to pay 20 times the price just to take the white flower deer and leave. You see, her pet, a rare high-grade moon's purity, had a special ability to avoid disaster and foresee danger. And ever since they arrived, it had been in an extreme state of panic. It was practically screaming that something bad was about to happen. That's why she was willing to pay extra just to get out of there quickly, but it was already too late. Just as she had that thought, she felt a pressure powerful enough to crush anyone. Someone was coming, and the only person who possessed an aura scary enough to freeze you solid was the Moon King. The two envoys from the Moon God Palace turned their heads and saw Su Liang, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had no idea why he would come to a place like the Moonlight Pavilion, which was full of low-level pets. The younger sister had it even worse, her mind completely overwhelmed by the Moon King's presence, unable to hear her sister's words. "Little sister, can you hear me? Lower your head, don't look at him, snap out of it." But despite the constant signals, the red-haired envoy was no longer coherent enough to hear or see anything. It wasn't until she staggered backward that her older sister rushed forward to support her, and then they both knelt together. By this time, Su Liang had arrived, looking down on them with his uniquely superior gaze. That cold, domineering aura seemed to view everything in the world as mere dust, giving people the feeling they were in front of a real god. The two sister envoys were so scared they couldn't even lift their heads. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. In reality, Su Liang was only looking at them a little longer because he was wondering what people from the Moon God Palace were doing here. But because of his status as the Moon King, he couldn't exactly just walk up and ask. And when the two envoys saw Su Liang staring at them, they became even more terrified. They thought he was in a bad mood and was about to take their lives. Luckily, at that moment, Thon Ha stepped in to salvage the situation. "Lord Nguyen Phuong." And here she comes, practically vibrating with excitement. "I'm the owner of Nguyen Luong Inn, and seeing you in person is the greatest honor." Then Thon Ha just has to brag that she joined the Moon Sect 3 months ago. She even points out two envoys from the Moon God Palace, here to buy a mid-tier spirit beast, the same white deer he'd seen just yesterday. And that deer is absolutely flawless. Even the Moon God Palace is willing to pay top dollar for it. Thon Ha just keeps going on, completely fangirling. But when Tu Luong hears that Nguyen Luong Inn wants to sell Dap Van Ho and Nguyen, his face darkens immediately. They're only fawning over its looks and bloodline, but here's the secret. It's actually a supreme tier spirit beast, and only he knows it. That's the kind of thing money can't buy. So Tu Luong is determined to stop the sale. He turns back and drops a completely cryptic line on them. "Go home. This is not a place you should be. The moon is about to fall." From anyone else, it's just nonsense. But coming from the invincible king of the moon, those words hit different. The moment he speaks, everyone's face goes pale, especially the two envoys from the Moon God Palace. They're probably thinking this means some kind of unprecedented disaster for their people. The moon won't fall, will it? Because the night is eternal. The younger sister blurts it out, as if she's not even in control of her own mind anymore. She just unconsciously recited the motto of the Moon God Palace, right back at the King of the Moon. Oh my god. Did she just talk back to the Moon King? The crowd absolutely erupts in shock. That's when the woman realizes just how disrespectful she's been. She looks up, meeting Tu Luong's stare, a gaze colder than ice itself. She's so terrified, she just faints on the spot. Only her older sister manages to keep it together. Right now, she could not care less about that white deer. This situation is way beyond their pay grade. The new plan is to get back to the Moon God Palace and tell Thap Trufi what Tu Luong said, because it sounds like a catastrophe is coming. And with that, she grabs her sister and gets out of there. Thon Ha watches this all go down with pure satisfaction. She was getting sick of the snooty attitude from the Moon God Palace folks anyway. The moon never sets because the night is eternal. Yeah, right. Their dim little moon has already set, because the real moon is sleeping forever in the eyes of the Moon King, Tu Luong. After successfully chasing off the envoys, Tu Luong heads inside the inn. The second he's sure no one can see him, he lets out a huge sigh. That was way too close. Having to maintain that whole King of the Moon act is seriously exhausting. And honestly, he has no clue if his performance was even believable, but he hopes he laid it on thick enough to make the Moon God Palace back off the deer. Meanwhile, in Dap Van Ho Nguyet's private room, the staff from Nguyen Luong Inn are starting to pack up its things. But this deer is having none of it biting clothes, wailing dramatically. The staff is baffled, since it's usually such a gentle creature. "Oh, I know. Is my precious baby just sad about leaving its mommy?" The deer's caretaker suddenly has this epiphany, rushing over to give it a big hug. "Don't you worry now. Even when you get to the Moon God Palace, Mommy will visit you." The deer is internally screaming it couldn't care less. It just doesn't want to go. Just then, Dap Van Ho Nguyet's cushion gets knocked over, and the caretaker discovers a whole bunch of stuff hidden underneath. We're talking a half-eaten bag of melon seeds, a little human-shaped doll, and even a mirror. There's also a cheesy romance novel and a cell phone. You can literally see the question marks forming over her head. Spirit beasts are into this stuff? The phone is obviously the most valuable item. The caretaker figures someone must have dropped it. so she picks it up. Seeing this, Dap Van Honinghet starts to panic. It's terrified she'll see its browser history. To protect its secrets, it abandons its sweet image and just headbutts its favorite caretaker. The phone goes flying into the air and lands perfectly in the hands of Su Liang, who just walked into the room. This is 1,000 times worse than the caretaker seeing its browser history. Su Liang just looks down at the phone in his hand. On the screen is some trashy novel about a king and a spirit beast. He is utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Dap Van Honinghet is so embarrassed it's hiding behind the bed, probably wishing the floor would just swallow it whole. After a few awkward seconds, Su Liang decides to regain his cool guy persona by casually tossing the phone away. And then he declared, "Today's deal with the Moon God Palace is officially cancelled. No need to pack up, everyone. The Twin Moon Sect will be here soon to negotiate buying the Moon Pavilion." And with that, Su Liang just walked away, not a single wasted motion, leaving the entire staff absolutely dumbfounded. See, his whole reason for coming here today was to discuss buying the Moon Pavilion in the first place. Running into the Moon God Palace, folks, was just an unexpected bonus. After all, this place would be the perfect cover for him to interact with more low-level beasts. What Su Liang did not expect was to walk right into a Supreme Pet Beast's most embarrassing moment. Honestly, he was just worried it would get so mortified it'd go nuts and gore him, which is why he made such a quick escape, leaving a dead silent room behind him. After a few seconds, the staff finally processed what happened and exploded with questions. Did the Moon King really just cancel the deal? Did he meet the Moon God Palace's messenger outside? What just happened? I need to know. I heard he just unilaterally terminated it. So bold. That's our Moon King for you. But wait, does this mean he's declaring war on the Moon God Palace? We're definitely going to be protected by the Twin Moon Sect, right? Right? Forget that. I'm more curious about the phone. What could possibly be on it to make the mighty Moon King show that kind of expression? Hearing this, Dap Van Honinghet's delicate pride flared up again. Before anyone could touch the phone, it charged forward, snatched it in its mouth, and bolted outside. The staff couldn't keep up. They just stared at each other, totally lost. What was wrong with the little guy? Was it going through its rebellious phase? Dap Van Honinghet sprinted out of the Moon Pavilion, chasing right after Su Liang. The day before, he'd seen through its real identity, and now, he'd discovered its shameful browser history. Dap Van Honinghet felt that if it let him just walk away today, its only option was to move to another planet to escape the sheer humiliation. Stop! Moon King, you saw everything. The deer was incredibly fast, cutting Su Liang off and speaking urgently in a human voice. And what a voice, it was beautiful, and clearly belonging to a girl. It all clicked for Su Liang. No wonder it was reading those trashy romance novels. If you dare speak of this secret, I will never forgive you. Dap Van Honinghet threatened. Su Liang was silent for a few seconds, his face a complete blank. Just when the deer thought it had successfully scared him, the ice-cold Moon King suddenly let out a smirk. Control your sorrow. Sometimes, losing face is just a way to say goodbye to your past self. Isn't that right, woman? You have successfully captured my attention. Su Liang kept quoting lines from that ridiculous novel, making Dap Van Honinghet so ashamed it wanted to dig a hole and hide. Shut up! Just shut up! Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the Moon King. It screamed. If I hear that you've told anyone my identity or repeated those lines, I will immediately charge out of the Moon Pavilion and run to your front door, and then I'll ram my head into your feet until I die, splattering my blood all over you. These threats from Dap Van Honinghet had, in reality, very little impact. But it did make Su Liang remember something important. If you call a pet beast's name within a certain radius, its inner self will sense it a unique sixth sense only supreme quality beasts possess. So, Su Liang decided to seize the opportunity and negotiate with Dap Van Honinghet. So you're saying if I call you, you'll definitely come, right? Of course, the deer yelled. Only after shouting did it realize something was wrong. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be threatening Su Liang? How did the tables turn like this? Then it's settled. From now on, if I call and you don't show up, I'll tell everyone your little secret, Su Liang said, then casually walked away. Dap Van Honinghet was stunned, but as Su Liang was about to disappear, it snapped out of it and shouted a warning, telling him to be careful on nights with a full moon. To maintain his cool guy image, Su Liang didn't even turn around. He just grunted once and headed straight back to his dorm. Long after his shadow had vanished, Dap Van Honinghet stood there, utterly bewildered by Su Liang's words. It wasn't sure if it was because of all the novels it had been reading, but it felt like his words were no different from a bad boy CEO's confession, sending its maiden heart into a state of pure bliss. As for Su Liang, once he was sure he was safe, he found a quiet spot and desperately tried to regulate his breathing, completely stressed out. A moment ago, Su Liang had only wanted to tease Dap Van Honinghet for a bit. Seeing the deer's embarrassed face was just too entertaining. He never thought his bluff would actually work and work so perfectly. Looks like that deer was seriously worried about its reputation. But its final warning to be careful on full moon nights? Yeah, that went completely over Su Liang's head. Still, he couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. Was something bad really going to happen during the full moon in 3 days? If that was true, then Su Liang was in a seriously dangerous spot. Because according to the Twin Moon Cult Genius deployment plan, he currently had 0 bodyguards. So to play it safe, he figured it was time to power up his beast lineup. Su Liang whipped out the moon book, hoping for a decent pull. At the exact same time, a meeting of the 10 Pillar Consorts was underway in the Moon God Palace. The 10 Pillar Consorts are the top beast tamers in the Moon God Palace, and though their identities are secret, rumor has it they're all stunningly beautiful women. Those 2 messenger sisters had returned, reporting Su Liang's cryptic comment about the moon about to fall. Oh, while we don't know what he meant, the Moon King's words have reminded me of something. The season just changed, so the full moon's timing is different. Don't forget to adjust your meters. That was the 4th consort among the 10 pillar consorts speaking up. She was trying to ease the tension in the room, but it wasn't really working. Everyone was still sighing dramatically. They all figured a big shot like the Moon King Su Liang would never mess with low-level pet beasts, which made his appearance at the Moon Pavilion seem completely illogical and suspicious. So someone guessed the Moon Pavilion must be hiding something that could attract the Moon King, and the most likely culprit was an Emperor-level beast. The moment those words left their mouth, the room went deathly silent. After a long pause, a few people finally dared to speak. An Emperor-level beast, you say? Well, if the Moon King can control an Emperor-level creature, that's not impossible. It would also mean the deity dwelling inside the Moon King's body is about to awaken. And if that thing truly wakes up, then our Moon God Palace will be completely defenseless. Besides this face-to-face meeting, the 4th consort was also representing the Moon God Palace in an online call with the Black Moon cult. And facing this grim situation, they were frantically demanding support from the Moon God Palace to keep their own church safe. If the Moon King has already contracted an Emperor-level beast, what chance of victory do you think you have? The 4th consort asked the followers of the Black Moon cult. The person on the other end went completely silent, clearly scared out of their mind at the thought of Su Liang contracting an Emperor-level beast. The 4th consort called out a few more times, but nobody answered. Just as she was about to disconnect, a man's voice finally answered. Rest assured, 4th consort, the Moon King is not the only one watched over by the moonlight. The people of the Twin Moon cult work unbelievably fast, because before long, the Moon Pavilion officially belonged to the Moon King. Su Liang wasted no time, sending his followers to find every moonlight-type beast and bring them to the Beast Taming Academy. This move was purely for his own benefit, but it sent the entire northern territory of the kingdom into a total panic. All the major powers were terrified and on high alert. No one was sleeping, no one was eating. A rumor even started that the Moon King got stronger by eating small animals alive to boost his energy. And his recent actions were a sign that the god inside his body was about to wake up. There were tons of different theories, but they all threw the northern territories into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, the guy at the center of the storm was shamelessly calm. Every day, Su Liang unlocked countless new beasts, earning himself more lottery draws. But see, on his very first draw, he had instantly pulled a high-level beast. This time, however, 5 pulls in a row only netted him a single high-level pet, the moon in the lake. Even with the Twin Moon cult's help, grinding for 2 or 3 days was still a massive struggle. Just getting 5 consecutive pulls wasn't easy. He couldn't contract with low and mid-tier beasts, so he had to break them all down for experience points. As for that one single high-level beast, he considered signing a contract, but it just seemed like a support type. He didn't think it would be much help. On top of that, the original owner had no memories of any beast named Moon in the lake. This made Su Liang suspect he'd pulled some super unpopular joke beast. He searched online but couldn't find a single shred of information on it. This was just absurd. How could there be a beast in the world that the encyclopedia had no info on? Just as he was getting frustrated, Su Liang suddenly remembered something important. If the moon in the lake was already unlocked, then he could just check the Book of the Moon directly. Why bother with the internet? He got right on it. And sure enough, Su Liang found the info on this beast. The moon in the lake was a mutated creature that appeared 13,000 years ago. The Book of the Moon had automatically detected and cataloged it. It later went extinct because it couldn't reproduce, and its ancestry remains a total mystery. Its main skill was called submersion, with a talent for absorbing all nearby shocks and vibrations. Once its endurance hits the limit, it explodes and dies. But the book added a note: if a tamer has a contract, it'll just revive after a while. This is actually one of the big reasons why weak little humans can now coexist with all these terrifying beasts. Su Liang was floored. 13,000 years ago? That's even older than the Moon God Palace itself. No wonder there wasn't a single shred of information about it online. Turns out, it wasn't even a creature from this era. But wait a sec, not from this era, you say? He didn't want to form a contract with a high-level beast, mainly because he was afraid of being recognized. A top-tier beast just wouldn't fit his current strongest tamer in the world cover. But what if it was a high-level beast that nobody knew about? The moon in the lake was the perfect answer. Right now, nobody but Su Liang could know its true identity. Plus, its ability was perfect for dealing with surprise threats, and its form was hard to spot. Even though it had no combat skills, it was the perfect fit for Su Liang's current situation. For all those reasons, Su Liang made a firm decision. He was signing a contract with the moon in the lake. At that moment, his beast space, which only held the sleeping flash butterfly, suddenly changed. Right after he formed the contract, a gigantic wave of water came crashing into his consciousness. It soon became a vast lake, reflecting a sparkling crescent moon, making the flash butterfly jump in surprise. Su Liang could also feel this high-level beast's presence, but its ancient, mysterious aura was completely different from other top-tier beasts. He finally had a second pet, and Su Liang truly hoped it could give him a helping hand. After all, the full moon night that Stepping Cloud Changing Moon warned him about was just around the corner. It was the very next day. The people from the Black Moon cult were officially making their move. Based on their last talk with the Moon God Temple, they guessed Su Liang had an emperor-level pet and would strike on the full moon. One of the strongest members of the Black Moon cult, who was also their mole in the Pet Academy, was assigned to guard the area closest to the Moon King. The guy was unbelievably tense. He was terrified that if Su Liang detected even a hint of hostility, he would be instantly wiped off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Su Liang was still in his dorm room. The weird thing was, his flash butterfly kept flying back and forth restlessly. It had never acted like this on previous full moon nights. The moon in the lake was still sleeping soundly, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. So, Su Liang guessed a powerful beast must have appeared in the academy, scaring low-level creatures like the flash butterfly. All right, stop making a fuss. I'll take you outside for a look, Su Liang told the butterfly, which then obediently landed on his shoulder. Even though the academy had a strict curfew on full moon nights, that wasn't an issue for someone with Su Liang's special status. If something strange was happening at the academy, he was most likely the main target. And if real danger was coming, an open space was way better for a counterattack than a closed-off dorm room. Besides, Su Liang didn't want to get other students involved. After leaving his room, Su Liang noticed that in the men's dorm, it wasn't just his flash butterfly. Many other low-level pets were in a state of panic. Students were running all over the place trying to catch their pets. This just made him feel more uneasy. Could Stepping Cloud Changing Moon's warning have been right? Was a strange beast really going to attack him tonight? Su Liang was tense, but also a little excited. What kind of beast would someone bold enough to target him have? Just as he thought that, a huge commotion erupted, seemingly from the building next door. Su Liang rushed to the window to see what was up. He saw that the building's roof had been completely blown away, but the attack didn't seem to be aimed at him. In reality, the person who was just attacked was the Black Moon cult's mole who had infiltrated the Beast Tamer Academy, and the chaos was because he was being attacked by a strange creature. We say strange because it looked like a low-level moonlight rabbit, but its size and aura were completely overwhelming, nothing like a weak moonlight rabbit at all. Turns out, this thing is actually a moonlight rabbit with a birth defect. It can only go beast mode on the fullest of full moons. But aside from Su Liang and his nifty moon scroll, literally no one has a clue about this. And that clueless goon was just the same, completely unable to process the creature in front of him. Just then, the moonlight rabbit attacked with its 2 long ears. Everywhere it struck, even solid stone and brick, was instantly pulverized into dust. Meanwhile, back in the dorm, the low-level beasts were getting more and more freaked out by the chaos outside and the roars of the moonlight rabbit. And over at the moon pavilion, the exact same scene was playing out. The small beasts outside were running wild, but weirdly enough, they were all heading towards Cloud-Stepping Moon Chaser's room. This white deer was sound asleep but got woken up by all the noise, and boy was it annoyed. Who's making such a racket in the middle of the night? Seriously, knock it off and go back to sleep. The pressure this thing gave off was way beyond the moonlight rabbits. After hearing that, all the little beasts instantly calmed down. Every single one obediently returned to its nest to go back to sleep. But now Cloud-Stepping Moon Chaser was wide awake and couldn't get back to sleep, so it started thinking about what Su Liang said that morning and got embarrassed all over again. That guy is the King of the Moon, on the same level as the Great Kangyu Emperor. Why in the world would he need my help, the deer thought, before coming up with its own theory that Su Liang was still too young. In reality, his strength hadn't even reached its peak yet. That's why he needed Cloud-Stepping Moon Chaser's power to overcome dangers. The silly deer actually convinced itself of this just to feel useful to him. Back over at the academy dorms, the Moonlight Rabbit was still in a complete frenzy. Even the spy, who was considered a heavy hitter in the Black Moon cult, was shocked by power that far exceeded his imagination. But watching this rabbit destroy the Academy's facilities like this, he guessed it didn't belong to the Twin Moon cult, but was just some crazed monster that went wild under the moonlight. He was just afraid all this commotion would alert the King of the Moon. If that happened, neither he nor the rabbit would get away unscathed. Hey, don't you know this is the King of the Moon's territory? If you wake him up, we're both dead meat, the spy shouted, hoping to negotiate a truce, but the Moonlight Rabbit had already lost its mind. So even if it heard him, the words weren't registering at all. In fact, it didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence before it lunged in for another attack. The attacks were ferocious, filled with killing intent. The spy quickly ordered his pet, Spirit Swimming Moon, to use its massive body to block the blow. As a result, his two fish got absolutely battered, but the Moonlight Rabbit's attack was successfully nullified. Good job. He patted his beast's body, and the wounds on it slowly began to heal. After that little skirmish, he felt like he had a handle on his opponent's true strength. Sure, it had power, but it was slow. It wasn't like a high-level monster with intelligence, and it definitely wasn't a supreme-grade pet beast. Otherwise, his Spirit Swimming Moon wouldn't have been able to block that last hit. How interesting. If the King of the Moon isn't going to show up, then why should I be afraid of you? The Black Moon Cult spy laughed, then jumped off Spirit Swimming Moon's back, allowing his pet to absorb the moonlight freely. Instantly, under the energy of the full moon, the two fish fused together, transforming into one ferocious shark. But at the same time, the spy felt a terrifying pain shoot through his chest. "Spirit Swimming Moon, stop absorbing!" he screamed. He had just about reached his absolute limit. Besides the Kangyu Emperor and the Moon God Palace, no beast tamer could let their pet absorb moonlight indefinitely. Otherwise, the price to pay was the beast tamer's own body exploding. Messy stuff. As for the King of the Moon, Su Liang, the spy just figured he was already way beyond common sense. He then unleashed Spirit Swimming Moon's power, sending it charging towards the giant Moonlight Rabbit. The moment the two monsters collided, a violent tremor shook the Academy, triggering an emergency evacuation. The Academy staff initially thought it was an enemy attack on the school, but they quickly dismissed that possibility. With the King of the Moon here, what kind of lunatic would dare to launch an attack first? It's probably just some monster that absorbed too much moonlight and lost control. Yeah, that must be it. But still, monsters under a full moon are dangerous. One of them even attacked a teacher before. As they were talking, the two staff members suddenly saw a figure dash past them. At first, they thought it was just a student running around. But a closer look revealed it was Su Liang. "The moon is about to awaken," Su Liang mutters, trying his absolute best to sound profound. Of course, he has no clue what that even means, but man, it sounded cool. With his epic line delivered, Su Liang makes his exit. Even with his new spirit beast, something feels off, especially under this full moon. If he were to use one of the original owner's cheesy lines, it would probably be something like, "The moonlight is watching me. Yeah, no thanks." Meanwhile, the enemy spy's pet launches a seriously nasty attack, one so vicious he's already planning where to bury the Moonlight Rabbit. But plot twist, when the dust settles, the bunny is still standing there, totally unfazed. This hits the spy's ego like a truck. I mean, this was the very spirit beast that got him his cushy job in the Black Moon cult, and now it can't even handle one little berserk monster? How utterly pathetic. At the same time, Su Jing and Bai Yuer, our resident spectators, are watching the whole thing go down from behind a building. They know it's dangerous, but their dorm roof is already blown off, so why not enjoy the show? Besides, Bai Yuer can't shake the feeling that she's seen this monster before. Su Jing just thinks it's some high-level plushy monster, but that body shape is just all sorts of wrong. The two of them barely get a few more words in, when the fight becomes a complete smackdown. The Moonlight Rabbit uses its own ears to tie up the spirit beast before slamming it into the ground. That giant shark might as well be a pet goldfish in front of this rabbit. Its healing can't keep up with the damage being dished out. The Black Moon cult spy is completely cornered. In a last-ditch effort, he orders his pet to use its ultimate move, Moon Devourer. This attack is terrifying. Once it hits, an invisible force is supposed to tear the target apart until they can't breathe. But before this epic move can even fully launch, the Moonlight Rabbit roars and just straight up eats the invisible energy. The spy sees this and his brain just blue screens. He literally cannot believe a simple wild animal has fighting skills this insane. Bai Yuer is just standing there, jaw on the floor, absolutely stunned by the rabbit's raw power. Then suddenly, Su Jing grabs her from behind and summons her own pet, the Moon Silver Fox. The beast's massive tails whip up into a shield, protecting the two of them. And just in time, because the Moonlight Rabbit unleashes all the power it just swallowed. This return to sender has the force of an atom bomb, and the enemy beast is instantly turned into grilled fish. Yeah, this fight's over. The spy lost, badly. The massive shockwave completely flattens a section of the Pet Academy. Su Jing and Bai Yuer are lucky to be alive, and only because Bai Yuer summoned her pet too. Otherwise, the moon silver fox alone would have left them half dead. The only problem? Bai Yuer's white tiger has now caught the giant rabbit's eye. And now, they've got absolutely nowhere to hide. Seeing that monster staring right at them, the two girls just hug each other, pretty sure this is the end of the line. But the Moonlight Rabbit just gets closer, then stops, showing no signs of attacking. In fact, Su Jing notices its gaze on Bai Yuer has zero killing intent. After what feels like forever, the giant rabbit finally looks away. It yanks the spy out from the rubble. After that explosion, the guy is somehow impossibly still breathing. This dude has the survival skills of a cockroach. You think you can just leave? The Moon King is coming, and he'll finish you. Looks like desperation made him start screaming threats. This doesn't intimidate the rabbit, it just ticks it off. It slams the spy back down on the ground and lifts one giant foot. The message is clear: pancake time. Seeing this, Bai Yuer wants to jump in and stop it. Su Jing immediately holds her back. Are you kidding me? You know your little Bai can't stop that thing. It's a high-level beast. If it dies in battle, its loyalty will drop when it respawns. But we can't just stand by and watch him die, can we? How can we see someone in trouble and not help? Bai Yuer shoots back. Su Jing is way too familiar with her friend's hero complex. She knows there's no changing her mind. She can only let her do her thing. But right as Bai Yuer is about to summon her pet again, an arm reaches out, blocking her path. The Moon King, Su Liang, has arrived. Under the full moon, he looks unbelievably imposing, totally dominating the scene. Back off. This isn't a fight you can join. The moonlight is about to converge. Above the Moonlight Rabbit, a glowing halo was suddenly spinning into existence. And not to be outdone, Su Liang strolled in glowing like a disco ball, complete with his own set of swirling lights. In the back, Su Jing and Yue were just floored by his power, pretty much yelling, "So blinding! Is he even human anymore?" Just then, the Moonlight Rabbit whipped its head around, locking eyes on the tiny figure of Su Liang as he approached. With his robe billowing dramatically, he thought, a beast this big and this powerful? Besides, no ultimate-class monsters even exist yet. Su Liang pressed his lips together, hesitating for just a moment. Then his eyes snapped open with pure certainty, realizing there could only be one possible answer. Rewind 10 minutes. Su Liang was spying on Su Jing and Yue from behind a rock, feeling super uneasy but also weirdly confident. Still, his inner pessimist was screaming, but there's absolutely no way to fight that thing. The scene ahead only made his despair worse. Even beasts from 4-star instructors were getting insta-killed. He summoned the Book of the Moon, but that awful feeling in his gut wouldn't go away. His own Lake Center moon and shimmering butterfly couldn't even scratch it, and the book needed physical contact to get a reading, which, wasn't happening. The book's light hit his face as he stood there, completely stumped. What now? Was he really just going to give up? Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes shot wide open, his thoughts screeching to a halt. Wait a minute. Up ahead, the killer rabbit was just staring at Su Jing and Yue, making him wonder why isn't that monster attacking them? And so, Su Liang's big brain started putting the pieces together. It's out of control, yet perfectly rational. That kind of contradiction is impossible for a high-level beast. Now, back in the present, he had his final, very confident conclusion. Down below, the guy known as Black Whale saw Su Liang's back, and his jaw just about hit the floor. The Moon King. He's this close to me? A massive, giddy grin spread across his face as he thought, am I about to see the Moon King's personal beast? News of the Moon King's beast would be world-shattering, and he'd have a front-row seat to the premiere. But his little fanboy moment was rudely interrupted when Xiao Bai suddenly hoisted him into the air. After successfully dumping Black Whale onto its back, Yue cheered, "Good job, Xiao Bai," while Su Jing yelled, "This is our chance, fall back." As they all started to bolt, Black Whale completely panicked, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't take me with you," he shrieked as Xiao Bai sped off. "Do not rescue me." And just like that, the chaos cleared, leaving only Su Liang and the Moonlight Rabbit. He looked up at it, calling its bluff. A beast that's gone wild under a full moon can't be this lucid. You're not crazy at all. Seeing it just listening, he continued calmly. You're just acting on pure instinct. A smile bloomed on his face as he realized only low-level beasts rely on instinct. The truth was now painfully obvious. The very next second, he reached his hand out without hesitation. Looking at the Moonlight Rabbit, he asked softly, "You've been looking for me, haven't you?" Behind them, Yue and Su Jing held their breath, watching his every move. Su Jing cried out, completely lost, Moon King. What in the world is he doing? Suddenly, Yue's eyes went wide. Su Jing, look! The Moonlight Rabbit let out a ferocious growl, slamming its 2 giant ears straight down. But even with the attack coming, Su Liang didn't move an inch, his hand still stretched forward. Su Jing's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe the Moon King wasn't even summoning a beast to defend himself. Beside her, Yue covered her face in fear, convinced he was about to be turned into a pancake. At the last second, the rabbit ears were mere inches from his face. He didn't dodge, just closed his eyes to focus. A moment later, a single drop of sweat fell from his face, its splash echoing in the silence. At that same instant, the ears that were about to crush him suddenly curved upwards, stopping dead in midair. A magical vortex of water began swirling at Su Liang's feet, and from it, Lake Center Moon appeared, embracing him from behind. She opened her eyes while he kept his clenched shut in fear. The three onlookers were, understandably, completely stunned. Black Whale was frozen, solid, totally speechless as the realization finally hit him. That sight of Lake Center Moon separating from Su Liang to block the attack confirmed everything for him. Ancient, mysterious, unidentifiable. Yep, just like the Black Moon cult's intel said, he could only stare, absolutely thunderstruck. An emperor! The emperor has finally appeared, and at that very moment, To Leung cracks his eyes open, looking ahead with total unease. The sight before him makes him want to cheer out loud, but he catches himself, celebrating quietly in his head instead. He bet right. Hu Zhongyue successfully blocked the attack, but his victory lap lasts all of 2 seconds before panic washes over his face again. That attack was so absurdly powerful that even Hu Zhongyue couldn't possibly handle a second one. But quick as a flash, To Leung gets this smug look, checking out the status screen. Moonlight Rabbit, low-grade waning moon physique. And he thinks to himself, all happy like, well, at least I don't have to fight anymore. When the truth finally dawns on him that the ferocious beast is the Moonlight Rabbit, To Leung is practically buzzing with excitement. He knew it. That familiar feeling. That's why it didn't attack us, he thinks. This guy's predictions are on point. He then gently reaches out to stroke its fur, murmuring, so that's how it is. All while the Moonlight Rabbit is giving him a death stare. But To Leung isn't scared at all, and just says, a waning moon physique can only absorb infinite moon power during a full moon. That's why you crave the moonlight so much, forcing yourself to grow strong enough to defeat high-level beasts. Hearing that, the rabbit just freezes for a moment, its giant ears slowly drooping down. He really hit a nerve. And right then, a pair of slender legs lands gracefully on the ground. 3 cloaked women arrive as reinforcements, look at the scene, and one asks, what happened? Are we late or something? The guy named He Jing, who's sprawled on the ground, just grunts back. It's not that you're late, it's that you're useless. They ask, confused. What did you say? He just smirks, spelling it out. We've disturbed the Moon King. We're all going to die. Hearing that, the 3 reinforcements freeze up, shouting in perfect unison, the Moon King. Over with To Leung, he's a bit wary seeing the newcomers already plotting their escape. He knows he can't stick around. With that thought, he turns to the Moonlight Rabbit and mumbles, so? Did you come here for me? The moment he finishes, the beast places a paw on the ground, and in the next second, it bows its head low before To Leung. This sight leaves the 3 reinforcements absolutely speechless, while To Leung, pleased with the rabbit's actions, cracks a smile. He's got an announcement for his new friend. Your persistence for moonlight. I have seen your will. I will grant you the moonlight you desire most. Then he leans in, whispering to it, let's meet again where we first met. As soon as he's done, the Moonlight Rabbit slowly gets up, then immediately whips around to leave. It stomps off into the night while the reinforcement squad gossips. Why did it just run off? Shouldn't we chase it? Chase it with what? The Moon King hasn't even moved. You think it's your turn? But suddenly, He Jing leaps forward, not having any of it. What? You're just gonna let it go? He's fuming inside. Seriously, he almost died and didn't even get a clear look at the Emperor-level beast. So he turns to To Leung and yells, Lord Moon King, that monster attacked you. How can you just forgive it? To Leung gives him an ice-cold look, his voice dropping low. You call that an attack? He Jing freezes, silenced by a sudden realization. Those eyes. That crescent moon had changed. It was now an unmistakable full moon. In He Jing's mind, a voice suddenly rings out. He Jing, what did you see? The question hangs in the air, but he doesn't answer. The voice echoes again. He Jing, answer if you can hear me. But he just stands there, totally frozen. Suddenly, an image of the Moonlight Rabbit flashes through his mind. Then, the sight of Ling Duyue being instantly defeated scorched to ash, followed by a glimpse of To Leung with Hu Zhongyue behind him. And finally, that ice-cold face of his, the face with the eye that had turned from a crescent to a full moon. Putting it all together, He Jing finally speaks, whispering, Emperor. His entire body starts trembling, and his face goes completely pale, drained of all blood. The next second, he drops to his knees, clutching his head in a full-blown panic and crying out, Emperor! That's right. It's the Emperor, I saw him! He screams uncontrollably, the Moon King! He's terrifying! Finally, he collapses, breathing heavily, and that's when the mysterious voice speaks up again. Let's stop here for today. Pushing further would only be a burden. A figure slowly appears in front of He Jing and keeps talking. Hey Jing, just last night, the Chen Xing Yanyue appeared in the Northern Territory. Sweat pours down his face as he nervously waits. A second later, he's teleported away on the orders of a man named Fu Tuo. The vice leader of the Black Moon cult's third branch has arrived in the north. This time, you'll be the inside man again. Hatkin's totally panicking, hand in the air, but the boss couldn't care less. The mission was simple. Keep your eyes on the Moon King, report anything strange, and then bam. Hatkin snaps back to reality, on a hospital bed, his arms still frozen in the air. As he slowly scans his surroundings, our boy starts to get a little worried. The academy infirmary? Phew, must have been a nightmare, he thinks. But then, his eyes go blank as a new thought hits him like a truck. Wait a sec, that wasn't a nightmare. He grabs his aching head, realizing with certainty that was a high-level beast from the top brass, delivering orders through some freaky moon dream connection. Tram Tin Yen Nuyet has appeared in the Northern Territories, and a vice sect leader has already headed that way. He pictures Tu Luang walking away. Hatkin's totally bewildered, but who's supposed to handle the Moon King's emperor? Then his eyes widen in pure shock as a terrible idea pops into his head. No, it can't be. Could it actually be them? With that thought, Hatkin whips his head around, jaw dropped, staring out the window. Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, our boy Tu Luang sleepily rubs his eyes, feeling something stirring nearby. He snaps his eyes open to the adorable face of the Moonlight Rabbit and immediately lets out a blood-curdling scream. He scrambles backward in a total panic, completely baffling the poor rabbit. But then Tu Luang freezes mid-freakout and finally breathes a sigh of relief as it all comes back to him. Oh, right. I remember now. He watches the Moonlight Rabbit raise its little paws excitedly and recalls the big event. Yup, he'd already formed a contract with this little guy just last night. On his way to meet the Moonlight Rabbit, Tu Luang was getting a little antsy. He told it to meet where they first saw each other, but did the little critter actually understand him? But then he stops dead, his jaw hitting the floor as his eyes widen in pure amazement. There it was, the Moonlight Rabbit, happily chasing a butterfly. Tu Luang couldn't help but grin. You actually showed up. He clears his throat. A not-so-great idea starts brewing in his head. After all, he'd put on this huge act of being some all-powerful big shot. If this rabbit found out the Moon King was actually a weakling, it might just throw a tantrum on the spot, and then he'd be totally screwed. So, just to be safe, it's better to seal the deal somewhere private. And so, he puts his game face back on, strikes a powerful pose, and makes his offer. All right, Moonlight Rabbit, form a contract with me. And get this, the rabbit doesn't even flinch, just stands there and lets Tu Luang do his thing. Once it's done, he looks at the status window and feels a sharp sting of pure disappointment. Yeah, this stat board is not exactly giving off Moon King vibes, he thinks. Then, his 3 contracted pets appear one by one. First up, the Flash Butterfly, a low-rank Moonlight type, followed by the Moon in the Lake, a high rank. And the latest addition, the Moonlight Rabbit, also low rank, with a waning moon body. But still, he manages a small smile, trying to cheer himself up. Sure, it looks like a low-rank rabbit now, but during a full moon, this thing can absolutely demolish high-rank beasts. Tu Luang thoughtfully strokes his chin. He can't help but wonder what its maximum limit is, and if it could evolve to an even higher level. But as he mulls over those 2 words, higher level, his face suddenly darkens, and his train of thought grinds to a halt. Because at that very moment, the Moonlight Rabbit is on the floor, happily chewing on Tu Luang's shoe. Then it looks up at him with its ridiculously adorable face, those big, shiny eyes just sparkling. Seeing this, Tu Luang just facepalms and walks away, completely done. An idea strikes him. He should probably head over to the Moonlight Pavilion and ask Dap Fan Honing Guyet for some info on this rabbit. After throwing on some clothes, Tu Luang opens the door to head out, only to freeze in place. He sees a massive crowd of excited female students all running in the same direction down the hall, and he has no clue what's going on. Tu Luang is pretty shocked, realizing something's different. This definitely wasn't what was happening yesterday. Right then, he overhears one of the girls speaking excitedly. A supreme rank wild Moonlight Beast actually showed up in the Northern Territories, not far from here. Her friend immediately chimes in. You're not thinking of trying to form a contract, are you? The first girl shot back instantly. Hey, it's worth a shot. You never know, I could get lucky. Overhearing all this, Tu Luang's jaw drops as he repeats that one word, supreme. He whips out his phone in a panic, frantically searching and muttering, which one is it? A supreme rank wild beast wouldn't just be out for a casual stroll, right? Super fast, he types in Northern Territory Supreme appears into the search bar and smashes the enter key, and the search results make his eyes bulge out of his head. There it is, a picture and a breaking news alert. The Supreme Beast, Tram Tin Yen Gayet, arrived in the Northern Territories early this morning. Hundreds of miles around the site have already been sealed off by the Moonlight faction. The number of spectators? Already well over 100,000. Tram Tin Yen Yet is the only Supreme-class wild weapon in the entire Moonlight system. It went into a deep slumber because it couldn't find a worthy master. Not even the great Kangyu Emperor or the 10 Pillars of the Moon God Palace have been able to wake it. So, the submerged star-eclipsed moon just dropped into the Northern Territory yesterday, but while our guy is busy scrolling through the deets, 2 female assassins are creeping up from behind. He finally processes that very last line of text. Now every major power is on high alert over this thing, which is the exact moment the assassins decide to leap through the window. Su Liang finishes reading and just kind of freezes, staring at 2 names. Moon King and his own, Su Liang. He stares blankly at his phone, then slowly shoves it in his pocket. So, that's how it is. Pretty much everyone thinks this epic-level beast showed up just for him. Behind him, his 2 completely cloaked stalkers are just staring, their eyes wide with shock. After a beat of total silence, Su Liang finally picks a direction and starts walking. Watching him stroll away from where everyone else is gathered, the 2 spies are completely baffled. The Moon King isn't even paying attention to the submerged star. A tiny smirk plays on Su Liang's lips as he thinks, "Man, I really want it." Then his face twists in horror as a new thought hits him. But do I really have to tame it with, like, hundreds of thousands of people watching me? He imagines getting totally wrecked in front of that massive crowd. Su Liang thinks miserably, if I don't have the strength to control it, won't I just die on the spot? And with that, he decides on a much better plan. Better safe than sorry, no need to risk it. Plus, there's a cuter and way more adorable one nearby. Not long after, Su Liang finds himself at the Moonlight Inn. Inside, Huan Yue is just lying on her bed, lost in thought. His hand gently pushes the door open. Huan Yue's head immediately whips around towards the sound. Su Liang strolls in with a smile on his face, waving hello. "Long time no see," he says, while his inner monologue continues. "Why look for something so far away?" She's completely stunned by his sudden appearance and immediately asks, "Sir, what are you doing here?" Su Liang casually walks closer, as Huan Yue, still in disbelief, questions him. "The submerged star-eclipsed moon has appeared. Aren't you going to check it out?" He just laughs at that, immediately teasing her. Of course, a chronic web surfer like you would know about that. Huan Yue whips her head away, huffing. I sensed its presence long before the web was even a thing. Then, she slowly peeks over at Su Liang. Huan Yue gets serious. If you don't go, someone else might tame it. Don't you feel any regret? Hearing this, Su Liang just wags his finger at her. He replies smugly, "They just don't understand." Then he drops a line that just confuses her even more. Only those with true vision can see that no monster is actually cute. Suddenly remembering something, Su Liang reaches into his pocket. Oh, right. He pulls out a crescent-shaped snack, saying, "This is a thank you gift for you." Staring at the strange treat, Huan Yue asks curiously, "A thank you gift for what?" He glances away, faking a little cough, looking just a little bit embarrassed. "Well, it's thanks to your reminder that I managed to tame the Moonlight Rabbit, but let's just not talk about it." For a creature raised as a mid-tier beast, Huan Yue is absolutely stunned by the sparkling snack she's been given. Isn't this the specially made food for supreme-tier beasts? Isn't this stuff crazy expensive? Su Liang just smiles cheerfully and says, "It's nothing really. If you like it, I'll bring you more tomorrow." He says it with total confidence. After all, he has thousands of these things in his beast space, all offerings from the moon cult. Huan Yue takes the treat, her eyes filled with hesitation. Then she suddenly puts it away in her snack box. Su Liang looks a little surprised. "What's wrong? You're not going to eat it?" With a snap, Huan Yue closes the box and replies, "Nope, snacks are obviously for watching movies and reading novels." Her weird logic totally baffles him. Well, with that business done, Su Liang immediately stands up, announcing with a grin, "All right, I'm heading out. If I stay too long, someone might figure out your identity." Just then, Huan Yue pulls out her phone and starts giggling, which suddenly gives him an idea. Wait a second, there's another way for us to get in touch. In the next moment, Su Liang also pulls out his phone. That's right, let's add each other as friends. Huan Yue seems a bit surprised, but agrees. Huh? Oh, okay. Very quickly, a little notification dings on Su Liang's phone. The screen shows that user MoonGod Flash Butterfly has added a new friend, Cloud Stepping Changing Moon. But surprisingly, her profile picture is a goddess with long white hair. Her purple eyes sparkle like diamonds. Su Liang immediately recognizes her as the founder of the Moon Beast Academy from hundreds of years ago. And then, a little theory starts to form in his head. Could this legendary emperor-level beast actually be her ancestor? He shoots a very mischievous look over at Huan Yue, a single question popping into his mind. Could cloud-stepping changing moon actually transform into that? Seeing Su Liang staring right at him, he tilted his head, genuinely confused. What's up? And just like that, Su Liang snapped out of it. He awkwardly spun around to leave, tossing a wave over his shoulder. Nothing. I'm heading out. See you tomorrow. Inside, his brain was just a mess of confused thoughts. Huan Yue, seeing this, just waved back. After he was finally gone, the kid's face turned beet red, totally embarrassed and thinking to himself, the legendary Chen Xingyan Yue has appeared, but that guy couldn't care less. He came all the way here just to find me. Suddenly, Huan Yue clapped his hands, a little shocked by his own theory. I get it now. This is that classic playing hard to get move. Then he started imagining Su Liang as some kind of evil mastermind. He's trying to trick me into joining the Twin Moon cult side, isn't he? A second later, he was completely worked up, jumping to his feet and pointing dramatically. Cunning Moon King, I've seen right through your little scheme, but then he just stopped, his pointing finger not moving an inch. After thinking it over for a second, Huan Yue flopped back on the bed, blushing all over again. Wait, did he say he's coming back tomorrow? 3 days went by. The Moon King still ignored Chen Xingyan Yue, and the Twin Moon cult made no moves at all. Because of this, the entire Northern Territory was descending into absolute chaos. The line of people wanting to contract with the beast was endless. The constant chatter finally got on one woman's nerves, who snapped, "Stop pushing and shoving! You're only here to get a peek. Did you honestly think you could tame Chen Xingyan Yue yourself?" The person who just laid down the law was none other than Kang Ru Yu, the vice principal of the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. She held up a sign-up sheet, warning everyone that if they register, their basic safety is guaranteed. Anyone who doesn't is on their own. One by one, they signed up, as she watched with pure annoyance. Why am I stuck here babysitting a bunch of low-level students? But then, her eyes landed on a particular person. A look of pure surprise crossed her face. It was the spy, He Jing, with his arm all bandaged up. Master He Jing, shouldn't you be resting? What are you doing here? He just offered a small, mysterious smile. Then he gently suggested, let me handle this. I had a healer revive my beast, so I'm fine. Ru Yue hesitated for a moment, thought it over, and said, is that so? She then got up, happy to give him her spot. If you say so, then it's all yours. She gave a smug little smile, thinking to herself just another delusional dreamer. The moment he sat down, a female student from the academy rushed over, asking, Master He Jing, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? He Jing just forced a smile and stammered, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. As he watched everyone sign up, he thought seriously to himself, that person has arrived. Looking at a powerful figure up ahead, He Jing figured that even though they'd never met, his contact would definitely signal him somehow. Is that them? A cloaked woman stepped forward, and He Jing quickly spoke up. Next, name, student ID, and rank? Fill it out here. The woman placed her hand on the pen, revealing a strange symbol on her skin. It was the image of a snake with its mouth open, wrapped around a triangle. The unmistakable mark of the Black Moon cult. He Jing's eyes locked directly onto that symbol. This so-called important person was Serpentis, a beast tamer from the Black Moon cult, and her snake-like eyes were staring right back at him. He Jing was a little terrified by that intense killing intent, and just stammered for the next person in line. The second she turned and walked away, sweat started pouring down his face. It really was her. Seeing the shimmering barrier in the distance, someone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is that really the beast known as the Destroyer of Stars? At that moment, even the Shui Shi sect from the central region had to admit, what an incredible aura. She stared intently at the barrier, completely impressed. Seeing it today, the legends don't even do it justice. Suddenly, a blond man walked up from behind, startling her with a question. Have you figured it out yet? This man was Jin Yue, an elder from the academy in the northern region. He explained the seriousness of the situation. Any non-Moonlight beast that enters the barrier will be instantly repelled. Any beast tamer who rushes in is just signing their own death warrant. Just then, the Ling Yue sect from the north arrived, scoffing, a mere non-Moonlight level wants to tame the legendary Chen Xingyan Yue? Yuan Yue, also from the north, added sarcastically. Talk about daydreaming. Hearing their insults, Shui Shi shot them a disgusted look, then turned away with a smug smirk, her every word dripping with mockery. Fine, I get it. I'll order all my sect's disciples to return, but I'm staying right here. With that, she glances back over her shoulder, adding with total contempt, let's see which fools are about to get themselves killed. After dropping that little bomb, Shui Shi slowly walks away. Ling Yue just stands there, grinding her teeth, absolutely furious at those venomous words. Seriously, this woman is the worst, a total coward who just wants to watch everyone else crash and burn. Wei Yue chimes in with her own critique, saying if it weren't for her powerful backers, they would have never let her get away with that. Seeing the absolute death glares from his two students, Jin Yue quickly steps in, reminding them, "Let it go. We have bigger problems right now, and it's time to choose who goes in." He then gets serious, laying down the rules. First, to avoid instant rejection, all beasts must be from a Moonlight-type Beastmaster. Second, bringing in a supreme-level beast will immediately trigger Chenxing Yan Yue to attack its own kind. Hearing all this, both Yuan Yue and Ling Yue start looking pretty concerned. Jin Yue sees the panic on their faces and confirms their fears. That's right, only beasts below the supreme level can even enter. Hearing that, Rong Yue rubs his chin, instantly connecting the dots. So is that why the Moon King is a no-show? Jin Yue nods in agreement. Probably. But either way, before he can finish, a pair of long legs walks up from behind and cuts him off. "We're here." The three of them turn, staring nervously at the person who just spoke. And just like that, Ru Yue and the students from the Moonlight Beast Academy have arrived on the scene. A deep worry settles in her heart. She's afraid her students are about to face some heavy losses. Her eyes then land on Shui Shi, who's just standing there with her arms crossed. Of course, Shui Shi glares right back with zero friendliness. But Ru Yue just brushes it off, turning to give her own students their briefing. "All right, everyone, we're about to enter the territory of Chenxing Yan Yue. I'll explain the rules now. 1. While it's asleep, it is absolutely indestructible. 2. When it wakes up, it unleashes a random attack that will instantly disintegrate everything. Meanwhile, over in Su Liang's room, he's getting the exact same intel on his phone, nervously reading the next line. It possesses consciousness and life, but is completely unable to communicate. On his screen, a message from Hua Yue appears. Years ago, even the great Emperor Kang Yue in the Moon God Palace returned in defeat. No one who goes is a match for it. He pulls his Moonlight Rabbit into a hug, questioning the intel. So it either sleeps or it fights? Are all supreme-level beasts this arrogant? In their private group chat at 10:30 in the morning, Su Liang types out a question. Is there no period of time when it's actually lucid? Huan Yue replies almost instantly. Correct, but it's probably not voluntary. It came to the northern domain because it sensed a chance to evolve. Then she asks, "Are you really not going?" After reading that last message, he quietly clicks the power button, turning off his phone and setting it aside. He just stares up at the ceiling, wondering, a little deer wants to tame a monster. What in the world does that have to do with me? He imagines everyone's gleeful faces when he fails, and the thought practically makes him cough up blood. The headlines would be historic. The Great Moon King tragically dies attacking a supreme-level beast. The joke would be trending number 1. Moon King walks into his own grave. Number 2. The Moon God Butterfly is a fraud. Number 3. The Twin Moon cult becomes a laughingstock. As he's lying there lost in thought, something suddenly flashes through his mind, making him pause. Huh? Su Liang immediately shoots up in bed, a sudden thought grabbing his attention. Wait a minute. The next second, he snatches his phone and frantically turns it on, his mind racing. Maybe I should go back to the moon-hidden mountain range. Back at the scene, everyone is excitedly lining up, waiting to enter Yan Yue's barrier. Standing in the long line, Shi-Chi glances around, still in disbelief. I can't believe the Moon King actually didn't show. She places a hand on her chest, a wave of anxiety washing over her. If it were him, he'd surely have a way to tame it. She looks at the massive barrier before them. Shi-Chi tells herself one thing. After getting her hands on Chenxing Yan Yue, she will immediately kill every Beastmaster present. Her snake-like eyes are fixed forward, determined to make sure not a single scrap of information gets out. Suddenly, a notification sound rings from Shi-Chi's phone. She quickly pulls it out, muttering in annoyance. A notification at a time like this? But when she sees what's on the screen, her face goes pale. What? The image before her sends her into a panic. That person actually turned on his location. The next scene makes Shi-Chi even more tense. He's moving towards the moon-hidden mountain range. She stares at her phone screen, her heart pounding relentlessly in her chest. Why of all times would it be now? And just like that, Noon Guyet stomps over, jabbing a finger at Zaqi's phone and screaming, which totally makes her jump. Seriously, who's still scrolling at a time like this? Noon Guyet was absolutely fuming, just tearing into her for spacing out. Are you trying to die in here or what? Zachi just gives her a quiet look, but then decides to play along, dipping her head with a super sincere-sounding apology. And with that, Noon Guyet spins around to leave, but not without one last salty remark about how she should just go home if she can't focus. Watching her walk away, Za Chi is just stewing. Some little orange-haired punk dares to lecture her? Oh, it's on. And just like that, a lovely image pops into her head of Noon Guyette getting completely swarmed by giant snakes. Her face goes totally dark as a twisted little plan forms. After I capture Tram Tinyen Nguyet, I'll torture you until living is worse than death. Meanwhile, Nu Nguyet had already walked over to face a whole line of people. Holding some weird stone, she lifts it high in the air and starts making an announcement to the crowd. For this activity, each of you gets a secret instant teleportation stone. Then she starts to break down how it works. The moment you crush it, you can instantly teleport outside. But then her face gets serious, her voice dropping to a warning. As soon as you see Tram Tinyen Guyet start to open its eyes, crush this immediately, or you will definitely die in there. Getting these emergency escape stones in hand, everyone suddenly got real nervous about the place they were about to enter. Zachi, however, was already calm again, calculating in her head that the Moon King would be arriving any minute now. In a nearby corner, Tui Kei was doing the cool girl lean against a wall, arms crossed, just silently watching everything go down. She glances at the others with a totally smug look, a dismissive thought running through her mind. Do you guys really think a 1 or 2-star Beastmaster can tame Tram Tinyen Guyet? I mean, even the legendary 8-star Emperor Thuong Yet couldn't pull it off, could he? She keeps watching the line of people waiting to get into the barrier and just lets out a mental sigh. Looking around, there are only like 3 or 4 3-star masters. Guess the Moon King's arrival didn't make this party any less lame. So boring. But then, from somewhere in that messy line, the sight of Sachi's back catches Thui Kei's eye, making her flinch. Huh? Wait a minute. This intense, mysterious power starts pouring off Sachi, making the air feel heavy. Then, out of nowhere, she snaps her head around, her eyes looking like they could just swallow the entire room. It was like her eyes were blasting out these short, crackling bursts of raw power. Thui Kei just freezes up, completely speechless, like that death stare is literally choking her, and Sachi just keeps looking right past her. She keeps scanning the area for someone, but eventually gives up and turns back to the front, focusing on the mission. Okay, that whole scene left Thui Kei completely and utterly freaked out. All that smugness from before? Gone. Now she's just wondering, what the heck was that? And that dark, mysterious aura from Zachi is making her seriously uneasy. What star-level Beastmaster is that person? Can't believe a monster like that is hiding in Moonlight Academy. Just then, another foot steps lightly into the barrier. The line's gotten way shorter as everyone has quickly headed inside to explore. Only 2 more people until it was Zachi's turn. She quietly thinks to herself, the Moon King will be at Nguyet and Mountain soon. I have to figure out this creature's new gimmick before he arrives. The light of the barrier is right in her face now, and she quietly mutters a few words. Silent Libra, block the entrance. The moment the Moon King enters, seal his imperial power. After a bit of waiting, Exachi finally steps up to the front of the line, right before the barrier. A second later, her body slowly phases through. The last person in line also steps into the shimmering portal. Everyone left behind watches nervously. Then Thui Kei puts on a totally fake smile, walks over to Nu Nguyet and asks, Vice Principal Nu Nguyet, why are there only 1 and 2-star Beastmasters? The Moon King is a no-show too. She keeps poking and prodding, while Nu Nguyet just gives her the silent treatment. I guess he knows Tram Tinyen Guyet can't be captured. Then Thui Kei cracks a sly smile and asks a very loaded question. And yet you still sent people here. Your goal isn't just to let the students see a supreme-level beast, is it? Nu Nguyet's patience is at its absolute limit after that grilling. But she forces herself to answer. You don't even have the right attribute. You just rushed here to watch us fail. Or did you really think you could actually capture a supreme beast among other elements? Oof, that comeback hits a nerve. Thui Kei is instantly furious, her entire face darkening. The two of them lock into an epic stare-down, neither one willing to give an inch. After a moment, Thui Kei starts to wonder. What's going on? She acts like she has no idea about that black-haired woman. After thinking, she finally speaks up. Your academy. But her sentence gets cut short when everyone, all at once, snaps their heads to look in the same direction. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Far in the distance, a familiar butterfly-like robe billowed in the wind that silhouette could only belong to the Moon King himself, Su Liang. The second they saw him, everyone had the exact same question. What was he doing here? Ru Yue was the first to speak. Lord Moon King, are you here to subdue the Silent Star Annihilator Moon? Right after, Yuan Yue and Ling Yue blurted out the same worry. What if the king's powerful aura agitated the massive beast? Hearing their doom and gloom chatter, Ru Yue shot them a smug look and boasted, You blind fools, if the Moon King has come all this way. As Su Liang stood there looking impossibly cool in the wind, she proudly declared, It means he's confident enough to make it submit without even using his Emperor Beast. Of course, on the inside, Su Liang's thoughts were a lot less epic. This is actually super simple. I just need to make contact with the Silent Star Annihilator Moon, and I can unlock its page in the Book of the Moon. He eyed the massive barrier, his mind set on the prize. Then I'll finally understand its mechanics and why it woke up. And who knows, maybe I can even tame it. After a moment, Su Liang's voice dropped. You don't need to show yourselves, just follow my orders. Ru Yue and Shui Shi quickly bowed their heads in a single sharp motion. Yes, the very next second, Su Liang stepped toward the barrier, but suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, as if he just sensed something. And right on cue, the Book of the Moon appeared before him, its pages flipping like mad, which even took Su Liang by surprise. A new page opened up. On it, words appeared. Silent Libra, Supreme Purity, Combat Skill, Parity. A ridiculously rare, pure attribute Supreme Beast. It has 0 offensive capabilities and a whole list of restricted combat skills. Basically, it has to piggyback on stronger monsters to survive. Parity means only other Supreme Beasts can actually start a fight, and any Beastmaster who steps inside the Silent Libra zone can't summon their Emperor-level beasts. Silence lets it completely hide its own existence from anyone stronger. Not even Emperor-level beasts can find it. He paused, remembering he was only a 1-star about to face a Supreme-level problem. And so, Su Liang just froze. 1 foot hovering in front of the barrier, totally motionless, while his followers watched with bated breath. After a beat, he slowly lowered his foot, apparently backing out of the whole plan. Seeing this weirdness, everyone was thinking the same thing. What is going on? Why did the Moon King stop? Then, Su Liang casually pulled out his phone and started looking something up. Once again, this did nothing to ease their nerves. Ru Yue couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. Lord Moon King. But amid all the panic, Su Liang just smirked, dropping a very cryptic question. How exactly did a little bug from the Black Moon cult slip in here so easily? Everyone flinched hard at the words Black Moon cult. With that, he resumed his walk into the barrier, issuing an order over his shoulder. From this moment on, the Twin Moon cult is taking over this area. No one gets in. A confident smile spread across his face. I'll handle the rest. Behind him, his followers were completely shell-shocked. The air was so thick you could cut it with a knife, their minds reeling from the bombshell he'd just dropped. That's when it dawned on Shui Shi that terrifying woman from before must have been a Beastmaster from the Black Moon cult. Weren't they chased out of the northern region by us? Did they come back just for the Silent Star Annihilator Moon? Hearing this, a nervous Yuan Yue spoke up. But the Moon King already said, it's just a little bug. What about the students? Ru Yue immediately tried to calm them. They have teleportation stones, it shouldn't be a huge issue. While the crew behind him was busy playing detective, Su Liang was making his own deductions. The Silent Libra is an anti-Emperor field. Does the Black Moon cult seriously think I have an Emperor-level beast? A flicker of deep unease sparked in his mind. In other words, when he goes in, he might not be facing just one Supreme-level beast. This could be the most dangerous situation he's ever walked into. At that thought, he squeezed his eyes shut, contemplating his next move for a tense moment. The next second, Su Liang took a small step forward, thinking, if this were me when I first got here, I'd never have the guts to go in. His expression hardened with resolve. The doubt from before was totally gone, replaced with solid confidence. But me, now? I'm not so sure. Not waiting another second, Su Liang strode forward. His butterfly-like robe billowed out behind him like something out of a movie. And just like that, his entire body merged with the shimmering barrier. The crowd started buzzing with awe. Of course, it was Lord Moon King. His presence was overwhelming. Only Hak Kin remained silent, watching from the back. This guy was seriously worried, a deep unease rising in his chest. The Moon King had actually stepped into the serpent's seat. Without warning, Hak Kin strode forward, dropping a line that startled everyone. Remnants of the Black Moon cult are in there. We should be helping. Then, he raised his hand with determination, speaking each word clearly. After all, the Moon King is one of our students. That last bit gave them pause. He wasn't wrong. Elder Kim Mu-yet nodded in agreement. So what's the plan? Should we all rush in and help him out? Seeing everyone ready to jump in, Hak Kin quickly shook his head. No, your combined power is too immense. It'll disturb the Silent Star Moon. He then walked forward, arm still in a cast, and spoke with absolute resolve. My newly revived beast is still in a weakened state. I can go in by myself. It's really not a problem. Seeing his condition, Vian Nguyen and Lin Nguyen spoke in unison, full of doubt. Looking like that, could they really trust him? Watching Hak Kin's back as he approached the barrier, someone quietly wondered, why is this guy acting so strangely today? He wasn't even a member of the Twin Moon cult, so why the sudden concern for the Moon King's safety? Right then, Hak Kin hesitated, slowly walking under everyone's confused gaze. The moment he touched the shimmering barrier, a bolt of lightning zapped his hand. A second later, a force like a meteor slammed down right where he was standing, but he managed to leap back just in time. The shocking scene made everyone behind him cry out in alarm. What just happened? Hatkin collapsed, coughing in the thick smoke, and then yelled, "What the heck?" Suddenly, a voice cut through, making him jump. "You fool, are you getting a little ahead of yourself?" From within the smoke, a scantily clad woman appeared, her voice dripping with disdain. "Even if your beast was in its prime, thinking you could disturb the silent star Yen Guyet is just a dream." Just then, Hatkin's gaze fell on the butterfly-shaped symbol on the woman's thigh. His face went stiff. He instantly recognized her as one of the Twin Moon cult's 12 lower moons, the 7th seat. Lord Serpent's seat was in big trouble. The 7th moon stepped in front of the barrier, asking them with clear annoyance, "And another thing, have you not heard the orders from our great leader?" she declared proudly to the stunned crowd. "From now on, this area is under the control of the Twin Moon cult." Every word that followed was laced with a subtle threat. No one, absolutely no one, was permitted to enter. Hakin glanced at the 7th moon, standing with her hands on her hips, and felt a secret wave of relief. It seemed like she hadn't noticed the silent angel, and she had no plans to enter. The situation was still salvageable. At the same time, inside the barrier, Serpent Seat walked quietly among the ruins. She was getting a little worried, scanning her surroundings. It had been 17 minutes already. She still hadn't found the silent star Yening Guyet. The scene was desolate and lonely, and she realized the others who came in were nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, the corner of her mouth curled up. A sinister thought crossed her mind. Low-level beasts trapped in a Supreme Grade's domain basically have no chance of escape. Seeing the female students panicking in the background, Zachi was even more delighted. These kids were so scared they were smashing their teleportation stones to get away. After a moment's thought, she decided to press forward. Long let out a silent sigh of relief. Good. This way no one will bother me. Just then, a violent aura erupted behind Zachi, as if to devour the very space around her. She sensed the presence instantly, whipping her head around with a look of pure joy. That dark aura filled the air, and Zachi immediately recognized the presence of an incredibly powerful beast. Without waiting another second, she shot off like the wind towards the source of the energy. Pushing through the suffocating aura, she eagerly rushed forward, excited to see what lay ahead. When she arrived, Zachi's eyes widened in disbelief. She grinned triumphantly. Her instincts had been right on the money, no doubt about it. Seeing the magnificent blade of the silent star Yen Ninguyet, she finally relaxed. "I finally found you, silent star Yen Ninguyet." Its body hung majestically in the air, its tip plunged deep into the ground below. The glorious sight made Zachi sigh in admiration, the supreme of all weapons, absolutely brilliant. A smile was already blooming on her lips, her eyes fixed on the precious weapon. She thought with deep satisfaction it was worth it to come here just to maintain the divine attribute. She didn't even use the silent angel for the contract. With that thought, Zachi slowly approached Yen Ninguyet, giving a command, "Come with me, I know what you want." As if she understood it down to its very core, she continued to speak to it. "You rejected the Kangyu Emperor and the Saintess of the Moon God Palace just because they were royalty. You're a proud and arrogant weapon, aren't you? Can't stand the feeling of not being properly valued." Zachi places a hand on her chest, saying sincerely, "I might not be their equal, but I'm still a 6-star Beast Tamer, you know?" Reaching a hand toward Yen Ninguyet, she declares with confidence, "I will absolutely never treat you badly." Zachi's excitement just keeps building, her voice a booming shout. "Silent star Yen Ninguyet, become a piece of me." As her outstretched hand gets closer, just a tiny space away from Yen Ninguyet's body, a fierce light suddenly erupts, like an invisible force blocking her from touching it. Seeing this, she can't help but scream in shock. "What?" A colossal pressure explodes from around Yen Ninguyet, making it impossible for Zachi to get any closer. She stammers, "How can this be?" She looks at Yen Ninguyet in a panic, a dreadful thought creeping in. Was I just rejected? Zachi just stands there, pulling at her hair and grinding her teeth, screaming. Could the judgment of the sacred mountain have been wrong? She just keeps screaming like a maniac, ignoring the power around Yen Ninguyet that's steadily growing. This can't be. He himself said that I was the most suitable person to claim silent star Yen Ninguyet, so what's the problem? Suddenly someone approaches from behind and calls out, "Hey, woman from the Moonlight Beast Academy!" A group of people from the race show up, with a furious Han Ka in the center shouting his head off. "You're the one who defeated more than 20 of our Spirit Moon Sect disciples. We're here to avenge our brothers." Not long before, he had witnessed his sect juniors lying all over the ground, calling out in shock from a distance. "Junior brother?" Rushing over to hold one of them, he immediately asked with worry, "What happened? What's going on here?" The other guy gasped out word by word, We were attacked. The dying man forced himself up, stammering that it was a woman from the Beast Academy with black hair and snake-like eyes. Back in the present, Ixachi's face is pure thunder as she endures the rage from the opposing group. Everyone, defeat this woman first, then we'll claim Silent Star Yen Ningyiet. All of a sudden, she puts a hand to her face and cracks a sinister smile. The Spirit Moon Sect members get a little wary. Hanka takes a few steps back from that wicked look, stuttering, "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, Zachi bursts into a crazed laughter, spitting out venomous words. This was annoying enough, and now a bunch of worthless brats show up looking for death. She glares forward with those snake eyes of hers, speaking with utter contempt. "You think you're worthy of getting your hands on Silent Star Yen Ningyiet?" A second later, her expression twists into a deformed mask of pure malice. "Come out, my children." In just a flash, 3 intense torrents of power erupt from behind her. Crescent-shaped slashes appear in the air, looking like they want to tear space itself apart. The next second, 3 spirit beasts are revealed: Crescent Blade, the Giant Whale King, and the White Shadow, Thunder Spirit. Dazzling bolts of lightning crackle around the Thunder Spirit. Seeing how ferocious they are, Hanka, who was all talk just a moment ago, now screams in terror. They're all high-level summons, all 3 at once. Is that a level a student can even reach? The beast looks savage enough to swallow the very air. This makes him even more horrified. And that terrifying aura, who knows how many cruel punishments they've been through. Beneath those spirit beasts, Zachi stands with an air of absolute power and arrogance. After showing everyone just how terrifying she is, she smirks slightly. "Don't just stare at me. You guys have high-level summons too, right? Hurry up and bring them out." Signaling her beast to attack, she snarls. "Now, all of you can just die." Time passes in a flash. A long streak of blood now runs down Zachi's cold face. Above, the Whale King has another spirit beast in its jaws, biting down hard with its razor-sharp teeth. Fresh blood drips down, landing on Zachi's cheek. Then, with that same desperate look, she turns to speak to Yen Ningyiet. "Silent Star Yen Ningyiet, did you see that?" Behind her is a scene of utter chaos, with creatures lying dead, destroyed by her 3 violent beasts. Zachi's arrogant boasting doesn't stop. "Do you recognize my power now?" After all those incredibly sincere words, Yen Ningyiet remains completely unmoved. Not a single stir or response in the howling wind. Failing once again, Zachi scowls, refusing to accept it. She clenches her fists, trembling as she hisses, "Damn it!" Suddenly, a voice cuts through, making her jump. A remnant of the Dark Moon cult. The voice came from Su Liang. His lips curl with contempt as he continues. "Watching you be so impatient, even I can't help but laugh a little." She whips her head around to look, her voice trembling slightly. "You're here." All of Zachi's spirit beasts turn their attention to Su Liang as she speaks. The newcomer remains perfectly calm, asking her one slow question at a time. "You're a level 1 Beast Tamer, all by yourself? You didn't even bring your guards?" That warning kept ringing in his ears. "You really think having an emperor means you've got it all?" On the outside, Su Liang's playing it cool, but inside, his brain is just a mess of question marks. These absolute morons actually think he has an emperor on hand. And you know what? That thought actually puts him at ease. No wonder they're using the silent celestial balance. They must think he's totally powerless without his emperor. And with that, Su Liang's voice drops low, "Sheji Zuo," a faint smile still playing on his lips. He slowly breaks it down for her, explaining that relying on an emperor alone won't get you everything in this world. His calm, steady voice just makes Sheji even more anxious. With or without the silent celestial balance, the outcome was going to be the same. Then Su Liang's eyes sharpened like daggers as he offered a little piece of advice. "So, before the Eclipse Sect seals this whole place off, you should probably smash that secret stone and run." Shezi's knees started knocking together, and she stammered, "What?" Sweat poured down her face, her mind completely short-circuiting. Her silent celestial balance was exposed this quickly. Just then, Su Liang breezes right past the still buffering Shezi. So he knew his emperor was sealed, yet he still waltzed in here alone. A flicker of hesitation hits Shezi run or fight. While she was busy debating, Su Liang was almost at the crescent moon. In his head, he's practically begging it, "Please, just stay still like that. Be a good little weapon so I can touch the sinking star crescent moon." A moment later, the crescent moon was right there in front of Su Liang. Gazing at it with total awe, he mumbled to himself this was the blade of legend, the beastly weapon that once sliced the stars from the sky. Not wasting another second, Su Liang reaches out to touch the crescent moon's hilt, but his hand suddenly freezes. An enraged voice explodes from behind him. "Don't you dare touch the sinking star crescent moon." Instantly, Shezi's 3 pet monsters lunge forward, and there she is, standing confidently below, pointing them in the right direction. "Moon Kings!" she screams. As the Whale King lets out a deafening roar, all three of them charged straight for Su Liang. The thunder spirit, Lei Lingdan, claps its hands together, gathering an intense surge of lightning. Then it throws its arms wide, unleashing a massive arc of electricity. In a flash, a crescent slash, a lightning bolt, and the Whale King's charge all converged on Su Liang's position. But just then, a glowing circle appears at his feet, and ripples of water form around his body. In an instant, a shield from the Moon Center Lake springs into existence. It wraps around him, nullifying every single attack. Seeing this, Shezi's jaw hits the floor. What? How is this possible? She watched as Su Liang stood completely unfazed inside the shield, her doubt growing. Not the lightning, not the slashes, nothing could even make it budge. Her eyes lock onto Su Liang's ice-cold expression. Shezi couldn't stay calm, her mind was screaming. He hasn't even summoned a beast yet. As the shield finally began to fade, Su Liang was panting, whispering to himself. That scared the heck out of me. Looked pretty terrifying, but it turns out it was all just for show. He sent a silent thank you to the Moon Center Lake for its amazing ability to bluff. Just then, Shezi's body started to shake uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, roaring, Moon Kings! Mysterious green patches formed above her head next to a phantom crescent slash. She threw her arms wide and shouted, You can drop the arrogant act! Su Liang's gaze flickered to her hands trembling as she declared, You don't have an emperor! The next second, she slammed her palms together with a sharp clap. It's all just an empty bluff, Shezi seethed, blood trickling down her trembling face. At that moment, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet, erupting with murderous intent and deadly magic. She laced her fingers together and raised them high, her face darkening as she chanted, Appear, Great Moon Demon King. An instant later, an explosion ripped open the sky, and something began to emerge from the blast. Down below, students were shaken by the sudden tremor. Su Liang could only stare with his mouth wide open, pure shock written all over his face. A feeling of dread crept into his heart as he realized the silent celestial balance's battle skill had completely masked its presence. It was that very technique that allowed it to sneak up on the sinking star crescent moon completely undetected. Snakeskin started slithering out of the hole in space. Su Liang knew it. She was summoning another supreme-level beast. The giant pet's slimy tongue lolled out, getting ready to begin its vicious hunt. The colossal Great Moon Demon King landed right beside Shezi, its steely eyes locked dead ahead. You could see the exhaustion on her face, but her voice was still dripping with pride. So, how about it? Are you scared, facing my proudest creation? But on the other side, Su Liang just stood his ground, completely unshaken by the gigantic monster before him. Our boy's face was as bored as ever, like absolutely nothing was happening. Seeing this, Zachi was a little bewildered, wondering how in the world he could be so nonchalant. The sheer ferocity of her own prized beast only made her more suspicious. Was he really not fazed by a supreme-level monster? But right at that moment, inside Su Liang's head, things were a little different. He was just remembering some random article he'd scrolled past when facing a giant monster. You gotta look fierce. So he held his calm expression, thinking with total pessimism. At least this way he could die with some dignity. By now, Exachi couldn't take it anymore. She pointed a finger straight at him, demanding, Moon King, are you still not going to summon your beast? The Great Moon Demon King beside her let out a terrifying roar, then menacingly raised its massive tail high into the air. Then it slams its tail into a nearby rock, a clear challenge. The massive snake slowly lifts its sandy tail as the boulder crumbles, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. This crazy display had Su Liang in awe. Yep, that's a supreme level for you. Even their tantrums are on another level. The very next second, Exachi furiously ordered her Great Moon Beast to kill him. Instantly, it opened its huge mouth, firing a thick blast of dark purple energy straight forward. At that moment, Su Liang squeezed his eyes shut, betting everything on his moon in the lake. He waited silently on the surface of his quiet lake. In a flash, the beast's attack slammed right into Su Liang's position. A massive shockwave erupted. As the mystical black smoke faded, Su Liang was still standing there, perfectly unharmed. He managed a slight smile after that intense attack, but inside he was basically crying tears of joy, thanking every god he could think of. Then he got serious, realizing that Moonlight Beasts could only use half their power during the day. That attack didn't even do 30% damage. He shot her a super smug look, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Breaking the moon in the lake's shield would take more effort, but he figured it probably wouldn't take much. Just then, Zachi collapsed to the ground, utterly and miserably defeated. Her eyes went blank, her voice trembling. How was that possible? Could that be the legendary moon god beast? To ramp up her fear, Su Liang spoke in a low voice. Remnants of the Black Moon cult, don't be impatient. After I deal with Chen Xingyan Yue, you're next. And with that, he spun around and left, completely ignoring the stunned Jia Qi behind him. As Su Liang's figure grew distant, it dawned on Jia Qi the Moon King had been ignoring her to avoid provoking Chen Xingyan Yue. His image was burned into her snake-like eyes. Moon King, she whispered to herself. Watching Su Liang prepare to touch Wan Yue, she couldn't help but wonder one thing. Could his impossible physics-defying shield actually block the blade that was said to have cut down the very stars? Her thoughts were cut short when she suddenly screamed, startling him, "Static celestial balance! Cancel skill!" Instantly, a deathly aura exploded from the great moon demon king. Yan Yue flared with brilliant light as jade-green energy wrapped around its body. Seeing the blinding flash of light before him, Su Liang panicked and yelled out, "This is bad." He worried silently. If the shield is cancelled, the Supreme's aura will be exposed. A second later, a hand appeared on Yan Yue, gripping it tightly as its feet were lifted clean off the ground. Its awakened form was revealed a girl with flowing green hair, holding the crescent moon high. Her eyes slowly opened, much to Su Liang's alarm. Chen Xingyan Yue was awake. At that exact moment, the crescent moon in the sky began to tremble violently. Soon, the shaking grew even more intense. Then, the weapon's awakened form began to squeeze it tightly. The next second, she opened her sharp eyes, and the ground all around them began to crack and splinter, making the scene even more chaotic. The tremors made the other students ask nervously, "What's happening now?" Just as someone shouted, "It's Chen Xingyan Yue. Chen Xingyan Yue has awakened. Run for your lives." All the students scrambled to get outside. Just then, Wan Yue's power exploded violently, and Su Liang managed to throw up his shield for protection. He gritted his teeth, looking forward and thinking with a whole lot of worry. The Great Moon Demon King only hit with less than 30% power. So the remaining wall of the moon in the lake can block this, right? Suddenly, something flashed in his mind that made him freeze. Right now, inside his pet space, the surface of the moon in the lake was churning violently. His pet was hugging him from behind, looking absolutely terrified. He thought in shock, "No way, the odds of blocking that are less than 1%. Unwilling to accept it, Su Liang frantically asked, "What? Is the power gap between supreme levels really this huge?" He whips his head around, desperately hoping the Snake Lady has some kind of master plan to save herself. But all he sees is the Great Moon Demon King curled around Shi Qi like a giant meat shield, leaving Su Liang totally speechless. And while he's still processing, Yan Yue raises her freaking sword. Well, so much for hope. Su Liang's mood takes a nosedive right off a cliff. If there's no way to stop this thing, it's game over. His robes flap in the wind, and his train of thought grinds to a halt. Then, Su Liang's mouth falls open and he screams, "Dap Van Hoa Nugiet, save me, rewind a few minutes." Outside the barrier, where an angry voice is echoing, "Elder, are you even listening to me? They're all saying some woman from the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy attacked us. Turns out it's Han Ke." And yeah, he's still screaming his head off in a total rage. "How could anyone from our academy do something like that?" Ling Yue explains, completely fed up with the drama. "You guys need to calm down. That wasn't one of our students. It was a high-ranking official from the Black Moon cult." She lets out a tired sigh, secretly relieved. If her students ran into a cult big shot, just being alive is a win. With that thought, she glances at Qi Yue, who's been silent this entire time. Seeing her just standing there like nothing's happening, Ling Yue has to wonder, why is this woman so ridiculously calm? Qi Yue's ice-cold expression just makes it weirder. Isn't she worried about the Moon King's safety at all? Suddenly, her expression shatters. Her eyes go wide as she realizes something. Instantly, Qi Yue spins around, shouting a warning to everyone. Chen Xingyan Yue has been disturbed. A wave of panic hits the crowd. They all shout back, "Chen Xingyan Yue is waking up?" Qi Yue doesn't answer, just bolts toward the students with an urgent warning. "Everyone back up! Right now!" A second later, massive boulders start flying out of the barrier at insane speeds. Nearby students scream and scatter for their lives. Qi Yue watches them run, totally confused. What was that aura that just passed by? Was that the power of the cult leader's emperor? Back inside the barrier, Su Liang is using every ounce of his strength to resist Yan Yue's crushing pressure. He throws a hand up to block the intense force, wondering why nothing happened when he shouted the name. Could this crazy glamour, combined with the silent heaven balance skill, be blocking out all sound? Looking at Yan Yue, who's about to unleash her ultimate attack, Su Liang's anxiety spikes again. Less than 3 seconds, Chen Xingyan Yue is about to break through. But as the third second ticks down in his head, a smirk spreads across his face. Oh yeah, the times have changed. With just 2 seconds left, Su Liang whips out his phone and starts furiously tapping the screen. A chat window for the Cloud Dream Covenant pops up. Instead of replying, he types out an emergency message and fires it off to Hoan Yet. And right at that moment, Yan Yue lunges, glaring daggers at Su Liang. She's holding a weapon the size of a surfboard and closing the distance like a missile. In a flash, she's right on top of him. When the gap between them is almost zero, he finally snaps into an attack stance. Not waiting another second, Su Liang shoves his hand straight forward. At the same time, Yan Yue is ready to bring her blade down. His hand shoots out just as she unleashes her attack. And right then, a blindingly brilliant power appears above Su Liang's palm. In a fraction of a second, that immense power seems to completely swallow his entire body. An earth-shattering explosion erupts with incredible force, and even the area outside the barrier feels the shockwave. Anyone standing too close gets instantly blown away. Chi Yue just barely manages to throw up a solid shield, saving the people behind her. She stares at the bizarre event, wondering to herself, was that the Emperor's barrier, completely incinerated by the blast? Just then, Ru Yue worriedly asks, the Moon King is still in there, isn't he? Chi Yue feels a knot of dread in her stomach. She can only guess that, unless she's hallucinating, the situation inside is way more complicated than they thought. As the smoke clears, a familiar silhouette appears in the haze. Chi-Chi scrambles out from under the Great Moon Demon King. She coughs a few times and grumbles, that smoke almost killed me. Looking around, she realizes the silent heaven balance is gone, probably disrupted by Chen Xing Yan Yue. Her eyes land on the weapon floating in the air, and a wave of relief washes over her. Chen Xing Yan Yue has finally calmed down, but just as quickly, Chi-Chi's relief turns to confusion. Wait a minute, where's the Moon King? She steps down onto the ground, scanning the area frantically. He was closest to Chen Xing Yan Yue a second ago, so how did he just vanish? Then, a wild theory lights up her eyes. No way. Did Chen Xing Yan Yue slice him into atoms? Not even a bone left? She starts trembling, her mind racing with the insane possibility. But it was my brilliant scheme that awakened Chen Xing Yan Yue, wasn't it? Which means Zhachi covers her mouth, giddy with excitement. It means I defeated the Moon King. At that thought, she lets out a triumphant laugh, her voice dripping with pure arrogance. The Moon King actually got his head chopped off by Chen Xing Yan Yue. The image of Su Liang on his phone flashes in her mind, and she's just so satisfied. That fool was just standing there on his phone until the very end. That's just too funny. Then she screams it for the whole world to hear. I defeated the legendary, the glorious Moon King. With a flick of her head, Zhachi turns, a massive grin plastered on her face. Now, Chen Xing Yan Yue belongs to me. But unexpectedly, the weapon roars to life once again, the sound echoing everywhere. Zhachi freezes, staring at it and muttering, "What?" In the next second, the weapon's true form reawakens, coiling around itself. She's completely stunned by this. Why is Chen Xing Yan Yue acting up again? Zhachi stands there, motionless and lost, whispering in despair. But the Great Moon Demon King is in a weakened state. This shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, her gaze shifts, drawn by a new disturbance. A thick cloud of dust billows out, shot through with strange flashes of light. And from within that smoke, the heroic figure of Su Liang slowly comes into view. Zhachi is sweating buckets, absolutely shocked. Impossible. Forget being injured. There's not even a single speck of dust on him. Just then, a massive shadow forms behind Su Liang, as a pair of enormous strange legs begin to emerge from the dense smoke. Staring at the unbelievable scene before her, Zhachi stammers out, "What in the world is that?" Huan Yue's sharp eyes appear, and she asks herself, "This thing is way too big. Is it a lesser emperor class?" Zhachi just stands there, stunned. She tries to reason it out. If it were a supreme tier, it would be absolutely enormous. But if an emperor class arrived, the whole northern territory would have felt the tremors. What is this thing? Suddenly, her face darkens, twisting in pure terror. Zhachi's trembling hand pulls out a teleportation stone from her robes, but as her fingers tighten around it, she reconsiders. No, this isn't the time to run. Even if I die, I have to see the Moon King's beast with my own eyes. She resolves to stay, even as the monstrous shape is still materializing. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A moment later, a pair of sparkling antlers appear, followed by a majestic, pearly white body. That enormous glorious deer is none other than the supreme tier cloud-stepping moon deer. And right at that moment, the faint silhouette of a young woman appears just behind Huan Yue. Zhachi collapses to the ground, her eyes glazed over in disbelief. How is this possible? Her mind is still reeling in shock as she makes a quick comparison. This creature is 4 or 5 times larger than the Great Moon Demon King. Physically, the Great Moon Demon King was one of the most terrifying beings in the Black Moon cult, but she'd never imagined a supreme tier beast could be this massive. Zhachi glances over at Su Liang, her mind filled with doubt. Besides, with his measly 1-star grace, How could he possibly unleash the full power of a supreme-tier being? She decides this must be his one and only fatal flaw. Just then, Su Liang lets out a relieved smirk. His heart was still pounding a little now that was a spectacle. He glances back at Huan Yue behind him, quietly marveling at the sight. To think such a small deer could transform into something so magnificent, it even startled him. But then a question pops into his head: how did she even get here? It was like she teleported. He didn't even see how she managed to save him. Su Liang's eyes linger on the faint female figure behind her, still puzzled. And who is that? Is that her ancestor or something? Is that what she's gonna look like when she grows up? Just then, Huan Yue looks at Su Liang and sends a telepathic message. By the way, can you stop Chenxing Yan Yue for me? I really don't want to get slashed by that thing again. Her voice snaps him back to reality. Can I stop it? She replies, well, since you're standing here, you must have a plan, right? Su Liang's mind starts racing as he realizes something. Wait a minute. He quickly summons the Book of the Moon. His thoughts continue getting hit by that blade was basically direct contact with the weapon itself. That should mean I can see its detailed information in the Book of the Moon now. With that, Su Liang quickly flips through the pages. Looking at the text before him, he still feels a bit worried. Just because he can read about it doesn't mean he can solve the problem. If this doesn't work, he'll just have the cloud-stepping moon deer carry him to safety. The entry says that the supreme tier Chenxing Yan Ye is a legendary beast that lost its scabbard after the moon shattered in ancient times. It has been searching for it for thousands of years. During this time, it has fallen asleep and reawakened many times, unable to return to a sheath. It refuses to communicate with any living creature. The last lines provide a crucial clue. Chenxing Yan Yue's old scabbard, the first quarter moonflower bone, is a currently locked Supreme Moonlight tier item. After reading those last few lines, Su Liang's brain starts spinning. Turns out there's a Supreme level scabbard. News like that would be a pretty sweet bargaining chip with Chenxing Yan Yue, right? His eyes light up at the thought. But then he remembers not even the ancient moon god palace had a clue. Su Liang stares hard at the awakening Yan Yue, the pieces finally clicking together. He realizes, wait, is Chenxing Yan Yue even older than the moon god palace? And right then, Yan Yue begins to arch her back. In that exact moment, it dawns on Su Liang, it's possible even her previous host, Shang Xuan Changhua, didn't know her true origin. Yan Yue's eyes flare with a brilliant light, signaling that a world-ending attack is coming. As the power gathers in the air, Sa Qi panics and bolts, screaming, "This is bad, she's awakening again." She scrambles to her monster's side, barking out an order. "Great Moon Demon King, you better protect me!" As Zachi mutters the words, the Great Moon Demon King, already on its last legs, lets out a ferocious roar. Just then, Yan Yue shoots a death glare at Huan Yue. It doesn't back down, immediately glaring back and snapping, "What are you looking at?" A second later, they're locked in a mutual stare-down of pure hatred, their auras clashing violently. Neither is giving an inch. And at that exact moment, Su Liang starts walking forward. He strolls right towards the spot where Yan Yue is about to unleash hell. Zachi, still trying to hide, can only ask the Moon King in confusion, what is he trying to do? He takes a few more steps, and she gasps in horror he just walked out of the Supreme Level Protection Zone. A smirk plays on Su Liang's lips as he slowly spells it out. Chenxing Yan Yue, submit to me. An immense pressure erupts from him, forming a force field around his body. He thrusts his hand forward, his gaze razor sharp. He's just inches away, his hand about to touch the brilliant sphere of mystic energy floating above. Just then, Yan Yue flinches, her brow furrowing in confusion. The energy sphere grows even larger, promising absolute destruction. Yet, Su Liang remains perfectly calm, his voice ringing out. The scabbard of Shang Xuan Yue Changhua. Those words hit her like a bolt of lightning, leaving Yan Yue completely stunned for a moment. His voice continues, smooth and steady. Chenxing Yan Yue, you're looking for her, aren't you? She looks at Su Liang with wide, shimmering eyes, pure shock written all over her face. Below, he just stands there, looking majestic, and he continues his offer. I swear on the name of Yue Shen Di, in 3 years, I will bring the scabbard before you. Without even a pause, he lays out his condition. In return, you must grant me one request. As Su Liang's words fade, Yan Yue sinks into deep contemplation. She goes silent for a moment, then slowly closes her heavy eyelids, her entire body dissolving into the void. In an instant, Yan Yue's body becomes a shimmering, translucent figure floating in midair. Su Liang's hand passes right through the massive energy sphere. From behind, Zachi's eyes go wide with disbelief, her voice trembling. He passed through it? How is that possible? Could it be? Just then, swirling vortexes of water begin to rise from beneath his feet. Streams of turquoise water flow upwards like soft silk, wrapping around the floating Yan Yue. Su Liang watches from below, tracking every single movement. The next second, Yan Yue transforms into a stream of blue energy, merging completely with the flowing water. Slowly, the mixture drifts down and fuses with Su Liang's chest, and that's when Zaqi's brain finally catches up. Did Shen Xingyan Yue just accept the Moon King? Beside her, Huan Yue stares at the man in total astonishment. Suddenly, a glimmer appears in its eyes, completely captivated by the miracle unfolding. The two streams of energy have become one, coiling around Su Liang's body, forcing Huan Yue to admit it. Yeah, the outside world is about to be seriously shaken. In a flash, he had completely tamed the wild weapon, looking to the heavens with pure satisfaction. At this point, Zachi looks like she's been hit by 100 bolts of lightning. She just stands there, completely dazed, her mind refusing to accept it. This is impossible. I mean, tens of thousands of beast tamers have all failed because Shen Xingyan Yue has a unique trait. She's completely indestructible. However, once she makes a contract, she can be destroyed if her contractor dies. So to get her to sign, you have to be someone she truly believes will never be defeated. Su Liang's face flashes through Saqi's mind. She's completely stunned as she has to admit it. This guy is the Moon King. After her thoughts finally settle, Zachi staggers to her feet, whispering, "So, you really do have to see it to believe it." Suddenly, her eyes fly wide open. A grim determination takes over. If that's the case, then I will use my death to deliver this information to the Black Moon cult model. And just like that, Zachi starts screaming for the Great Moon Demon King. At her call, that spiky pet monster of hers immediately rushes over to her side. From a distance, Su Liang quickly realized something was seriously wrong here. He shot a freezing cold look at Zachi, muttering, "This woman has seen way too much." And Huan Yue? Oh, she got the hint instantly. She slammed her foot down hard on the ground, then blasted a blinding beam of energy straight ahead. The intense light aimed directly for the Great Moon Demon King. A second later, the giant serpent simply vanished into the void. That lightning-fast move successfully kicked the Great Moon Demon King out of existence, leaving behind a scene of absolute devastation. Staring at the now flattened mountain range, Su Liang was too shocked to even speak. A small part of him wondered, had he maybe been a bit too careless with what he was feeding her lately? On the destroyed ground, someone's blood began to drip down. And of course, the one coughing it all up was Zachi as she finally pieced it all together. Moon God Palace, Moon Restaurant, White Deer, Moon King, so that's how it was. Looking at Huan Yue's massive silhouette, she became certain of one thing: this was no natural-born supreme being. Exachi's face twisted as the next thought hit her. This is the descendant of an emperor. Her gaze locked onto Huan Yue's dark, intimidating aura. She was terrified, thinking, what's more, her ancestor is, but her train of thought just stopped. Zachi cautiously pulled out a teleportation stone, trying to reassure herself. I can't die. This news is way more important than the sunken star Yan Yue. Everyone has to know. Her face was a perfect mask of determination mixed with a furious desire for payback. First, create a diversion. Then, getting out of here wouldn't be so hard. With that thought, Zachi silently ordered her 3 remaining pets to charge. Then, she spun around, gripped the teleportation stone in her hand, and told herself it was now or never. This area still wasn't completely sealed off. If she could just get away from the Moon King, she'd have a chance. But out of nowhere, a streak of light zipped by, snatching away her last hope of survival. She stared at her empty hand, completely speechless. Across from her, even Huan Yue's jaw dropped, totally shocked by what she had just witnessed. Su Liang's tiny little butterfly was holding the stone. Huan Yue was stunned when she saw it. That was just a low-level glimmer butterfly. In an instant, the glimmer butterfly brought the teleportation stone right back to Su Liang, right in front of the still-frozen Zachi. He let out a tiny smug smile and began to explain. In a battle between supreme beings, of course no one would ever notice a low-level glimmer butterfly. Am I wrong? Hearing those words, she was just paralyzed, unable to move in midair. Then she finally spoke, her voice eerily calm, as if she'd already given up on life itself. It may be too late now, but I finally understand why they call you the Moon King. Huan Yue didn't hesitate, inhaling a swirling, icy breath, and Zachi's body began to dissolve with it. Her face blurred, but a smile remained as she whispered a final goodbye. Moon King, it was an honor to fight you. She kept that smile on her face as her life slowly faded away. Cut to outside the barrier, where Qi Yue's eyes suddenly flew wide open. Seeing Su Liang casually strolling out of the chaos, she could only stammer out in a shout. Master! He walked right past the crowd of people who were all staring at him and calmly made an announcement. Zachi is dead. Lift the blockade. Then he added two more words, which made everyone incredibly curious. Su Liang glanced over with his crescent moon eyes and slowly emphasized, "From now on, the sunken star Yan Yue will be under my protection." The news that the Moon King had claimed the artifact sent shockwaves through all the Moonlight forces. At that exact moment, at the Kang Yue Holy Sect, a place located deep in the southern domain, the silhouette of a young woman with long, shimmering hair was bathing. Behind her, a maidservant was rushing over to report, "Great Emperor Kang Yue, this is terrible. The sunken star Yan Yue has been claimed by the Moon King." She scooped up a little water from the pool, replying calmly, "There's no need to panic, I already knew." Then Kang Yue stood up, still perfectly composed, and explained, "The Moon King is the chosen favorite of the Moonlight and the one who holds the Book of the Moon, so this was bound to happen." The servant, still not convinced, argued loudly, "But Great Emperor, so are you. You were born a 4-star beast master, and you also have an emperor-level beast and possess eyes that can see through all the moonlight in the world." Hearing this, Kang Yue just smirked, her reply filled with a sinister and dangerous tone. "That's right. I'm also very curious. Who does the moonlight favor more?" Then she gave a firm order, "For the Moon God Festival, make everyone in the sect forfeit their qualification." Those words hit the servant like a bolt of lightning, leaving her completely stunned, unable to form a single sentence. At that same moment, on a coastline at the northern edge of the central region, a figure cloaked in black stood staring into the distance. And in the back, a woman's voice rings out with an announcement. "Lord Than Sun, those two are on their way." Than Sun immediately shoots back. "Lin Chi Toa, what do you think? Am I going to lose to the Moon King again?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chi gives a rock-solid reply. "Even as the only one among the top believers, I have never doubted you. You will defeat the Moon King and restore the glory of the Black Moon cult." Suddenly, the sea starts churning with mysterious whirlpools and strange flashes of light. And from within the vortex, a voice echoes out. "Black Moon's holy mountain, I hope your little plan doesn't disappoint us." Tin Mengwiet of the Nine Hells appears with a bold statement. If they die in this fight, their sect will willingly submit to the Moon King. Next to her is Duang Huang Tuyen, also from the Nine Hells, who chimes in, "No one can defy the gods. You should know that." Hearing this, Than Son just gives a confident reply. "Don't worry, the plan will succeed, guaranteed." Then, he turns to head inside, his voice filled with grim determination. "Let's go. To the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. We'll wait for the Moon God ritual, then we'll kill the Moon King." The scene then shifts to a starlit hall. Inside, someone is freaking out, yelling, "Is the Moon God ritual really about to start?" That was Honenguiet, still shouting in disbelief. The Moon God only descends to give guidance when the moonlight is at its absolute brightest. The last Moon God ritual was over 1,000 years ago. A fed-up Tu Luang puts a hand to his face, sighing, "I know. The headmaster of the Beast Taming Academy contacted me a long time ago." And just then, a multicolored ruby appears to give him a lecture. Once the Moon God ritual begins, all chosen Moonlight-type Beast Tamers become sacrifices to compete for the final title of Moon King. The reward for winning is insane, boosting a tamer's growth to terrifying levels. It might even spark another war between the emperors. The ritual won't end until someone is crowned king, or everyone else just gives up. Which means, this whole Moon God ritual thing won't be over until he defeats the Kang Yue Great Emperor in 3 years. Hearing this, Tu Luang just stares blankly, resigned to his fate. He pulls out his phone to show Honenguiet, reading the text on screen with total annoyance. Not only that, the sacrifices can even track each other's locations. So, at the headmaster's request, I have to protect her 2 sacrificial students. But wait, the reality of it hits him hard. Why the heck does he have to keep a promise made by his predecessor? Seriously, just how many people did his past self scam in the Moon God's name? Suddenly, Honenguiet calmly says something that makes his face freeze. "No need to stress so much. Isn't there a reward for the battle? Maybe in 3 years the Kang Yue Great Emperor won't even be worthy of shining your shoes." But the moment it mentions, "Plus, there's an ultra-rare chance to win the missing pages of the Book of the Moon," something clicks in his brain. Seeing Tu Luang's surprised face, Honenguiet slowly explains, "You didn't know? It said the owner of the missing pages can break the contract limit and sign on with dozens of beasts." Hearing that, our boy is hit with another round of shock. His eyes go wide as he thinks just a few pages let you sign that many contracts, and here he is with the whole book. But his anxiety quickly returns. He wonders to himself, totally confused, "But I have the Book of the Moon, so how can anyone else have the missing pages?" Seeing Tu Luang just sitting there stroking his chin, Honenguiet uses its head to shove him forward, demanding, "Hey, stop thinking, and go tell the breeder to let me roam free." It clasps its hooves together with a totally pathetic look, pleading with Tu Luang, If I can go out and see the moon, I can help you look after those two little ones. Not hearing a reply, a curious Hohen Nuyet glances over at him. Turns out Su Liang got slammed straight into a wall from that little shove. He quickly stumbles out of the room, rubbing his backside while pulling out his phone to search for something, complaining the whole time. A single nudge from a supreme-level creature almost ruptured my kidney. Next thing you know, an article titled 100 Ways to Cook Venison is shared to his chat with Hohen Nguyen. All it could do was send back a series of dots in defeat. Suddenly, a notification pops up on screen, and Tu Luang blurts out in surprise, "Whoa, the files on those two students are already here?" Inside, an image of a cat-eared girl appears with her info. Bai Yuer, 16 years old, from the Bai Sheng clan in the west, daughter of an emperor. A human-tiger hybrid who possesses a supreme-level beast, but for some reason it's stuck in a deep sleep. They suspect it's because her own level is too low for it to even appear. After reading, he strokes his chin, musing. At first I thought cat girl, but it turns out she's a tiger girl. On the screen, a blue-haired girl appears. Next to her, similar info scrolls by. Bi Yao, 16 years old, from the most prosperous human kingdom in the Northern Territories. The fourth princess of the Bishnigiyet Empire was basically a prodigy, summoning supreme-level beasts to fight her battles since she was just a kid. After getting the lowdown on these two, a bored Su Liang swiped through his phone and muttered to himself, "A princess and an emperor's daughter. What a pain. I'll just forward this and deal with it later." And just like that, their intel was zipped over to Huan Yue, who, by the way, was super hyped about it, instantly replying, "Ooh, the one on the bed looks fun. I call dibs." Cut to the academy, where night is falling, and a very sleepy Yue is trying to stay awake. She's on a swing set with Su Jing, letting out a little sigh. I still can't believe Chen Xing Yan Yue was captured by the Yue Wang just like that. It feels like something out of a crazy dream. Su Jing suddenly hopped off the swing, all fired up. "Come on, we gotta get to the teaching area. Aren't they making some huge announcements tonight?" So the two girls started heading over, completely unaware of the pair of deer antlers peeking out from behind them. He immediately sized her up. Yep, that had to be the half-breed girl from the Bai Sheng clan. His eyes followed Yuer as he mumbled, "Her scent is memorable. But she doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed." Just then, a raindrop landed on his nose. He glanced up at the sky, looks like it's about to rain. Then he started to back away, thinking, better head back for now. My powers get seriously nerfed in the rain, and I'd rather not risk any surprises. But he didn't even take a full step before he froze, his eyes narrowing. Something was very, very wrong. A massive whirlpool of water ripped open the air, exploding violently as watery tendrils shot towards the sky. And out of it emerged the supreme-level rain tyrant, appearing right in front of Yuer and Su Jing. It placed a hand on its chest and declared, "Found you," one of the 5 supreme targets. Then, the tyrant's mouth opened into a black void as it growled, "My child, I will give you 10 seconds to summon all your beasts. I have no interest in killing a beast tamer's physical body with a cheap sneak attack." Below, Yuer and Su Jing gripped each other's hands, pure terror on their faces. Seeing the symbol on its shoulder, Huan Yue, watching from a distance, couldn't help but freak out. 7 stars. Is this thing the beast of a 7-star tamer? The fear was written all over Huan Yue's face. A 7-star tamer was bad news. It meant their master was at the emperor level. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the academy's main gate, a few figures were walking through the now pouring rain. A voice complained, "It's raining." In the middle of her servants, Princess Beach Jiao walked under an umbrella. She grumbled irritably, "Why do we have to assemble at the teaching area even when it's pouring? What's so important?" Suddenly, a tiny butterfly fluttered in front of Bitch Jiao, and her eyes immediately locked onto it. After a moment, she realized it was just a low-level Shanguang Di. The little butterfly gently landed on Bitch Jiao's finger, and she held perfectly still to let it rest there. One of her maids quickly tried to intervene. "Your Highness, that is a low-level beast. You shouldn't." But before the maid could finish, the princess snapped back. "What? Are you gonna lecture me with the Yue Wang's weird philosophy now? What's the harm in playing a little? For all we know, the Yue Wang is secretly playing with little beasts too." Suddenly, a new voice called out from behind, making Bitch Jiao and her maids whip their heads around. "Were you talking about the Yue Wang?" A short-haired woman with a sinister smile on her face stepped closer. "The Yue Wang happens to be my favorite topic. Mind if I join in?" From the distance, a figure with 2 long horns on their head slowly approached them. The maid immediately went on guard, shouting, "Who's there?" As the servant's power flared, Bitch Jiao stepped back. She yelled rudely, "Get lost, you ugly thing. Can't you see I'm on my way to a student assembly?" Turns out, it was Lingzi Zuo. She forced a fake smile, trying to stay calm, but inside she was absolutely fuming over being called ugly. Then, Lingji summoned her own pet beast. She said with smug satisfaction, "It's such a shame I have to deal with a child who only has a young supreme beast. I feel so guilty I could just cry." All the maids gasped in unison, completely stunned to see a supreme-level evil-eyed antelope. Behind them, Bitch Jiao couldn't keep her composure either, especially when the words Hey Yue Jiao flashed through her mind. Cut to the Beast Taming Academy's main square, now packed with students, and every single one of them looked miserable standing in the pouring rain. In the center of the square stood Ru Yue and Jin Yue. Ru Yue scanned the crowd below with a growing sense of unease. Bai Yue and Bitch Jiao, they're both missing. I have a really bad feeling about this. She cleared her throat a few times, then began the announcement as planned. Fellow students, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. The moment she said the words, the moon god ritual, after more than 1,000 years, is about to begin. The students below erupted in shock, but Ru Yue didn't stop, her eyes still frantically searching the crowd as she continued. Once the moon god festival begins, the most promising Moonlight Beastmasters get picked as sacrificial fighters to keep the gods happy. Every victory lands you some unimaginable rewards, and there are rules to determine the ultimate winner. But before the guy could even finish, someone else's voice booms over, explaining the real rules. The sacrifices slaughter each other until only one person is left alive. Noon Guyet and Kim Guyet both look up at the glowing sky as a guardian spirit appears with the creepiest grin, gleefully continuing the speech. That person becomes the one true Moon King of this era. Seeing that absolutely twisted face, Noon Guyet immediately orders the students to fall back. Now, but the second the words leave her mouth, the spirit drops a meteor-sized explosion on them, lighting up the entire night sky. Nguyen Guyet, however, is quick to activate a defensive skill. She stares ahead, a seriously bad feeling crawling up her spine. Damn it, that was a 7-star Supreme's battle skill. Her own beast can only manage to protect herself. The students watch in fear as the dust from that insane explosion begins to settle, all while the rain keeps pouring. But Noon Guyet freezes, staring at the completely unharmed students, too shocked to even form words. Elder Kim Nuyet moves to her side, both of them sharing the exact same confused thought. What just happened? The guardian spirit's face is still contorted, getting a little worried now that it realizes its attack was just absorbed. Looks like the Moon King interfered. Somewhere in the teaching area, Su Liang, in his familiar cloak, is just standing there with the other students. His back is perfectly still as he silently watches the whole mess unfold. Su Liang's gaze sharpens like a dagger while the spirit's words echo in his ear. The Moon King is watching me. He instantly connects the dots thanks to that battle at Moon Hidden Mountain. Hu Zhongyue's protection skill is now 3 times stronger. A new wave of anxiety hits Su Liang when he sees Hu Zhongyue's face, but this time 40% of the shield was destroyed. If this happened before, everyone here would have been blown to absolute smithereens. And yet, he smirks, thinking to himself that he'd almost forgotten how long it's been since he really let loose. And right on cue, blood-red lightning cracks across the sky. Everyone starts panicking and screaming, "What is that?" The sky is tearing apart. From the void emerges Yin Yue Tian Nu, a woman with 2 massive angel wings flapping majestically. Spotting the 7-star symbol on her chest, Nu Nguyet starts to freak out, thinking a second 7-star Supreme? A 7-star Beastmaster? That means the enemy has at least one Emperor-level beast. Suddenly, Yin Yue starts yelling at her partner, "What are you doing? What if all these people die? Was that really necessary?" The guardian spirit casually replies, "What do you know? You think the Moon King cares about the lives of these ants?" She doesn't hesitate, snapping right back, "You idiot, this is the Twin Moon Cult's territory. Besides, our only mission was to stall the 2 vice deans." Overhearing this argument, Noon Yet puts it together, shouting at the 2 strangers, "Wait, are you the guardian spirit and Yin Yue Tian Nu from Star-Mazed Moon?" She asks, completely bewildered. 5 years ago, I was an exchange student there. I was lucky enough to see that person's power firsthand. Why are you attacking us now? The guardian spirit immediately turns to ask Yin Yue, "Well, what do we do, my other half?" At this, Yin Yue gives the spirit an order. "Fine, I'll give you 1 minute to teach these naive students a lesson. After that, we're not holding back anymore." At those words, every student below starts running for their lives except for one person calmly walking forward. Right through the middle of the panicking crowd trying to escape this chaotic mess, Su Liang casually walks the other way, typing something on his phone. He stops in front of the 2 troublemakers and asks, "Star-Mazed Moon, is it?" Both of them immediately whip around, their eyes fixed on him with caution. Instantly, Su Liang's face darkens, his rage obvious as he calls them out for not even daring to show their true faces. Even their emperor won't show up, and they actually think they can just retreat safely after wrecking this place? The next second, he summons Chen Xing Yan Yue. It rockets into the air, surrounded by brilliant streams of energy. Noon Guyet and Kim Guyet can only stare up in complete shock, realizing that's a supreme-level Chenxing Yan Yu. At that moment, the ultimate weapon enters its awakened state. Yan Yue pauses, observing the situation, and then her eyes flare with a blinding light. Yan Yue grips her massive blade with both hands, beginning to gather an immense amount of energy, signaling that total destruction is imminent. Noon Guyet realizes something is terribly wrong, terrified of what's coming next. Hold on. That stance makes zero distinction between friend and foe. Wang Guyet looks absolutely terrifying, but Nguyet's the one panicking at the thought. Don't tell me she's planning to just wipe out everyone here? In a flash, the awakened Yin Nguyet unleashes total annihilation on the guardian spirit and Dan Nguyet Thien Nu. The light from that move was absolutely blinding. Not long after, a huge cloud of smoke erupts from the point of impact, leaving the ground completely devastated. And from inside that thick smoke, you can hear Nguyen Nguyet coughing her lungs out. She's sitting on the ground, somehow totally unhurt by that last attack. She glances at a scratch on her face, still in disbelief. Yep, she survived. Nguyen Nguyet then slowly gets to her feet, staring at the deep crater in front of her and realizing the Moon King must still care about his own people. The other two are just splattered at the bottom of the pit, barely able to speak and completely unable to fight back. So this is Tramtin Yen Nguyet? At the crater's edge, Tu Luang stands there looking cool while the awakened Yin Nguyet just floats above him. DM Nguyet glares up at him, still trying to spit out some threats. But even if we die in battle, it'll just be a little welcome gift for you all. The guardian spirit, having regained its composure, adds to the warning a final reminder that the Emperor will soon appear before you. Next second, the two of them start to combine their powers. The spirit erupts in a heavy light, while Dan Ngayat summons orbs that spin around her. The moment Yen Guyet saw something was off, her eyes started to glow intensely. She zips over and stares right down at them. Tu Luang just hangs back, quietly watching the situation unfold. He's grinding his teeth, seriously worried about how this is playing out. After 2 hits, Ho Trung Nguyet's shield is down to 4%, basically useless. Right now, Dan Nguyet and the Guardian Spirit are busy muttering some kind of chant. Tu Luang, on the other hand, is having a total meltdown. Only 3 seconds left before Tram Tin Yen Guyet draws her blade. If they don't stop, everyone is turning to dust. His vision starts to blur as he desperately asks himself, what am I supposed to do? But just then, Yen Nguyet's eyes flare up, way brighter than before. The next instant, she swings her blade forward with everything she's got. A massive crescent slash appears, crashing down on those two like a meteor. Dan Nguyet freezes, staring at the incoming attack. Her face goes dark, completely stunned by her own fragile mortality. In a heartbeat, Yen Nguyet's attack rocks the entire sky, as beams of light erupt endlessly upwards. The shockwave was so powerful that even students far away couldn't stay on their feet. One guy panics. An impact that big, is that the Moon King's beast? Suddenly, a friend behind him frantically yells, everyone, look, what is that? Up in the sky, a crescent moon and a full moon have suddenly appeared. The students all freak out when they realize there are actually 2 moons. From within the thick smoke comes the guardian spirit's enraged scream. Are you insane? Why would you use your power to create a full moon? She slowly emerges in her human form, still screaming her head off. Sure, you saved our skins by forcing an evolution, but have you even thought about how severe the consequences will be? The 6-winged Dan Nguyet sobs remorsefully, apologizing in her head. She was so sure it would be fine, but before she can finish the thought, the guardian spirit cuts her off, totally out of breath. You idiot! Now we have to face the Moon King under a full moon. Their little conversation comes to an abrupt halt as they both stare at the exact same spot in front of them. A massive Nguyet Quang To has appeared, looking absolutely enormous, all thanks to tonight's full moon. The guardian spirit is completely stunned, asking, is that a supreme grade Nguyet Kamnok Trui? But no matter how you look at it, something feels wrong. Dan Nguyet hides behind her, pure terror on her face as she delivers the news. What's more, Tram Tin Yen Nguyet has also become different. They finally notice Yen Nguyet's absolutely brutal glare, and a terrified question escapes their lips. Don't tell me we have to fight them both at the same time? Without a second's hesitation, the enraged Yen Guyet grips her blade with both hands. Then, out of nowhere, she unleashes a vicious slash right into the Nguyet Quang Do's stomach. Blood goes flying as its body is split in 2. This scene just leaves the guardian spirit and Dan Nguyet even more horrified. What the? She's killing her own allies now? After that move, Yen Nguyet whips her razor-sharp gaze behind her, and the scene cuts to the Nguyet Quang Nu Thu Academy. Outside the royal mansion, a seriously sinister magical energy is now bubbling up from the ground. Bic Zhao's servants can't help but feel terrified by this suffocating atmosphere. Lin Qi leans forward, looking at the beasts everyone summoned. She scoffs. Are you kidding me? You think you can even last for a minute? Right after that, Lin Qi calmly calls out the name Lin Duangnan Ta. The giant beast behind her immediately fires 8 laser-like beams straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, those death beams tore right through the pathetic pets on the other side. The spots they hit turned into huge, gaping holes, with smoke just pouring out of them. In just a moment, the poor creature's entire body melted into goo. A thick gas filled the air, making one of the servants let out a terrified shriek. What in the world? Seeing this absolute disaster, Bic Zhao didn't hesitate, immediately screaming for her Bic Lanung. And just like that, the enormous beast materialized right beside her. Lin Qi, on the other side, was loving every second of this. A nasty smirk spread across her face as she said, "Finally decided to call out your little ace, huh? This should be fun. Too bad for them." Once again, those high-powered beams of light sliced straight through the creature, followed by Lin Tree's cheerful greeting. The Bitch Lan Ung isn't a moonlight type, is it? It doesn't match your own attributes, which is why it's stuck in this baby form, am I right? One of the servants immediately summoned a long-legged leopard. She then ordered it to wait for Bitch Zhao, pleading, "Princess, run to the edge of the black mist. If you can get out, you might be saved." This pathetic display just made Lin Qi laugh. "Seriously," she asked casually, "is this really all you've got?" The second she finished speaking, her Lindung Yanta was already gathering a massive ball of energy in its throat. Small rings of light even appeared in its eyes. In a flash, another death beam fired, ripping right through the handmaidens. The leopard that was waiting to help Bic Zhao escape didn't stand a chance, collapsing to the ground after that single hit. Bic Zhao's eyes shot wide open. She just stared at the scene before her, mouth hanging open, completely choked with horror. Lin Qi casually strolled towards her, looking totally relaxed. "Well," she threatened, "looks like it's time to end this little party." Suddenly, a tiny flash butterfly slipped past Bic Yao's hand, fluttering in the air as she stared in absolute shock. Lin Qi, on the other hand, was completely bewildered by the sight of that tiny little pet. Her own Lin Dung Yan Ta staggered, and suddenly Lin Qi's legs started to tremble, barely able to keep her upright. The next second, Lin Qi just collapsed to the ground, clutching her now pale face and muttering, "How is this possible? How can a flash butterfly be here?" As the tiny butterfly floated right in front of her, she was terrified, her voice shaking as she asked, "Why now of all times?" Seeing Lin Qi this freaked out by a tiny butterfly, a wild idea suddenly sparked in Bitch Zhao's mind. Wait, did this thing come to save me? A second later, she snapped around to run for it, thinking, "Whatever, I'm getting out of here first and asking questions later." Lin Qi was still kneeling pathetically on the ground, whimpering over and over, "I'm sorry, Lord Thine Son. I can't continue the mission." She then hugged her Lin Dung Nan Ta as tears streamed down her face, her thoughts screaming in despair. Because we of the Black Moon cult fear the flash butterfly more than anything else. Meanwhile, over with To Khan and Duet Ni, the two girls were clinging to each other in terror. 10, 9, 8, 7. The tyrant's voice continued to count down 6, 5, 4, 3. Hoan Weert, watching from nearby, couldn't help but wonder, a flying supreme tyrant? If Dung Huangtuin is here, does that mean the water system emperor is around too? If I fight the little one, the big one will show up. Oh, this is a total mess. Just then, the tyrant spoke the final 3 numbers. 2, 1. Getting no answer, the tyrant swung its arm forward with a threatening tone. What a shame. Then you have only yourselves to blame. Instantly, swirling vortexes of water shot out from its hand. In a flash, Duer, Ni, and To Kane were swallowed whole by the raging current. But then out of nowhere, pink and purple clouds appeared. The cloud blasted right past the tyrant, catching it completely off guard. And luckily, those surprise clouds had just saved both Duer and Ni and To Kane. The tyrant was furious about this little interruption. Clouds? This isn't a power of the Bark Than clan. It seems our intel was wrong. Who are you? The 2 stunned girls also looked up, following its gaze with curiosity. Up ahead, someone was walking with effortless style right on top of the clouds. And there she was, Hoan Weert, looking perfectly calm. To Kane was speechless. An intermediate white flower deer just saved us from a supreme being? At this moment, she looked incredibly bored, trying to psych herself up for the hassle. Well, I promised the Moon King, so I guess I have to see this through. The tyrant immediately moved to face Hoan Weert. It even tried to sound respectful, announcing, Dung Huangtuin, 3rd in command under the Emperor Thientu Wubaoquan. Hoan Weert just glanced around, unimpressed. So, that cold-hearted jerk Thientu didn't come with you? The tyrant was absolutely raging inside. How dare she call the emperor that, but it kept a straight face and simply answered, According to the rules of the Twin Moon cult's overlord, the Emperor does not appear on stage, especially since this is just a fight between Supremes. A tiny smile played on Hohenwirt's lips. Is that so? Well then, I guess this conversation is over. Then he strikes this super dramatic pose, brimming with confidence as he mumbles. Actually, I'm the kind of guy who's gentle with the weak but crushes the strong. The other guy, doesn't take that well. He immediately clasps his hands together, his voice tight with rage. Don't push it. With a clap of his hands, he unleashes his battle skill Deep Sea Descent. A giant cube of water materializes high in the sky, a deadly, churning vortex raging at its base. Huan Yue gets caught completely off guard and is instantly sucked into the watery abyss. But just as suddenly, her body vanishes from the current, reappearing as brilliant lights gathering high above. In a flash, Huan Yue materializes in the air, surrounded by dazzling streams of pure energy. Her sudden reappearance leaves Baojun completely stunned. Wait, is she some kind of illusion or something? But he quickly regains his cool, crossing his arms and muttering the classic line, "If it's come to this, I have no choice but to use that technique." And just like that, a massive, swirling whirlpool of water forms right above Huan Yue's head. With every passing second, the torrent from Baojun's attack grows more and more intense. Once it's fully charged, the entire thing comes crashing down like a cataclysmic flood. A moment later, the steam clears into nothingness, revealing a massive crater in the ground below. Baojun smirks, thinking she's been completely annihilated this time. But then something makes him freeze, unable to look away. Up in the sky, Baojun's eyes widen at an impossible sight, two moons hanging in the air. He wonders to himself, what in the world is that Jing Miyue thinking? He just changed the shape of the moon on a whim? He frantically scans the area, a new worry creeping in. In a place packed with moonlight-type beasts, this is a huge disadvantage for a water user like him. But then, his anxiety starts to fade as he remembers one crucial fact. Oh right, the enemy was already defeated. With that settled, he casually turns to leave, still super annoyed. Yeah, someone's definitely getting an earful about this later. But from behind him, a flash of long, flowing hair whips past, followed by a calm voice saying two simple words. Hearing that voice, Baojun snaps his head around instantly. There, coalescing from the clouds, is Huan Yue in her transformed state, gliding across the ground and calmly delivering a warning. How about we wait until the full moon is over, and then we can continue our fight? I mean, I don't really need the full moon to beat you, you know? Seriously. That seemed to be the last straw. In a blind rage, he charges at her, fist first, yelling triumphantly, "What was that you said? What if I feel like fighting during the full moon, huh?" But just a few seconds later, that smug look on his face completely disappears. Because now Baojun's body, along with a few unlucky rooftops, has been skewered by a giant pair of antlers. As his body fades into nothingness, with his last breath, he wonders how this is possible. Is this power even greater than a supreme? Is this the bloodline of an emperor? Looking at Huan Yue's calm expression, Baojun finally gets it. He was facing a supreme being that was completely untouchable from the start. Then she leans in, enunciating every single word with chilling clarity. "I really wasn't trying to use the full moon to bully you. Got it?" With his last ounce of strength, Baojun tries to look up at the sky. He sends a final, silent message, "Master, the next move has to be," before his entire body vanishes into thin air. The message concludes with one final thought. Be careful. Not long after, a huge crowd of students starts gathering to gawk at Huan Yue. Hearing all the whispering behind her, she thinks to herself, maybe this was a little too flashy? Then her eyes suddenly lock onto something. Looking at the complete devastation ahead, Huan Yue makes a deduction. It looks like the Mastermind and the Moon King are both over there. She tilts her head to the side, wondering with a bit of concern, okay, what's the plan now? 3 minutes earlier, at the teaching plaza, it's a scene of total destruction, with thick clouds of dust hanging in the air. On the ground, the Guardian Spirit and Yin Yue are completely knocked out, and in the distance, you can see the dark figure of Yen Yue. At this very moment, Yan Yue is totally out of control, just relentlessly swinging her weapon with devastating force. Suddenly, her gaze freezes in midair, like she's just spotted something totally out of place. The body of the Moonlight Rabbit, which had just been sliced in two, is starting to regenerate. Clouds are gathering right where it was cut, reforming its entire upper half. And in just a moment, the Moonlight Rabbit reappears in its full moon form low level, with a waning moon constitution. Combat skills include super speed regeneration and physical enhancement. Then, suddenly, its two big rabbit ears shoot straight up. In a flash, the Moonlight Rabbit reaches out and grabs the blade right out of Yan Yue's hand. And yeah, she is clearly not happy about this little interruption. Then, out of nowhere, the Moonlight Rabbit just grabs Yan Yue and takes off, leaping away in a huge hurry. Meanwhile, in a forest near the academy, Mi Yue asks their leader, Shangshan, "Hey Shangshan, you absolutely sure the Twin Moon cult can't track us on this path?" The guy just smirks, his voice absolutely dripping with smug confidence. "You really underestimate me." Then he starts boasting, completely oblivious to the intense beam of light about to crash down right beside him. "This intel is from our inside man. He says it's absolutely foolproof." Then a blinding light explodes from the ground, and just like that, Old Man Thonson finally shuts up. Out of the smoke, the massive form of Nguyet Kwangto appears, still gripping both its legendary weapons. The old guy is completely stunned. Mi Huyet and Huang Tuyen next to him start freaking out. "Crap, the Moon King found us." After a brief moment of pure panic, Thonson tries to pull himself together. He tells them to calm down, saying, "In all this chaos, that's probably not the real Moon King." He barely finishes his sentence before freezing solid, watching the giant rabbit pull something out of its own mouth. In an instant, a robe flutters out like butterfly wings, revealing the majestic figure of Tuluang, fresh from being spat out. The second they see his face, the three stooges just lock up, totally unable to move a muscle. Tuluang, on the other hand, just casually looks them over, a bit surprised to see Minuget and Hong Tuyen from the Black Moon cult. Right now, Huang Tuyen is having a full-blown existential crisis, basically thinking, "Where am I? Who am I? I'm a water-type tamer. Why am I facing the Moon King himself under a full moon?" Terrified, she decides to wave the white flag first. She desperately pleads, "Respected Moon King, I was just hired as a bodyguard. I have absolutely no beef with you, I swear." But Than Sun, being a total drama queen, shouts, "Moon King, I am here to declare war on you." Hong Tuyen's soul just left her body, muttering, "We're dead. Just end us now." Tuluang hears this and looks down, genuinely curious. He thinks it over for a second, and then, the crescent moons in his eyes start to glow as he softly repeats the words, "Declare war?" Thon Sun, without a hint of hesitation, goes on a full villain monologue. "On the next full moon, my emperor and I will come to end you. We'll carry the will of our fallen believers and crush you," he screams, his whole body shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He remembers it all. 3 years ago, the Black Moon cult headquarters was destroyed, and I lost my eyes facing some impossibly powerful beings. The memory of Tuluang's carefree face from that day just fuels his anger even more. "You were the exact same then as you are now, looking down on us like we were insects. That's just the way you moon people are." As this epic speech concludes, Tuluang is just standing there. It's completely confused. He's honestly wondering, what is this guy even talking about? Did the previous owner of this body have amnesia? Why is there zero memory of any of this? But he glances over at his pet, who's about to go nuclear, and realizes he has bigger problems. Okay, whatever. I'll find an excuse first and figure it out later, because Yen Nguyen is about to lose it. After a quick brainstorm, Tuluang finally speaks. "While the struggles of insects are quite pathetic, I suppose I can grant you a chance." The three of them go dead, silent, hanging on his every word. His expression turns dark as he continues with a menacing tone. "But as payment for provoking me, I'll order the Twin Moon cult to hunt you down relentlessly. If you can somehow survive." Just hearing that makes Thon Sun's entire body tremble uncontrollably. Mi Nguyen and Hong Tuyen couldn't hide their terror either. At that moment, Tuluang turns to leave, tossing out his final words. "Then, and only then, will I grant your challenge." With that, he calls out to his giant battle pet. As if it was waiting for this exact command, the enraged Yen Nguyen immediately raises its massive blade. In a single instant, a terrifying attack lights up the night sky, exploding like a meteorite. 10 minutes later, the crescent moon shines over the devastation. Down in the forest, smoke still hangs heavy over the charred remains of trees. Someone coughs violently, asking if the Moon King is gone. The trio digs themselves out of the ground, and Mi Nguyen nervously comments that Yen Nguyen's power felt unnatural. "If our emperor hadn't secretly made a move, there's no way we would have survived that." She then leaps to her feet, suggesting angrily, "But that's against the rules, and the Twin Moon cult's leader probably saw it. From now on, we split up and act alone." Huang Tuyen just sighs, exhausted. Next on the agenda, figuring out how to not get murdered by the entire Twin Moon cult, she glances toward the distant mountains, a deep sense of dread rising within her. She remembers how Tram Tin Yen Guyet took down the 7-star Supreme Vu Bao Quan, who didn't even have time to escape. Then Hong Tuyen states with absolute certainty that there is another, hidden power operating within the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. After leaving the forest, Tuluang took a casual walk around the academy grounds. Looking over the absolute carnage, the guy had to wonder, did they go a little overboard trashing the academy? He stopped to process. But then his brain started rebooting. How did his beasts, Chen Xing Yan Yue and Da Yun Jue Yue, just casually humble a 7-star supreme? Still, he wasn't about to complain. The thought alone was pretty sweet. He hadn't even signed contracts with them, and he was already racking up wins against huge names. Suddenly, a scream in the distance snapped him out of his power trip. Out of nowhere, a blur of motion launched itself straight at Su Liang, tackling him clean off his feet. And there on his stomach was Huan Yue in human form, wailing her eyes out while pummeling his chest. You gotta listen to me. I ran into a 7-star Beastmaster just now. I was almost defeated. It was terrifying. She kept on whining as Su Liang just lay there. If it wasn't for me, this whole place would be underwater. That girl with Bai Sheng probably would have drowned. Then, mid-meltdown, Huan Yue froze solid. An incredibly important thought had finally decided to show up. Did I forget to change back? But before she could do anything, Su Liang gently placed a hand on her head, patting it. He looked at Huan Yue with such a tender, doting expression that she immediately calmed down. Then he made a suggestion. In a few days, let's head back to the Twin Moon cult together. I've got some business to discuss with that so-called leader. Huan Yue paused for a moment, the gears turning in her head. Overlord. Then it clicked, and her face went beet red. Is this the legendary meeting of the parents? Playing it cool, Huan Yue shyly asked. Isn't this a little fast? But on the inside, she was screaming with joy. Cut to the next morning at the Twin Moon cult headquarters on Tianfu Island, a floating rock with giant butterfly wings chilling above the clouds. Down below, a group in white robes stared up at the island, buzzing with excitement. Is that island modeled after the legendary emperor of the ephemeral Silver Dream? It's a total masterpiece. The Twin Moon cult can definitely go toe-to-toe with the Kang Yue Holy Sect. The only one not in a white cloak was Tao Xiaoju from the Kang Yue Holy Sect's Tao Yue Guan. She shot a glare at her followers and snapped, "You haven't forgotten why we're here, have you?" She then turned forward, announcing every word with purpose. The treasure of the Eastern Domain's great emperor is inside the Twin Moon cult headquarters. Xiaoju clenched her fist, her voice filled with fire. Today, no matter the cost, I am getting my hands on it. Before long, Xiaoju and her crew set foot on Tianfu Island. The second she saw the place, her jaw dropped. Crowds of people hustled down streets lined with massive buildings. She couldn't help but gawk. This place is insanely busy. Xiaoju bit down hard on the white handkerchief in her hand. She was so not happy. She had assumed the Twin Moon cult would be some strict, uptight place, but it turned out to be a massive tourist trap. She grumbled, I wonder how much money they make in a single day. Then she and her group pressed on. Right behind Xiaoju was a figure in a black cloak, wearing a butterfly mask. Of course, it was Su Liang. He glanced over his shoulder at Xiaoju, a little confused by her presence, and quietly wondered, why is a beastmaster from the southern domain's Dao Yue Guan here? At that, Huan Yue popped her head out. Who are you talking about? The moment she saw Xiaoju's back, she gasped. Wait a minute, isn't that Tao Xiaoju? Immediately, Huan Yue grabbed Su Liang's sleeve, spilling all the tea with maximum annoyance. She's a candidate for Saintess at Tao Yue Guan and a crazy online stand for the Kang Yue Great Emperor. Then, she balled her fists, vowing, she blocked me after I called her out in a private message. This is my chance to make her apologize. Su Liang listened, feeling his will to live just drain away. He could only ask himself, making someone apologize for an internet fight? What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Seeing her fuming, he tried a different approach. Hey, let it go. What else do you want to do? He figured they still had plenty of time before the moon rose anyway. But Huan Yue completely shot down his enthusiasm with a single, sharp no. Just then, a sign caught her eye. Monster Eating Challenge. Unlimited anonymous participants. Registration closes at 5 o'clock. She immediately pointed right at it and declared, I'm doing that! Su Liang was at a complete loss for words, just suffering internally. The Moon King's legendary beast in an eating contest? If that news got out, his reputation was officially dead. Suddenly, a different voice cut through his private misery, grabbing his attention. Hurry up! Time is running out! Get registered! The voice belonged to Xiaoju, who was practically vibrating with excitement at the sign-up booth. After signing up, Xiaoju said with a huge grin, as long as I win first prize. My power will definitely make me stand out among the Saintess candidates. Su Liang just happens to overhear this, and his brain locks onto one word, prizes. Naturally, his eyes snap straight to the prize board for this little competition. First place gets a drop of the Crimson Flame Monarch's essence. Second, a box of face masks. Third, some hand lotion. And reading this, Su Liang's jaw just about hits the floor. He can't help but blurt out, hold on, what in the world is this prize gap? He's totally baffled. The Crimson Flame Monarch. Isn't that the legendary emperor of the Eastern Domain? They say its presence alone turns the sky blood red for miles. The thing is basically a myth. Electronic signals are scrambled in the East, so almost no one has seen its true form. Thinking about this, Su Liang gets pissed. Who in their right mind organized this contest? Putting an emperor's essence on the same prize list as hand cream and face masks? Huan Yue, looking a little surprised by his outburst, just blinks and asks him back, "Isn't this what your twin moon cult has been teaching? It's all about getting revenge on the monarch." And with that, Su Liang suddenly shuts right up. Huan Yue then explains, all serious, that word on the street is the twin moon cult has been buying up massive amounts of rare delicacies for butterfly-type beasts. Apparently, they've got some major beef with the Crimson Flame monarch. You didn't know, sir? I just assumed you were the one who ordered it. Su Liang, meanwhile, is just dying of secondhand embarrassment inside. No way. My little low-tier glimmer butterfly can't possibly handle food meant for an emperor-class beast. But despite all that, he's still eyeing the competition. A prize is a prize, right? And suddenly, he's feeling just a little bit interested. Right on cue, a notification from his moon tome pops up. Phase 2. New function unlocked. Consume a set number of draws. You can now view clues for all unlocked pets, and it'll only cost 5 draws to get a high-tier beast clue, 30 draws for a mid-tier clue, and 100 draws for a clue to a supreme-tier beast. Oh yeah. A sly little smirk spreads across Su Liang's face. He is very pleased. After unlocking so many supreme-tier illustrations, the moon tome itself has leveled up. Who knows what other cool new features it might unlock next. A moment later, the host grabs the mic. Welcome, everyone, to the Beast Chowdown Challenge, hosted by the one and only Twin Moon Cult. I'm your host, Yuer. She's standing between 2 long tables with a massive crowd already gathering around to watch the show. She beams at the crowd, shouting, "Thanks to everyone for signing up." But down in the crowd, people are whispering. Who in their right mind wants to get involved in the cult's beef with the monarch? Seriously, are these contestants total morons? Or did the cult just hire a bunch of actors for the day? Ignoring the gossip, the host barrels on with the rules. Each contestant can summon a maximum of 2 beasts to do the eating. But be warned, we're using supreme-tier beast food, and we're talking a level of insane spice that only supreme-tier beasts can handle. At this, Xiaoju's 2 sidekicks look absolutely horrified. But she? She just looks more determined than ever. Plates of bright red cakes are brought out, steam rising off them in waves, carrying a spice so intense you can almost taste it. The smell hits the pets of Xiaoju's friends like a ton of bricks. And yeah, they immediately start freaking out. But while they're suffering, Huan Yue is practically drooling. She looks like she's staring at a 5-star meal. Meanwhile, Xiaoju stands firm, telling her crew, "You don't have to do this, I'm not going to lose anyway." And then, she summons her beast. Come on out! It's the heavenly flame pink butterfly, a supreme-tier fire element beast with glowing crimson wings. Xiaoju shoots a smug look at the crowd, thinking to herself, looks like even in the Twin Moon cult, not just anyone has a supreme beast. Then her eyes lock onto her opponent and widen in disbelief. Because there's Su Liang, with Huan Yue, standing behind 3 full platters of those spicy cakes. Her first thought? What the heck? Is that guy seriously entering with a mid-tier beast? Xiaoju lets out a sigh of relief, followed by a wave of pure contempt. Is he trying to kill his pet? But over on Su Liang's side, he's dead serious. He's already sizing her up. She may have only summoned 1 supreme beast, but if she's that dead set on winning, this isn't going to be a simple fight. He glances over at the drooling Huan Yue, then thinks back to himself, even though I have my Starlight Moonfang, I obviously can't bust that out here. A glint of confidence appears in his eyes, but I have another ace up my sleeve. Across the table, Xiaoju is giving him the most intense death glare. Just then, Yuer holds the timer high in the air and announces, 1 round only. You have 10 minutes. As the words, "Let the competition begin," echo out. Both competitors lock eyes, radiating pure confidence. This is it. The will to win is practically electric in the air. Without wasting a second, the heavenly flame butterfly grabs a spicy cake bigger than its own head and opens its mouth wide. In a single bite, it absolutely demolished that giant piece of cake. Meanwhile, the low-level pets were in total agony, crying their eyes out from the insane spice. But on the other side, Honing Guet was just happily chowing down, loving every single bite. Seeing that ridiculous eating speed, Xiaoju started to panic. Could this thing be supreme level? She shot a smug look at her own Thien Diem Fondiep, wondering who even plays the whole weakling in disguise act these days. So Xiaoju screamed out, "Whatever happens, I am absolutely not going to lose this." 3 minutes later, total carnage. Every pet from the cloaked girls was completely knocked out by the flavor. Her Thien Diem Fondiep was also on its last legs, panting with a giant belly after eating 30 cakes. Seeing how totally wiped out her pet was, Xiaoju couldn't hide her shock. It was obvious Tiandium Fundiep was done for. She nervously glanced over at her opponent, a knot forming in her stomach. Over with Su Liang, they were just floored by Honan Guyet's appetite, nervously asking, "It can still eat more? Didn't you just inhale a ton of snacks? You really don't have to force yourself, you know?" But it just kept eating, claiming it has a separate stomach for snacks. "Yeah, okay, sure." Watching Honan Guyet still inhaling cakes, Xiaoju was terrified. How is it not even breaking a sweat? Then she calmed herself, calculating in her head. With a 4-star rank and 2 supreme pets, she figured this wouldn't take more than 5 minutes. For the Emperor's fluid, she had to win, no matter what. Not wasting another second, Xiaoju roared, summoning her next beast. "Come on out." Thonlin and Guyet Foch, a massive moonlight-type supreme beast, appeared right behind her. Without a single hesitation, it grabbed a full plate of spicy cakes and just dumped them straight down its throat. Watching this absolute eating machine, even Honan Guyet looked a little nervous and asked, "If you eat like that, aren't you going to get horrible indigestion later?" But Xiaoju's confidence was back. Certain victory was hers. The announcer's voice boomed 1 final minute left in the competition. Thanlin Nguyen Fox total had hit a whopping 72 cakes. Meanwhile, Hon Nguyet was still stuck at 34. The tables had turned, but Su Liang stayed cool, whispering it was about time. And with that, he called out a name. Ho Trung Nguyet. Streams of water shot out from Ho Trung and Nguyet, instantly wrapping around the plates. Icy vortexes just inhaled every last cake in seconds. Outside the arena, the crowd went absolutely silent. No one could believe what they just saw. What was that? What even just happened? All eyes shot to the 5 empty plates at Su Liang's table. Someone yelled hundreds of cakes just vanished into thin air. Xiaoju was frozen solid, barely stammering out the words, "This is absolutely impossible." And just then, the host slammed the final bell, reeing. "The competition is over," she announced, pointing right at Su Liang and the ridiculously full Honan Guyet. "We have our winner." That announcement felt like 100 daggers straight through Xiaoju's heart. She collapsed to her knees, just muttering, "No." And with that, Nguyen Ni turned to leave, her expression suddenly dark. As she walked, she told Su Liang in a low voice, "Follow me backstage for your prize." A little later, night had fallen. Inside a quiet room, Nguyen Ni handed the vial of fluid over to Su Liang. She then asked, "Cult Master, we still have a dozen drops of Fion's fluid. Should I bring all of it?" Taking the vial, he asked, a little surprised. "So you recognize me, huh?" As Hon and Guyet looked on confused, she explained, "At first I just suspected. There were rumors about you and a white deer. Then Nguyen Ni started to report some very urgent news. But the Overlord just woke up. He told me to find you for an urgent meeting, which is how I confirmed who you were." Hearing this, Su Liang was terrified on the inside, but he just put on a cool, dismissive act. "Good." He woke up right as the moon appeared. He uncapped the vial, slowly bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as if sensing terrible danger. Seeing Su Liang stumble backward, his body twitching, Nguyen Ni called out in alarm, "Cult Master!" His body won't stop spasming as the moon tome just keeps dumping info straight into his arm. Sky system, Emperor rank, flying shadow bronze, bam, unlocked. The reward is 50 free gacha pulls, and the rules have changed. All Moonlight beasts in range are now automatically unlocked in his book. Then he reads about some Emperor rank beast that's been guarding the eastern continent for 10,000 years, one of 3 near Overlord level turtles. Su Luang's jaw just about hits the floor. Near Overlord? Okay, so that's definitely not your average Emperor class monster. He puts a hand to his mask, totally overwhelmed. "Okay, system," he groans, "too much information." But then a wicked grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "So, is it too soon for the Twin Moon cult to pick a fight with this flying shadow bronze thing?" A little while later, we're in the main hall of the Twin Moon cult headquarters, and there's Su Luang and Huan Yue just strolling through the massive base like they own the place. Huan Yue spots all the bowing, robed women and can't help but wonder, so this is the kind of respect the Moon King title commands, huh? Before long, they arrive at the huge gate leading to the main sanctuary. A brilliant light is pouring out from inside. And our boy Su Luang? He doesn't even hesitate, just waltzes right through that portal. He shuts his eyes tight, waiting to see where this thing spits him out. When the blinding light finally fades, he opens his eyes. He and Huan Yo are standing on a lake, looking up at a figure just chilling on a crescent moon. You can bet he didn't take his eyes off that person in the distance. That, he says in total awe, is an overlord. Su Luang, ever the cool guide, just explains, "That's right, the supreme overlord of the entire northern region. She's the guardian beast of the Twin Moon cult, and also the 12th protector of the moonlight. Her name is Bi Hai J Kung Yue, and after a long, dramatic pause, Kung Yue herself finally speaks from inside the mist. Moon King, it seems you have finally made your decision. And man, her whole expression just darkens. To wait for your response, she says, the Moon God Festival was delayed for 3 years. Down below, Su Liang is just trying to process it all. The old man of the West is furious, and the gods are not happy about this. The second she finishes talking, he's trying his absolute hardest to look calm, despite being completely lost. Our boy's inner monologue is just pure panic. Okay, the real Moon King was waiting for some opportunity, which I have completely forgotten. Whoops. Still, he fakes a couple of coughs and makes his big announcement. That is why I've come. The Moon God Festival can begin. But then he adds, however, I have a problem. Kung Yue actually looks curious now, slowly turning her head. Su Liang asks loud and clear, how do I win the Battle of the Emperors? She replies instantly, what level of emperor? Be specific. During the Moon God Festival, I cannot interfere. Su Liang rubs his chin, thinking, then says, not sure, but probably the Black Moon cult. Kung Yue's eyebrows practically shot into her hairline. She looked so confused. She actually mutters Black Moon cult to herself. Then she says something that makes Su Liang's blood run cold. Moon King, please stop joking with me. You are the miracle of the moon. Do not waste my expectations on such a boring, ridiculous problem. Ouch, dude. Internally, he's absolutely dying because he can't just scream out the honest truth. But I'm not joking. How can a one-star beast tamer like me possibly fight an emperor? Just as he's losing all hope, a ring materializes in midair. Both Su Liang and Huan Yue just stare at this floating piece of bling with pure curiosity. Kung Yue's voice explains, this is the moon god's token, proof of your status as the king of the north. The second you put on this ring, the festival will officially begin. The ring flies to his hand, but it refuses to go on. It just keeps pointing at the ring he's already wearing on his middle finger. He gets the hint, sighing as he takes off his old ring. Fine, fine. The new ring immediately slides onto Su Liang's middle finger. A second later, a blinding light erupts from where he's standing, surrounded by all these swirling, colorful halos. In an instant, the scene changes to a strangely silent, ancient town right at the foot of a mountain. And right on cue, the system screen appears. Moon God Festival initializing, verifying the festival token, confirming the northern region's moon representative. Then, the whole screen turns red. Verification error. Uh-oh. While it's re-verifying, Su Liang opens his eyes to a new question. It says the authority level of the moon tome holder has been raised. The identity of the moon tome holder can be disguised. Do you want to disguise it? Yes. No. After reading all that, he starts looking around the empty space, totally paranoid. Suddenly, he's surrounded by system windows, making him wonder where the heck he is. Did I just teleport? Then one particular system screen makes Su Liang stop and stare. On it is his own face with his info Su Liang, 1-star realm, which can be hidden, but his status, not so much. Gender is listed as male, but it's changeable. Appearance, also changeable. This is basically a character template. 3 templates have been detected and can be directly inherited for a disguise. But listen up if you don't inherit one. Other agents will spot your true realm. After reading that, he just smirks, totally bored with the whole idea. Not even gonna think about it. A 1-star from the northern domain? Might as well announce my identity to the whole world. The 3 disguise templates pop up, from top to bottom, starting with the Emperor model. We've got Bitch Hai Chich Kung Nguyet, the Supreme Template Tran Tin En Nguyet, and another Supreme Template, Dap Van Hoa Nguyet. After looking them over, Su Liang strokes his chin, thinking hard about his next move. The most important thing right now is to not look weak. Otherwise, things will get really bad once the Moon God Festival starts. As that thought runs through his head, he decides it's probably best to inherit a powerful-looking template. He immediately taps the selection box for the Emperor template, Bitch Hai Chiet Kung Guyet. In an instant, the system windows around him begin to vanish, leaving only a final notification, transforming to template. At the same time, at the Moon God Festival, the scene is suffocating. A single beam of light hits the center, surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. A dark figure slowly appears from the path leading to the ceremony, muttering a familiar phrase, the moon never sets, because the night is eternal. This is Zhao Yue, the Holy Maiden, representing the moon of the central domain. The moment she sits down, she looks up in shock. On the opposite side, another dark figure steps out with a greeting. Zhao Yue, Holy Maiden, long time no see. This is the Kang Yue Great Emperor, the representative for the southern domain. She strides forward with a smile on her lips and says, the Moon God Festival is finally about to begin. Zhao Yue remains silent. Just then, a small dark figure appears. A little girl in a nightgown walks out slowly. This is Xiao Hu, the representative for the Western Domain. Zhao Yue shoots her a less-than-friendly glare, while Kang Yue cheerfully waves hello. Long time no see, King of the West. Xiao Hu gives a lazy reply. Yeah. After climbing onto her massive chair, the girl shuts her eyes and immediately dozes off. Not long after, another figure with flowing hair appears. This woman, rocking a steamy outfit, is Bing Ren, the representative of the Eastern Domain. She glances around once, then says with total boredom, "What is this? They're all women. So boring." Zhao Yue hears this and snaps back with a scornful voice. Why is someone from the Ice Clan of the East even here? Non-Moonlight System beings like you will only threaten the purity of the moon. She calmly takes her seat, a smile forming as she explains, if the moon god's token is on me, I don't really have a choice but to show up. 4 people have taken their seats for each region, but there's still one empty spot. Bing Ren notices the vacant chair right away, asking impatiently, so where's the last one? When are we moving on to the next step? Kang Yue cracks a slight smile and announces, only the northern domain is left. It must be the Moon King. At this, Xiao Hu wakes up. With a sleepy face, the little girl looks over and asks, is that the guy who caused a huge scene 3 years ago and made the moon stay full for a month? Zhao Yue scoffs contemptuously and quickly replies, it's just an empty title. Just as she finishes her sentence, the soft patter of slender feet approaches. Xiao Hu and Kang Yue immediately turn their heads toward the sound. Zhao Yue and Bing Ren can't hide their curiosity either, as a girl's silhouette emerges from the darkness. The moment she sees the person, Bing Ren's jaw drops in utter shock. What? Kang Yue is just as stunned, jumping to her feet and shouting in disbelief. This is impossible. It's Su Liang, in the body of Bichai Chiek Kung Yuyet, stepping out as the representative of the northern domain. His eyes glow with a familiar crescent moon. Kang Yue just stares, her eyes fixed on him, still unable to believe what's happening, stammering out a few words. The moon's guidance was clear. As he starts to sit, she keeps yelling, the representative of the north. How can it not be the Moon King? Zhao Yu, however, seems much calmer. It seems the Moon King was just an ordinary guy after all, she speculates coolly. There were obviously much more suitable choices than him. After saying that, Zhao Yue goes quiet for a moment, her eyes fixed on Su Liang, observing him carefully. His strangely calm expression makes her suspicious. No reaction at all. Could it be he really has nothing to do with the Moon King? Deep down, the guy's probably heartbroken. I mean, how can someone so cute be so incredibly sassy? But he quickly got serious again, realizing the true form of the Bihai Chichi Gong Yue was throwing everyone for a loop. Looks like the authority of the Book of the Moon really does outrank the moon god's own token. The representatives from all 5 regions had finally gathered, and an announcement echoed through the area. After 1,000 years, the moon god ritual is about to begin again, with the kings deciding the final victor. The echoing voice seriously ticked off Zhao Yu. But before the final brutal showdown, it seemed the moon god wanted a little more entertainment. The announcement droned on while Xiao Hu was still half asleep. So, choose the mightiest tribute you believe in, and until that soul tribute is defeated, the kings are forbidden to fight each other. The Ice Clan, however, seem to be enjoying every second of this. If a king personally slaughters another tribute, they'll be disqualified. Kang Yue ignored every word, her eyes locked dead on Su Liang. And finally, you can't designate an overlord-level beast as your exclusive tribute. The beast has to be from your own faction, or you pick again. After that long-winded speech, the real call to action finally came. All right, now please announce your exclusive tributes. Su Liang was suddenly in full-blown panic mode, realizing besides the beast from the Shuang Yue cult, what other choice did he have? Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall as a wave of pure humiliation washed over him. His whole disguise, so carefully crafted, was blown right from the start. What a total loss of face. Just then, the Ice Clan member let out a huge yawn and spoke with utter boredom. So boring. I was planning to check out their tribute's strength, but now I can't even join in. And with that, she summoned her own exclusive tribute. A system panel popped up instantly. The Eastern region's exclusive tribute was confirmed. Sky System, Emperor level. Seeing that display just sent Su Liang deeper into a spiral. Starting out with an Emperor-level beast? Seriously? That means she's probably contracted with something even more terrifying. Next second, the Central Region's tribute was confirmed. Moonlight System, Emperor level, Full Moon's Fall. Reading the text on the panel, he got even more flustered. Full Moon's Fall, the legendary Moonlight Emperor, the symbol of the Moon God Palace itself. Even sleepy Xiao Hu summoned her tribute, whining about what a pain this all was. The system quickly updated. The Western region's exclusive tribute was confirmed Moonlight System, Emperor level, the first-generation White Saint. Su Liang's jaw dropped while Long Shen quietly mumbled the words, first-generation White Saint. His hope just took a nosedive as it hit him, the first ancestor of the White Saint clan. Its power must be practically on par with an overlord, right? Kang Yue still hadn't made a move, her gaze completely fixed on Su Liang. A voice began to rush them, telling the remaining kings to present their tributes within 1 minute. At that moment, Su Liang remembered something vital. Right, there was an emperor that once existed in the Northern Territory. Its location is unknown now, but at least I have some connection to it. A moment later, a faint figure with deer antlers appeared. He was ecstatic, thinking to himself, "Found it." Without a moment's hesitation, he made a bold declaration. Book of the Moon, use 100 draws. The pages of the Book of the Moon flipped past like a hurricane. A few seconds later, a notification for an Emperor-level beast's illustration appeared. Inside was an image of Yunyu Mengzi with info an ancient Emperor-level beast from the northern region, founder of the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. Collected info Part 1. Thousands of years ago, Yunyu Mengzi was the guardian of the White Deer Palace. After Yueyao was shattered, it fell from its overlord status to a normal emperor and entered a deep slumber, sleeping in the sea of clouds at the northern border, waiting for the moonlight to gather and reawaken it. Collected info Part 2. The 12 Yueyao palaces belong to 12 fragments of the moon god's system. The only guardian left is from the 9th palace, Sagittarius. An alert suddenly rang out while Su Liang was still trying to process everything. In the last 5 seconds, if you do not make a choice, you will be deemed to have forfeited your qualification. Collected info Part 3. The descendant of Yunyu Mengzio is named Dapun Zuayo, a supreme level that can be promoted to emperor after obtaining the White Deer Palace fragment. Right now, Su Luang's brain is still trying to process the words floating in front of him. The countdown ticked away 4, 3, 2, 1, and the final info panel finally appeared. So get this, turns out the Yunyu Mengjiu Pact and its host are on the same team, which means they can cheese their way through the moon god's exclusive sacrifice ritual. And just like that, our boy's hope comes roaring back, his eyes practically glowing. The countdown hits 3, 2, 1, and bam. Both Su Liang and Kang Yue reveal their offerings at the same time. The first system notification pops up. The Northern Domain's exclusive offering is confirmed as an Emperor-tier Moonlight system, the Yunyu Mengjiu. Kang Yue reads this and just short-circuits. She seriously never expected it to be something other than a beast from the Twin Moon cult. Meanwhile, Su Liang is over here gawking, thinking, wait a minute, the offering chosen by Great Emperor Kang Yue is Supreme Tier? The system board flashes with the Southern Domain's offering. Moonlight System, Supreme Tier, Shangsuan Yue, Nailuo. And that little piece of information suddenly makes him remember something pretty darn important. Turns out, that prefix is just like the scabbard Chengxing Yanyo is looking for. Shangsuan Yu, Changhua Xiangtong. Right on cue, rings of light fill the entire room with an announcement. The 5 exclusive offerings have all been confirmed. The moon god ritual is about to begin. Please enjoy the show. Su Liang's body begins to fade out. Yep, he's being teleported back. Xiaohu figures this is the perfect time for a power nap and starts to close her eyes. But suddenly her eyes fly wide open, pure shock on her face as she realizes. Wait, Yunyu Mengziyue. Xiaohu stares at Su Liang's fading form, exclaiming, how is that possible? But whatever she was about to say gets cut off as the teleportation sequence ends. Su Liang rematerializes inside the main hall, and he's pretty surprised by the scene laid out before him. Just then, Gong Yue, perched on a crescent moon, calls out softly, Moon King. Then she speaks to Su Liang. Can you feel it? A few seconds ago, the moon god ritual began. Now go and fight for the throne that belongs to you. Hearing those words, our boy's expression becomes unbelievably determined. A second later, he's already turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder, yeah, I should prep a little. We'll stop here for today. Gong Yue happily calls down from above. All right, the next time we meet, the moon god ritual might already be over. As the forms of Su Liang and Huan Yue fade into nothing, Gong Yue watches them, her voice full of promise. Hopefully by then, our little agreement can be fulfilled, Moon King. Once his presence vanishes from the main hall, she turns around completely puzzled and asks, did that little ant seriously just ask me how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain? But then she remembers the absolute determination on his face, and she becomes sure of one thing. He has no clue about his own power. Gong Yue starts piecing it all together, questioning the Book of the Moon's choice, feeling a bit scared of the other emperors. A small smirk plays on her lips, and you can hear the excitement bubbling up in her voice. Looks like his memories are coming back. How are the folks at the Moon God Palace going to react, I wonder? So much to look forward to. We cut to the center of the Twin Moon cult, where a colossal pillar of light shoots straight into the sky. The airflow around it explodes violently. This whole scene throws everyone into a total panic. Absolutely nobody knows what's going on. What's happening? In the middle of the crowd, a girl rushes out, points to the sky, and screams, quick, look! A crimson crescent moon appears, blazing in the night, its eerie glow mixing with the endless echoes of screams. The moon turns blood red. At that exact moment, a crescent moon seal seemingly carved from light appears on the back of the girl's hand, making her shriek in panic. What is this thing? At the same time, everyone present gets the exact same seal branded on their hand. In the middle of the horror, they frantically try to guess what's going on. Is this some kind of catastrophe? Over on her side, while Kang Yue is still casually soaking, a terrified maid runs in to report. Great Emperor, the moon god ritual has officially begun. She barely seems to notice, just muttering blankly to herself, impossible. Kang Yue's face becomes completely lifeless, her eyes empty as she mumbles on. The Moon King is the moon's answer? If that's the case, haven't I become a complete joke? The maid timidly tries to get her attention again. Great Emperor, a moment ago you said that once the moon god ritual started, all the disciples in the sect were to give up? Kang Yue slowly turns her head, giving the maid a look so cold it could freeze fire. Kang Yue's eyes slowly shut as she regains her composure. She gently pushes her hair back and replies indifferently, No need, I've changed my mind. Kang Yue rises, all business as she makes an announcement. All temporary offerings in the sect first have the 5 leaves participate in the offering elimination tournament the Northern Domain is about to hold. With that, she reaches for a towel, her voice icy. And I will be going there myself for a little visit. Kang Yue stands, draping the towel over herself, adding, I have to see what on earth is going on with the Moon King and his moon over there. Watching her back disappear, the maid suddenly remembers something and calls out in alarm, Great Emperor, wait, please. She rushes after her, asking with doubt in her voice, The 5 leaves offering, are they all just pawns being sent to their doom? She gets no reply, and the maid freezes on the spot, filled with dread. On the night of the sacrifice eliminations, under a full moon no less, what could possibly be waiting? Beyond the city, the Emperor's war still echoes like a ghost. At that very moment, Huan Yue touches down gracefully on a nearby rooftop. With Su Liang on its back, a silent carrier surveyed their surroundings. But the very next second, he coolly hops off, thinking to himself that the number of top-tier masters hiding around the academy is suspiciously high. Looks like the whole Twin Moon cult decided to crash the party, and right in the middle of his brooding, a familiar voice cuts in. Lord Yue Fang, you're finally back. Su Liang, ever curious, turns to see Qing Xia scrambling over, shoving a phone in his face with a look of pure outrage, screaming, You have to get us some justice. That Kang Yue Empress just declared war on us. Su Liang takes the phone and sees the notification. The Kang Yu Empress has challenged their academy, and the 5-leaf southern region is joining the northern region's elimination tournament. Qing Xia, absolutely fuming, blurts out, They're trying to wipe out every single sacrificial beast in our academy. He stares at the screen, the gears in his head turning. This isn't just a declaration of war, it's a probe. She's sending the 5-leaf clan to test his strength. But Su Liang keeps his cool, casually waving a hand to calm her down. Don't worry, I'll have the Twin Moon cult handle this. And with that, he and Huan Yue turn to leave, with Su Liang adding, I need to get some rest. Just send me the list of all the factions participating in the tournament. Qing Xia is stunned but has no choice but to agree. A few hours whip by in the blink of an eye. Back in his room, Hua Yue, the Moonlight Rabbit, and the Light Butterfly are all knocked out cold on the bed. But Su Liang is wide awake under the lamplight, carefully scanning every name on the list, deep in thought. Turns out the BU Empire started this whole elimination event, but as a descendant of the Blue Sea clan, they probably won't cause him any trouble. He stares at the list for a long time, his mind still racing, trying to connect the dots. The Ling Yue sect and Yuan Yue are old buddies. They're probably just here for moral support. The Northern Region participants, BU Empire, Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy, Ling Yue sect, and Yan Yue. From the Central Region, the Cross Moon Pavilion and the Libra Society, and the Southern Region participant, 5-leaf. The 2 from the Central Region are small fries just showing support for his cult, so he writes them off immediately. His face was completely still, his eyes holding a quiet intensity. In the end, it all boils down to one name. The first one that pops into his head is 5-leaf, as his eyes lock on the Southern Region entry. An image of Xiaoju flashes in his mind, just a candidate for Saintess, and she already commanded 2 supreme-level beasts. Su Liang didn't need long to recognize the massive power gap here. He could only imagine how ridiculously strong the real Saintess must be. His own top fighters might not even be a match for her. He springs to his feet, a plan forming instantly. He might have to send in the 12 moon attendants to solve this. Just as quickly, Su Liang flops back onto the bed, looking utterly drained and muttering to himself in annoyance. This is so exhausting, he sighs, glancing at the sleeping Huan Yue. I mean, With his top-tier beasts and the jade rabbit who's basically invincible on a full moon, he's definitely not what you'd call weak. But just as quickly, that familiar anxiety started creeping back in. His next opponent is a true empress, not to mention them. At his current level, there's no way he can survive the Moon God Festival. In the silence, he gently strokes Huan Yue's ears. If no miracle comes, his only shot is for Xiaoshu to steal the moon fragment from the White Deer Palace. Then, a moment later, something catches his eye, making Su Liang freeze on the spot. He stares, completely baffled, thinking, did she really go to sleep without taking off her crystal hairpiece? Playing the part of the good guy, Su Liang carefully reaches over to gently remove the chain from Huan Yue's head to help her out. Not thinking twice about it, he quickly climbs into bed and pulls up the covers. So sleepy, I should get some rest too. But later that night, Su Liang's eyes snap open in the pitch-black room. He groggily wonders, why am I awake so late? Completely unaware of the shadowy figure pressed right up against him. The instant he realizes what's happening, his eyes go wide with a horror so pure he can't even make a sound. Turns out, it's Huan Yue in her human form. Her completely naked human form, sleep-hugging him for dear life, leaving him utterly mortified. What is this? Their bodies are flush against each other, with only his thin pajamas between them, instantly making the atmosphere complicated. He feels a certain pressure from below. Su Liang's face explodes in a furious blush. He's frozen solid, his eyes wide with terror. Sweat pours down his face as his mind races in panic. Could this be happening because he took off her necklace? Su Liang nervously glances at Huan Yue sleeping on him, his mind racing with one single, terrifying thought. Is she gonna kill me when she wakes up? The guy doesn't dare move a muscle, terrified of waking her, so he just awkwardly stares at her peacefully sleeping face. She's completely unguarded, and in her sleep, she scoots even closer, which just sends Su Liang's brain into a full-on meltdown. Just then, Huan Yue's eyelashes flutter, her eyes slowly opening. They're stuck in a super awkward position, and the cringe is palpable when suddenly, the Moonlight Rabbit mumbles something in her sleep and kicks out. Their eyes meet, and he manages a smile that's about 90% pure terror. Su Liang practically leaps off the bed, his face pale as he stammers absolute gibberish. That is. But the first thing Huan Yue does isn't to obliterate him instead. She groggily pats the top of her head, searching for something. She quickly realizes something's off, her voice turning ice cold. Where is it? He's internally screaming, thinking, I took off her necklace. I'm so dead. Su Liang somehow forces out a mumbled reply. On the table, Huan Yue's expression is still a total blank, as she just stares at him. Silent. A moment later, as her brain finally boots up, she lets out a small sound. Her face still had that I'm 90% asleep look. Then Huan Yue just rolls over and goes back to sleep, leaving Su Liang completely baffled. Wait, you're not mad? I took it off without permission. She cracks one eye open, her voice thick with sleep. Just put it on later. What's the big deal? It's only then that she notices how stressed he looks. You seem pretty tense. Did something happen? Su Liang's face goes completely red as he whispers, well, don't you? Fermenticid juice. Fermenticisins. Fermender 19 in facely prayed embarrassing. Hearing this, her face is just a cascade of question marks. Embarrassing? Why? And after a beat, a horrifying realization dawns on him. Wait a minute, don't only Emperor-level beasts get human forms? Does that mean they're just totally cool with being naked? A beast's true form doesn't wear clothes, right? Seeing Su Liang just frozen there, Huan Yue gets a little annoyed and nudges him for an answer. Hey, what part of this is embarrassing? All he can do is back away, stammering. What I mean is... His brain kicks into high gear, desperately searching for a believable excuse. What I mean is, your human form is incredibly beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen, it's indescribable. Huan Yue is stunned silent for a second, totally blindsided by that compliment. Then, her cheeks flush red, which only leaves poor Su Liang even more confused. So, what's so embarrassing about that? The next day, the early morning sky is a brilliant blue. Sunlight streams through the window as she lazily rubs her eyes, her face still adorably sleepy. As he pulls the curtain aside, Su Liang glances back at Huan Yue and asks softly, You're awake? Still not fully with it, she just watches him, looking dazed. A second later, Huan Yue quietly asks, Su Liang, for some reason ever since I first saw you, you've always been so tense. Like you're constantly worried. She tilts her head, genuine surprise coloring her words. But today you seem different, really relaxed and happy. Su Liang just smiles and agrees, thinking to himself that she's right. Before, he was stuck playing the role of the Moon King, trying to trick the world and defeat his enemies, and the stress almost broke him. But after the heart-pounding chaos of last night, He realized something important. With that thought, Su Liang offered her his sincere thanks. It's because of you that I've calmed down. Huan Yue is speechless, with total disbelief written all over her face. Re-energized, Su Liang stretches. All right, next up, let's get ready for the Moon God Festival. I think I might have found a way to defeat the Emperor. She just looks confused, but I didn't do anything. A moment later, it finally clicks for Huan Yue, and she lets out a happy little cheer. So, are we going out to play or what? Seeing that she's about to run outside completely naked, he yells, "Wait, put on some clothes." Soon after, they're both standing on top of a towering skyscraper. That's when Su Liang finally works up the nerve to ask, "So, that necklace of yours, if it gets taken off, you'll..." At his question, Huan Yue just looks a little confused. Her silence makes him flustered, so he tries to explain. "I mean, I took your necklace off yesterday, right? But you still asked where it was so seriously." Huan Yue answers without missing a beat. "Because my mother gave it to me. Of course I'm going to ask where it is. Model. So I only transformed because the full moon made my blood go haywire, right? This has nothing to do with the necklace. Absolutely nothing." Su Liang let out a sudden yelp, probably because his theories just got a face full of cold water, leaving him totally frozen on the spot. But let's put a pin in that for a second. The Lady of the Hour has questions, demanding, "What did you bring me here for? Shouldn't we be prepping for the Battle of Kings?" But To Learn just stares ahead, totally locked in, and starts breaking it all down. This here is the tallest building in the academy, with a perfect view of the entire campus, including the sacrificial elimination tournament grounds. Then, with a totally straight face, he declares, "I'm preparing to challenge the Emperor from this very spot." Huan Yue glances around skeptically. "Here? But there's literally nothing up here." Su Liang just turns with a little smile. "First, I need to test something. Can I, the Moon King, actually communicate with the gods?" With that, he yells out, "Come forth!" His flash butterfly appears on command, its body glowing with the light of the sun and moon. Huan Yue quietly watches as it flaps its wings and soars into the sky. A second later, she's back to being confused. "What kind of test is this? You just let a single butterfly go." Su Liang points forward and just says, "Look again." Curious, Huan Yue follows his finger, and her jaw absolutely drops at the sight. Turns out it's a massive swarm of flash butterflies, so many they seem to block out the sky. Su Liang calmly explains the trick. Low-level flash butterflies are basically just for scouting, but they have one unique trait: they love to gather in groups. He looks down at the pet perched on his hand with a fond expression. He continues his explanation. "Whenever my flash butterfly goes out, it brings along tons of wild ones, and nobody can ever tell which one is actually mine." A swarm of glowing butterflies suddenly flutters in front of Huan Yue, and she curiously steps closer to see. They suddenly converge on a single point, and then boom, they explode and vanish. A bright flash of light bursts out, scaring the living daylights out of her. She whips around, demanding, "They're gone!" "Su Liang, what did you do?" He just brings a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and casually replies, "It's a secret. You'll find out on the night of the full moon." Hearing that just soured Huan Yue's mood, and her expression immediately darkens. Right at that moment, a sudden system notification pops up, catching Su Liang completely by surprise. The contract was completed. He thinks to himself it actually worked. A beast info panel appears above Su Liang's head, listing a high-grade moon in the lake, a mid-grade moonjade rabbit, and both a low-grade waning moon and flash butterfly. He quickly scans the information sent to him, finding it a little hard to believe. He's in awe of his golden finger, the Book of the Moon's unlimited contracts. He just signed with over 1,000 flash butterflies in one go. Su Liang holds up his hands, studying them intently, his eyes filled with contemplation. He's nowhere near his limit. He can't even feel a thing. A grin spreads across his face, making him even more excited for the next phase of his plan. If the gods love miracles, he just needs to create the most spectacular one ever. Will they show up then? Meanwhile, Huan Yue is sulking in a corner, chin in her hands, still shooting daggers at Su Liang with her eyes. Suddenly, a stream of insults from below makes her jump. She can't believe the nerve of some people. The voice just keeps ranting from down below the academy, successfully grabbing everyone's attention. 1 star, 2 stars, even a 3-star is rare. This is unbelievable. Turns out the voice belongs to the 5-leaf Sanus, Ju Yuetai, and she just won't shut up. 3 stars is the absolute minimum to join our chrysanthemum moon terrace, so why did the great emperor even send us here? The girl next to her, another 5-leaf saintess named Ma Yuecheng, just coolly adjusts her hat and replies. The great emperor has his own plans. Besides, without the Moon King, the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy is nothing. Yuetai just shoots her a bored look and mutters a few more complaints. Still, what a total drag. Just then, An invisible killing intent brushes past the back of her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. It feels like a pair of soul-piercing eyes are silently watching her from the shadows. Her instincts go wild. She freezes for a second, her expression turning icy as her eyes lock in shock. Yuetai knows something or someone is out there. Seeing her friend's unusual and fearful expression, the five-leaf Saintess Dao Yueguan, standing beside her, also gets a bad feeling, adding quietly, I can vaguely sense it too. That's not an enemy we can handle. Then she quickly warns her. It must be an expert from the Twin Moon cult. It's best not to look at them. Back on the rooftop, Huan Yue is still staring off into the distance, looking completely fed up. Su Liang suddenly lets out a gasp of admiration, which finally breaks her out of her funk. As expected from the Azure Moon, Holy Cult's forces, Supremes are everywhere. He slowly walks over to get a better look, adding, Are kings really less valuable than dogs out here? Huan Yue turns to him with an indifferent look. Then she bluntly tells him, You've been reading way too many novels. Have you seen any Emperor-level battles lately? It's rare. Hearing this, Su Liang tilts his head curiously, noticing her annoyed expression. He asks in a low voice, Are you still mad? Seeing Honan Guillet giving him the silent treatment, our guy here gets the hint and flashes a smile, trying to make peace. But nope, she just hits him with a pouty huff and whips around, refusing to even look at him. As he watched that cold shoulder walk away, Tu Luang just stood there, completely lost in thought for a long moment. But in the very next instant, a sly grin spreads across his face as a not-so-great idea pops into his head. If she wants to play hardball, then he'll just have to use his trump card. The moment the idea hit, Tu Luang let out a soft sound in a different voice. Hearing it, the girl instinctively flinched, a flash of recognition on her face. He was clearly enjoying his little prank, so he kept pushing her buttons with his words. You've successfully caught my attention. Oh yeah, that line made Honan Guillet practically shake with rage. She furiously spun back around, her face bright red, grinding her teeth without saying a word. Tu Luang just chuckled, knowing he had her completely cornered with his little secret. Are you that afraid I'll tell everyone about the novels you've been reading? With her anger finally boiling over, she couldn't stop herself from shouting back in frustration, Of course I am! That's basically social suicide. Tu Luang just lowered his head, thoughtfully touching his chin before giving a single, cold hum in response. His little scheme complete, he made his demand. Fine, then you come over here. A confused Hoan Ningyiet immediately shot back. For what? Tu Luang smirked, giving her a devious look as he laid out his threat. Get over here and stand still. I want to get a little handsy. And if you even think about refusing, I'll spread that little story all over the academy. As soon as he finished, Honan Guillet was just floored, her face turning into a ripe tomato. He just smirked, a bit amused at how flustered the girl got from his teasing. In a state of pure embarrassment, all she could do was stand there speechless, biting her lip in utter frustration. Seeing how awkward things were getting, Tu Luang waved his hands and finally spoke up. All right, I was just kidding. And just then, her long, silky hair began to flutter in a sudden gentle breeze. Without warning, Honan Guillet launched herself forward, tackling Tu Luang in a tight hug before he could even react. The guy went completely stiff, his eyes wide with pure shock. They both collapsed onto the ground, and he just stared down at the girl, his mind still trying to catch up with what just happened. When reality finally set in, Tu Luang's face turned beet red as he stammered, managing to force out a single word, You! The two of them were now in a very suggestive pose, both of them way too embarrassed to even look each other in the eye. Honan Guillet shyly leaned in, getting closer to his ear. Her warm breath instantly sent a blush creeping up to Luang's neck. Using his shoulder for support, she slowly pulled back, and every single move just left him even more confused. With an annoyed look, Hoan Nuyet muttered, You really know how to take advantage of people. It's so annoying. And with that, she turned and left. I'm going back to the Nguyen Luang Quan, she declared, leaving Tu Luang completely stunned. Honan Guillet decisively leaped into the air, though her face couldn't quite hide her embarrassment. Don't come looking for me. With that, her figure dissolved into thin air and vanished. Tu Luang stood up helplessly, quietly watching her go and thinking to himself, Man, she's fast. He was still lost in thought about Hoan Nguyen, wondering why she was even still around. Was she really that bothered by his dumb little threat? He was so zoned out, he was completely oblivious to the figure that had just appeared behind him. Tu Luang still didn't notice anything wrong, just caught up in his thoughts. It's not like going without clothes is a big deal, so he really didn't get her embarrassment. Just then, the newcomer spoke respectfully. Cult Master, am I interrupting you? Hearing that, he froze on the spot with a slight shiver. Turns out, it was someone from the Song Ngyet Jiao, number 2 of the 12 moons, known as Silver Rabbit. Tu Luang quickly put his game face back on and replied coldly, It's fine, go ahead. He played it cool, but on the inside he was panicking. What perfect timing, she'd shown up right when he had no idea how to wrap things up. Silver Rabbit bowed and reported, "We seriously wounded the Black Moon Holy Mountain, but he managed to escape. The Battle of Kings under the full moon." Before she could finish her sentence, Tu Luang calmly cut her off. "Not a problem. We just need to wait for the full moon." She quickly replied, "Understood." Without another word, Silver Rabbit immediately took her leave. He stood there silently, a new thought forming as he watched her go. Being an heir to the Black Moon cult, it's only natural he wouldn't go down easy. In the next second, Tu Luang's voice turned dead serious as he began a summoning. "Moon in the lake!" At his command, a light blue ripple of water appeared, twisting and turning in midair. It then faded with the wind, leaving behind Tramtin Yen Guyet, a single blade floating right in front of him. Tu Luang didn't waste a single second. "Tramtin Yen Guyet, let's make a deal." He quickly laid out his offer. "Lend me your power on the night of the full moon." Yen Guyet, the spirit inside the blade, seemed to hear him, offering a counter-proposal. "And I will give you information about the blade's scabbard." As she finished speaking, the blade itself trembled slightly. Her eyes, which had been closed, suddenly snapped open with a cold, piercing gaze. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the tower's peak, flooding the sky and unleashing waves of dense spiritual energy. Down below, the Five-Leave Squad spots the commotion and gawks upwards, while Nguyen Quan wonders to himself, "It's coming from that direction again. Who in the world could it be?" Just then, a hand materializes, decisively grabbing a blade and letting loose one massive swing. At that very moment, Yen Weird appears, floating in mid-air in her human form. To Leung glances up, breathing a sigh of relief. "Looks like she's on board," he thinks. He immediately whips out the Moon Tome and barks an order. "Moon Tome, use 30 draws to look up the supreme-level beast, the Upper Moon Boneflower." In the next second, its pages start flipping at insane speeds, beginning the search. But a system notification pops up instantly. "Host lacks authority. Some information will be hidden." A fact that, completely startles him. All he gets is a faceless silhouette and some bare-bones info. Supreme level, Moonlight type, Upper Moonbone Flower unlocked. Basic combat data for Chumtin Wit, one of the 7 mystics from the ancient era. Side note 1. The 7 are the 30 greatest masterpieces, and all are weapon-type beasts. Side note 2. The 7 mystics, in order of creation, are Feng Huk, Tiansik Tu Tiu, Sunghua, Nightlak, Nopkuk, and Li Ka. Each one holds a different core ability, but they all have the properties needed for the host to evolve to the first stage. Side note 3. Upper Moon Boneflower and Trum Tin Yen Weir defeated the Gemini constellation. The 12 protectors of the moon from 20,000 years ago were both injured and fell into a deep sleep. Trum Tin Yen Weir reawakened 10,000 years ago, but Upper Moon, Dung Hoa, is still out cold. Currently located in the eastern region, inside the treasury of Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. Right then, the system blasts a warning, making To Leung gasp in shock. The message basically said, "Host is not qualified to battle the eastern region's overlord, Icefeather Heavenly Forest. Host must sign a contract with at least one Emperor-level beast to have the most basic qualifications for survival in the eastern region." He stares at the warning, his mind racing. What the hell is this? The overlord of the eastern region? Me trying to get the scabbard from her isn't just a daydream, it's a suicide mission. To Leung quickly relays the message to Chumtin Inweird, Upper Moon Boneflower's location, the eastern region. After hearing this, her eyes stay firmly shut, offering not a single word in reply. With a serious tone, our boy presses on. But to get it back, the person we'll have to face, To Leung doesn't hesitate, is Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. The second her name is spoken, Yen Weird seems to react, her body giving a slight, unconscious shudder. In that instant, her face fills with absolute killing intent, turning completely dark. Without a word, Yen Weird coldly turns her back and walks away. Seething with rage, she clenches her fist. Seeing this, To Leung can only shut up, his face turning pale. He thinks it over, realizing a hard truth. The current Twin Moon cult is absolutely no match for Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. His mind vaguely conjures images of Thung Weird and the infamous Icefeather Heavenly Forest Queen. The insane power gap is so obvious it leaves him completely stunned. This opponent is literally thousands of times more terrifying than the great Emperor Thung Weird he's supposed to face in 3 years. Looking at Yen Weird's cold, indifferent form, his thoughts are a tangled mess, but he can't help noticing how strangely serene she looks. To Leung's face is pure tension. He gulps, trying to calm his own nerves. After a moment's pause, he musters his courage and speaks up. "That, To Leung says boldly. 3 years. Just 2 words. But it's enough to make Yen Weird glance back curiously. His expression is rock solid as he places a hand over his heart and declares his intentions. Give me 3 years. In 3 years, I will defeat Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. Yenweir just freezes, absolutely stunned silent by To Leung's promise. Faced with Yenweir's stare, he falters for a split second. A shred of doubt creeps into his mind. What did I just say? He wonders, then asks her, if I say that, will you believe me? She's silent, as usual. But then, the unexpected happens. Yenweir actually speaks. To Leung, in the ancient times, my kind, the Seven Mystics, and the Moon God Butterfly faction were never compatible. I have always been hostile towards you. To Leung's face goes completely blank, not hiding his absolute confusion. Then she adds, but thank you. In that moment, Yenweir's eyes slowly start to open, her gaze as hazy as a morning mist. She offers a gentle smile. Even if it's just for a moment, please let me have this short dream. But the rage inside him just boils over. To Leung furiously clenches his fists, his face dark as a thundercloud. No way. You mean you could talk this whole time? Visions of the moonlit battle swirled through Su Liang's mind. He started to wonder, wait a minute, were those wild slashes just a big, scary bluff? If it wasn't for Hu Zhongyue, he figured, I would have been turned into human confetti multiple times by now. Tu Luong just sighed helplessly, trying to convince himself it was no big deal. Forget it, what's done is done, and chasing it is pointless. Then he casually strolled past Wing Guayet, leaving her with a promise. No matter what, I'll make this dream last as long as possible. A sly look crossed his face as he glanced back with a smirk. But hey, if it actually comes true, are you offering yourself up? She lowered her gaze, answering with dead seriousness, the era of warring gods ended long ago. If you find me a scabbard, marriage isn't entirely out of the question. But if you're thinking about making an heir right now, I can't do that without my scabbard. And with that, Tu Luong's jaw just about hit the floor. He couldn't believe his ears. This kid was way more serious than he thought. The scene shifts to the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy's grand reception hall. Inside, Nguyen Dai was absolutely furious, barking insults. You little brat, what did you just say? Say that to my face again. The girl in the black dress stood there defiantly, hands on her hips, and shot back. What? Are you deaf? I told you to crawl back to wherever you came from. She pointed right at Nguyet Dai, her voice rising to a shout. And another thing, the Kang Nguyet Emperor declared war on us, so I can totally grind you into bone meal right here. The other girl was seeing red, screaming, damn you! But before she could finish her tantrum, a hand clamped down over her mouth from behind. It was Ngiet Kwan. She growled a reminder in her ear. Shut your mouth. You can dismember her, but you can't insult her. Nguyen Kwan then explained, this little monster is a descendant of the bitch Hai Chi Kung Nguyet. Watch your mouth, or not even the Kang and Guyet Emperor can save us. She then stepped forward to address the girl, but her tone was pure intimidation. You must be Bitch Thon K, the 7th princess of the Bitch Nguyet Empire. You might have a Saint Moon body, but if you want to challenge me, you'll need to wait another 10 years. Hearing this, Nguyen Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. This little brat could unleash the full power of a Saint Moon summoned beast in broad daylight. Facing off against the Ngu Diep group all by herself, Then Kay didn't flinch. Instead, she announced loud and clear, ladies, whether I can beat you is a different story, but this reception hall was funded by my bitch Nguyet Empire. If I say you can't stay, you can't stay. Now get out and sleep on the streets. Getting chewed out by a kid like this was more than the 4 saintesses could take. Her rage finally boiled over. One of them glared daggers at Thon Kay. Don't push your luck, brat, she warned menacingly. But Thon Kay just smirked, a calm look that was like a slap to the face of her fury. Without another word, the kid unleashed her true power, a massive vortex of energy that sent them all flying. And right then, as the thick smoke began to clear, a new figure appeared. A cold threat from a silver rabbit made Ngiet Dai and Ngiet Kwan whip their heads around in shock. If the new Diep clan dares to attack again before the tournament starts, you're all disqualified. The silver rabbit looked at Thon Kay and relayed a message. 7th princess, let them enter. This is the Moon King's will. Nguyet Kwan, looking curious, tried to ask, are you one of the 12 moons of the Twin Moon cult? The rabbit completely ignored her question, just repeating the order in a stern voice. 7th princess, let them in. Thon Kay's face fell, a sad look clouding her eyes, but after a moment's thought, her entire demeanor changed. She flashed a brilliant smile and obediently replied, yes, of course, Sister Rabbit. With a nod of permission from the princess, the Ngudiep group finally entered the Twin Moon cult's reception building, but their faces were heavy, and nobody said a word. Meanwhile, Thon Kay excitedly asked from behind, hey, Sister Rabbit, what's your rank among the 12 moons? The silver rabbit glanced back gently, smiling as she answered, the 2nd seat. Why do you ask? After hearing that, Thon Kay went silent, doing some quick math in her head. The second seed is this strong? Then the first seed must only be a little bit stronger than me. If I become number 1 within 3 years, then I'll be qualified to challenge the 4 moon generals. The silver rabbit listened quietly, her eyes fixed on the little girl. Thon Kei's face was now bright red, her hands clasped together as she got lost in a daydream. If only I hadn't been born 3 or 4 years late, I could have created the strongest bloodline in the world with the Moon King. The rabbit forced a smile and gave a vague answer to end the conversation. Well then, sister will be waiting for the day we fight side by side. After that, she didn't stick around, quickly turning to leave. But once she was a short distance away, the rabbit's face turned to ice. Arrogant little brat, she thought. A mysterious glint appeared in her eyes as she smirked to herself. Still, we'll see the true power of this Saint Moon body at the conference the day after tomorrow, before the night of the full moon. Under the bright moonlight, 2 figures in white cloaks patrolled the academy grounds. As they passed a tree by the road, they had no idea a 6-tailed spirit beast was hiding behind it, watching their every move. It was none other than the emperor-level, 6-tailed fox Kunuk Tinmi Nguyet, who let out a triumphant, smug little laugh. Her defense is so low, she's completely clueless. I'm even here. Lu Wei spots Lam Lam hiding on a leaf and just has to call him out. Well, is your Yellow Springs crew here to join the party too? A huge drop of water on the leaf quivers, and a voice echoes from it. You should really keep your voice down. This is the Northern Territory. We could be getting watched right now. Oh, it's just the special, oh-so-talented incarnation from the 9 hells. Emperor-level Thean Thu of the Yellow Springs. Lu Wei leans back, totally bored. Stop trying to be scary. You're only here because you're nosy about the Black Moon cult's job, right? A split second later, she cracks this absolutely sinister smile. Lu Yen Tu Yen, who do you think's gonna win this? I seriously can't even imagine what the Moon King's monster will look like. A look of pure amusement flashes across Lu Wei's face as she keeps bugging him. He's just a 1-star beast tamer? Can he actually handle an emperor? I'm so curious. But all she gets is silence, so she looks up, completely annoyed. Hey, why aren't you talking? Finally, London floats down, saying, You want to know about a 1-star beast tamer's power level? That is exactly what makes the Moon King so terrifying. Before Lu Wei can even answer, he hits her with another question. Do you know the difference between a vessel and an apostle? She actually has to think for a second. Lu Wei asks back, full of doubt. You mean like, representatives for the gods? The one who never loses is the apostle, and the one who gets defeated is the vessel. Because after just one failure, they're not worthy of the gods' attention anymore. And as if on cue, a pair of razor-sharp eyes appears right out of the darkness. A giant hand descends from above, controlling a lifeless wooden puppet with paper-thin strings. London just shakes his head, totally dismissing it. Your theory isn't wrong. Apostles are definitely way more powerful than vessels. But it's not judged by the final result, and the scene that follows is basically Exhibit A for his whole argument. According to the ancient records of the Yellow Springs, the most direct difference between a vessel and an apostle is this. A vessel thinks they're getting secret guidance from the gods, kind of like getting a main quest in a video game. He adds that most of the gods' agents in the world are just vessels, only a tiny handful are actual apostles. They all claim they've seen the gods in their dreams, as if they've literally become a part of them. But do you know what the Moon King said then? The question completely stuns Lu Wei. Cut to Tu Luang, standing silently on a tower, just staring up at the bright moon. But London's voice echoes over the scene. To this day, whenever I think about what he said, I still get chills. Back then, he was staring tensely in one direction when a blinding light flashed from behind the buildings, tearing the night apart. It hit him straight on, and Tu Luang's eyes snapped open, on full alert. And then, the beams of light got even more intense, blasting over the tower. In an instant, it rushed mercilessly straight for Tu Luang. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire sky. And as the smoke and dust settle, a triumphant laugh cuts through the air. Lin Chi and her pet beast appear from the smoke. She's panting but has a smug look on her face. That final blow cost me some of my lifespan. There's no way he could have blocked that. Lin Chi glances over at Hak Kin, who's hiding behind a tree. Good job, Hak Kin. Thanks to you, I was able to get close to the Moon King. The guy is panicking. Lady Lin Chi, how are we supposed to get out of here now? She just casually looks back at him. Get out? Why? I just defeated the Moon King. Lin Chi drops to her knees, spreading her arms wide, totally lost in her own little fantasy. From now on, the gods and the moon will watch over me. Her celebration doesn't last long. Her eyes suddenly fly open in horror as she realizes something. The smoke over by the tower is clearing. Tu Luang calmly walks out without a single scratch, protected by swirling currents of water. He even whispers, Nicely done. Ho Trung Nuyet. Then he gives a clear command, open your eyes. Instantly, Yen Nuyet appears in human form, surrounded by that same water shield. He calls out her name, Tram Tin Yen Guyet. Her eyes snap open at the same time, locking onto Lin Chi with an ice-cold stare. Yen Nguyen furiously grips her blade, ready for a fight. Green lightning crackles all around her. The moment Lin Chi sees this, she's terrified, trembling, biting her lip, and sweating buckets. In that split second of panic, she slams her hand flat on the ground. A blood seal immediately appears beneath her. In a flash, it teleports Lin Chi away without a single trace. Hakin screams in hopeless despair. Lady Lin Chi, he thinks, shocked. She actually ditched her own monster and me to run away by herself. In this life-or-death moment, Lin Duangnan Ta suddenly scowls and unleashes its ultimate combat skill. Badong Ta Muk. It quickly expands its defense, just in time to block Yan Yue's fierce attack for a split second, and there stands Su Liang, looking all heroic, radiating pure power. He coolly raises a hand, and instantly, green spirit energy from all over starts converging right on him. Then, Su Liang slowly pushes his arm forward. An enormous wave of power blasts out with absolute finality, its aura rolling everywhere. Faced with this insane force, the Black Whale and the evil-eyed Spirit Ram had zero chance and were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, over to Ling Chi's location, she's just escaped to a forest. She leans exhaustedly against a tree, panting for breath. She'd run hundreds of kilometers, surely she had to be safe here, right? Turns out, Su Liang's little parting gift was way stronger than she thought, and it was now hurtling toward her at terrifying speed. The moment she senses it, Ling Chi whips her head around, but the power is already right on top of her. Green light illuminates her tear-streaked face as she lets out a final, terrified scream. Lord Sacred Mountain, oh, and poof. Before she could even finish her last words, Ling Chi's entire existence was erased by the violent light. Time flies as it does, and the day of the grand tournament finally arrived. A cheerful Xiaoju pops out, waving enthusiastically. Hey everyone, the sacrifice elimination tournament is about to start, she grins, live streaming her announcement. I'll be your guide, showing you the entire process. Make sure you follow by tapping the screen 3 times in a row, okay? Xiaoju stares at her phone as the viewer count skyrockets. She can't hide her delight, tens of millions of live viewers, 100 times more than usual. But her main goal, like almost everyone else's, was simple. Today was the day the Moon King's team of beasts would finally be revealed. Over at the stands, however, there wasn't a single soul to be seen just yet. Just then, 2 girls were chatting. Isn't it a bit early for the conference to start? The full moon is still a ways off. Mu Rong quickly agreed. Exactly. Without a full moon, how can anyone use their full strength? Yue Guan turned back to chime in. Forget this tournament. Even in the moon god ritual, whether we win or lose is completely irrelevant. She seemed totally unfazed by glory or defeat, laser-focused on their original goal. As long as we get to witness the Battle of Emperors today and make it back alive, that's good enough. Soon after, the stands were packed with spectators. The official mused to himself, although our little match is just the opening act. He glanced at Shang Shi, who was smiling calmly. His thoughts turned calculating. It would be much better if this little brat could be eliminated right here. The official stood silently, his expression tense with internal scheming. If he let her advance, it could seriously mess with the results of the moon god ritual. As the moonlight began to appear, shining bright in the dark night, the MC's voice finally rang out. Thank you all for coming from far and wide to join this sacrifice elimination tournament. Bai Yiyu, caretaker of the Twin Moon Cult's hegemon and royalty of the Azure Moon Empire, stood in the ring. Let me go over the rules for you one more time. The rules were announced one by one. First, all contestants must be under 20 years old. Second, fighting beasts must be summoned before the battle begins, and summoning after is forbidden. Third, either side can withdraw unconditionally during a fight without losing their spot in the moon god ritual. Everyone listened with dead seriousness. And fourth, attacking the audience or the beast tamers is a big no-no. After finishing the list, Yiyu declared loudly, "The competition now officially begins. Will any challengers please step into the ring?" The words were barely out of her mouth before Shang-Chi impatiently ran up, asking excitedly, "Auntie, I'm ready. Can I go up to the stage yet?" "Ah." Yu gave a fond smile, gently patting the kid's head. "Not just yet. The full moon hasn't appeared." She stroked Shang-Chi's head, her calm voice continuing, each word laced with absolute confidence. "You are the one who will help the Moon King defeat the Azure Moon Emperor in the future." Elsewhere, Su Liang was quietly watching the tournament from a distance. He thought grimly, the battle has started. But the real threat isn't even here. With his sharp senses, a single glance was all it took. Su Liang quickly felt several powerful auras approaching. These had to be the emperors among beasts. He instantly figured out their little game. They were obviously here to witness the fight between him and the Black Moon Cult's emperor tonight. As he was thinking, footsteps approached. A voice spoke up. "Su Liang, have you sensed it? Turns out it was Yan Yue. After hearing her, Su Liang guessed, "You mean those emperors?" She closed her eyes, tilting her head up slightly. "No, I mean..." Yan Yue paused for a moment, then said in a dead serious tone, "The gods are watching you." Back at the tournament, the battle was still raging. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Through the thick dust, a powerful pet beast emerged from the aftermath, roaring with its mouth wide open. A ring of spiritual energy shot out, expanding across the whole space. At that exact moment, the guy across from him finally broke, collapsing by the edge of the pit in a mess of tears. He was just wailing his heart out, screaming, "My beast!" And right then, the moon seal on the back of his hand started to fade into nothing. Meanwhile, Uedai was just waking up, looking super groggy and letting out a massive, annoyed yawn. "Geez, the fight between the Libra Society and the Spirit Moon Sect is way too loud. It woke me up," she grumbled, then asked, "What number beast-snatching battle is this anyway?" Mu Rong immediately replied, "The fifth." Uedai gave a huge, dramatic stretch, moving like she wasn't fully awake yet. "Such a waste of time. Is it almost our turn yet?" She sighed, a devious little smile spreading across her face. Looks like the little noble blood brat couldn't sit still any longer. The moment the words left her mouth, Uedai vaulted straight into the arena. She gave a cocky little come here gesture with her finger, a taunting look on her face. "Dealing with these other little runts from the Bayou Empire should be easy, right?" Shang-Chi gritted her teeth, absolutely furious at that completely disrespectful attitude. But before charging into the fight, she actually held back, turning to ask Yi Wu for the signal. "What?" Yi Wu just held up a hand, stopping her cold. "Not yet. It's not time." And then, out of nowhere, some old guy with a white beard appeared, volunteering, "Please, leave this to me." He put a hand on his chest in a respectful bow. The Ju Yue Saintess is only ranked 4th among the 5 leaves. It would be a waste to send the 7th princess against her. 5 minutes later, everyone was staring at the scene before them. Yi Wu and Shang-Chi were just speechless. The same old guy who made that grand speech was now sitting pathetically on the floor with his equally defeated pet beasts. Holding all the cards, Yue Dai stood there with her 2 pets, the 6-star Yue Pen Hua Huang, a supreme-grade moonlight type, and the 6-star Yue Xia Mei Ren. She stood over the old man, letting out a contemptuous sneer, not forgetting to rub it all in. "Hey, is this really all you've got?" A victorious grin spread across her face as she casually dropped the insult. "The reward for winning this isn't even worth what I'd get from meditating for a few days." Something shot past Yi Wu at lightning speed, making her flinch. Her face went pale as she realized who it was, screaming a warning. "No, you need to wait a little longer." But it was Shang-Chi, who just couldn't take it anymore and had leaped down. She simply called back, "It's fine. I just need to stall for a bit." And just like that, the kid was on the stage, looking as arrogant as ever. Any more delays and the Black Moon Holy Mountain would show up. Yue Dai shot a look over at Shang-Chi. Her voice was dripping with provocation. "Little brat, you seriously want to fight me for real?" The kid just chuckled lightly. "Well, the moon is almost full. If I don't get in now, there won't be any time left." Shang-Chi gave her a look of pure contempt, laying on the mockery thick. "Like I'd miss a chance to shut up you little brats from the southern region." "Oh," Yue Dai was fuming, her face turning red as she struggled for a comeback. "You!" Just as she was about to explode, a hand gently landed on her shoulder. Yue Guan stepped forward coldly, announcing with just 2 words, "Switching out." Yue Dai was totally confused. "She's just a 3-star pipsqueak. Why do you need to step in?" Her eyes then widened in absolute horror. Seeing that dead serious expression and ice-cold stare from Yue Guan, she suddenly had a thought. Yue Dai instantly suspected the worst, that she wanted to accidentally kill the kid right here to prevent future problems. Thinking this, Yue Dai nervously whispered a warning. "Even for the leader of the 5 leaves. Don't you think this is a bit too arrogant?" But the only reply was a chilling silence and a gaze so sharp it felt like it could pierce bone. Yue Dai flinched and didn't dare say another word. Standing behind her, all Yu Dai could do was seethe and glare daggers at their opponent. Yue Guan, however, was staring intently at Shang-Chi, her intuition screaming that something was very wrong. This kid, she's not what she seems. She resolved then and there. The 5 leaves absolutely cannot be eliminated this early in the Moon God Festival. I have to see for myself. Shang-Chi just smiled calmly, her voice dripping with taunts. "Smart choice. Now, about all that trash talk from before, I'm about to wipe it out, right now." The second she heard that, Yue Dai flew into a rage and lunged, only to be held back while screaming furiously. "You damn brat, what did you just say?" Shang-Chi ignored her, her gaze shifting to Yue Guan's blank face, looking almost entertained. "With you as my opponent, maybe I can play a little longer." And in that instant, 3 different colored beams of light erupted from Yue Guan. Yep, that was the aura of her summoned beasts. The first to appear was a burnt orange orb, the Yue Ling Ju, a supreme-grade moonlight type. Next up was a humanoid beast, the Yuan Yue Fushi, another supreme-grade moonlight type. And the final pet, sitting right on top of Yue Guan's head, the supreme-grade plant type Liu Ye Dao Tian, looked at their opponent and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to summon your beasts? What, scared you're going to chicken out?" Thon Ke just giggled, then gave the most ridiculous excuse ever. "My beast is constipated. We might be a while." The announcer just froze, his face a perfect picture of disbelief. Is that even a valid reason? And yet Yue Guan was totally chill, agreeing like it was nothing. "No problem, take all the time you need." The whole stadium went dead silent. A moment later, Thon Ke casually whipped out a brown pill. Without a second thought, she pops the pill in front of everyone, grinning like it's a piece of candy. The announcer, finally snapping out of it, freaked out and pointed. "Hey, are you using drugs?" But Yue Guan calmly explained. "Nah, it's not a booster, just a training aid. Its effect is pretty weak." Mu Deng, watching from the side, finally got it. She's stuck at a certain level, trying to force a breakthrough right before the fight. And just then, Thon Ke's eyes snapped open. Boom, she just broke through to the 4-star realm. Mu Deng stroked his chin, doing the math. A 4-star breakthrough meant she could finally unleash the full power of her supreme-level beast. But even then, beating the 6-star Saintess Dao Yue should be impossible. Thon Ke just smirked, oozing confidence. All right, this should be good enough. In a flash, 2 auras, 1 green, 1 gold erupted from her back. First up was a mermaid-type pet beast she called Jiao Yue Hun, a supreme-grade moonlight beast, no big deal. Next, Thon Ke shouted with determination, "Xin Yue Jige." Her second beast appeared a crescent moon laced with silk-like strings. Xin Yue Ji, another supreme-grade moonlight beast. Yue Guan looked totally unimpressed at the pets being summoned and asked, "Seriously? You really think this is enough to beat me? Or is your plan to have someone from the BU Empire jump in and save you the second you start losing?" Hearing that, Thon Ke just stared blankly, then her cheeks started puffing up like she was holding back a massive amount of air. A few seconds later, she couldn't take it anymore and just burst out laughing before she said anything. "You guys from the southern domain really know nothing about the sacred moon body," she said, covering her face, still trying to suppress her laughter. "Don't worry, you'll understand soon enough." She locked eyes with Yue Guan, making it clear they were on completely different levels. Right after that, Jiao Yue instantly made her move. She vanished from her spot in a split second, leaving Yue Guan completely stunned and frozen for a few seconds. Turns out, Jiao Yue had just blitzed straight toward Yue Guan at the speed of light. They were already face-to-face, attacks crossing in a blur, while Yue Guan was still trying to process what happened. And in that exact moment, a ferocious green light slammed down, blanketing the stage. The insane pressure cracked the entire arena floor. The announcer couldn't believe what he was seeing, screaming in pure horror. "What the hell? Is this really the power of a 4-star Supreme?" She clenched her fists, refusing to accept it, her eyes blazing. She hadn't even used a combat skill yet. But Mu Deng remained strangely calm. He just said, "What are you worried about? This is just the beginning." In the thick dust cloud, Yue Guan was nowhere to be seen. But then she walked out, completely unharmed, thanks to a shield created by Liu Ye. Seeing her perfectly fine, Jiao Yue gritted her teeth in frustration. She got even more fired up, rushing forward to unleash a brutal storm of attacks. The clashing sounds echoed through the stadium, so loud it made everyone wince in discomfort. "Damn it, I'm going deaf!" Yue Guan's eyes, squeezed shut, slowly reopened, shooting Jiao Yue a look that could kill as her voice turned ice cold. "Are you done playing?" At that moment, the Yue Ling pearl suddenly dropped down between the two of them. It launched a direct assault, hitting Jiao Yue so fast she couldn't react, and was sent flying backward. She crashed hard onto the stage, the impact so devastating it shattered the ground. Jiao Yue opened her mouth and let out an enraged roar. She struggled to get back on her feet, facing the Yue Ling pearl as it hovered in front of her. Jiao Yue used her tail to lift a huge rock, and when the pearl's guard was down, she whipped her tail and sent it flying. She finished one opponent, but before she could even breathe, Yuan Yue was already moving toward her. Jiao Yue was absolutely livid, letting out a piercing growl as if to threaten her opponent. Yuan Yue just smirked, then gestured lightly. A small orb appeared, reflecting the moon, and then shattered with a gentle touch. Yuan Yue beckoned with her finger. A hidden power began seeping into Jiao Yue, eating her away from the inside. She writhed on the ground, struggling in pure agony. Before long, Jiao Yue's body dissolved into dust, leaving only a single fishtail lying on the ground. The guests who witnessed the whole thing were all horrified by the sheer brutality of the attack. It's over. That was just cruel. Yuan Dai waved her hand, shaking her head with a smug grin, boasting that she was the 6-star Dao Yue Saintess. No matter how strong the sacred moon body is, it can't just ignore a massive level gap. Back then, Sheng Shi was only slightly surprised, her eyes still locked dead ahead. Her voice rang out like a prophecy, declaring this match needed to end. Just then, a water sphere materialized, perfectly reflecting the little girl's image inside. Without a second thought, Yuan Yue jabbed the sphere, causing it to shatter instantly. But in a twisted turn of events, the one injured this time was Yue Guan, its actual master. One moment she's fine, the next she's randomly coughing up blood. Suddenly, fire erupted. The blast caught Yue Guan completely off guard, the shockwave sending her reeling backward as Yuan Dai screamed in horror. What? How is that possible? She collapsed to her knees, one hand planted on the ground for balance, completely drenched in blood, unable to believe this just happened. What is going on? Yue Guan trembled, gritting her teeth as she stared forward with pure rage, realizing the Yuan Yue witch's attack had somehow been reflected right back at her. Lu Ye panicked seeing its master so badly hurt, and without hesitation, it showered down a flurry of healing petals. It swooped down, pushing the wind with all its might, helping the petals merge easily into Yue Guan's body. It wasn't long before the wounds on her chest were completely healed. Inside the barrier Lu Ye created, Yue Guan's strength began returning to normal. Seeing her safe and sound, Yuan Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the entire stadium was buzzing with whispers. Healing and defending at the same time? That's clearly not a Moonlight-type beast, so how in the world is it so powerful? Glancing over at Shang Shi for a good 5 seconds, Yue Guang also started being more cautious with her every move. The Yuan Yue witch was out of commission for now, so she figured she'd let the Yue Ling Pearl do a little scouting. Her expression darkened, her brow furrowed in concentration. She thought to herself, the Yu Ling Pearl possesses an absolutely terrifying explosive power. There's no way it can be blocked easily. The Yue Ling Pearl tore through the air like a blazing fireball, carrying with it immense destructive force. A fishtail lying forgotten in the rubble suddenly twitched, as if life had just been breathed back into it, and it began to thrash around. Right after, Zhao Yue's body began to regenerate, piece by bloody piece reattaching itself. She revived in a heartbeat, but this time she came back looking twisted, demonic, and radiating pure evil energy. Yue Guan saw it and couldn't believe her eyes, screaming in utter shock. How is that possible? Zhao Yue charged forward furiously, meeting the Yue Ling Pearl head-on, and with one fatal slash, brutally stopped her opponent's attack. Instantly, the sphere's surface was covered in cracks. Yue Guan found this increasingly hard to believe, a single thought racing through her mind, a beast that had already died reviving this fast. It's just illogical. Seeing Shang-Chi calmly look up at the sky, she got lost in her own spiral of thoughts. The sacred moon body? It can do something like this too? The little girl simply said, looks like it's really about to start now, huh? After that, Shang-Chi slowly walked towards Yue Guan. Her smooth black hair danced in the wind, illuminated by the moonlight, giving the little girl an even more epic and imposing aura. This little game of theirs had to end. And then, the long-awaited moment of the full moon finally arrived. Zhao Yue let out a piercing, blood-curdling scream. In the blink of an eye, she entered a state of evolution. Her entire body transformed drastically. It was as if she'd been injected with a colossal surge of power. He pointed a finger, eyes wide, and sputtered. Sure, the full moon gives Moonlight-type beasts a major power-up, but this is just completely insane. Yue Guan bit her lip, her mind racing. Could the sacred moon body combined with a full moon really surpass a 3-star gap? Across the night sky, a familiar voice suddenly cut through the silence. So that's how it is. Su Liang gently stroked his chin, smiling as he remarked, a 4-star that can touch a 7-star supreme? The sacred moon body is definitely something else. From atop a tall building, he watched every development in the fight intently. A hint of curiosity was in his voice. But this kid hasn't summoned any beast besides that supreme one. Su Liang suddenly had a realization. It seems that unlike the waning moon body, beasts affected by the sacred moon body can't fight across power levels. In the arena, Zhao Yue was now massive, baring her fangs and letting out a threatening growl. A decisive whip of her tail cracked the very ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. Yue Guan didn't even have time to think, instinctively raising her hands to shield her body. Zhao Yue floated in midair, glowing brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming spiritual pressure. She collapses to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief, wondering why isn't she attacking me? What's her game here? Up above, Zhao Yue whips her tail without hesitation, unleashing a menacing wave of raw power and fury. And right on cue, from the fading spirit energy, a mysterious dude in a black cloak slowly makes his grand entrance. This guy, Ta Duong, strikes a heroic pose under the bright moonlight, his sharp voice cutting through the silence. So, you get the Saint Moon body and suddenly think you're hot stuff, huh? Bitch Nuyet de Quoc. He lets out a nasty little smirk. But at your level, you're not even qualified to join this fight. And with that, Ta Duong raises his arm straight up. From high above, a massive bolt of lightning follows his command, smashing down with incredible force, aimed right at Kyo Ngyet. A hopeless, pain-filled scream echoes out, and then her body just disintegrates into a pile of ash. At the same time, Tu Ku's phone, which was live-streaming the whole tournament, suddenly just blinks out for no reason. She panics, screaming her head off. "Oh, come on! Seriously, I was live-streaming the best part! My dream of being famous!" Tu Ku looks around, totally dazed, and sees everyone is in the same boat. All their devices just shattered. All of a sudden, her eyes lock onto something that makes her totally freeze up in shock. She sees the giant moonlight rabbit staring up at Ta Duong in the sky, and she can't hide her terror. What is that thing? It unleashes a shockwave as its long ears twist, creating terrifying pressure. But he isn't phased and just shouts a name. Macnium! In a flash, an intense burst of dark gray light crashes down right in front of the moonlight rabbit. His pet appears, and yeah, it's another rabbit. But this one is covered in a deep, dark black fur. A crescent moon is marked clearly on its chest. It's a supreme-level storm moon Jade Mace Macnium. It casually hops over and asks, "Hey, you look like a moonlight rabbit. Are you a boy or a girl? Can you even talk?" In response to the rapid-fire questions, the moonlight rabbit just gives it an incredibly annoyed frown. Macnium lets out a frustrated sigh, its voice dripping with boredom. "Guess you can't communicate. How lame." The moon symbol on its chest suddenly warps into a bunch of scribbled ink marks, creating a small hole. Macnium casually shoves its ears inside and pulls something out. Its long ears whip around, now dragging two heavy spiked maces. The moonlight rabbit loses its patience, its fur bristling as its eyes glow red. It aggressively stomps its feet on the ground. Then it launches itself directly at its opponent, but strangely, Macnium is nowhere to be seen. Only the spiked mace is left, smashing into it with a decisive blow. A terrifying explosion rocks the sky. Ta Duong speaks with a cold, haunting voice, like every word hides a dark secret. It's getting closer and closer. He glances towards the building where Ta Luong is standing and flashes a creepy, bizarre smile. Moon King. At that moment, he stands there solemnly, quietly watching the scene below. He's surrounded by glowing butterflies in the night sky, and with him are two women, Yen Nuyet and Hon Nuyet. Faced with this situation, Hon and Nguyet can't help but worry, whispering, "What do we do now?" But he is surprisingly calm. He even reassures them in a soft voice. "Don't worry, it's a moonlight rabbit with a waning moon physique. Its ability to regenerate is even more terrifying than the Saint Moon bodies." As they talk, Hon Ningyiet is startled by a loud noise, and even Yen Ningyiet flinches in annoyance. Elsewhere, a hand is suddenly raised. It turns out to be Princess Loi Ngiet, a supreme-level Moonlight System user. Right now, she's gathering streams of ferocious lightning in her hand, ready to attack. The next moment, Loi Nguyen coldly lowers her hand, and crackling lightning spreads across the sky like a divine net, tearing through the night straight for the arena. In just a split second, the attack brutally wipes out all the buildings inside the academy. The lightning bolt slams directly into the ground, shattering rocks into tiny pieces, leaving only a cloud of gray smoke billowing up. As the dust settles, a strong barrier that had been erected at some point is revealed, having successfully protected the entire arena. The saintesses of the Five Leaves can't help but panic, hugging each other with faces full of utter shock. Wai Vu looks up worriedly, feeling a slight sense of relief. It was a good thing the Twin Moon Cult's emperor had set up that shield. She gasps as if remembering something important and screams in panic. But what about Lord Moon King? But something makes Wai Vu freeze in her tracks, her eyes widening in stunned disbelief at what's happening. She stammers, "What is going on?" Because right then, facing those ferocious bolts of lightning, the building to Luong is on stands tall among the ruins, completely unshaken. Standing on Loi Nguyet's shoulder, Ta Duong shouts in frustration, "It's a trick!" Staring at To Luong, who is completely unharmed by the intense assault, makes it even harder for him to believe. Even an attack on this level can't defeat the Emperor of the Moon King? So much for his cool, suave look. Right now, this dude's face is chalk white, and he's totally freaking out on the inside. "Holy crap, that scared me to death." He glances over at Hu Zhongyue, his brain basically short-circuiting. How in the world is that guy's defense blocking the all-out attacks from Shen Xing Yanyo? Su Liang's health bar was practically screaming for help, sitting deep in the red. The dude was sweating bullets, only to get absolutely launched by a single hit from Princess Lei Yue. Yen Yue just steps forward and declares, "Su Liang, my turn." Before he can even protest, she's airborne, arms wide, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. In just a few seconds, that energy shatters into countless razor-sharp fragments. Yen Yue raises her hand slightly, and the shards swarm together like they're being pulled by an invisible force. Watching this whole light show, Xie Yang gets a bad feeling and cautiously warns, "Be careful." But even as his words are still in the air, the counterattack begins. The shards rocket forward in a line, glowing so bright they look like a moonbeam cutting through the darkness. At that exact moment, the twin weapons in Lei Yue's hands begin to vibrate like crazy. Sensing something was way off, she doesn't hesitate, she just lets go, watching the weapons fly into the air on their own. In a flash, they transform into humanoid figures known as the Dark Moon counterparts, a supreme-tier moonlight system called Chenxing Yen Yue. The two of them shout with excitement, "Let us be your opponents." The pink-haired one smirks, talking trash immediately. "So, I hear you're the so-called strongest supreme weapon, some dusty old antique from a forgotten age." They charge forward, spouting arrogant taunts. "It's a shame I was born so late, or I would have owned that era myself." Yeah, that arrogance didn't last. A blinding light slams into the Dark Moon's face, making her freeze mid-sentence in total shock. Yen Yue's overwhelming attack came crashing down. She instantly seized the upper hand, moving so fast the two Dark Moons couldn't even react. And just like that, defeated in a single hit. Down below, the holy maidens Yue Tai and Yue Guan just lost their minds, screaming, "What?" Mere minutes into the fight, the first supreme tier weapon goes down. The feedback hits Xie Yang hard, and he immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood. He clutches his chest, his whole body trembling, eyes bloodshot with pure rage as he grinds his teeth. Damn it. Zi Yang suddenly glances up at the sky, where the fragments are still circling under the moonlight. They're gathering again under Yen Yue's control, signaling another attack. Xie Yang panics, yelling, "This is bad, stop it." He just barely manages to summon his Void Moonmaster, another Moonlight System beast. The Supreme Tier beast throws up a shield for Lei Yue as a torrent of energy rains down from the shards, obliterating the ground below. And it just keeps coming. By this point, the area around the arena was nothing but a smoking crater. Even though they were safe, Xiaoju and her companions instinctively covered their faces in terror. Oh my god. Only after a moment did she dare peek through her fingers. Outside the arena, the once thriving city had been turned to ash and ruin. The Void Moon Master itself was now cracked and shattered all over, and yep, you guessed it, those fragments were gathering again. But this time, they obediently flew right back to Yen Yue, sinking directly into her body. Su Liang's jaw practically hits the floor as he thinks, okay, so her combat skills aren't just about swinging a sword. Maybe her true form after combining with her scabbard isn't a weapon at all. Yue Guan is just frozen solid, muttering to herself. To think a single attack heavily wounded 3 Supremes from the Black Moon Sect. No wonder even Emperor Kang Yue. The next second, she falls completely silent, lowering her head as her expression turns dark. Even Cheng Shi, being carried away with serious injuries, can't help but add some amazed commentary. So that's the supreme weapon that not even Emperor Kang Yue could tame. This is the strongest Moonlight System Beast Tamer, the true power of the Moon King. But Yen Yue turns to him, her face dead serious, and warns, "Su Liang, don't get too comfortable. Even with a full moon, I can only use that last attack one more time." He just smirks confidently and shoots back. "You can still use it once more? Then that's enough." He then glances over to Huan Yue and says, "You're up next. Just try to stall the other team for as long as possible." Hearing that, she just pouts and starts complaining. "You really know how to make difficult requests, don't you?" And right at that moment, a single shimmering butterfly lands on his hand. It's followed by an entire swarm that completely surrounds Su Liang. His voice rings out with finality. It is almost time to prepare for the next battle of emperors. Meanwhile, Xie Yang, who is standing on Lei Yue's shoulder, suddenly breaks into a violent coughing fit. He wipes blood from his mouth, his voice choked with resentment. It's been a long, long time since he's had to feel the pain of losing a beast in combat. Memories suddenly flood his mind. The last time this happened was on a full moon night 3 years ago. Oh, he remembers it perfectly. On that day, he knelt before a cold-blooded, white-haired youth, looking like a pathetic stray dog. Thinking back to Su Liang's icy cold face, Ta Duang wondered if this time would be different. But after a weary sigh, he just snapped, breaking into a fit of insane laughter. Ta Duang threw his head back, his eyes glowing, that unhinged smile still plastered across his face. "Yue Wang, I don't care if you're the real moon god priest of the north or not," he screamed. "What matters is you're sick. So sick you've forgotten everything. Do you even remember the promise you made to me? Faced with this outburst, Su Liang just stared blankly, completely lost on how to react. His eyes flew open as the questions bombarded him. Why did you spare my life? What the hell happened after I collapsed on our wedding day? After our battle, how did the Northern Territory manage to lose a third of its land? And why is one of your most important beasts missing? Is it possible the gods have finally abandoned you? A brutal wave of pain slammed into Su Liang, and he instantly grabbed his head, trying to fight it. Man, his head was splitting open, and he couldn't understand any of this. He frantically searched his memories, nothing. He had absolutely zero impression of what this psycho was talking about, and no memories of any past life. After a moment, Su Liang slowly regained his composure, telling himself that no matter what, he couldn't waste precious energy on this guy. It was then that he remembered something critical he'd almost forgotten. Down below, amidst the desolate ruins, thick waves of smoke billowed upwards, threatening to swallow the entire sky. Su Liang glanced over, a curious thought popping into his head. Now that he mentioned it, he still hadn't seen what she looked like during a full moon. If he could just pull off a 1 versus 3 fight here, things would be perfect. Right then, a thick fog began to envelop both Lei Yue and Ta Duang. Cut to the battle of the bunnies in the arena. Mo Ran was just staring blankly up at the strange clouds overhead. In the very next second, a plume of smoke suddenly rose up right behind him. Getting curious, Mo Ran quickly spun around to check it out, only to see billowing smoke and hear some seriously creepy, bizarre noises coming from within. Then, emerging from the mist, the moon rabbit appeared. It took one look at Mo Ran and sneered, its voice dripping with absolute arrogance. Super speed regeneration? Well, this should be fun. With its red eyes blazing, the moon rabbit shot forward without a moment's hesitation. Mo Ran immediately activated his spike mace, letting out a taunt. Too slow. He flashed a smug grin as the 2 spike maces on his ears started spinning like tiny, deadly helicopter blades. In the middle of their clash, Mo Ran spotted an opening when the moon rabbit wasn't looking and decisively sliced off one of its ears. And yet, the ear instantly regenerated back to normal. Mo Ran gritted his teeth in fury. What kind of insane regeneration speed was this? In a blind rage, he unleashed a merciless storm of attacks, tearing the moon rabbit into pieces. But in the blink of an eye, the moon rabbit was completely restored, without a single scratch on it. The speed was so fast it horrified Mo Ran. Did you grow up eating gods or something? Even his ears were exhausted, flopping limply to the ground. Mo Ran's entire body was giving out as he gasped for breath. Just a pathetic, lowly creature. But as he looked up, an idea sparked. Wait a minute. I just have to put it somewhere it can't possibly escape from. Without hesitating, he immediately put his plan into motion. His previously limp ears suddenly swung high with grim determination. The moon rabbit looked up, confused, right before Mo Ran slammed his ears down with immense pressure, shattering the ground and brutally crushing his opponent without an ounce of mercy. Even the barrier surrounding the arena couldn't take it. It began to shake violently from the extreme force of the impact. The announcer screamed in shock. The ground caved in. Mo Ran kept his ears plunged into the crater as black smoke poured out. Believing he'd finally won, he slowly pulled them out. A triumphant smile spread across his face. That thing had to be a meat pancake by now. Pinned thousands of meters underground, there's no way it's getting out. Su Liang, who was watching from afar, was actually impressed. He never realized this rabbit's power was so terrifying. Faced with such a dangerous situation, only one thing came to his mind. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to use Shenjing Yan Yue to handle it. But before he could even finish the thought, the ground under him shook violently, startling him. Back in the arena, the earthquake knocked Mo Ran completely off balance. What the? From the pit's opening, something was clawing at the edge, preparing to pull itself out, and then it leaped into the air the moon rabbit, now in a bizarre new alien-like form, empowered by the full moon's glow. Mo Ran was frozen solid. He instantly realized it had somehow evolved into a mid-level jade-tailed rabbit. He just couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing the pure rage on the moon rabbit's face now only made him more confused. Was this thing really just a low-level rabbit before? Su Liang frantically flipped through his moon tome, trying to identify this bizarre transformation. Jade-tailed rabbit. Mid-tier. Waning moon physique. Moonlight system. Full moon state. 3rd stage. And of course, a skill list pops up. Super speed regeneration, body hardening, enhanced jumping the works. Then there's the crescent moon ability. It gets a massive power-up on a full moon, evolving over time. The crazier his mood, the faster he evolves. He's just staring, jaw on the floor, thinking this is absolutely unreal. So it's real evolution, he thinks. The crescent moon physique just gets stronger over time. The plot armor is thick with this one. Meanwhile, Mo Ran is not having a good day. His face gets all stony as he grinds his teeth. No way, there is no way that Moonlight Rabbit is on my level. Mo Ran officially loses it. He lets out a roar and charges the Moonlight Rabbit, attacking like a maniac. You think you can surpass the supreme rank? You arrogant little furball. But despite the world-ending blows, the Moonlight Rabbit doesn't even flinch, not a single scratch. A voice whispers in Mo Ran's ear, "All I need is a full moon." Is that not allowed? One night a month, can't I have that? Hearing that, he just freezes up. A look of pure confusion on his face. He's probably thinking, what? And while he's busy being confused, the Moonlight Rabbit's ears start to rise. Mo Ran, ever the hothead, just roars and charges in for another round. But then he stops dead, his eyes bulging. The ears on the rabbit's head, they just vanished into thin air, leaving Mo Ran absolutely stunned. Blood starts dripping down his face. He's staring down whatever the rabbit's ear just became, completely bewildered. What in the world? Are you? Mo Ran doesn't even get an answer. In the next second, the Moonlight Rabbit decides talk time is over and lands a decisive, fatal blow. Xie Yang clutches his cloak, cursing under his breath. Dang it, just as even Mo ran. Wait, a new figure appears. Hua Yue materializes right in front of Zi Yang and Lei Yue, stunning them both into silence. She casts a cold look down at them, her aura screaming, "You are way out of your league." Xie Yang's mouth is hanging wide open, his mind completely blown. Is that a beast that can turn into a person? And then all the pieces click into place. So it was you, he thinks. You're the one who defeated the tyrant. The bloodline of an emperor. Xie Yang is on maximum alert, standing next to Princess Lei Yue, a supreme-level Moonlight user. She's got her whole crew of supreme-level Moonlight fighters with her. So naturally, Xie Yang gets a little cocky. But you won't be able to defeat me all by yourself. You see, my companions are, but before he can even finish his villain monologue, Huan Yue cuts him off. Enough useless chatter. She looks at them with pure disdain. I'm not wasting my time on you three losers. Bring out your strongest. Oof, that arrogant little speech definitely ticked off Ye Tian. It screams back. Such insolent words. The book starts flipping its own pages, showing off some freaky images. Any supreme being I defeat, it boasts. I get to use their combat skills. Then it drops the bombshell. In other words, you're fighting 10 supreme beings at once. After I defeat you, we'll see if you're worthy enough to replace one of them. But all it gets from Hua Yue is a bored look and one word. Noisy. She closes her eyes, focusing her power. If that's how it's going to be, she says, then let me show you something. Huan Yue raises her hands, and an insane amount of power starts to gather. Her voice echoes, a technique that only works on the night of a full moon. Xie Yang and Lei Yue are shielding their faces, looking completely terrified. Lei Yue is so stunned she can't even form a sentence. There stands Hua Yue, holding two legendary weapons, looking like a total boss. And Lei Yue realizes, those are emperor-level weapons. Hua Yue lets out a slow breath, centering her energy. She gives her blade a slight twirl, zips past Lei Yue like a gust of wind, and raises her sword to strike. She brings it down in one decisive move, nearly taking out both Xie Yang and Lei Yue in a single hit. Someone in the audience can't hide their shock. It's over. In a flash, she screams. And yeah, the ground is now covered in thousands of cracks. Ye Tian and Lei Yue look absolutely terrified. The purple fragments of their defensive shields shatter and fade into nothing. Even Huan Yue looks a little surprised. A self-sacrifice ability to redirect damage, huh? But Ye Tian isn't ready to give up. Don't get too smug, it yells, as a glowing butterfly symbol appears. Huan Yue's eyes widen, not quite processing what's happening, right before beams of light slam into her. But thanks to her quick reflexes, Huan Yue gracefully dodges the attack with ease. Suddenly, a flash of light appears behind her. While she dodged the worst of it, it still managed to slice right through her skirt. Huan Yue stares down at her ripped skirt, clearly not happy, and then the sky just explodes. Next thing you know, she's standing right behind Ye Tian, her voice dripping with contempt. After all, the combat skills you've collected are only this good, huh? And that's why they got beaten by you, right? Ye Tian couldn't believe his ears, whispering to himself, what? Huan Yue raises her sword, her voice still ringing out. Why would you rely on the power of someone weaker than yourself? And with that, Ye Tian was sliced clean in two. Ta Duong clutched his cloak, muttering, in a flash, only one is left standing. I've lost. Huan Yue hovered in the air, her voice booming with absolute authority. If you'd just done what I said from the start, you wouldn't be in this pathetic state. But he was sneakily pulling out a spirit talisman, even as he acted all defeated. That's right, I didn't know my own limits, foolishly thinking I could defeat the Moon King. Ta Duong brandished the spirit talisman and yelled, Moon God Palace, let us sign the transfer document. Lu Wei, who'd been secretly watching from a cloud, let out a huge yawn. How boring. It's over just like that. Leng Duan seemed to realize something. That child. He guessed she might become the next Ice Queen. Lu Wei couldn't believe it, joking. Are you for real? How could a supreme-level being even touch someone of the Ice Queen's rank? Suddenly, Lu Wei jolted as an immense power erupted. A column of light slammed down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, and in an instant, a city was turned into nothing but rubble. Su Liang floated in the air. Then he saw Huan Yue. He had to ask, is this aura from an emperor? Huan Yue immediately shot back. No, of course not. She propped herself up with her sword, adding, but you could say this person. Her gaze sharpened as she finished, has already taken half a step into the emperor's realm. A blinding blue light flared to life, and from inside that orb of light, a single foot stepped out. It was a girl with messy blue hair, looking completely lazy and unmotivated. Seeing this, Yue Guan gasped in shock. What? Lu Wei, still watching, couldn't stop yelling. Fan Gui, isn't that the supreme being from the Moon God Palace? So why was she summoned by the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, a system window popped up for Su Liang. New beast unlocked, illustrated guide entries increased. The system summary appeared word by word, contains a high concentration of the Emperor's bloodline in its body. The Moon God Palace treats her like a priceless treasure, so even the current Saintess can't easily form a contract. With combat power bordering on an Emperor-level beast, she is known to the world as the strongest supreme. This blue-haired girl is Ju Juan Yulin, a supreme-level Moonlight type. Sheng Shi, lying on a stretcher, couldn't help but start cursing. The Moon God Palace dares to just butt in like this? Shameless. All members of the Double Moon cult, let's go. But Yi Yu quickly stopped them. No, if the Black Moon Holy Mountain has formed a contract with her, then there's no problem at all. From now on, she's a beast of the Black Moon Holy Mountain. Yulin let out a long yawn, then she looked up at something and her whole face went pale. Ta Duong, perched on Lei Yu's shoulder, asked curiously, "What is it?" Yulin replied. "The moonlight here isn't normal," she began to explain. "The distribution of the flash butterflies is also incredibly strange. No matter how strong the moonlight is here, it shouldn't be able to attract almost half the butterflies in the entire Northern Territory." Hearing this, Ta Duong quickly pieced it together more than half of the Northern Territory's flash butterflies. Yulin said with a sigh, "Forget it. Whatever happens next is out of my control anyway." She looked at Huan Yue and said, "First, I need to deal with the opponent right in front of me." Huan Yue kept a firm grip on her sword, her eyes radiating killing intent. On the other side, Yulin cracked an amused smile. "Yunji, so that's how it is," she said, and began to gather a colossal amount of power. Her hands morphed into razor-sharp claws as lightning from nowhere crackled around Yulin's body. Huan Yue braced her stance to stand firm, launching the first attack as their two powers collided violently. They sparked with continuous flashes of light like a flickering strobe. Seeing this, Ye Yue exclaimed, "So fast, I can't see them at all." Yue Guan also chimed in. "The Moon King's beast can actually fight on par with the near Emperor Ju Zuan Yulin." Over here, Su Liang thought with some fear. Since I've known her, this is the first time I've ever seen her fight with her full strength. He kept watching the battle, lost in thought. This is my first time witnessing a top-tier battle of this magnitude. His thoughts kept coming. As a human, I can no longer interfere. After blocking that last attack, Huan Yue was breathing heavily, but Yulin didn't seem weakened at all. She manifested an enormous force, which took the shape of a blue orb 100 times her size, illuminating the entire region. Huan Yue looked completely shocked by this power. Her figure was then completely swallowed by Yulin's blue light. That spiritual energy seemed to tear the very sky apart, and yet, Huan Yue managed to escape, though her clothes were no longer intact. She grits her teeth in anger, and Su Liang just looks horrified. He was afraid of this. He's completely stunned, even the Jade Rabbit is injured. Now that is some seriously shocking power. His thoughts are racing. If he remembers correctly, the waning moon physique actually gets stronger depending on her mood and the time. The moon rabbit crouches low, gathering its strength. Then it launches forward, sending rocks and trees flying everywhere. The Jade Kirin and Huan Yue dive into a fierce clash, and that's when Chen Yulin seems to spot something. Out of nowhere, the moon rabbit pounces on her. Yulin screams in terror. "Hey, wait a minute, that's a sneak attack." It uses its ears to lift her high into the air, then slams her straight back down. A huge crash echoes as dust fills the air. Huan Yue looks down from above, her eyes glowing, and brings her swords into an X shape to gather spirit energy. She raises her sword high, spiritual power coiling around the blade, getting ready to bring the pain. In an instant, her eyes fill with killing intent as she slams a super powerful blow straight into the ground. Another massive explosion rips through the area. Xia Yang shouts, "This is bad! Princess Shueyo, we need your help." Lei Yo raises her hand, forming a sphere of pure power. She chants an incantation. Extreme thunder, heaven's waning moon. Faint purple lightning begins to crackle as dark clouds start to gather overhead. Suddenly, she seems to remember something. Lei Yue glances behind her, and Yan Yue is slowly walking closer. Her eyes are completely lifeless, but filled with a deadly aura. Lei Yue grinds her teeth, thinking, Chen Xing Yan Yue, when did she get here? She unleashes a wave of spiritual energy, thinking she has to protect the sacred mountain first. Yan Yue just keeps walking, totally unfazed. A deafening sound rings out as Huan Yue lands on the ground, the moon rabbit right by her side. Yulin roars with rage. You dare sneak attack me, you cowardly insects. She has already completely reverted to her original form. Yulin screams in pure fury. Now you'll feel true fear. She lets out a crazed roar. Infinite jade wind. Countless crescent moon projectiles erupt from her body, shooting forward. 3 streams of power burst out, cracking the very ground. A green crescent moon hits her, and Huan Yue instantly dissolves into mist. She transforms into her vapor form, weaving around each energy blast. The moon rabbit, however, isn't quite as fortunate. Huan Yue lands back on the ground, sighing in relief. That was way too close. The speed of her vapor form couldn't keep up with how fast those moon rings were forming. She was almost torn to shreds. Her new plan? Just hide behind this giant rabbit for a little while. A thought floods her mind, thankfully. No matter how badly it gets hurt, it can always regenerate. Huan Yue hides behind the moon rabbit, plotting. But this can't go on forever. If only she could stall for just 1 minute. Then she sees them sharp arrows flying forward. Yulin sees this, and her jaw drops in shock. What the heck? She lets out a frustrated curse. Damn it, is that Chen Xing Yan Yue? She grits her teeth. This is so annoying. She was so close to finishing this. Huan Yue seizes the moment. This is it, she thinks. Let's just end this right now. She then closes her eyes, swings her sword, and raises both hands to focus her internal energy. Su Liang just thinks, what is that embarrassing pose? A massive source of power begins to appear, gathering into waves of spirit energy. Even Yulin is completely bewildered by the sight. The moon rabbit stands its ground, and behind it, a sky-high tornado made of pure spirit energy forms. Yulin yells, Who in the world are you? She commands, State your name. Floating above, Huan Yue replies, Cloud-stepping moon chaser. She announces, If you can survive this next attack, I might consider taking you as one of my subordinates. Yulin just bursts out laughing with contempt, then snarls, I am your mother. Then, Yulin claps her hands together, chanting loudly, Destruction, Jade Wind. The moon rabbit stares at the gigantic black hole above, whispering, That's the strongest combat skill of the 9 revolutions, Jade Kirin. Her voice echoes in Huan Yue's ears. If you touch that black hole, everything is destroyed. But Huan Yue doesn't even flinch. She closes her eyes, performs a spell, and transforms into a white flower deer twice the size of the black hole. Its hooves glide lightly through the air. Then it uses its powerful antlers to ram straight into Yulin's black hole. A shocking boom echoes as dust and debris explode everywhere. Everyone in the entire audience falls into a suffocating, breathless silence. Xie Yang laughs out loud, declaring, She was never a match at all. What a pathetic supreme battle. The 4 of them, Huan Yue, Su Liang, Yan Yue, and the moon rabbit stand together as one team. Ta Duang glanced at the heavens and sighed. All right, that should be enough of a show. I bet even the gods got a kick out of that one. Then, with a smirk, he adds, Now, the real dinner party can finally begin. Yuan Tai starts screaming, Why did it suddenly go dark? I can't see. But Yue Guan just calmly points out that, yes, it's called nighttime. The once bright moon turns pitch black as ominous clouds begin to swarm the sky. Su Liang shuts his eyes, taking a moment. To be honest, he thinks, his heart was about to beat out of his chest during that last supreme battle. But weirdly enough, now that he's about to face the actual emperor, he doesn't feel the slightest bit worried. Huan Yue asks nervously, So, you got this? He flashes a cryptic smile and says with total confidence, I don't really see a future where I lose. She's like, Are you for real? Su Liang just answers with a cool, calm smile. Yep, that's some pure arrogance right there, just like the old Moon King used to be. Suddenly, his mind is flooded with old memories, things the Black Moon Sacred Mountain said are triggering flashes of a life that isn't his. Well, not memories. More like vivid hallucinations. He's seeing a past where he grew up in the Northern Moon God Palace, seeing the face of his predecessor's mother and even his younger self. He once kept a notebook in English just to check if these memories were real. But one day, some unknown power just wiped it all clean, which means there was no body snatching. He is the original person. Su Liang was born with memories of his past life, but one day they were forcibly erased, turning him into the person he was 3 years ago. It was only 2 months ago that he started getting fragments of those memories back. Snapping out of it, Su Liang's expression turns grim. If that's really what happened, then the being that did this is on a level he can't even comprehend right now. He looks up at the moon, mind racing. And what's more, just as the Black Moon Sacred Mountain said, 3 years ago he really did forget a critically important beast, and that's the whole reason he became an apostle of the gods. Just then, a gigantic leg lifts high into the sky, its owner peering down into the tiny hole it just stomped into the ground. The massive creature is the evil moon eight-horned spirit, an emperor-level beast. Its gaze sweeps over the spot where the humans are hiding. A crack suddenly splinters across their defensive shield. Su Liang narrows his eyes, thinking fast. That shield is about to shatter. He just has to hope this thing won't go on an indiscriminate killing spree. The beast mutters to itself, unsure of the era, noting how much the black moon has faded. Its parasite, Ta Yang, asks, "Who is the opponent?" He quickly reports, "Lord Spirit of the Dark. I sacrificed 20 years of my own lifespan to bring you back to this world, all to defeat an apostle of the gods." The creature's interest is officially piqued. It glances down at the devastation it caused, humming to itself. All right then, the will of half the faithful in the northern region is gone. Has the Black Moon cult finally reached its end? Its eyes scan the wreckage one last time. If that's the case, then let's have one last spectacular fight. The scene shifts back to Su Liang, who watches the monster's declaration without so much as a change in expression. In his hand is a vial of liquid from the Fei Ying Fen Tong. Huan Yue recognizes it instantly and her eyes go wide with shock. He says nothing, simply uncorking the bottle. Su Liang pours the entire contents onto the ground below. This sight makes Huan Yue and Yin Yue's jaws drop. She shouts, "Hey, that's the precious fluid of a high-level emperor. Are you just throwing it away? What in the world are you doing?" Su Liang just smiles and explains, "I think this will probably help them find their way a little easier." Huan Yue just stares back, completely lost. What? Suddenly feeling something, she whirls around. In the stands, everyone gasps, one spectator yelling, "What is that?" Far in the distance, you can see golden lights appearing in the air. As the lights get closer, they become clear it's his flash butterflies. Su Liang closes his eyes, his voice echoing across the space. "Ah, Master of the Book of the Moon." His voice is heard throughout the base by everyone, including the Apostle of Yue Yao. Su Liang is calling forth every single flash butterfly in the entire northern region. The monster itself looks on in shock. What? An unbelievable number of butterflies arrive, forming a massive glittering swarm. Huan Yue stares in awe at the butterflies swirling around her, when suddenly Su Liang's voice rings out. "I want to. With all of you." Su Liang's eyes narrow as he declares, "Forge a contract." We flash back to a few days ago. This was the message Su Liang had the butterflies relay to their kin. At the time, many had cheered in excitement. All the flash butterflies in the breeding area flew away in unison. It happened in the city too. Why did my flash butterfly just end our contract? He'd had them hide all over the northern territory to avoid attracting attention. Tu Luang watched as the sky filled up with shimmering butterfly-like lights. He couldn't help but feel pleased with his plan. He wouldn't be called back until the war between kings truly began. The Book of the Moon flips open by itself. Than Ke, sitting in Waivu's lap, wonders aloud, "Is he here yet? The Moon King's emperor?" Yue Dai just blurts out a shocked, "Huh? Look at the Moon King's beasts," she says. Why are they suddenly ditching their master and leaving? Up in the sky is Su Liang with a swarm of glimmer butterflies, and below him, all the beasts are now on his side. Huan Yue is, understandably, horrified by this whole scene. Yue Guan's scolding voice cuts through the chaos. "You idiot, they're retreating." She stares at Su Liang in the sky, muttering to herself, "Because it's almost time." As he hovers there with the glimmer butterflies, Yue Guan's voice declares with absolute certainty, "This place is about to become a battlefield for emperors." He suddenly glances up at the sky and asks, "Hey, current moon god, are you watching this?" Su Liang looks at the full moon and muses, "I wonder if the opening ceremony of this moon god festival is good enough to satisfy your appetite?" He drops the sad act and smirks. "If you're awake, then you better enjoy witnessing this miracle." The dark spirit sees this, and its mood just plummets. Damn it all, they're not a real threat, but this many of them is just annoying. It closes its eyes, running the calculations. Even if it wanted to one-shot the kid, it just can't. The dark spirit glares up at Su Liang, who is just floating there in midair, thinking, "The reason? It can't interrupt the god's entertainment." And our boy over here is wearing a very satisfied smile. Almost there. The system keeps spamming notifications. Contract with low-level glimmer butterfly number 130,037,486. The Book of the Moon is also flipping pages like crazy, then it suddenly slams to a halt on a page titled Emperor-Level Catalog. Su Liang is confused. He can't turn the page. His face darkens as he realizes this might be the single most difficult page to turn in the book's entire history. He racks his brain, remembering the contents of the book. He used to think, ridiculously, that the Book of the Moon could actually summon a god. But then Su Liang remembers. The hidden intel from Qi Xuan served as a harsh reminder that the Book of the Moon is merely a tool used by the gods. He thinks bitterly that even his own original power should have been way stronger than this book. All of a sudden, a single glimmer butterfly flutters over to him. At that exact moment, thunder cracks across the sky. Su Liang's eyes fly open in disbelief. The Book of the Moon turns to a new page, and a massive pillar of light erupts from him, shooting straight into the heavens. Liu Wei is so stunned, she literally loses her balance, falling to the ground and mumbling, a pressure that can make even our emperor this terrified. What in the world? Suddenly, a new voice speaks up from right behind her. No wonder there was an uprising in the southern territory. So this is why. Liu Wei cautiously looks back and sees the silhouette of Kang Yue. She's grinning with amusement. Moon King, it doesn't matter if you're the North's representative or not. You can come with me to the end of the Moon God Festival. Kang Yue then turns away, adding, besides, there's no need to watch the rest of this. Liu Wei stares, completely stunned, at her retreating back, only managing to speak a moment later. Holy crap, when did the great Emperor Kang Yue get behind us? She scared me to death. That female ghost! Liu Wei shouts indignantly as the scene cuts back to the sky, where the swarm of glimmer butterflies has now gathered. They arrange themselves into a single massive pair of wings. Everyone on the ground stares, mouths wide open in shock. Wai Vu and the others can't help but fall to their knees. Tears stream down her cheeks, her voice trembling. My entire life's wish was to witness the miracle of this very moment. Even Jie Yang is terrified by this display, stammering out, so? Can you even deal with that? The dark spirit just looks up at the sky in silence, before letting out a soft chuckle. Feeling a chill, Xie Yang looks over in horror. Hey, the dark spirit. It actually has tears forming in the corners of its eyes. It laughs manically. Little demon, you want me to fight that? Its voice trembles. It was short, but the mission of our Black Moon cult is over. The dark spirit closes its eyes, accepting its fate, its voice suddenly becoming firm and resolute. This is the end. Get down. As its voice rings out, Xie Yang is thrown far into the distance. Just behave and watch the finale. This era doesn't belong to us. Lying in Lei Yue's arms, Xie Yang stares back in absolute terror. The dark spirit's eyes widen in a silent question. An apostle of a god? In all its life, it had never heard of such a thing. It looks towards Su Liang, its voice filled with utter disbelief. An apostle of a god at this level. And up there, our guy just stands majestically, looking down on them all. Behind Su Liang looms a colossal figure. From the 12 palaces of the moon's radiance, guardian of the second palace, the golden butterfly palace, the 8-winged radiant moon monarch. Xie Yang mutters weakly. So that's how it is. What kind of a battle between emperors is this supposed to be? The 8 magnificent wings give a slight tremble. Its entire body erupts in a blinding halo of pure light. Everyone in the base is completely overwhelmed by the glare. Many of them can't take it and just pass out. Over on Lei Yue's side, things weren't much better. She was completely pinned down by the sheer pressure. Huan Yue, Wan Yue, and even the Moonbeam Rabbit were in the same boat. Luke Vi screamed, bracing himself. What kind of power is this? Just the oppressive aura alone was enough to make an entire continent tremble. Some beings are just built different. She was sent flying by the attack, letting out a pained shriek. The entire central territory was just gone. The spirit of darkness watched the scene unfold, struggling to speak. This is a great honor. I have no regrets in this life. It mumbled to itself, watching the approaching wave of light that was about to erase it. After I die, I hope I can become a part of the moonlight. As it finished speaking, the light swept over it, and its body began to fade away. With its dying breath, the dark spirit spoke its final wish. Its eyes grew still, as if it completely accepted its fate. The light finally passed, and the spirit of darkness had vanished from this dimension entirely. A silent night descended. From behind a thick layer of dark clouds, a lonely crescent moon appeared. On the desolate battlefield, Hoan Guyet and Wan Guyet lay unconscious, each one at the bottom of a massive crater. Tu Luong floated into the air, a tiny figure in the vastness. He bowed his head with a heavy sigh. So, it's like this again. A painful memory flooded back. 3 years ago, he was stark naked in a wasteland just like this, with absolutely nothing left. He remembered being so confused when everyone started worshipping him. For no apparent reason, the world had suddenly decided to name him the Moon King. Back in the present, Tu Luang stared at his palm. This time there was no amnesia, so this incident had nothing to do with the eight-winged moon monarch. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a realization hit him like a truck. He zipped back to his base, only to find a pile of ruins. Just as I thought, he muttered. The protective shield was broken. He calmly observed the unconscious bodies. It seemed like there were no actual casualties inside. Bitch Hai's moon-warding bow must have blocked it, Tu Luang figured, slowly walking towards Nguyen Quan. She probably didn't know about his previous memory loss, which would explain why she found his worrying so odd. You'd think he'd stop for a pity party, but nope. Tu Luang walked right past her without a single change in expression. He was already calculating something. To return to his true self, his fading silhouette seemed to say, he first needed to recover his lost memories. His gaze then locked onto Ta Duong, who was shaking uncontrollably on the ground. He began to mumble, "This guy, now I remember. Burning 2 years of your lifespan is a technique used by the Black Moon cult since ancient times." Tu Luang's face was dead serious. In other words, whether you won or lost today, you weren't going home. What's the point of a fight like that? Just then, Ta Duong began to stir, his voice cutting him off. So, it seems the gods weren't watching over me after all. Tu Luang questioned him bluntly. You'd sacrifice your own life just for a single fight with me. Were you hoping the reward from the Moon God Festival could save you? The sudden question left Ta Duong speechless for a moment. Then, Ta Duong cracked a twisted smile. For a Moon King, he sure asked some ridiculous questions. His weak voice echoed through the air. As a member of the Moonlight system, is it wrong to want to surpass the strongest? Ta Duong declared from the ground. To defeat you, my own life is a price I'm willing to pay. He strained to roll onto his back, his tone laced with sarcasm. Too bad the power difference was too great. Even the gods probably thought this was just some boring joke. Ta Duong then posed a huge question, why does anyone need to please the gods? Tu Luang narrowed his eyes, searching for a reply. At least I was satisfied today. Isn't that enough? Ta Duong scoffed back, unconvinced. Oh, really? You were satisfied? Ta Duong pressed on. I finally managed to give you a real headache, didn't I? Tu Luang glanced away and nodded slightly. Yes. You completely trapped me in a grueling fight. With that, he closed his eyes, as if showing a final bit of magnanimous pity. At this point, Tu Luang thought, there's no reason to insult him anymore. Ta Duong let out a faint chuckle. Thanks for letting me hear one last satisfying lie. Moon King, listen closely to what I'm about to say. It might be related to why you lost your memories. Those words made Tu Luang's eyes snap wide open. With his lips pressed tightly together, he struggled to get the words out. The one I faced back then was likely the eight-winged moon monarch. He recalled the image of the eight-winged monarch and continued his story. But for some reason, even seeing that same image again, the weird feeling in his gut just wouldn't disappear. That incident wiped a third of the northern region off the map, but nobody ever mentions where all those people went. It's a giant question mark, and the thought of them being forgotten just like that leaves our boy completely stunned. Tiny specks of light begin to appear around Ta Duong, and he visibly hesitates. Moon King, the events of that year were definitely not so simple, and with that, Ta Duong's body begins to slowly fade into the wind. But of course, he can't leave without one final cryptic line, you better watch your own back. And with his last words spoken, Ta Duong vanishes completely into thin air, leaving only a tiny speck of light behind for Tu Luang. Our guy just stands there, totally silent, processing what he just heard, and yeah, you can tell he's feeling seriously on edge. Tu Luang looks up, his expression grim. With the death of the last of them, the Black Moon cult is finally over, but I don't feel happy about it at all. His hand clenches into a fist as Tu Luang tries to reassure himself. My amnesia has nothing to do with the Black Moon cult. He raises a hand, as if to touch the glowing motes reflecting his face, but he pulls back. This is tied to whatever erased a third of the northern region. I still can't reach it. Once again, Tu Luang clenches his fist, his whole body shaking with frustration. After a moment, Tu Luang finally lets his hand fall. Standing alone in the vast, dark space, he lets out a heavy sigh, as if trying to push away the weight on his soul. Tu Luang runs a hand through his hair in frustration. Why do I feel this suffocating weight? At least the immediate threat is finally taken care of. He says with a hint of exhaustion, no matter what comes next, I can relax for a little while. Tu Luang flicks his robe back and just plops right down on the ground, looking like he's about to pass out after a ridiculously long day. A few hours later, a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Looks like everything is finally over, huh? Luke Vi complains, scratching his head with a grimace. Just the aftershock from that pressure knocked us out for hours. Londone adds, well, he was the eight-winged moon monarch. She looks around frowning. I'm guessing all the spectators have already left, right? Suddenly, Luke V's eyes bulge, his face goes pale with absolute terror, and London can't help but look in the same direction. Her jaw drops, and she breaks into a cold sweat, completely horrified by the sight of a pure white deer. Kiep Nguyet stands there with its eyes closed, just radiating this arrogant, otherworldly beauty. Amphi comes bounding over from the distance, hopping past the others to get closer. It throws its hands up, grinning ear to ear. So, how was it? Van Vu Hai? Amphi asks, sizing up Kiep Nguyet. Was the opening ceremony for the Moon God Festival I set up spectacular enough for you? It waves its arms around excitedly, rambling on. The pieces of Ngiet Diu are finally coming together. The That Haiyan and Baklak clans still haven't made a move. What do we do? But just then, another voice cuts it off. Current Moon God, stop. Do not interfere any further with the Moon God Festival. Keep Nguyen's eyes snap open, its tone sharp. Furthermore, I will not permit you to cause chaos in the northern region. Those words completely freeze Amphi, who can only stare at Kiep Nguyet. Then, its attitude does a complete 180. The shock vanishes, replaced by a face that's practically glowing with admiration. So fierce, Amphi chirps, playfully dancing around Kiep Nguyet. But you've got it all wrong. I didn't interfere with the Moon God Festival myself. Its eyes light up as Amphi rubs its chin, putting on a ridiculously sly face as it continues. On the contrary, some little rascal managed to swipe the Book of the Moon and win the battle between emperors. After saying that, it puts on a cute face and winks, adding, totally deserves a reward, right? Amphi doesn't even wait for a reply, just keeps rambling as it leaves. So you don't need to worry about not having a candidate anymore, okay? After getting a little ways away, it turns back, pulls down an eyelid and sticks its tongue out. What a little troll. Pure white Lord Kiep Nguyet. But Kiep Nguyet is silent, simply watching coldly as Amphi vanishes in a flash. Kiep Nguyet remains perfectly still. It squints, and for a split second, you can see a hint of helplessness in its eyes. A moment later, its gaze drifts downward, and the one who catches its attention is none other than Hon Nguyet, lying motionless on the cold ground, completely limp. It's all right. Tu Luang, on the other hand, is deep in dreamland. His handsome face looks so peaceful, you almost wouldn't want to disturb him. The corner of its mouth quirks up in a small, mysterious smile. After a long silence, Kiep Nguyet turns and walks away, its figure fading into the white mist. Half an hour later, and Luke Vi is still sweating buckets, his lips trembling uncontrollably. She presses her lips tight, swallows hard, showing every sign of a full-blown panic. Luke Vi doesn't dare move, probably thinking, how are we even still alive? Then it hits him that was the Lord of Van Vu Hai, Bai Lu of the Spirit God clan, creator of the 7 mystic pure white tribulation moons, and the current moon god, Taiyin Fei of the accumulated tears. The pure white tribulation moon hasn't been seen in 20,000 years. It didn't even show up for the last moon god festival. Liu Wei whispered nervously, realizing from their conversation that the two gods were definitely still enemies. Leng Duan, standing beside him, was just as confused and stammered, but gods aren't even supposed to care that we exist. He quickly came up with a brilliant idea. Let's just pretend nothing ever happened here, and we tell absolutely no one. Liu Wei nodded fiercely in agreement, only for a powerful spiritual force to suddenly blast past them. The shockwave nearly gave them a heart attack, scaring them so bad their hair literally stood on end. They both whipped around as Liu Wei screamed, "Now who is it?" Just then, Yi Yu and Gong Yue appeared right in front of them with questions. Was a god really here just now? Liu Wei grimaced, thinking to himself that humans could actually sense the presence of a god. Leng Duan was just as confused, wondering when they had even arrived. Standing on Yi Yu's palm, Gong Yue looked up and confirmed, "Yes, but they're gone now. No need to worry." Across from them, a flustered Liu Wei pointed a finger right at the two of them and demanded answers. "All right, cut the mysterious act. Who in the world are you two?" She closed her eyes and began her introduction. "To the 2 noble emperors of the 9 hells. I am Bi Yi Yu, beast master of the Twin Moon cult, merely an insignificant mortal." Liu Wei and Leng Duan looked skeptical, but they perked up their ears to listen. "On behalf of the Azure Moon Empire, I apologize for not welcoming you to the Northern Territory sooner." Yi Yu gently lifted Gong Yue and said with a smile, "And next, the Great One in my hand seems to have something to say to you." The tiny bird simply opened her wide green eyes and stared them down silently. That ice-cold stare sent another shiver down their spines. Their faces went pale as they froze on the spot. Suddenly, Liu Wei dropped to his knees as if he had just met a supreme being. His face drained of all color as a terrifying thought struck him. Just a single glance. Could this person be? Just then, Gong Yue spread her wings and flew from Yu Yu's palm. In a flash, her entire body erupted in a blindingly brilliant light, leaving Liu Wei completely stunned and speechless. A cascade of green hair appeared, flowing in the wind as Gong Yue's voice rang out still as obnoxious as ever, without even a hello. The woman in the elegant green dress now stood before them. This was the Azure Sea's demise, Gong Yue, guardian of the 7th house, Sagittarius, and the supreme protector of the Twin Moon cult. And she had a cold warning for them. You have violated my rule by entering the Northern Territory without permission. For 1 year you will not leave, and you will not transmit any information. Gong Yue's threatening voice echoed around them, leaving the two to do nothing but bow their heads and tremble. Otherwise, the Star Mist Moon and Tang Huangquan will face annihilation. She paused, adding, also, while I cannot interfere with the final results of the Moon God Festival, Gong Yue extended her arm forward. As for the Moon God Palace, you have already broken the first rule. She struck a pose as if holding a massive bow. Aiming 2 fingers at them like an arrow, she threatened, I can still issue a warning penalty. High in the sky, the constellation of Sagittarius appeared, its stars connecting. Gong Yue's posture was identical to the legendary archer of myth. Soon, 4 pitch-black vortexes ripped open the sky, swirling violently, signaling a disaster about to unfold. Her figure glided right through those swirling portals. She moved with a gentle yet firm purpose, stopping before a giant cannon suspended in the heavens. Gong Yue coolly drew back 2 fingers, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Instantly, light began to converge at the tip of the cannon. Every wisp of spiritual energy gathered at a single point. In a flash, a massive, swirling beam of pure white energy shot out, carrying an overwhelming pressure as it flew. That beam of energy rocketed forward at the speed of light. It tore straight through several towering mountains, its one and only target dead ahead, the Moon God Palace. And bullseye. The horrifying blast of energy slammed right into its target, causing an earth-shattering explosion that cracked the entire mountain range into pieces. A moment later, all that was left of the impact zone was a deep, smoldering crater, with thick black smoke billowing upwards. Zhao Yue and the 2 envoys stood frozen amidst the desolate landscape, unable to hide the absolute horror in their eyes. But the gorgeous, alluring guardian of the Moon God Palace strode forward defiantly as the furious energy continued to rain down, threatening to pulverize everything in its path. With no other options, she could only bow her head and beg, Lord of Nuyet Dieu, the Nuyethan Palace never meant to provoke you. Please, calm your anger. The Overlord spins around, absolutely furious. Who the heck authorized the Jade Forest to enter the battle? I want a name. And right on cue, a single foot steps forward. Its 4th concubine, hands clasped, looking all downcast and miserable. Yep, she's about to take the fall for this one, and the Overlord doesn't mess around. From this moment on, 4th concubine is stripped of her title and has exactly 3 days to get out of the Moon God Palace. All she can do is bow her head and whisper a single defeated word. Yes. So 4th concubine walks alone, swallowed by the thick night, with only a sliver of a pale moon lighting her solitary figure. She suddenly stops, leaning her entire body against a cold wall. She pulls out a photograph, her wistful eyes completely fixated on the image. She clutches the photo of her and some white-haired person, her heart an absolute mess of feelings. Why does everyone claim the Moon God Palace's northern branch is a myth? Her sister promised she was going there to become its new master. 4th concubine whispers tiredly to herself, her voice a mix of blame and desperate pleading. What really happened 3 years ago? Can you finally give me an answer? She calls out, staring up at that broken moon. Yue Fang Su Liang, my grandson. And just like that, the scene cuts to Su Liang, who is still completely lost in his own dream world. Gradually, Su Liang's eyes flutter open, and he is immediately shocked by the strange new scenery all around him. Su Liang shoots up, asking himself the million-dollar question. Where in the world is this place? He looks around, but yeah, still has no clue. Squinting into the distance, Su Liang spots a tiny, hazy black figure. Who else could it be but Yin Fei, with its big, sparkling eyes and ridiculously long ears? He just stares blankly at it for a second before a single word escapes his lips. Then it clicks, and he shouts out loud, "A moonlight rabbit!" He bends over, whispering in total disbelief. Why is there a moonlight rabbit in this godforsaken place? Su Liang can't help himself. He reaches out a hand, intending to touch the little creature. But before he even makes contact, Yin Fei starts shaking like a leaf. Pervert! What do you think you're doing? That reaction throws him for a complete loop. He starts sweating nervously, flustered, and totally unsure of what to do next. What? Su Liang snaps out of his confusion, his brow furrowed. Wait a second, you can talk? He eyes the creature's smug little pose. His brain starts putting the pieces together. It's extremely rare for even high-level beings to speak, and for low-level ones, absolutely impossible. He stands up, pointing a finger right in its face and demanding, "All right, cut the act. What are you, and where is this place? Yin Fei, who was probably expecting a compliment, gets an earful instead and sighs. So rude. I came all this way just to give you a present. Our guy leans back, completely thrown, repeating the last two words. A present? It puffs out its chest with a smug little smile. Of course, it's your reward from the Moon God Festival. The mischievous Yin Fei circles around him, listing off the prizes. The last pages of the Book of the Moon, a supreme beast, a beautiful hybrid, or even immortality. It stops, looking at Su Liang with devilish eyes and asks quietly, Su Liang, what do you want? But it doesn't even wait for an answer. Yin Fei just keeps talking to itself. Oh, right, I forgot. You already went and stole my Book of the Moon. Su Liang is stunned. Your book? Then that means your? He gives the creature a long look, sizing it up from head to toe. Then it hits him. The legacy of the current moon god, Li Ji Yue Tai Yin Fei, the champion of the last moon god festival. Su Liang's lips press into a thin line, so this was the guide from his dream. But wait, he isn't the one replacing the current moon god. Yin Fei's face suddenly turns serious. All right, playtime's over. Host of the Golden Butterfly Palace, I'm going to be straight with you, it says, without a hint of shame. Join my side, and let's win this moon god festival. Su Liang is just reeling from one shock to the next, protesting. What did you say? I am an apostle of the radiant moon. We're literally on opposing sides. Yin Fei just smirks. Son, you still don't get it, do you? And then its flesh begins to twist and change, warping into a human form. In the form of Kang Yue, Yin Fei makes its offer. Bring the Golden Butterfly Palace to my side. Don't you want to defeat the great Emperor Kang Yue? Su Liang is completely stunned by this new appearance. He tries to look away, pretending not to care, but Yin Fei keeps pushing. Whether it's the great Emperor, Kang Yue, or some other, even more powerful being, I can help you crush them easily. It leans in, bumping Su Liang's shoulder provocatively. Your weak little friends can't do that for you, can they? Yin Fei lowers its head, its voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. That little moonlight rabbit you keep around, just a defective product, diluted from generations of my own blood. And with that, a strange pink aura explodes around Su Liang. Yin Fei gently lifts his chin, its hand resting on his cheek, its voice a seductive, bewitching whisper. Forget them. I can give you the power to trample over everything in your path, and you can even create the perfect bloodline with the most beautiful beast in the world. But right then, Su Liang's eyes fly wide open, as if he's seen something impossible. So, you're remembering those fighting alongside you. Tu Luang instantly shoves Amphi away from him, bluntly shooting back. I refuse. It lets out a gasp, feigning surprise before asking, but why? I can satisfy your every desire. Amphi casually strokes her hair, trying a different approach. The little ghost Phi from Ingiet Du was just like you, but he ultimately followed his heart and joined me. It holds out a hand toward Tu Luang, trying to sweet-talk him. But you're far more important to me, so feel free to throw your little tantrum for now. It's fine. He quickly grabs Amphi's wrist, firing back. No, you're wrong. Tu Luang's voice becomes hard as steel. The moon god can grant any wish, but it can't decide the final winner of the Nguyet then trial. Its eyebrows knit together. Looks like Tu Luang just hit a major nerve. Are you trying to recruit me now because you're worried that I, the apostle of Nguyet Dieu, will take the final throne? He keeps laying into it, causing Amphi's face to darken with every word. You have no right to judge my companions. One day I will take these so-called weaklings with me. Tu Luang continues with a growl. Defeat every single one of your apostles and seize the final throne of the Nguyet then Te. He yells out a curse. Until Nguyet Du is victorious, you can wait in agony, despair, and torture. Hearing this, it can't help but glare, absolutely furious at the insults. But instead of fighting, Amphi just lets out a single, sharp laugh. The next second, it throws its head back, laughing like a complete maniac. Amphi then uses its spiritual power to revert to its original form. It slips from Tu Luang's grasp and says, All right then, Apostle of Nguyet Du. It stands before him, back in its cute rabbit form, issuing a challenge. If you're really that confident, then I will patiently wait. Amphi's eyes glow intensely as it emphasizes, the Phi Tho Kung is about to be revived anyway, and my perfectly evolved descendants are also about to return to this world. In an instant, a swirling black vortex erupts around them. As it slowly sinks into the circle, Amphi issues a final challenge. The invincible October eclipse awaits you. Right before it vanishes, it leaves him with one last thing. From now on, it's Moon King Tu Luang versus the current moon god. Hearing this, Tu Luang can't help but look up, his face a mask of pure shock. 3 beams of white light shoot past his face from nowhere. Tu Luang squeezes his eyes shut and suddenly falls backward. He slowly begins to fade away from this place, his eyes shut tight as if lost in thought. A single phrase echoes in his mind, he'll fight to his last breath. Cut to 10 days later, everyone is busy rebuilding after the War of Emperors. Someone on cleanup duty stands on a cliff overlooking the construction when a voice suddenly whispers right by their ear. "So?" Adat asks softly from beside her. "Feel anything?" Alin shivers, her voice trembling. It's terrifying. It's been 10 days, but the aura of those two rulers hasn't faded. He looks up to the sky, setting their objective before the Nguyen Dente reaches its climax. "We need to finish this investigation and evacuate as soon as possible." Adat's conclusion? Half the 10 yin pillars have already fallen. The Phi Tho Kung, leader of the 10 moon eclipses, is coming. From now on, it's the age of monsters. He turns to his partner and asks, "According to your judgment, what are the chances for the current Moon King to Luang?" Alin is silent for a few seconds, calculating, before she whispers, 0.08%. Adat is stunned, shouting, "What? How can his odds possibly be that high?" Alin says nothing, simply opening a book for him to see. It lists, West Region, Gemini, Bak Duyet Han, 0.018%. South Region, Great Emperor Thuong Nguyet, 0.03%. Central Region, Holy Maiden Chu Nguyet, 0.001%. North Region, Moon King Tu Luang, 0.08%. He immediately retracts his doubt, his expression changing to one of absolute trust. "If that's your call, then it can't be wrong." Adat remembers 3 years ago, when the full moon hung in the sky for 30 days, and their gods fell asleep. Even though the probability is razor thin, the culprit has to be one of those moonlight apostles. Tu Luang once confirmed it himself, those numbers are the odds of defeating a god. Back in the present, Adat feels a deep sense of unease. No matter who it is, once they're discovered, our faith will hunt them to the very end. The words hunt down and kill hang in the air, a dark omen of the tragedy to come. And we cut to a simple hut, sitting in the middle of the battlefield's smoldering ashes. 2 guards stand watch outside. Meanwhile, Su Liang is totally passed out on a nice soft bed, his eyes shut tight as if he's still dreaming. A few moments later, he slowly cracks open his eyes, and the first thing to greet his vision is Huan Yue's rather prominent chest. Oh, so that comfy bed was her lap the entire time. Huan Yue looks a little surprised to see him awake. Before he can even process things, she's already nagging him. "You're up? Then get up. Stop lazing around, you've slept for days." But Su Liang's brain is still buffering, his eyes glued to her assets. Without a word, he just closes his eyes again, leaving Huan Yue completely bewildered. Su Liang mentally summons the Book of the Moon, and instantly, the Beast information panel pops right up. It's been updated. The Bo Yi Yue Monarch, a Moonlight type at Emperor level, is currently sealed. Because his own level is too low, it can only be unlocked by raising the host to a 7-star realm, or by integrating the energy burst from 100 billion low-level glimmer butterflies appearing at once. The unlock condition, it seems, can be activated temporarily. Glimmer butterfly, Moonlight type, low level, and he has over 137 billion of them, also sealed. But since his level is too low, he can't summon them all. On a full moon, he can call out 100,000 at once, but other times the max is 10,000. Then there's the Jade Tail Rabbit, a mid-level Moonlight type, and Moon in the Lake, a high-level one. He frowns, thinking. He really thought they would confiscate the book if he turned on them. Guess they don't have the power to do that. Huan Yue, thinking he fell asleep again, flicks him right on the forehead. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" That flick leaves a giant bump, forcing him to open his eyes. He then turns and nuzzles his face into Huan Yue's thigh like a spoiled kid. She is at a total loss for words at his childish antics. With his face still buried in her lap, he lazily asks, "How many days was I out?" Just then, Yan Yue walks in, arms crossed, and adds, "And?" Seeing her, Su Liang immediately scrambles up. He sits bolt upright and fakes a few coughs to hide his embarrassment. The death glare showdown between these two women makes his head spin. Man, this is gonna be a pain, he thinks. Crap, I forgot Yan Yue was here too. He starts waving his hands around, trying to play it cool. "So, what's going on? What's the situation?" Huan Yue explains that the school is being rebuilt and the northern domain is relatively calm, but the central domain. Yan Yue cuts in, and the 7 stars of Huan Yue have appeared and are relentlessly attacking the Tenyin pillars. The Moon God Palace can only hold out for another half a month, at best. Su Liang listens, completely focused. Once all 10 pillars are destroyed, the legendary protector of the Fei Tu Palace will be revived. She closes her eyes, adding cryptically, "Then the true Moon God Festival will be revealed." He leans forward, demanding an answer. Who exactly is the protector of the Fei Tu Palace? Yan Yue answers grimly, She once led the Seven Stars to hunt down the final winner of the previous era's Moon God Festival. She says it bluntly. Originally the 8th of the 12 lunar palaces, she's now the head of the Taiyan 10 lunar eclipses, Fuxiu Baiyu Qing. But what Yan Yue says next completely floors Su Liang. The master of this Fuxiu Baiyu Qing was the Moon King of the previous era. The news hits him like a bolt of lightning. Su Liang's eyes fly wide open in shock. His mind immediately jumps to someone. He flashes back to a scene littered with bodies, a throne at the top of a staircase, and asks himself, wasn't the final winner of the last Moon God Festival supposed to be the most powerful being in the entire Moonlight system? Su Liang is instantly suspicious. How could a being that powerful betray the lunar faction and become the strongest warrior for the Taiyin side? He knits his brow, lost deep in thought. Wait a minute, he blurts out. If she already won, why do you say she'll be revived? Why was she sealed? Yan Yue actually blushes a little, answering evasively. That. I don't know. I have no idea what happened after I went into my deep sleep. He sees her reaction and instantly knows something is seriously off. Why would she react like that? It's like she's hiding something. Meanwhile, Huan Yue is puffing out her cheeks, glaring holes into Su Liang. She pouts, thinking, why did they both go silent? Did something happen between them while I was gone? Are they keeping secrets? Her wild imagination cooks up a scene of the two of them, holding hands, looking all lovey-dovey and happy. Do they have their own little secret now? She unconsciously clenches her fists together. A moment later, a scream of pure agony erupts from the hut, scaring a flock of nearby birds into flight. Su Liang stumbles outside, a perfect footprint stamped on his back. He miserably hugs a tree and asks, what did I do wrong this time? He glances back over his shoulder, already plotting revenge. Man, she hits really hard. He was busy plotting payback for some girl, completely missing the prisoner parade happening right in front of him. Only after wrapping up his mental revenge scheme did Tu Luong finally notice the scene. He immediately recognized the woman bound in red ropes, covered in ink stains. Yep, that's definitely Ku Chuan Noklun. Her face, a mess of scratches, shot a venomous glare his way as she ground her teeth so hard you could almost hear it. He just stood there, watching in dead silence as the guards shoved Ngok Lan forward, barking at her to move faster. The whole pathetic sight made Tu Luong glance back, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Is it because of their temporary contract that she won't die along with the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, Wai Vu and Kung Niet appeared on his shoulder to say hi, Lord Cultmaster. We're preparing to head back to the Bitch Niet Empire. Seeing him quiet, she just had to ask, so what's your next move, sir? That question actually made Tu Luong stop and think. A plan, you say? He flashed back to that insane battle back then. His only plan was to survive the clash of emperors. The dude literally never thought about the future, until an image of that arrogant Am-Phi popped into his head. And just like that, he found his answer. If he's already declared war on the current moon god, then the next target is pretty obvious. Tu Luong whipped up a new game plan. First, beef up the squad until they're unstoppable, then crush everyone on the way to the moon god emperor's front door. His eyes sharpened, completely lost in his own epic daydream where he'd finally confront that prideful god and yank her right off her throne. He was so deep in his head he didn't hear the voice calling his name, Lord Cultmaster. Wai Vu tilted her head, respectfully calling out again, Lord Cultmaster. Tu Luong suddenly blurted out, hey, can I hitch a ride? Her brain short-circuited into a single, huh? He just cooked up a random excuse and grinned. I've never actually visited the Bitch Nuyet Empire before. Wei Vu froze for a solid second, pupils blown wide. She had no other choice but to awkwardly throw her hands up and agree. Yes, sir. Hearing that, Tu Luong turned away, already rubbing his chin in thought. The Bitch Ngiet Empire's location is suspiciously close to the ruins from 3 years ago. He asked himself, if he went back, could he finally uncover the truth about his past? Standing behind him, Wai Vu watched his back and got a feeling that something was a little off. The Lord Cultmaster seemed different. She remembered his old, stern face, a cold and terrifying apostle who followed the gods every step. But then she pictured that brilliant smile from a moment ago, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. The way he is now, she mumbled. The scene then cuts to the northern border, where a giant bird soars through the sky. Wai Vu gently placed her hands before her, offering a respectful greeting. Thank you for coming all this way to meet us. She tucked a strand of hair back, adding tactfully, although our Lord Cultmaster doesn't exactly need our protection. The woman in the bird mask simply nodded. I understand. Our job is to make sure the Lord Cultmaster doesn't get bored on the trip. The Silver Rabbit agreed. Right. Stay sharp, everyone. The three of them stood on the bird's back together, gazing out towards the distant horizon. Tu Luong's eyes, meanwhile, were wide with shock at the view. Wait, you can do this with beasts? He yelled. He couldn't believe his eyes a hot spring. Forget inns and restaurants. You guys built an entire spa. Nearby, Nguyen was just chilling on a red lounge chair. She had her eyes closed, soaking in the vibe. Down in the water, Trung Nguyen was relaxing, looking completely at peace. Our guy quietly tiptoed in while Ho Nguyen was splashing around. She drenched a poor white rabbit, forcing it to wave a white flag of surrender. It turned, saw him, and chirped, "You're finally here." But To Luong was lost in thought again. Maybe I should add some furniture to Dap Van Tru and Guyet's back? Hone and Guyet was completely baffled by this. "What are you just standing there for?" she yelled. "Get your clothes off and get in here." He just stared blankly, letting out a single, eloquent, "Huh?" before it finally dawned on him. "Wait a minute. I know you're beasts, but you're all girls." He squeezed his eyes shut and just walked forward, figuring there was no way he could get in the hot spring otherwise. Besides, he reasoned, there aren't supposed to be any secrets between a master and his beasts. Tu Luong slowly shrugged off his jacket, tossed his clothes to the ground, and cannonballed straight into the hot spring. He sank into the water with a sigh of pure bliss. Ah, this is the life. Hohen Nguyen saw how happy he was from far away, and a very bold idea started to form. Hohen Nguyen started creeping closer, making him ask with genuine surprise, what are you doing?" She gently touched his cheek, her eyes sparkling as she tried out a seductive voice. "I read in a novel that when boys and girls bathe together, it's supposed to be embarrassing, right?" Hohen Nguyen then squished his cheeks and whined, "So why aren't you blushing or having a heart attack right now?" Tu Luong was completely stunned, thinking to himself, this silly dear. He squinted at her and began to explain. "Don't you literally run around naked every single day in your beast form? What's the difference between being on land versus in the water?" Hone Nguyen stroked her chin and shot back. "Nope, you're definitely faking it. It's moving around, probing. I need to check this out carefully." Honen Guyet was dead set on her plan. She had to make sure he could never threaten her by calling her a mere woman ever again, and she'd definitely gotten his attention now. There was no way he was passing up this chance to figure out her secret. It slowly lifted its front paw out of the water. In a flash, it morphed into a slender hand, beckoning to Luong. Then, Hohen Nguyen instantly transformed into an incredibly beautiful young woman. She stumbled right into his arms, forcing a timid Tu Luong to catch her. His face turned beet red as a wave of awkwardness washed over him. But wait a second, Honen Nguyen's rather impressive chest was now pressed right against Tu Luong's six-pack abs. He was so embarrassed, his whole body felt like it was on fire, his head spinning. What in the world was happening right now? Meanwhile, she rested a cheek against Tu Luong's chest and whispered, "Weird. Why was I forced to turn human? The full moon is still ages away." Suddenly, Hohen Nguyen's sparkling eyes shot wide open in total surprise. "Huh?" Hohen Nguyen looked down at her own chest, asking innocently, "What are these?" She looked up at him, but Tu Luong quickly whipped his head to the side. Hohen Nguyen just kept staring, not even blinking. She suddenly shot up to her feet, which only made Tu Luong even more flustered. Hohen Nguyen seized the moment, pressing closer with a sly grin. "Tell me, now, what are these?" While Tu Luong was turning 50 shades of red, Hohen Nguyen was having the time of her life poking around. "Isn't this that thing I saw in a novel once?" Her mischievous hand started exploring everywhere. "So the legendary Moon King was just like this, huh? No different from a normal person." To Luong's face was a tomato as he grimaced. "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the legendary Moon King? I was always just a normal person." Honen Nguyen shot back suspiciously. "I've clearly got you cornered, so what's with this attitude?" Seeing no response, she moved in even closer to press the issue. "Shouldn't your reaction be a little bigger?" To Luong couldn't take it anymore, grabbing Hohen Nguyen and yelling, "Hey, stop messing around!" Annoyed, she struggled and violently shook his hand off. And then, whether by accident or on purpose, his hand slid right down to the fruit basket below. Honen Nguyen's eyes flew open as her whole body went stiff. To Luong, bless his heart, froze for a solid 3 seconds, feeling the weight of the giant bun in his hand grow heavier. Honen Nguyen's demeanor flipped from dazed to panicked, her entire face flushing a deep red. She was stammering, unable to form words. To Luong's eyes widened at his pet's reaction, and he grit his teeth in frustration before pulling her into a tight hug. To Luong whispered into her ear, "Don't be so wild. You, of all people, should know the appeal of the Three Beauties tribe, right?" Hon Nguyen's expression was now a mix of anxiety and a little bit of fear. To Luong's voice suddenly dropped, low and serious. "After pulling a stunt like that, did you really think you could just walk away?" Hon Nguyen said nothing. Instead, she opened her mouth wide, not to scream, but to take a massive, powerful bite out of Tu Luong's shoulder. The move made him shriek loud enough to shatter glass. Even Yen Nguyen, who was relaxing nearby, was jolted awake by the heaven-shaking scream. Wondering what all the commotion was, she saw Tu Luang emerge from the room looking completely and utterly defeated. Noticing her staring at the teeth marks on his neck, he quickly claimed it was just a mosquito bite. And with that, Tu Luang turned and walked straight out, leaving the poor girl utterly baffled. Yen Nguyet just stared blankly after him before declaring him a total psycho. Stepping out of the bathroom, Tu Luang crossed his arms, deep in thought. He really wanted to sign a contract with her right now, just to teach her the proper relationship between master and beast. But with his one-star realm and an existing supreme-level contract, summoning her again was impossible. At this, he touched the bite on his neck and sighed. Just like the intimate contact they had today. The scene then shifts to the northern region's Bich Ginayet Empire, a place filled with modern skyscrapers. Tu Luang's crane landed on the rooftop of a tall building. The sheer splendor of the place left him speechless. The Bich Ginayet Empire truly is prosperous. Meanwhile, the silver rabbit and white crane were only focused on Tu Luang's collar. Why does the master keep pulling at his collar? Wei Vu spoke up, answering the unspoken question. Actually, the Bich Ginayet Empire has only become this developed in recent years, thanks to the imperial prohibition order from Palace Master Ma. He once said that the technology from 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced than today. Hearing this, Tu Luang turned back, listening intently. Wei Vu continued. However, because of an all-out war between two superpowers, all electronics on the planet were destroyed, and our technology was set back by tens of thousands of years. Su Luang's head snapped up, completely baffled. Wait, all electronic devices across the entire world? She just nodded. Yep, and it also wiped out billions of people. Of course, both of those top dogs were punished severely for it later. Standing off to the side, Yan Yue was fuming. This idiot doesn't even know who the two top dogs are, and he's saying he'll help me get my peach scabbard back? The Ice Queen only showed up to this festival to settle an old score, probably nursing a grudge for 10,000 years. Thinking about it, she lets out a super stressed out sigh. Tu Ryu, you better not get involved, or you're gonna have a real bad, real short time. Just then, he yells out to everyone, all right, we'll go look around ourselves. You guys can leave now. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind swirls up, and Huan Yue appears in her majestic beast form, letting Tu Ryu climb aboard. The powerful wind kicks up so much dust it stings everyone's eyes, and when it finally settles, he's just gone. Silver Rabbit just stares up at the sky, totally confused. She turns and asks, hey, do you guys even remember what the Moon King originally looked like? Hearing that, White Crane asks, you mean from the day the Heavenly Abyss appeared? Yi Yu immediately adds, how could anyone forget that? Silver Rabbit just shakes her head, totally bummed out. I just can't believe the great sect leader is out sightseeing with his pet. White Crane agreed. Yeah, I honestly thought he didn't even have basic human emotions. But hearing them talk like that made Yi Yu snap. Okay, that's enough. Stop talking. Her voice filled with emotion as she remembered that day. The ones who truly fear and respect the Moon King aren't outsiders, it's us. The apostles who witnessed that miracle with our own eyes. All she could see now was the grand, heroic image of Tu Ru. The scene shifts to a white mountain range, constantly shrouded in mist, known as the Northern Domain's Heavenly Abyss. Here, there's a bizarrely shaped fissure in the earth. Looking down into it, Tu Ru says, so that's why it's called the Twin Moon Cult. He gives an order to the two guards standing there. I need to go inside for a bit. Don't let anyone follow me. They immediately bow their heads in acceptance, but far in the distance, two members of a cleanup crew are watching his every move. One of them speaks up, asking, why would the Moon King suddenly return to the Moon God Palace's territory? The other answers suspiciously, Princess Yun was supposed to be the top contender, but it seems there's been an incident. She adds that she can faintly sense a divine aura from him. His danger level is even higher than Princess Yun's. Hearing this, Ada doesn't think twice and says, here's the plan, I'll go check it out. You stay here so we don't both get wiped. Aling is totally shocked. What? Ada doesn't bother explaining, just warns her. If I die, you need to run. Immediately. Change the Moon King's probability to 100%, then warn the others in their dreams to gather in the Northern Domain and destroy him. Tu Ryu and Huan Yue are now striding down a narrow path between two towering cliffs inside the Heavenly Abyss. He glances around, thinking to himself, it's broad daylight, so why do I feel a little suffocated? Seeing Tu Ryu cautiously observing everything, Huan Yue asks, what's wrong? Are we lost? He closes his eyes and says in a low voice, no, just a bad feeling. Something about this place feels weird. With that said, Tu Ryu falls silent and keeps walking, his mind racing with thoughts. The Twin Moon Cult headquarters and the BU Empire are both nearby, so if there was really a problem, Bai Hai would have noticed by now, and so the two of them venture deeper, with Tu Ru's brain working overtime. Even though he can't remember a thing now, He figures that following the original path might lead him back to his lost memories. He thinks he might just find a clue here. Seeing him so lost in thought, Huan Yue can only let out a quiet sigh. In the gloomy atmosphere of this place, neither of them notices that they've been followed the entire way. The person tailing them is none other than Aling. After following for a good distance, she makes a calculation and snaps her fingers. A short distance from the chasm's entrance, something bizarre appears in the air, looking like a massive pitch-black dome. Then, it plummets into the gorge at an incredible speed. Down in the canyon, Turu stares at the ground thoughtfully. The Twin Moon cult must have preserved this place perfectly. There's not a single footprint. Suddenly he freezes, his eyes wide with shock. Turu's abrupt stop makes Huan Yue bump right into him. Blinking sleepily, she asks, "What's wrong?" But at this moment, Turu can't focus on anything but what's in front of him. He whispers, "How is this possible?" Turns out, the thing that made Turu freeze up was a purple notebook lying on the ground. Just a few steps away, Turu wondered why his own diary was here. His mind flashed back to when he first arrived, still in his modern clothes. Wait a second, did I always carry it with me, which is why it's still here? Then I lost my memory, got confused, and just threw it here before I left. And just like that, the diary was forgotten in this place. With zero hesitation, Su Liang makes a beeline straight for that notebook. And even though she has no idea what's happening, Huan Yue sticks right behind him. Suddenly, a hand snatches the diary. It belongs to a woman in a gorgeous red dress who just appeared from thin air, holding the book like she's won the lottery. "I found it," she cheers, flipping through the pages. "This is guidance left behind by the gods." But the very next second, what she sees inside makes her freeze solid. The diary is just filled with messy English and some totally random doodles, leaving her wondering if divine guidance is supposed to be this weird. As for Su Liang and Huan Yue, they're both just staring, completely shocked by this red-robed lady's grand entrance. Sensing the danger, Huan Yue immediately leaps forward, shouting, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Su Liang is tense and calculating he can't read her power level, but his danger sense is going absolutely wild. He shouts for Chen Xingyan Yo, and in an instant, his powerful spirit blade appears. The woman in red just stares at the blue blade and purple horn, totally unfazed, as Yan Yue charges forward with an ice-cold expression. She leaps into the air and slashes down with incredible force, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Su Liang watches, then peers through the smoke in disbelief. What the heck? That attack seemed kinda weak. And there she is, the woman in red, standing right where she was without a single scratch on her. "What are you doing?" she asks innocently. "You don't seriously want to fight me in broad daylight, do you?" Our trio's faces just scream, "Oh, we're in big trouble now." He thinks to himself, she's right, this is the exact scenario every Moonlight system user tries to avoid. He glances up at the bright sunlight peeking through the cracks in the ceiling. Su Liang wonders, how are we supposed to fight during the day? The red-robed woman adds, "Moon King, we have no reason to fight, so I'll be on my way." That sets Huan Yue off, who loses her cool and rushes forward. "You can go, but leave that thing behind," she yells. Su Liang shouts, "Wait!" In that instant, it hits him, a realization he can't believe. This woman's aura, it completely surpasses a supreme being. This person is an emperor. Su Liang stands frozen, watching her silhouette fly away as a million thoughts race through his head. The Book of the Moon didn't react, so she isn't a Moonlight user. How did she even get in here? Who is she? Suddenly, the red-robed woman turns back. "Could it be that you know what's written here?" As she speaks, her expression turns dark and sinister. "Do you know what happened in this place?" The chilling aura radiating from her leaves Su Liang absolutely speechless. The red-robed woman grins wide. "I've changed my mind. I think I'll just check your memories instead." She thrusts her hand forward, unleashing a swarm of inky black tentacles that shoot straight for Su Liang. Reacting in a flash, Huan Yue leaps in front of Su Liang, creating a purple energy shield to block the incoming darkness. But the black tentacles suddenly sharpen, piercing right through Huan Yue's body and leaving her defenseless in agony. Su Liang screams out, "Chen Xing Yan Yue." The blade materializes in his hand, just in time to block her massive attack, and the two colossal powers collide in a massive shockwave. Su Liang gets thrown to the side, coughing violently. Having barely escaped with his life, he thinks, if it wasn't for Yan Yue's unmovable trait, I'd have been a goner. Looking at the chaos, with Huan Yue motionless on the ground, he panics. How is this possible? That was just a casual strike from her. Su Liang struggles to get back up. Is this the price for taking on an emperor in the middle of the day? The red-robed woman speaks calmly. Just give up. The miracle of the Moonlight King only truly shines under a full moon. She retracts her hand, her voice dripping with smug satisfaction. Right now, you are no match for me at all. This is Chiwaji, the master of the Other Shore Divine Sect. She slowly walks towards him and says, Don't count on getting lucky. The Archer's Palace has no idea what's happening in here. Huaji boasts proudly, this is a gift from the gods of my sect. Not even the Holy Land itself can detect our presence. Her words make Su Liang's blood boil. He clenches his jaw, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Then he actually responds to her. You're right. Su Liang wipes a streak of blood from his face, speaking with slow defiance. But is that a good enough reason to treat my childhood doodles like some kind of masterpiece? It's honestly just making you look dumb. At first, Huaji just stares, annoyed and completely speechless. But then a smug smile spreads across her face as she says, it won't be a problem once I read your memories. But the painter still looks skeptical, leaning in to ask, so, if you've been to this place before, and now you're back, don't tell me the legendary Moon King actually went and lost some of his memories? Hearing that, Su Liang went rigid, his eyes trembled, totally speechless. And yep, his guilty reaction told the painter everything she needed to know. Her voice started to quiver, a tear slipping from her eye. So it was you. It was you who did it. The painter buried her face in her hands, sobbing, I saw that thing with my own eyes. And you just lost your memory? And while she's having this complete emotional breakdown, our boy Su Liang is just standing there, totally confused and on high alert. Smooth. After a good cry, the painter's grief turned to pure rage. From this day forward, the Hegan Divine Sect will hunt the Twin Moon Sect to extinction. She stabbed a finger right at Su Liang's face. And as for you, Seventh Dream, the Calamity Painter, I'm going to kill you right here and now. With her war cry echoing, power exploded from her body, shredding her clothes and revealing a form covered in countless hungry mouths. And as if that wasn't dramatic enough, a giant, ancient red maple tree materialized right behind her. Su Liang, bless his heart, just thought, well, looks like I found the cause of my amnesia, even if this whole situation is completely hopeless. No more talking. The painter pointed, and the crimson maple tree unleashed its fury, whipping up a high-speed vortex of razor-sharp leaves right at him. Faced with that absolute storm of death, Su Liang could only grip his blade and brace for impact. But a split second before it hit, Hua Yue launched herself in front of him. She unleashed a massive wave of energy, trying to push back the Crimson Leaf tornado. The resulting shockwave tore the ground apart. Su Liang was blasted sideways while Hua Yue barely managed a shaky landing. Through the haze of dust and smoke, he could just make out her silhouette, still standing. But when the smoke cleared, the truth was obvious. Huan Yue was completely spent, her clothes in tatters, barely able to stay on her feet. And then she collapsed, unconscious. The purple gem on her forehead fell to the earth and shattered into a million pieces. Su Liang's hand instinctively reached for his blade, the Shenjing Yanyu. His grip tightened, his knuckles white, his hand shaking with rage as he growled out one single word. You! He furiously swung his blade, unleashing a barrage of brilliant blue moonbeams. But the painter didn't even flinch because every single one of his attacks missed. The painter narrowed her eyes, thinking, wait, was that just an illusion? She glanced at the fallen Huan Yue. This guy seems to have forgotten our last encounter before I beat him senseless. With a cold snap of her fingers, the painter attacked again. The blow landed dead on, and Su Liang cried out in agony, but even that couldn't finish him. Spitting up blood, he absolutely refused to go down, his hand locked on his sword. Su Liang grit his teeth, thinking, this is bad, because it's daytime. The power difference is just too huge. A supreme-tier Moonlight Master against a standard Emperor class, and he couldn't even put up a decent fight. The painter's voice dripped with mockery. Just give up, Moon King. You can never, ever defeat me. Honestly, though, it's not like I can easily kill an apostle like you either. And just like that, her tone switched to something much sweeter. Even with our history from 3 years ago, I'm willing to back off for now. We can save the revenge for later. The painter smiled brightly. So just be a good boy and let me see your memories. Don't you want to know what happened back then too? Su Liang gave her the only answer she deserved: silence. He forced himself to stand tall, leveling his massive blade right at her. She scoffed, completely unimpressed. Fine, negotiations have failed. Then she started walking toward him, slow and deliberate, but in less than a blink, she was suddenly right in his face, barely an arm's length away. A giant mouth on her chest gaped open, spitting out a grotesque, writhing black tentacle. The thing lashed out again and again, forcing him into a desperate defense. But just when it looked like she had him cornered, the painter froze, realizing something was dead wrong. And Su Liang, he was smiling. It worked. Thanks for the monologue, he thought. Gave me just enough time to set up my defense. And the secret to this little trick? It all went back to that monster food eating contest, where Hu Zhongyue had stockpiled a massive amount of the stuff. By chowing down on monster food, Hu Zhongyue's shield can recharge at a rate of 5% a second. Not one to back down, the mech flies up to unleash an even more ferocious attack. The clash cracks the very ground beneath them all over again. Su Liang parried while his brain went into overdrive. Just defending was pointless, he had to find a way to beat her, and fast. But this crazed painter demon? It seemed impossible, and now, the massive mouths covering her body are more visible than ever. This sheer madness only makes the painter demon's fighting power even more ferocious. Su Liang is desperately trying to block, but that confidence he had moments ago, it's been completely replaced by anxiety. Damn it, the attacks are too fast, too intense, my arms are about to give out. Spotting an opening in his defense, a tentacle shot out to seize the opportunity. It was aiming to snatch the precious moonblade right out of Su Liang's hands. However, the blade had other ideas. It flew up on its own and physically smacked that tentacle away. Su Liang was stunned, the blade was moving by itself. A ghostly hand reached out, grabbing the sword alongside him. It was Yan Yue, the spirit of the blade. Seeing Su Liang still looking lost, she asked, "Don't we still have someone to save? Just focus on the fight." The battle raged on, and though he was slammed against the cliff face countless times, his will to fight never wavered. His insane durability was seriously starting to infuriate the painter demon. This time, it wasn't just one or two mouths. She unleashed an attack using every single mouth on her body. The immense power blasted him backward. Struggling amid the tangled tentacles, Su Liang thought to himself, "The attack speed has gotten even faster." The painter demon gloated. "What's wrong? Still can't block it? In the end, you're just a normal human. Just a puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The Overlord would never be buried here with you, so you should just give up quietly." But right then, the moonblade suddenly erupted in a strange, mystical glow. The sight left her speechless, her face a mask of pure disbelief. Su Liang's fighting spirit reignited as he confidently swung the glowing blade with all his might. The powerful arc of moonlight shot upwards, soaring out of the canyon's mouth and shining brilliantly. At the same time, inside the chasm, the ancient red maple tree was sliced clean in two, much to the painter demon's astonishment. Then, the black tentacles vanished, and every single mouth on her body spewed blood at once. Yan Yue said sorrowfully, "This time, the last of the scabbard's power has been completely exhausted." She turned away, not even glancing at him, and asked coldly, "Su Liang, how much longer are you going to let her talk? Aren't you the Moon King? Don't we still have to defeat the Ice King and the Flying Rabbit Palace? But at your current level, it's impossible. You're a real disappointment." Yan Yue's words left Su Liang completely speechless. He thought to himself, "She's right. What the hell am I doing? I'm just an ordinary emperor, after all." Even though she was gravely injured, the painter demon was still running her mouth. "Damn it, you really think you can defeat me during the day?" Then she started screaming insults, her hateful words flowing like a song. "Moon King, I've always hated you Moonlight System users the most, always acting so high and mighty, never paying anyone else any mind. After the moonlight radiance was shattered, didn't those arrogant overlords die while fleeing? Pathetic." But Su Liang's attitude was completely indifferent. Seeing this, she taunted him again. "Wake up, kid. The era when moonlight ruled everything is long over." Despite her harsh words, Su Liang remained completely unfazed, not caring at all. It was as if he was contemplating some other problem entirely. Realizing she was being ignored, the painter demon screamed, "Hey, you!" But the only response was more silence from her opponent. She trembled with rage, seething through gritted teeth. "You're making me furious!" The painter demon launched her tentacles again, screaming, "Go die, Moon King!" Only then did he finally respond. "Perhaps you're right, but that's precisely the meaning of me being here." Su Liang spoke softly, articulating every single word. "I will stand on the throne and reappear under the moonlight, so that corner-dwelling creatures like you can never show their faces again." These words left the painter demon somewhat bewildered and confused. Suddenly, he roared with conviction, "This is why I was born in this era." His shout echoed to the heavens as a pillar of light tore through the clouds, shining down into the deep gorge. The brilliant light empowered Su Liang, causing the painter demon's tentacles to recoil in fear. "Ugh, what the heck am I even wondering about?" But he didn't bother to answer, silently absorbing the power from the light. Soon, Su Liang took out the Book of the Moon and began to calculate. "Thanks to my 700 accumulated draws, I've figured out how to defeat an emperor." He raised his hand high and shouted clearly, 700 consecutive draws." The Book of the Moon flew up and fanned out impressively. The system in Su Liang's head announced, "New beast unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrations has increased. Primordial Swan Lun, Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System, and Tianfu Yin Selection. Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System. Ice Mian Dong Moonstone, Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System. Withered Moon, Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System. Now, 700 purple cards formed a circle around him. Looking at the information, Su Liang thought, although there's no emperor, there are still some extremely rare ancient species. Then, a confident grin spread across his face. To Learn roared, giving up his contract to convert everything into favorability points. And just like that, all the purple cards in his arsenal were ripped to shreds. The fragments swirled together and poured directly into To Learn, igniting his entire body in a spectacular, magical flame. To Learn looked at his new power-up and smirked. If he absorbed all this energy, he could probably just blast his way straight to the 6-star realm, but even that, he felt, wasn't enough to beat an emperor. Then, a totally bonkers idea popped into his head. He spread his arms, faced the sky, and yelled, "Kim Deer Palace, I don't want any of this, you can have it all back!" His words actually made the magical light react. To Learn stood still, watching the fragments begin to fade away. He thought smugly, with this much energy, the Kim Deer Palace has to accept. But then plot twist the system gave him the most unexpected result ever. Back Dirk Muirt Monarch. Unlock progress 0.001%. To Learn froze, completely stunned, as his mind started to scream. How is that possible? Only 0.001% unlocked? What kind of insane appetite is that? He stared at his trembling hands in disbelief. All that energy, completely gone. Right now, he felt like an absolute clown. Meanwhile, Huarco was already in her fighting stance, ready to finish him. But suddenly, something appeared that made her eyes go wide. A torrent of light poured down from the sky, right where To Learn was standing. Even he looked pretty surprised by this development. Turns out, it wasn't the Kim Deer Palace absorbing the energy, it was the 100 billion shimmer-wing butterflies from before, so that brilliant light was all them. Time and space itself began to warp as Huarco yelled, "What is going on? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Oh wait," she looked up and saw a massive moon. A moon? Since when? Then she glanced at To Learn, totally bewildered. This guy just forcibly changed the entire sky. He's no mere apostle. At that moment, our boy was wearing the unmistakable smile of a winner. I warned you. If you had just returned my diary, it wouldn't have come to this. With that, a beam of light shot straight through Huarco's heart. The light then exploded with incredible force, splitting that giant tree in half all over again. Huarco's tentacles began to dissolve, her body fading away with the red leaves. But before turning to dust, she smiled softly. Moon King, I win. And just like that, Huarco vanished into nothing, leaving only a storm of falling red leaves behind. To Learn watched as the last wisp of red smoke drifted out of the ravine. He let out a sharp breath, annoyed. She dissolves into nothing and still claims she won? Seriously? With the coast clear, he finally relaxed and collapsed. Ugh, I'm dead tired. And with that, he just flopped onto the ground, closing his eyes to savor the moment. A quick nap seemed like a great idea. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere snapped To Learn back to reality. That's right. We won. From behind a rock, a girl in a black dress emerged. This was Kumorng, the sister of Huarco. She walked over to a single red leaf, lying in a pool of blood. Seventh sister, you predicted everything perfectly, she said. Good thing you had me hide in the shadows first. If we appeared together, you knew he would have destroyed us both. Which is exactly why she had to watch her sister get obliterated without making a single move, no matter how badly she wanted to. Her sad expression vanished, replaced by a smug grin. But now, there's no way I can lose. Kumorng, full of confidence, strolled right up to To Learn, her voice dripping with contempt. Even if you've surpassed the Apostle Realm, it's already over. She declared that the supposedly unbeatable Moon King would die right here. Hearing this, To Learn was obviously furious. But honestly, he was exhausted and running on fumes. Just as she was about to step closer, Honweirt's voice suddenly cut in. What? What's going on? How is there a moon out? Hearing her, Kumorng turned around curiously. Honweart was slowly waking up, her head full of questions. Did I sleep all the way until night? Still dazed, she noticed a stranger staring at her, and more importantly, saw Kumorng standing over To Learn's helpless body with bad intentions. Honweart immediately snapped into a defensive stance. Not human, she thought. This woman is another emperor. Kumorng stared at Honweart with a critical, unimpressed look. After a moment, she sighed and said with disdain, After watching that last battle, I can confirm this dear girl has a threat level of 0. She then turned her gaze to Trum Tin Yen Weert and looked just as disappointed. With her strength completely spent, Thanjiao was no longer a danger. But her mind? Still calculating. The only thing to worry about now was the overlord of the Archer Palace. Normally, it'd take 5 minutes for it to descend. But wait, no. An overlord doesn't play by the rules. This risk needed to be handled within 1 minute. In reality, however, 10 seconds was all she needed, and with that thought, she snaps her fingers. Just like that, a massive black umbrella materializes from nowhere, completely blocking out the bright moonlight. Suddenly, a few drops land on Hon Nungiet's cheek. Confused, she looks up and wonders, is it raining? And sure enough, a downpour begins over her and Su Liang. At that moment, she boldly declares, I am Kumong of the Bingan Divine Sect, the Supreme Min Da. From this moment on, the era of Nguyet Du will be ended by me. So that's it, the giant umbrella was making it rain. But this wasn't any ordinary rain. No, these raindrops were scalding hot. Wherever they landed, the ground began to corrode. Tram Tin Yen Nuyet lay motionless, soaked in the acidic downpour. The spots where the rain hit Honing Gyet began to burn painfully, and Tu Luang was suffering the exact same fate. He grits his teeth, trying to endure the agony. But this physical pain was nothing compared to the helplessness in his heart. Damn it, he had no strength left to fight. Out of nowhere, a ribbon of white mist flies in and wraps around Tu Luang. In the blink of an eye, he's teleported right out of Kumong's sight. She immediately recognizes it, the mist domain of the Baklok clan. Honan Guyet's entire body erupts with powerful energy, her eyes glaring with pure killing intent straight at Kumong. She stays silent for a moment, then decides to speak before striking. You have made 2 mistakes. Honan Guyet's words leave Kumong stunned. Looks like the villain has no idea what she did wrong. Honan Guyet explains. First, you said I was no threat. That got on my nerves. Second, you should never face the Baklok clan at night. As she spoke, she reached for the purple jade she always wears, only to realize with a jolt that it was gone. Staring at her empty hand, Hoan Guyet thinks, it must have shattered. Oh well, forget about it. But this beauty is never without a few treasures. Honan Guyet's eyes begin to glow a vibrant pinkish purple. She clasps her hands to her chest, and then from right there, she pulls out 2 divine swords. This special pair is named Vu Tuong and Van Ko. This, however, doesn't seem to faze Kumong at all. She just laughs mockingly. All talk, aren't you? Kumong spreads her hand and yells, a mere supreme dares to talk so big. The acid raindrops now turn a nasty, inky black. At her command, they change trajectory mid-fall, all hurtling as one straight towards Honing Yet. But her entire body simply vanishes like a wisp of smoke in an instant. The sight leaves Kumong completely stunned. She vanished? While she's still figuring out how her opponent disappeared, her arm is suddenly sliced into 3 pieces. Kumong's mind reels in confusion. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, she couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. This unanswered question sends Kumong spiraling deeper into panic. I can't even see her movements anymore. Even now, Kumong can't believe what's happening. Her aura is clearly at the supreme level, so what in the world is going on? Holding her twin swords, Honan Guyet's face is grim. This new intensity has Kumong deeply unsettled. What is going on? How can a supreme possibly overwhelm an emperor? The air between them is thick with tension. Clutching her severed arm, Kumong tries to reason, maybe she's just putting on a brave face. But somehow, Kumong's arm begins to regenerate. She quickly flexes her new hands, limbering up for the next round. This sight leaves Hoan Ningyiet completely frozen, staring forward in horror. She's rooted to the spot, gripping her swords. Seeing this, Kumong lets out a provocative laugh, confidently activating her malevolent shadow skill. Hoan Nguyen slowly raises her swords, her body trembling. Just as she's about to strike, something inexplicably holds her back. At this, Kumong smirks triumphantly. What's wrong? Can't do anything this time, can you? And there it is. Hoan Nguyen is suspended before a colorful, circular barrier, trapped by black, thorn-like tendrils. They say the Baklok clan's mist domain is unbreakable. However, only an emperor can truly pass through its misty veil. A second later, Hoan Nguyen vanishes. All that's left is the chaotic barrier and the black thorns, accompanied by Kumong's scornful voice. If I had to face an emperor, of course I wouldn't stand a chance. But a mere supreme like you can't do it. The black mass swallows everything whole before dissipating into plumes of dark purple energy. Watching her opponent get annihilated by her own technique right before her eyes, Kumong is absolutely thrilled. She says with relish, "You're just an ant, and you dare be so arrogant with me?" She lifts a hand to her chin, her expression pure hubris. So uncivilized. I mean, it's just one supreme being. Nothing to get all worked up about, she said, turning away with total smug satisfaction. With the fog realm shattered, the Moon King had absolutely nowhere left to hide. But then, something made our villain Kumorng turn completely pale with pure terror. Turns out, it was Hoan Weird herself, standing right there behind her, looking utterly unimpressed as she spoke. 10 seconds have passed. you still haven't kept your promise, and frankly, I'm getting a little bored. Hoan Weir descended with theatrical grace, her feet landing firmly on the ground. Hoan Weir closed her eyes, sensing the energy around her as a powerful divine aura began to surge from her body. Opening her eyes, she spoke without a hint of emotion. You know, my mother may be dead, but she gets really mad if the keepsake she left me gets destroyed. And if she gets mad, the consequences are severe. Kumorng's face darkened, breaking into a cold sweat as her mind reeled. The entire fog shuttle was here. Hoan Weir slowly advanced on her, continuing in that ice-cold tone. That's right. You probably don't get it, but for the White Deer clan who wield the fog realm, death is a different concept. She casually fixed her hair as she walked, looking fabulous while delivering a death sentence. Sorry, couldn't pop back sooner, so I just felt like chatting a bit. So, let's just end it like this. Kumorn gasped, her eyes flying wide open in shock. And just like that, all she could see was empty air, tinged with the faint scent of Hoan Weir. She looked up, silently cursing herself. Seventh sister, my judgment was wrong. I should have warned the others immediately. But then she thought, no, maybe this isn't so bad. She stood frozen, helpless as pink threads began to wrap tightly around her body. All alone in the darkness, at least she wouldn't drag anyone else down with her. In the end, Kumorn even managed a satisfied smile, because this was the complete fog realm execution and her entire body was being sliced into countless fragments. Even her favorite black bow didn't make it. The pieces of her body drifted on the wind, vanishing into dust. All that remained was the star spirit, Yen Weir, lying silently on the ground. After awakening, Yen Weir was quiet, pondering that perfect fog realm execution. Lost in thought, she had no idea when she might ever see her again. Beneath the dark night sky, a swirling pink orb of light hovered between two massive cliffs. Yen Weir whipped her head around, startled. It was To Leung, unconscious and floating right in the center of that glowing pink sphere. Just as To Leung was about to hit the ground, Yen Weir quickly swooped in to catch him. She held To Leung in her arms, thinking, okay, I kinda get why the White Deer clan vanished for tens of thousands of years now. Looking up, Yen Weir was still deep in thought. The 12 moon palaces still held their thrones, and the full moon cast a gloomy light over the night. A little while later, To Leung finally woke up. Yen Weir watched him thoughtfully as he sat slumped on a rock, diary in hand. To Leung flipped through the pages, as if reliving every single memory. His hand trembled as he turned each one. Then suddenly, grinding his teeth, To Leung ripped a page clean out, completely overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of rage. Yen Weir was completely stunned, with no clue why he'd do that. After destroying the diary he bled for, To Leung just hung his head, exhausted and silent. Suddenly, To Leung shot to his feet, adjusted his collar, and said softly to Yen Weir, "Let's go. Are you sure that's okay?" she asked, worried. To Leung replied blankly, "I'll remember it all sooner or later anyway. No need to look back." He started down the path ahead of them. After defeating those two emperors, I remembered a few things. The power of the Other Shore Divine Sect seems to be related to memory loss. To Leung had it all figured out, so if I just annihilate the entire Other Shore Divine Sect, I'll get my memory back, right? Yen Weir said nothing. She quickly pieced it together. He was furious because her death just added more fuel to his burning hatred for the Other Shore Divine Sect. Meanwhile, high above the ravine, Wai Vur Dan's group had been waiting for a very long time. Seeing Yen Weir and To Leung appear, they all shouted, "Lord Leader!" Silver Rabbit and White Grain rushed toward To Leung eagerly. "Lord Leader, what in the world just happened?" He didn't answer, just asked a question of his own. "Hey Archer, didn't you survive the last Moon God Festival by dodging all the challenges?" Everyone who heard that was visibly shocked. Weavor's face fell, terrified, not knowing how to answer. To Leung just gave her a death glare and said, "I don't know what your game is, but I hope the next time we meet we aren't enemies." Silver Rabbit and White Grain flinched, completely stunned. With tears welling in her eyes, Wyvor watched as To Leung furiously turned and walked away. He thought to himself, the moon changed and darkness fell. There's no way Bikhai Chitkungwirt didn't notice. But she never came to help. Silver Rabbit and White Grain couldn't help but wonder. Their Moon King was threatening the master of the Twin Moon cult? What on earth actually happened in there? On Wyver's shoulder, Kungwirt sighs, watching To Leung's retreating back as a silent promise echoes. Next time will be different. The Archer Squad is completely helpless, just standing there like a bunch of statues. A thought pops into Silver Rabbit's head. The Moon King now is even more terrifying than he was 3 years ago. Or maybe, just maybe, he'd finally figured out who he really was. Su Liang strode forward, his face dead serious. His memory was still Swiss cheese. But the important stuff? Oh yeah, that was coming back. He pictured the current world map in his mind. This world wasn't just the 5 mortal realms. Nope, there were holy lands, places way more mysterious. And under the gorgeous moonlight, Su Liang was totally lost in thought. But the weirdest part? The land inside these holy places was somehow infinitely larger than the entire planet. A woman's image flashed through his mind, sparking a question. What's even crazier are the overlords. Beings with enough power to literally shatter stars were just coexisting with regular humans. These overlords ruled mortals directly and meddled in the real world, so why hadn't anyone taken them out yet? Yeah, all this thinking was giving Su Liang a massive headache. He gave his head a quick shake, trying to think on the bright side. Whatever. But beyond all that, there was something even more crucial. Thinking about the cycle of creation, Su Liang realized the 12 moon adornment palaces weren't all the same age. Before the start of the final moon god ritual, only 6 of the 12 moon adornment palaces remained. Fei 2, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Peacock. And get this, Fei 2 Palace went rogue after offing Aquarius, one of the 7 wonders. So before the ritual, only 4 palaces were left. Su Liang gazed up at the moon, lost in thought. It seemed the return of the Golden Butterfly Palace was a sign of things to come. On the jagged, cloud-piercing mountains at the edge of the far northern abyss, in a place called the Sea of Clouds and Mist, Huan Yue walked alone on a pure white cloud. She clenched her fists, moving forward with grim determination. Suddenly, Huan Yue stopped dead, her eyes drifting up toward the mystical sky above. Before her stood a long staircase leading to an ethereal and mysterious barrier gate floating among the clouds. 3 girls were waiting in front of the gate. First up was Yunji, an emperor-level moonlight type. She bowed her head respectfully. Yunji pays her respects to the Grand Elder. Next was Lingyu Wu Kei, another emperor-level moonlight type, who also bowed her head in reverence. Lingyu Wu Kei pays respects to the Grand Elder, but the third girl? She was all smiles, completely relaxed and cheerful. Princess Yun pays respects to the Grand Elder. As her 2 followers bowed, Huan Yue slowly advanced toward the gate. The radiant Princess Yun followed close behind, chattering away non-stop. Grand Elder, have you awakened your bloodline memories? According to our deal, we need to sign a contract. We want to represent the White Deer clan in this moon god ritual and crush all the holders of the 7 profounds. But Huan Yue, she said nothing. Undeterred, Princess Yun kept on rambling. The Kang Yue Great Emperor, the Gemini of the Western regions, the Moon King. They're all our enemies. With your White Deer Palace bloodline on our side, this will be easy. But Huan Yue was a stone wall, refusing to say a word. She finally figured the only way to shut this girl up was to give her an answer. Huan Yue's ice-cold reply was a single word. Scram. And just like that, Princess Yun was left completely red-faced and utterly speechless. Yunji and Ling Yu were equally stunned by the shutdown. Princess Yun's cheerful smile vanished. So angry, she wondered. Did something happen in the real world? She let out a long sigh and scampered inside. Oh well, there's still plenty of time. This was Princess Yun, after all, a human and beast tamer hybrid, approaching the 9-star realm. The princess reassured herself, deciding she'd just try to get friendly with her later. Meanwhile, under a crescent moon, stood the Moon God Palace, home to the Moonlight Overlords, who've ruled the central region for millennia. Zhao Yueji-chan sits at the very top, and for some reason, all the core members of her main faction are stunningly beautiful women. The rumors about this place are pretty wild. They say if a single male is born here, no matter his rank, he gets shipped off to the southern or western regions. There's an area there full of tall pillars, some wrapped in chains. Now, even though the Fei 2 Palace won the Moon God Emperor's throne, they were sealed by the Moon God Palace under the 10 yin pillars, suppressed by generations of saints. That chain-wrapped pillar absorbs golden light from the heavens. But now, at the seal of the 6th pillar in the Moon God Palace, something is happening. More and more lightning strikes the central pillar. 2 sisters from the palace watch in horror. Sound the alarm now. With a loud crack, one of the pillar's chains snapped. A moment later, the light dragon appeared. It coiled around the pillar with a deafening roar. This is the emperor-level Yao Yue Hui Guanglong, one of the 7 stars that orbit the moon. It looked down at the terrified girls huddled below and grumbled, "Why is it always just a bunch of weak ants? So incredibly disappointing." It then raised its head, its voice just dripping with utter boredom. So, years go by, and this is what the goddess's descendant has become? Seriously? Down below, everyone's trying to hype each other up, saying, "Lord Lu Fei is coming, hang in there." But in the middle of it all, Zhao Yue just dazedly whispers, "Master, is this really okay? If the 10 yin pillars keep getting smashed, all 10 moons will actually manifest in this world. And at that point, breaking Gongfei 2's seal is just a matter of time, isn't it?" Guanglong over here is looking seriously depressed about the whole thing. A mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the air, telling Zhao Yue, "You don't need to worry, I'll handle it." She hears this and can hardly believe it. For real? Zhao Yue's skepticism comes from some pretty solid childhood memories, like when he made her buy him an orange comic book when she was only 6. And look, if it was just that one thing, fine. But this so-called master of hers tricked her over and over again. Having lost all trust, Zhao Yue asks, "Or are you going to con me into giving you a bath every single day again?" Faced with her complete and utter disdain, the voice just gives a mischievous little reply. For real. Zhao Yue lets out a heavy sigh. "All right, fine, I'll trust you one more time. I'm out of here." As she turns to leave, she asks, "By the way, master, all my cultivation resources just vanished into thin air. Where did they go?" And Guanglong's reply, "I ate them as a snack." And with that, she leaves, letting everyone else deal with that roaring Guanglong. We cut to a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Cruising through it is a Supreme-class sea whale, a Moonlight System public transport airship belonging to the Three Kings Spring Holy Land. Inside this whale ship, the decor is totally luxurious and comfortable. A beautiful woman stands with her daughter, just enjoying the incredible view. Suddenly, a shimmering butterfly appears right in front of them. The little girl immediately starts chasing the golden butterfly, yelling, "Mommy, look, it's so pretty!" The butterfly flutters forward before finally landing on the white sleeve of some random guy. And who else would it be but our boy, Su Liang? He's got his hood pulled low like he's afraid of being spotted. Meanwhile, he's surrounded by countless golden butterflies. Nearby, a few girls glance over at Su Liang huddled in a corner, and the gossip starts. What's with him? Shimmering butterflies and white hair? Is he trying to cosplay the Moon King? After news about the 8-winged moon monarch started spreading, the number of Moon King followers totally skyrocketed. The real one is stationed in the northern region, so how could he possibly be in the central region? He's probably just some obsessed fan. Through all the butterfly chaos and the constant whispers, Su Liang just keeps his head down in silence. He cracks a bitter smile, thinking, why don't they ever consider I might be the real deal? And then, a voice suddenly speaks right into Su Liang's ear. Have you made your decision? There's still a chance to go back. Turns out, it's Yan Yue, who was hidden right beside him. If word gets out that you traveled to the central region alone, all the Moonlight System powers are going to get some very bad ideas. Su Liang sighs. It's not that I don't trust the archer. I know she has her own agenda, but deep down she wouldn't hurt me. It's just, staying in the northern region is completely pointless for me now. As he speaks, his mind flashes back to just a few days ago. I received a reply from one of the 4 moon generals, saying they found a way for me to quickly break through my current realm and told me to meet them in the central region. Su Liang thinks of a discreetly hooded figure, his shadow on the floor briefly showing a black rabbit. If my recovered memories are correct, that person was once a subordinate of Gong Baoping. He made an oath to be a sworn enemy of the Tai Yin camp, so he can be completely trusted. After that, he falls silent, lost in thought. To keep his identity hidden, he has to use a mask over his eyes and rely on his butterfly's vision to see. Su Liang glances around the airship. Compared to the limited vision of a normal human, the vision from his shimmering butterflies is way more convenient and powerful. He can see everything from the inside out, from the kitchen to the swimming pool. Looking out at the peaceful blue sky, Su Liang quietly thinks to himself, the most urgent mission right now is to join forces with the 4 moon generals and get enough power to bring back the 8-winged moon monarch. His mind flashes to Hua Yue's slender figure. His cloud-chasing moonstep is gone, and he probably won't be getting it back for a few years. Then Su Liang worries about Yan Yue. The remaining power in the Shen Xing scabbard has also been completely drained. He checks his reserves next. The number of draws accumulated in the Book of the Moon are all gone. Su Liang's face darkens as he forces a smile and asks himself, if I ran into another Emperor-level enemy right now, would I have to write my last will and testament right here on the spot? And right on cue, the sea whale suddenly starts smoking. It seems like the ship has completely lost its way. The people on board feel the sudden turbulence and start murmuring. What's going on? Are we about to land? That's weird. This trip from the central to the northern region should take twice as long. A pink-haired woman starts to panic, asking, we're not accidentally flying through the 10-yin pillar battlefield, are we? The person next to her tries to chill her out. Relax. Even if the 7 stars and the Moon God Palace go to war, they wouldn't have the guts to stop a Holy Land airship. But that peace didn't last long. A massive beam of golden light slammed right into High Kitch, knocking it completely on its side. Looks like High Kitch took a hit. It opens its mouth and lets out a scream of pure agony. At this point, no one could stay standing on the tilting ship, and some poor souls even went flying overboard. In a corner no one was watching, Su Luang stumbles to his feet, his eyes wide with horror. Yep, speak of the devil. That terrifying aura was coming from a dark energy sphere heading right for them. Emperor Su Liang couldn't believe his eyes. Is this for real? Is his luck really this bad? Some passengers start getting bold, pointing at the sphere and yelling, "Who dares attack a ship of the sacred temple? You must be from the Moon God Palace. Some punk from the Moonlight system dares attack a water-type beastmaster? The three underworld kings will not spare you." The sphere calmly replies, "No need to panic. I'm not from the Moon God Palace or the seven circling stars, and I have zero plans to provoke your sacred three kings." Su Liang, still surrounded by butterflies, listens intently as the sphere continues its monologue. "I am one of the 9 dreams of the Equinox Divine Cult. From now on, all travelers leaving the Northern Domain must pass my inspection." And with that, streams of dark purple energy began pouring out of the orb. "Don't worry, I'll just erase your memories. Consider it a short nightmare." The tourists were already on the deck, coughing their lungs out. While everyone else was knocked out cold on the floor, Su Liang was shielded by a strange blue light. He watches the scene with a weird sense of calm. Thu Hoako and Vo Thuong Min Da had been killed in the fight. The mission is to find the truth in the Northern Domain, no matter the cost. Su Liang mutters, and the butterflies seem to understand, flying away. Looks like Su Liang is losing consciousness too. All right, time to check your memories. How did these people really die? What happened 3 years ago? He collapses, his eyes slowly shutting as doubt floods his mind. Has anyone here ever experienced amnesia? An ancient house appears, surrounded by a forest of spider lilies. The truth is, the Equinox Divine Cult is a name that vanished from the world ages ago. Tens of thousands of years back, they ruled this entire region. The cult even had its own god as a protector, codenamed Equinox. But it all ended with a single arm sticking out of a pool of blood, thanks to someone named Wu Yi interfering with a moon god ritual. The Equinox god was nearly killed by a terrifying entity, forced to fall into a deep sleep in the spirit world just to survive. All of its followers were exiled from the 5 realms, fleeing to a remote island where they were slowly forgotten by the world. Until, tens of thousands of years later, on one fateful day, a descendant discovered their God-given powers had been massively upgraded. Suddenly, followers in red robes appeared, ecstatic, holding pink orbs. This could only mean one thing. The Equinox gods were returning, and every follower went absolutely insane with joy. But that excitement quickly turned to pure terror, despite the clear signs of their god's return. In less than one night, all that power just vanished. The god woke up just to fall back into an eternal sleep. This wasn't exactly new. It was just like the incident with the 12 moon chalices from way back when. The remaining believers lived in the wilderness, and over time, their numbers quickly began to shrink. Their power faded away, leaving only 9 emperors who gathered what little remained to form the 9 dreams. But this was not the end. Their goal: to use the chaos of the moon god ritual to find the truth at any and all costs. And now, a sphere from the 9 dreams has appeared. If they don't make a move now, they will never get another chance to rise again. It hangs there, floating in a mysterious void. This sphere from the 9 dreams is like a giant eyeball. It opens, revealing 3 pupils inside. "Hello, nightmare fuel." It peers into the blue memory orbs, reflecting images of the followers. What exactly happened all those years ago? A desperate plea rings out. "If you exist in these memories, please answer me." The 3-eyed dream sphere observes for a solid 30 minutes before it gets annoyed. What the hell is this? It's all just useless junk. The first memory shows a girl in cosplay rubbing her face on a rabbit. The sphere is thoroughly unimpressed. So happy playing with a low-level pet. What a pathetic life. Another person is smiling, posing with a giant scorpion, so excited to tame a high-level beast, and here it thought these memories would be important. The orb is getting impatient. How can a third of the Northern Domain's map be gone with no one remembering why? It glances over at another memory bubble with a sigh. Whatever, this is just the first group anyway. But then, the 9 dream sphere zooms in for a closer look, its eye not blinking for a single second. From the corner of the sphere's giant eye, a single tear of blood starts to fall. Something it sees has made its pupil widen in absolute shock. And somewhere out there, another flight is taking off. We see Yen Nugiet, eyes shut, holding her weapon, the supreme-grade Deep Star Crescent Moon. This 9 Dreams orb looks at her with a bit of an attitude. Okay, just a weak supreme-level fighter, but let's see what you've got. Looking at the mountain of data, it decides to play it safe and skip the last year of memories, just like always. A stream of memories flashes by, and even through this playback, the power of the Golden Butterfly Palace is intense. It's so intense that it's actually affecting the orb itself. Gripped with excitement, it doesn't dare blink. Your whole life is just a single breath to me. Let's see what you're waiting for. But then 20 minutes pass. It's getting nothing. And the 9 Dreams orb realizes something is very wrong. Hold on, how is it not over yet? Seriously, When was this woman even born? Staring at the endless wall of data, it's absolutely floored. Wait, is she older than I am? Among countless blue frames, one glows with a brilliant gold light. The Nine Dreams orb immediately zooms in for a closer look. Its eye doesn't move an inch, and then, from the corner of that eye, tears of blood begin to stream down. The scene opens on a night with a huge full moon. In an ancient city stands a tall, luxurious building, the Gemini Palace. A woman walks forward, clutching the deep star crescent moon tightly in her hands. She's surrounded by colorful orbs as she sets the legendary weapon down. Her voice is soft. "I'm sorry, everyone. My time is almost up. I can't walk with you to the end of the Moon God Emperor's path." With that, she strides toward a staircase leading to a statue of two women, joined together as one. So let's go absolutely wild one last time. Lord of the moonlit Gemini Palace. The stone statues themselves are exquisitely carved. This must be the symbol for Gemini. The woman's face is grim under the full moon. "You're the strongest weapon in the world. You wouldn't shy away from a real battle, would you?" Then, with all her might, she swings the deep star crescent moon forward. Across jagged mountains, a powerful shockwave erupts, shaking the very heavens. At that same moment, the memory panels shatter into pieces. Blood pours from the Nine Dreams orb's eye and from everywhere else on its body. It's been critically wounded. Under a clear blue sky, the Nine Dreams orb of the Beyond Shore Divine Sect lies on the floor, bleeding out. Completely helpless, it recognizes the memory. That was the third moonlit palace, the Gemini Palace. It thinks back to the twin statues, to that single soul-cleansing slash that seemed to cut through the galaxy itself. The Nine Dreams orb starts to sulk. It was just one attack from deep inside a memory. Why didn't anyone warn me about this? Thinking of that palace, it can't believe a true lord once stood before the Gemini Palace, hidden away in the northern domain. It tries to float into the air. No good. I can't hold on any longer. I have to get back and heal. Now. It's about to flee, but suddenly, something makes the Nine Dreams orb freeze in place. Wait a second. It spots Tu Luang unconscious on the floor and has a sudden realization. This man. The Nine Dreams orb recognizes he's lost his memories. It stares with its blood-soaked eye, debating. Should it risk looking into his memories? If he's another powerhouse, it's game over for sure. But the Nine Dreams orb snaps out of it. No. What am I thinking? Looking at the unconscious bodies, it tells itself its own safety is completely irrelevant. It's not every day you run into someone with amnesia. What if? What if he's actually seen a god? Even with blood pouring out, it decides it can't back down now. After making up its mind, a glob of purple, bloody slime flies out and latches onto a woman. And she isn't the only one. Almost everyone gets hit. That pile of goo slowly takes a human form and lands on the ground, absorbing the other bits to create a complete body. And look at that. It's the Nine Dreams orb, now in human form. It walks over to Tu Luang. All right. Let's have a look at your memories. It reaches out with a limp, boneless hand. The Nine Dreams orb seems pretty excited about this. That's right, I recognize that face. This guy is the Moon King. Its hand starts to tremble, but it calms itself down. Just ignore the fact that this could kill me and keep watching. And you gotta appreciate how, even in a temporary human body, it made sure to give itself a rather impressive chest. It leans forward, certain that the answers are within reach. The shattering of power, the slumber of the gods, and the truth behind the full moon miracle from 3 years ago. Suddenly, Tu Luang's eyes snap open. He's dazed, utterly speechless. He can't believe it. He's floating in some kind of bizarre cosmic space. Tu Luang looks up at a system screen. A new pet has been unlocked. The system panel flickers, displaying new text. Sixth Moon Nightmare, Emperor Rank, the sixth dream of the nine-layered dream, under the Beyond Shore Divine Sect. Tu Luang glances at it and understands everything in an instant. His eyes widen with clarity. So that's how it is. Turns out, this kid's body has mixed Moonlight system blood, and the Book of the Moon detected it. Tu Luang scans his surroundings and asks, "So, is this a dream world?" So, it looks like Luke Newt Yuhan wants to take a little trip down memory lane. His mind flashes to that nine-dream sphere from the Bingarn Thunjiao, the one that stopped the entire whale ship cold. That creepy cult was always digging into the past 3 years, and turns out their target wasn't just him, it was the whole northern region. All this thinking is giving To Leung a major headache, so he rubs his temples. He basically just won the world's worst lottery. What a stroke of luck. Done with that thought. He looks back at the info panel. His memories have rewound to his academy days just a bit more, and it's the part where he destroys the Black Moon cult and creates his own. And To Leung can't help but get curious, because, these are his memories after all. But going back this far, even he can't access certain locked layers anymore. So he's just left floating all alone in the void. Facing down an endless stream of memory fragments, he wonders if his kingly power is even enough to reach the deepest parts of his mind. To Leung just cracks a smug smile. It's not like it costs him anything, so why not watch the show? Meanwhile, back in the real world, the creepy form of that nine-dream sphere reaches its limp, nasty hand towards To Leung's unconscious body on the floor. But even if he actually manages to find the truth in all this, a semi-conscious To Leung grips his yen-weird sword, knowing someone will pay an unbearable price. Inside the dream world, however, To Leung is completely floored. Imagine reliving your past only to discover you were just a giant screw-up in someone else's grand plan. He lets out a bitter laugh. What a weird new feeling. Then the screen shows a time where crowds of people knelt before him in respect. That freaky nine-dream sphere is vibrating with excitement for the big reveal. And its reward? A screen full of static. The sphere's pupil dilates in absolute rage. And just like that, the sky is completely swallowed by darkness. It's a perfect, gorgeous full moon tonight. The light spills onto the ground, lighting up a tiny village nestled between jagged mountains. And then, all the wooden houses in the moonlight just instantly evaporate. The giant crater left behind slowly begins to fill up with water. In the middle of the perfectly still water, a lone figure stands out. It's a shirtless To Leung, surrounded by a gloomy, heavy atmosphere. The nine-dream sphere's eye practically bulges from its socket. What kind of hopelessly desperate being is this that can suffocate you with its mere presence? It starts to dissolve like water, getting carried away by the wind. So this is the punishment and promise for messing with the Bingarn Thongjao? Turns out it should have just backed off 3 years ago. Slowly it vanishes, leaving only a few slimy bits behind. The very space around them cracks like glass and then shatters into pieces. But no matter what happens, this news has to get out. In a corner of the whale ship, the sphere from the cult seethes with pure resentment. The others don't have to investigate anymore. It was definitely the Moon King who killed Thu Hora Ke and Vo Thurng Min Dar. It leaps into the air, its mind racing with one thought. This kid has already surpassed mere vessels and apostles. It's going to take every single member of the Ninefold Dream to even hope to defeat him. This is its final purpose in life. On the ship, passengers slowly wake up, nursing splitting headaches, and so does To Leung. He glances around, shocked that the sphere actually ran. Why couldn't he stay in its perspective and see the memory through to the end? So he got kicked out midway through his own memory dive? Watching the sphere's escape path, To Leung's mind is racing. What in the world did that thing see? Why did it run off in such a panic? Could the god of the Bingarn Thunjiao really be connected to him? He forces himself up, his mind set. Nope. He has to stop it right here. To Leung remembers it perfectly right before passing out. He'd sent out a whole swarm of glowing butterflies. By now, there should be millions of them wandering all over the place. Golden butterflies begin appearing all around him. The number of these glowing critters in the central region is 4 to 5 times higher than in the north. He doesn't have to be afraid of anyone here. But then, something clicks. Wait a minute. Watching the dark aura rushing forward on the wind, he thinks to himself, that little moon creature has completely lost its way. To Leung admits that last move wasn't his best. Suddenly, the whale ship flashes brightly, and a black hole rips open in the center of the deck. Violent whirlwinds tear right through the ship as it plummets from the sky. The ship is now split in two. The passengers can only scream as they fall. The nine-dream sphere is on it too, totally helpless. It was so close to escaping with the news about the Moon King. What kind of terrible luck is this? Before it dies, it manages to fix its gaze on a brilliant light shining nearby. A golden dragon soars up, looking down at the smoking ship, and the sphere wonders why it ran right into the 10 Yin Pillars war zone. That golden dragon was the cause. Oh man, it thinks I accidentally hit Tom Vung Tween's ship. I am so dead this time. It furiously roars down at the nine-dream sphere. This is all your fault, you nameless ant. You're not from the Moonlight system. What are you doing here? It quickly snaps back, and here I thought you were some big-shot emperor sent by the Moon God Palace to fight. The two argue loud enough to shake the heavens. Is the only option to just silence everyone? Elsewhere, To Leung props himself up, tensely reading the information on his screen. A new pet has been unlocked, and the number of lit-up illustrations is rising. The Moonlight System's Emperor Realm Radiant Moonlit Dragon, one of the Grand Moon Stars. Under the command of Phi Tho Kung, winner of the last Moon God Festival, its power is completely unreadable by the Book of the Moon. Reading this, To Leung's face darkens. He forces a bitter laugh. What kind of rotten luck did I wake up with today? Are Emperor levels really this pathetic now? Looking at the light type and the orb from the other shore divine sect, he thinks, then again, I'm not the same person I used to be. To Leung's eyes narrow as he stares straight ahead. Perfect timing. Just like that, Luke Weird Yuhan can't escape. A smug look crosses his face, the plan's working, and the glowing butterflies are almost fully gathered. The Emperor rank, an existence born standing at the peak of the world. Because they can cause world-ending destruction, most emperors are bound by the gods, signing contracts to guard their own territories. Unless it's a special situation, they don't just go for a stroll. Yet even among emperors, the power gap is beyond what other beings can imagine. So they're ranked hegemons, high emperors, and normal emperors. Among the hegemons, some can crush a normal emperor to death with their sheer presence alone. There's one whose aura can form an arrow that crosses the vast blue sea to shatter a crescent moon. There's the Ice Feather Heavenly Scale Phoenix, who changes a region's climate just by existing. And the 3 hegemon kings who rule all the sacred seas. If they went all out, they could obliterate this entire planet in the blink of an eye. And among high emperors, the Jade Cherry Powder Pupil can block out the sky with its 10,000-mile wingspan. The White Saint clan can control the sun and moon of the western regions. The Fallen Full Moon, a legend in the Moon God Palace, is the absolute poster child for a high emperor. Finally, 90% of all emperors are normal emperors, but even among them, there are certain beings with absolute, overwhelming dominance, almost impossible to defeat. For example, one who, after a 1,000-year nap, could beat the entire Moon God Palace. And this Moonlight System dragon is one of the Grand Moon's 7 stars, the radiant Moonlit Dragon. Right then, it exhales a breath of death, its voice rumbling, "There's no other way. Looks like I'll have to silence you all. I really didn't want to pick a fight with a holy level power at this stage." After that last hit, the sea mirror whale thrashes wildly in midair, letting out a pained roar from its gaping mouth. The light type summons a blinding light, muttering that if they're going to war with a holy land, they should at least wait for all 10 moon hegemons to awaken. In an instant, it fires a barrage of light bullets straight at the sea beast. The passengers on the airship are having a rough time, getting thrown around and screaming nonstop. "Help! Save us!" The cries get more desperate. It's at that moment Weird decides to speak up. "Tolern, what's your plan now?" She materializes from a hazy shadow, explaining seriously, "My true body can't be destroyed, but that doesn't change the fact that you're facing incredible danger." She finishes, giving Tolern a highly suspicious glare. The dragon thinks he says that, but just as our guy calmly reassures her, "Don't worry, I sent the flash butterflies out a few seconds ago. They've already gathered, and they're converging on us now." Tolern glances at the glowing butterflies, saying excitedly, "If we can block that first hit, we'll have a chance to hold them here." The scene is absolute chaos, yet somehow, he still looks totally majestic. A notification pops up above him. The number of controllable flash butterflies just jumped from 10,000 to a whopping 6 million. He gazes forward, his expression one of pure, unshakable resolve. He announces some critical news. "The moon in the lake's shield is almost restored. Just stall for a moment, and I can pinpoint the Emperor's attack." As soon as he speaks, a massive, brilliant golden orb materializes behind the sea mirror whale. The light type starts gathering energy in its hands, spouting off threats. "Don't blame me, you insects. Blame yourselves for being so pathetically weak." A second later, it yanks its hands apart. Ribbons of light appear as it roars, turn to dust, before screaming the name of its technique, Flash Seaver. Instantly, slashes of light appear on the airship's passengers, tearing them to hundreds of pieces a moment later. Right then, Su Liang was pouring everything he had into fighting back as his sea mirror got absolutely wrecked. He glanced over at the innocent passengers, muttering with a pained look, "So sorry, guys. For now, I can only save myself. You're all on your own." Meanwhile, the ladies hit by those invisible cuts were in seriously bad shape. Their eyes were just pure, creepy white. But then, poof. The wounds vanished, and everyone just snapped back to life. Su Liang, understandably, was a little shocked by this sudden turn of events. Even the light system froze for a few seconds, letting out a confused, "Huh?" Just then, a pair of slender female legs faded into view. A woman in a flowing white robe just appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, both the light system and Su Liang couldn't help but stare. In a flash, she crossed her hands, and a crescent moon symbol appeared with a command to change the sun and moon. She then formed a butterfly with her hands, sending the crescent symbol spinning toward a suddenly appearing, brilliant sun. Looking at this insanity, Su Liang couldn't believe his eyes, and the light system's jaw just dropped in pure shock, both thinking, "What the heck?" Instantly, sunlight blasted through the sky, lighting up the whole gloomy space. The giant falling sea whale was also starting to just evaporate from the intense heat of the sun. At that moment, the 9 Dream Sphere was also having a major freakout. The blood around it vaporized into smoke, making it scream in surprise. What in the world happened? My injuries are all healed. How is that even possible? The light system was now terrified, realizing she was a high-ranking emperor. The woman, however, just calmly explained, No need to be confused. I simply returned their life state to how it was 24 hours ago. Their memories, of course, remain. Her face was ice cold as she continued her speech. The Beyond Divine Sect are the ones at fault, not us Five-Realm Emperors. But they just had to meddle with the Moon God Festival again, dragging innocent people from the North Realm into their mess. The Nine Dream Sphere stared at her, not daring to even blink. With that same cold expression, the mystery woman calmly declared its death sentence. And just like that, it exploded in the void. Seeing this instant deletion, the light system backed away in terror, only for the woman to shoot a piercing glare right at it. Well, that was its cue. The light system immediately spun around and bolted, fleeing in absolute terror. Seeing this, she slowly made another declaration. Huan Yue Qiqing is a member of the Moon God Emperor. Eliminating external enemies isn't wrong, but scheming to silence the flying boat. I'll report the truth to the Holy Land, all while the light system kept running for its life. Hearing those words, it panicked and shrieked. Who is that? Why are they so nosy? The light system was now just a tiny speck of light, but its faint whining could still be heard from far away. That high and mighty attitude is just so freaking annoying. The woman watched silently, then turned to Su Liang. Great Moon King, as we agreed, I'll take you where you can quickly raise your power. No matter how many of these little pests show up, they can't change the outcome of the Moon God Festival. You already know this, so there's no need to waste miracles. Then she teleported Su Liang to a freezing land of snow with a quick announcement. But before you can return, you'll need the strength to defeat the Feitu Palace. The freezing air hit him so fast, he let out a huge sneeze. His body shivered, his face went pale, and Su Liang could only yell in total shock, "What?" He hugged his trembling body, looking around frantically and demanding, "What is going on here?" Su Liang's breath came in panicked gasps. His face felt like it was freezing solid, and he cried out, "It's so cold." His cheeks were already bright red from the bitter chill. The air here felt so wrong, and a weird creature's presence gave him some serious goosebumps. After scanning the area, he realized where he was. This had to be the East Realm, which raised a pretty big question in his mind. Why am I suddenly in the East Realm? For a regular Beastmaster, this place is way more dangerous than the Holy Realm. Just then, he remembered the scene right before he was teleported. That's right, I was attacked by the Myriad Moon Glory Dragon, and he could vaguely picture the back of that mysterious woman in his mind. Before I passed out, did I sense the aura of a four-moon general? Su Liang was still shivering uncontrollably, trying to figure it out. If a four-moon general saved him, why didn't Chen Xing Yan Yue come along? A sudden blast of icy wind cut through his thoughts. Without hesitating, he called out Hu Zhong Yue's name. Her shield instantly wrapped around him, completely blocking out the freezing cold. The wind still howled outside. Su Liang let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's warm. I almost froze to death. He picks up the eye mask, staring it down before having a thought. In this climate, the flash butterfly is useless, and so is this mask. And just like that, Su Liang's face darkens. The truth about Yu Fang hits him, and he lets out a cry of pure disbelief and pain. Does this mean he's completely on his own now? He quickly assesses his grim situation. Flash Butterfly and Jade Tail Rabbit are both down for the count. His moon-swallowing star and cloud-stepping moon chaser are both scattered, and the shield from his moon in the lake is fading fast. The tip of his nose turns red in the biting cold, a deep unease settling in. He knows if that shield breaks or an enemy shows up, it's game over. With that cheery thought, Su Liang slowly moves forward, trying to give himself a pep talk. Right now, surviving is all that matters. Every single step feels heavier than the last, his voice practically freezing in his throat. He keeps walking, but the scenery never changes, just an endless, empty, frozen wasteland. He stops in the vast blizzard, asking in total despair, which way do I even go? And right then, a notification from Moon in the Lake pops up. People. Su Liang's eyes snap wide open as he stares ahead. Through the howling wind, 3 dark figures are approaching from the distance. They get closer and closer, their forms about to be revealed. And that's when his jaw hits the floor as he suddenly realizes something insane. They're 3 girls, walking through a blizzard in ridiculously thin clothes. He recognizes them in an instant, the ice folk. The 3 girls stare back at Su Liang with soulless eyes, but not a single one speaks. In the suffocating silence, our boy starts feeling uneasy and immediately puts his guard up. But shockingly, the group of ice folk doesn't say a word and just glides right past him. Su Liang is stunned by their reaction. Huh? But just as he thinks that, the girls suddenly stop, putting him right back on high alert. The girl with the pigtails turns her head, looking at him with a completely baffled expression as she asks a very human question. It's not safe this far from the mining area. What if you can't get back by nightfall? You should hurry back and rest. Hearing that, Su Liang whips his head around, pure shock plastered all over his face. Huh? An image of some seriously evil-looking ice folk women flashes in his mind. Su Liang remembers seeing that picture on his computer. He'd always thought the ice folk absolutely hated all outsiders. Guess you really can't trust everything you find online. As the three ice folk girls stare at him curiously, he just kind of stammers. Then he blurts out something that makes the pigtail girl's face completely freeze. I'm lost. What do I do now? Looking like a pathetic, crying little rabbit, he makes his plea with the most pitiful face possible. You're good people. Can you lead me out of here? The pigtail-wearing ice folk girl just tilts her head and asks him a question. Lost? Just follow the strongest moonlight aura. Then she leans in close to Su Liang's face, asking suspiciously, You're not a Moonlight System user? Another ice folk girl with short hair walks over, staring him down with the same weirdly confused expression, or was there a mistake? Wait, I'll contact another mining area and have them send you over. He frantically backs up a few steps, blurting out a flustered excuse. No need. I am a Moonlight System user. The cold just made me stupid. My bad. And with that, Su Liang spins around and takes off, realizing what's going on. This is a Moonlight System encampment. But just then, a question zaps through his mind. Why is there a Moonlight System mining operation in the middle of the ice domain? Pushing the thought aside, Su Liang just starts walking forward aimlessly. The group behind him simply stands there, watching his back. The girl with the pigtails keeps staring, muttering, Weird human. Half a day later, at the Moonlight System mining vein, where tents are clustered at the base of a snowy mountain, Su Liang's heavy footsteps finally arrive. He's just panting, completely and utterly exhausted. Seeing the camp, he's overjoyed, but can only stammer out a few words. And then, finally, Su Liang completely loses his balance, collapsing from total exhaustion. He lies flat on the snowy ground, managing to get out a few tired words. He actually made it. Su Liang can't stop panting. He knows the moon in the lake shield is about to disappear. No wonder that girl said it was dangerous here. He remembers the adorable face of Huan Yue, and he can't help feeling a pang of regret. If he had his cloud-stepping moon chaser here, this trip would have taken seconds. He just stares up at the distant night sky. After finally catching his breath, he pushes himself into a sitting position. He's totally baffled, saying aloud, It's so weird, we're in the ice domain, but the moonlight aura is even stronger than at the academy. Watching actual currents of energy form right in front of him, Su Liang's confusion just grows, his exhaustion completely vanishing in an instant. On top of that, even the moon in the lake shield is starting to recover. He slowly picks his way toward the nearby tents. Long's mind is still racing. This has to be connected to the moonlight ore vein. He watches the bundled-up locals walking around, getting even more suspicious. It seems the Beastmasters aren't being held captive by the ice people. So what's the deal? Right then, he whips his head around, as if he just sensed something behind him. And what do you know? A high-level moonlight pet called the Great Moon Flower Pot has appeared behind Su Liang. It's staring at him with pure, undiluted admiration. Su Liang sees this and smirks, thinking to himself that this creature is clearly weak to moonlight-type pets. He then lifts his hand, ready to snap his fingers with a new plan. So, if he wants to get some intel, all he needs to do is... But before he can act, he's forced to lower his hand as huge figures appear right in front of him. Huh? Turns out, Su Liang is now face-to-face with a whole menagerie of beasts staring him down. But the looks they're giving each other are anything but friendly. A second later, the animals erupt into a massive, screaming argument. Spit flies everywhere as they screech in their bizarre languages, leaving our guy totally speechless. The beasts keep bickering while Su Liang is having a full-blown internal panic. Totally exhausted by the chaos, he just covers his eyes and decides to lay down the law. All right, that's enough. Form a line, he orders, one at a time. First up is a little blue-haired kid with horns. The kid is bawling his eyes out. Please, dear Moon King, you have to take me home. My master sold me, and it took 3 years of mining just to earn enough money for the journey. Next up is the sad face of a little bear girl. Her plea is just as heartbreaking. Sir, the money in the Eastern Domain is different from other places, so all of our savings are useless here. Next is a dog wearing flimsy clothes. His body won't stop shaking from the cold, but he still manages to speak. Even though the ice people didn't actually imprison us, and we can't last 3 days in this horrible climate, there's no way to leave this place. Finally, a wolf cub with a Doraemon bell speaks up. He explains through his tears, I just came here for a little sightseeing trip. I had no idea I'd never be able to go home again. The only reason Su Liang can understand any of this, by the way, is thanks to his own personal translator. Hu Zhongyue mulls it over for a second before finally reassuring the poor, miserable creatures. All right, I understand the situation. I'll get you all out of here soon. Then Su Liang gets serious. But does anyone know why there are so many moonlight ore veins in the Eastern Domain? And how do they even operate at such a low temperature? Suddenly, a butterfly wing appears right behind him. It seems to have an answer for all the other beasts. This mine was sold to the Ice Queen by the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, the great cult leader himself. Hearing that, Su Liang is completely stunned. He whips his head toward the voice, confused, wondering why in this desolate mine someone would call him a cult leader. The voice belonged to a high-level moonlight type named Hui Qingyue. It's smiling brightly as it begins to explain. Great leader, I am also a member of the Twin Moon cult. Not long ago, I got lost in the eastern domain while I was scouting the enemy's position. Hui Qing's wings begin to flutter rapidly with excitement. It proudly continues, the moment I looked into your eyes, I recognized you immediately. It tries to calm itself down, thinking, there is no way he came all this way just for me. But for someone of his level to appear here, something big must be happening. After that whole spiel, Su Liang just remains totally silent. Even so, Hui Qing's eyes are filled with pure admiration, its heart fluttering like crazy. If I can just get the great leader to notice me, it thinks, my future career will be set for life. After a moment of deep thought, he finally responds. All right then. Give me a detailed report on the situation here. Hui Qing is overjoyed, flapping its wings as it replies instantly. It would be my greatest honor, my great leader. At that moment, he turns around, his expression suddenly grim as Long begins putting the pieces together. Actually, I think I'm starting to get it, he thinks. He casts a cold glance back at the crowd of creatures. A huge question forms in his mind, why was he specifically brought here? And to a moonlight ore vein, of all things. This was definitely not an accident. He then remembers the woman who teleported him, realizing it had to be someone from the Moon General's pouch. Just then, Hui Qing happily flutters over. It asks with wide, curious eyes, Master, this mine is currently under the control of Fei Ying Fentong, one of the three Bixiao. You must have come here to take back the ore vein, right? Hearing those words, a million question marks popped up over Su Luang's head as he let out a confused, wondering how he missed that memo. But hey, gotta play it cool. He quickly composed himself, faking a few coughs to look casual. Then he shot her a look that could kill, his voice turning vicious, saying the specific situation couldn't be revealed. Seeing that, she immediately panicked. My deepest apologies. I've overstepped my bounds, my lord. Hands shot straight up in total surrender, and he started stammering out a deal. How about I just tell you everything you want to know about this mine? And just like that, with zero hesitation, Hui Qing started spilling all the secrets. First off, the moonstone crystals in this mine can only be dug up by moon-type monsters, no other types allowed. Because of that, the ice people here are actually pretty chill with them. Plus, besides earning travel money, they can absorb the crystals to power themselves up. Then he pointed over to a cave not too far away. He excitedly explained that it wasn't just for exiles like him. Tons of supreme-level masters train here to get even stronger. Suddenly, it all clicked. Su Liang's glare softened as he quietly replied, I see. He stood there for a second, rethinking everything. This wasn't a prison at all. It was more like the one and only sanctuary for the moon-type race. But another question popped into his head, and Su Liang immediately turned to ask Hui Qing, so how does this mine even operate in such a harsh climate, and what do you do with the crystals you dig up? The guy looked a little nervous at that question and answered seriously. My apologies, Master. I don't actually know, but I heard a supreme-level expert say there's some kind of incredible moon-type life form deep within the mine. Hearing that, Su Liang was stunned. The hand stroking his chin just dropped. Just then, Hui Qing suddenly announced, We've reached the entrance. As he led Su Liang into the mine under the snowy mountain, he gave a friendly warning. Master, you'll need to be careful if you go inside. Then, Hui Qing started laying out all the dangers. The moonstone concentration in here, totally off the charts. Weaklings like us would pass out if we went more than 1 kilometer deep. Even for supreme masters, I've never heard of anyone making it past 3 kilometers. Those words hit Su Liang like a lightning bolt. He paused, a huge question mark hanging over his head. How is that possible? He stared deep into the mine, his eyes full of doubt. A high-level beast like him knew something was off. A little bit of moon energy knocking out a supreme-level master? Yeah, Su Liang wasn't buying it. The pieces started coming together. This had to be the pressure from a much higher-level being, deep inside the mine. He then came to a very confident conclusion something absolutely terrifying was in there. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as a sense of dread washed over him. That thing must be the reason this mine can even exist here. After a moment of serious calculation, Su Liang raised a hand and made his decision. You've done enough. I'm going in alone from here. He then walked slowly into that bizarre mine, tossing one last promise over his shoulder. Once I've handled this, I'll get you out of the eastern domain. The guide's face lit up, his heart practically leaping with joy. I have no idea what the master is planning, but it feels like the whole world is about to get flipped upside down. Hui Qing stared out at the falling snow, a single thought forming in his mind. After thousands of years, the unchallenged throne of the Eastern Domain's Ice Queen is finally facing a real threat. A short while later, Su Liang was already deep inside the mineral vein. Suddenly, a dazzling light from up ahead forced him to stop and take a look. Turns out, it was just a bunch of colorful crystals scattered along the path. Seeing this, Su Liang just kept on walking. But he couldn't help his curiosity, glancing over at the sparkling junk and thinking to himself, low-grade crystals like these are all over the place back at the Twin Moon cult. He pressed forward, his gaze firm as he recalled Hui Qing's warning. A normal high level can only go 1 kilometer deep, and even a supreme level master can only reach about 3 kilometers. More crystals appeared, but he didn't even slow down. The deeper Su Liang went into the mine, the more on edge he became. The pressure in here was absolutely sickening. Keeping a massive mine like this running year-round wasn't something a normal Emperor-level being could pull off. After walking for a while, he hit a spot where no light could get in. Nothing but pure, inky blackness. Without a second thought, he immediately summoned his glowing flash butterflies. Soon, the radiant butterflies began to float toward the darkness. But before they could do anything, a violent surge of energy blasted the butterflies straight back. Su Liang was momentarily stunned. He put a hand to his head, thinking, I must be about 1 kilometer in now. I'm starting to feel dizzy. But nope, not giving up. He summoned the shield of the Lakeheart Moon clan. His footsteps grew more confident, the sound echoing steadily through the cave. But after just a few more steps, the system popped up with a 2-word warning. The message that followed made Su Liang freeze in his tracks. Host, you need to leave this place immediately, or you will face a lethal threat. His feet stopped dead at the chilling warning. He's thinking, only 1 kilometer in and the pressure is already this insane? Then Tu Lern glances at the shimmering shield around him, feeling a little less doomed. Good thing he's got Hu Zhengyue, this should be fine, right? Hu Zhengyue, bursting with energy, immediately gives him the OK sign, signaling it's safe to proceed. Seeing that, he drops his guard and slowly pushes deeper, thinking, all right, let's just see how far this goes. About 10 minutes later, Tu Lern has made it 3 kilometers. His steps are getting heavy, and his stamina is starting to tank. He grits his teeth, staring into the abyss ahead, a new worry creeping into his mind. No way. He can't even sense an end to this place. It feels like he's about to be swallowed whole by some deep-sea monster, and that thought terrifies him even more. The crushing despair and suffocating pressure are just like the bottom of a 10,000-meter deep ocean. Yet, the glowing butterflies keep fluttering forward, and all he can think is, aren't I still 10 kilometers away from the core? He's just standing there, completely paralyzed by fear. What in the world is hiding in there? By now, even the shimmering butterflies are looking exhausted. This just makes Tu Lern hesitate even more. If he goes deeper and something goes wrong, he's dead for sure. He just stands there, a war raging in his mind. What should I do? Should I keep going? Tu Lern's clenched fist is trembling as he screams internally. Without cloud-stepping moon and star-sinking moon, he's completely helpless. But then his hand goes limp as he hopelessly mocks himself. As a 1-star beastmaster, I have no right to perform another miracle. And with that, Tu Lern starts to turn around. His face darkens, he's decided to give up, looks like turning back is his only choice. But as his foot touches the cold ground, an image of the Emperor-level Namu Bajiao Ling appears. That Moonlight System beast suddenly flashes in his mind. Then, he sees the arrogant smirk of that girl, Jiu Meng. And after that, the Moonlight Dragon wrecking everything inside the airship. Finally, the sinister face of Red Moonlight, its eyes burning like fire. Remembering all this, Tu Lern's feet freeze in place. A single thought screams in his head. No. He stands still in the suffocating space, telling himself if he stays this weak, he'll never make it in the Moon God Empire. His eyes lock onto the darkness with fierce determination. A desire to conquer this place surges through him. If I turn back here, I don't deserve the title of Moon King. With that, he slowly sits down on the cold floor, crossing his legs. Tu Lern begins to think seriously. My realm is too low, so I'll train until I can reach the end. If 10.5 days isn't enough, I'll take half a year. He's been stuck at the 1-star realm because all his power was being used to nourish the sleeping golden butterfly. Streams of energy begin to gather around Tu Lern as he sits. His resolve is absolute now. The golden butterfly is awake. It doesn't need his power anymore. I can use this place, with its super-concentrated moonlight ore, to cultivate. As the energy gets thicker, he's suddenly teleported somewhere else. He left with such a strong will, but to end up here, well, at least he has to see what's inside. A while later, night has fallen, and the snow is still coming down. Inside the mine, an energy sphere suddenly appears, crackling with immense power, its light absolutely brilliant. Just then, intense beams of energy erupt from Tu Liang's body, looking like they could slice space itself apart. A moment later, a huge crack appears on the surface of the light sphere. In a flash, the sphere explodes violently, sending a column of energy so intense it blasts through the mine's ceiling, and from the flying debris, Tu Liang emerges, looking epic. Behind him, the radiant silhouette of a butterfly appears. He's successfully broken through to the two-star realm. Right now, he's just staring in disbelief, eyes wide with a single thought. They say only fourth-tier cultivators get a colored aura. Leveling up this fast, could it be that I'm actually gifted? He quickly shuts his eyes, calms himself, and feels the changes within. It's not just the aura. His senses, physique, energy, perception, and even his lifespan have all gotten a major boost. Tu Liang slowly opens his sharp eyes, filled with confidence. The upper limit of Hu Zhongyue's shield has been raised, too. He should be able to train in deeper areas now. The 10 Yin pillars are 10 sealed locations protected by the Moon God Palace. Rumor has it that if the seals are ever broken, an ancient moon demon god will descend upon the world. For over 1,000 years, countless curious kids have tried to cause trouble here, but every single one was defeated by the 10 pillar guards. But the Moon God Festival is on, the 7 stars of the complete moon are on the move, and the Moon God's palace is fading as 9 seals shatter one by one. The very last sound pillar is right on the edge of the northern region. The 7 stars were probably too scared of that place to ever touch it. But hey, after 9 seals went down, they just couldn't resist anymore and decided to make their move right here. The day the 7 stars finally tried something, they got stopped dead in their tracks. Hundreds of kilometers from the pillar, the woman sent to break the seal appears mid-air, ticked off and yelling, 3 against 1, have you no shame? This is Han Yue, an emperor-level beast from the Moonlight system, and the only high-level emperor in the entire 7 stars crew. And oh boy, she was not done. She kept on laying into them with a furious rant. I am Han Yue, the head of the 7 stars. What gives you the right to interfere with the 10th sound pillar's seal? She points a finger at a black hole oozing dark energy in the distance, her voice dripping with rage. And you, supposedly noble high-level emperors, ganging up on me? This is an insult to our very rank. 3 figures appear right in front of the black hole, 2 smaller ones on the sides, and a massive winged person in the center. The one in the middle is the emperor-level Jing Hong from the Sky System, one of only 3 high-level emperors. She just looks at the fuming Han Yu. Then she calmly drops this bomb. It doesn't matter how many of you Moon God Palace wastes fall. As long as this final place isn't destroyed, we're good. If you're not happy about it, you can try and beat me. Don't worry, no one's coming to avenge you. Hearing that, her crazy expression just vanishes. Suddenly, she's a whole lot more cautious. Han Yue's eyes flick over to the person next to Jing Hong, and she's shocked to see it's someone from the western region's Bai Sheng clan. Then her gaze lands on the emperor-level Bai Si, another high-level emperor from the Moonlight system. Her thoughts are officially scrambled now, because the 4 moon generals of the Twin Moon cult are here too. Right then, Bai Si offers a gentle smile and speaks. Don't rush things. The Hair Palace isn't even awake yet. Before the Overlord's ban is lifted, we can pretty much do whatever we want. Then she crosses her arms in front of her, slowly letting out a chilling threat. Besides, this isn't your era anymore, and maybe it never will be. With a little twist of her hand, her sharp gaze remains locked forward. At that, an enraged Han Yue points at the 3 of them and spits out her own threat. The 3 Emerald Immortals of the East, the Bai Sheng of the West, and you guys from the Twin Moon cult, I'll remember this. Before she even finishes her sentence, the floating figure of Han Yue just vanishes without a trace. Jing Hong seems pretty surprised by this magic trick and glances at Bai Si. Where did you send her? To the Holy Land of the North, the Sea of Clouds. But before she can finish, Jing Hong cuts in, totally over it. So you just sent her to her death? Great. A moment later, all 3 of them teleport up into the thick clouds. Once there, Jing Hong lays down her terms. Considering our past connection, I'll only guard it for 1 month. After that, you're on your own. Even if the Hair Palace revives, it won't be back to its peak for a while. So why are you in such a huge hurry to get in? Bai Si looks a little dazed by the question, but then flashes a knowing smile and replies, it's not something you'd understand if you're not from the Moonlight system. After all, as the leader of the 4 Moon Generals, I can see the probability of our final victory. Her eyes fill with a deadly seriousness as she slowly utters the words, if it's that person, then even the Moon King of the previous era. Right then in the northern region, a colossal pillar of light shoots past mountains, straight into the heavens. And there's Su Liang, appearing once again, looking absolutely majestic. A ridiculously intense light just explodes around him. Then, the scene cuts back to inside the mineral vein. 10 kilometers deep, rocks are still raining down from that powerful tremor just a moment ago. Su Liang's hair flows in a gentle breeze, his gaze sharp, a crescent moon now visible. After all that work, he's finally reached the 4-star realm. He glances down at the palms of his hands, whispering to himself in his mind. It took half a month to cultivate to 4-star, and for now, 5-star is still out of reach. But his eyes are just brimming with confidence as a thought crosses his mind. The me right now can finally unleash my full supreme level power. But when he suddenly thinks of Yen Yue and Huan Yue, his mood totally crashes. He's got all this power, but no supreme level partner to make a pact with. Still, Su Liang looks ahead, quietly asking himself a question. Forget it. Based on my current aura, I can probably push through to the very end in a single breath. His gaze stays locked forward as he suddenly realizes after breaking through to the 4-star realm, the world in front of him looks completely different. Alright, so this guy can now clearly see the flow of all energy. He clenches his fist, deciding to just trust his gut and push forward. And he's 100% sure that this crushing, overwhelming pressure is coming from some kind of living creature. But a tiny bit of fear starts creeping into Su Liang's heart. I mean, a being with this much spirit, willpower, and raw strength? He can count the number of times he's met something like this on one hand. Moving a little deeper, he leans over as something catches his eye. Way up ahead in the narrow tunnel, a sliver of light appears, and just like that, Su Liang's spirits are lifted. Looks like he's finally reached the end of the line, but the closer he gets to that brilliant light, the more intense the aura becomes. Not about to take any chances, Su Liang immediately summons the greatest defense of Huzhong Yue. When he's just a stone's throw from the glowing gateway, he takes a deep breath to pump himself up. Our hero marches forward without a hint of hesitation. A moment later, a blinding light erupts from nowhere, forcing his eyes shut. Once the light finally starts to fade, he slowly peels his eyes open. Su Liang has entered a secret chamber, hidden at the very end of the mineral vein. And right in front of him, a mysterious dark figure is leaning against a glowing crystal. It's a woman with long red hair, a pair of massive horns on her head, and she looks like she was just taking a little nap. After a few seconds, her eyes flick over towards the doorway where Su Liang just made his grand entrance. The moment she spots him, her ears twitch, listening intently. On the other side, our boy is just staring blankly, his mouth hanging open at the sight of this woman. She sits up straight, her face full of questions as she asks, "Human, how could you possibly have made it here?" Suddenly, boulders start to shatter, crashing down to the ground in a chaotic mess. Then the surrounding rock walls begin to crack, spreading all the way up to the mine's ceiling. This whole chaotic vision flashes before Su Liang's glittering eyes. His face instantly darkens in utter shock, and he starts panting for air, totally speechless. It's just an illusion, he thinks. Su Liang is trembling uncontrollably, clutching his cloak in a panic, trying to process what's happening. That aura was just so terrifying, his brain immediately conjured up a vision of the world ending. Still not calm, he keeps taking these short, frantic breaths while sweat just pours off of him. After a few more heavy breaths, Su Liang lets out a small smirk and confidently tells himself, "I won." Then he looks forward with a blissful expression, whispering with satisfaction, "Coming here was the right decision." Su Liang's legs are still shaking, but he forces himself to walk, calming himself down. No matter what happens, he's determined to see this through to the very end of the Yue Shen Jizong. At that moment, the Book of the Moon begins flipping through its pages. A notification appears from the book, a new beast has been unlocked, and the number of lit-up illustrations has increased. He looks at the woman before him. He makes a silent vow. No matter what the price, he has to claim the woman standing right in front of him. The message from the Book of the Moon appears. Moonlight System, Noble Emperor, Ku Yue Deng Xin, Huo Ying Wang. Status, extremely weakened. Ku Yue Deng Xin Huo Ying Wang was once one of the 12 moon zodiacs. Under the Aquarius sign, part of the moon faction, it's impossible not to have heard of such a legendary name. This was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy who dared to challenge the noble emperor during a full moon. But after losing to the Ice Queen, she hadn't been heard from in years. Realizing all this, Su Liang is completely stunned. He stares at her, thinking, "Ku Yue Deng Xin Huo Ying Wang, this woman is actually alive, and she's right here in front of me." Right after, he calls out her name. Hearing him, she finally stands up. Su Liang walks over and extends his hands, announcing clearly, "I am Su Liang, the King of the Moon. I've come to take you away from here." His hand just hangs there in the air, met with a strange, unnerving silence from the woman. After thinking for a moment, she finally asks, "And then what? Where will you take me?" Hearing this, he just gets more confused and asks back, "What?" Her face darkens as she asks him flatly, "Has Fei Ying Hongjue been defeated? Are Pian Yi Jing Hong and Shui Luo Zui Xiao dead? Just a mere mortal." Ying Wang steps back a bit, her voice dripping with scorn. "Your realm is so low and pathetic, yet you dare call yourself the king of the moon. Then she looks up, her eyes like daggers. Her expression is pure rage as she seethes. You conspire to claim me for yourself. Immediately, the energy in the room explodes violently, as if it's about to blow the roof off the mine. Su Liang, shocked by this sudden turn, quickly uses the shield of Huzhong Yue to block. His mind is racing. What is going on? Just the pressure from her aura alone has this much destructive power. A huge crack appears on the shield right before his eyes. Seeing it, Su Liang starts to panic even more. It's over. The Huzhong Yue's protection is about to shatter. But then, the immense pressure suddenly just stopped. Just then, blue chains shot out from behind Huin Vuong, binding her tight and making her scream out in agony. That scene was all he needed to connect the dots. So that's it, she's sealed here by the Ice Queen's power. Huin Vuong was clearly weakened from the ordeal. He immediately walked over to ask, "What's wrong?" Face to face with her, a smug little smirk appeared onto Luong's face as he started taunting. "You keep calling me short, but take a good look at yourself. Not even strong enough to challenge the Overlord, you've lost your freedom, and yet you're still acting all high and mighty." Those words clearly struck a nerve. She ground her teeth in fury, shouting, "You," before letting out a roar that actually startled him for a second. "You think I don't want to leave? With your pathetic, jumbled-up power level, how could you possibly save me?" Then Huin Vuong's voice dropped, filled with absolute certainty, "Even if the Ice Queen is dormant for now. The second Tambich 2 appears, I definitely won't die." Then she pointed right at Tu Luong, making a grim declaration, "But you will absolutely die a miserable death here." And despite that whole barrage of warnings, Tu Luong remained unbelievably calm. He let out a long sigh, looking utterly bored. "This is pathetic. You're a noble, legendary emperor, and you're this scared of Tambich 2? Then he let a small smirk play on his lips and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I never said we were running away." Hearing that, her expression turned deadly serious. His eyes practically blazed with light as he explained, "We're going to defeat Tambich 2, and then we're walking out of the Eastern Domain like we own the place. Right?" Huin Vuong was momentarily stunned, unable to say a word to that logic. Right now, she was thinking to herself, "This man in front of me, who knows?" Her mouth hung open slightly, her train of thought racing toward 100% certainty. Huin Vuong covered her body with her hands, looking terrified as she came to a conclusion. Tu Luong was a massive idiot. Tu Luong held out his hand to Huin Vuong, his gaze gentle, silently waiting for her answer. She just stared back at him, completely stunned, her lips moving but making no sound. Seeing Huin Vuong hug herself and shrink back, Tu Luong asked blankly, "What are you doing?" She replied bluntly, "I'm afraid your stupidity is contagious." He could only let out a helpless sigh, telling himself, "Forget it. It's not like talking tough was ever going to work." Lost in thought, Tu Luong slowly lowered himself and sat down right beside her. After all, they still had plenty of time, which made this the perfect opportunity to reach the 5-star realm. Her curiosity was piqued, so she leaned forward to get a better look. Huin Vuong quietly hid behind her chair to let him focus. After watching Tu Luong cultivate for a while, she reconsidered. "He withstood my pressure. To get this far, he can't be some useless pureblood." Huin Vuong rested her chin on her hand, her eyes growing distant, her mind drifting into unspoken thoughts, getting lost in their own power. The fools, the weaklings, the ones full of promises I've seen so many over the last 1,000 years. An old memory suddenly surfaced. A young boy from long ago had also reached out to her, in a moment exactly like this one. He dreamed of meeting the ice people of the outside world, and of other forgotten things, like the Moonlight System Beast Tamers in the Eastern Domain's mines. That year, Huin Vuong took that hand. It was like a fairy tale, beautiful and dreamlike, enough to be the start of a legend. Unfortunately, there are no exceptions to the rule, and this one was stopped right at the very beginning. She sat silently beside the boy's body, no tears, no words, just a painful, heavy silence. With their level of talent, they simply couldn't make me unleash my real power. From that incident, Huin Vuong was left with deep mental scars, slowly closing herself off and losing all hope of ever leaving this place. And so, I filled this cave with my oppressive aura. I isolated everything, so I'd never have to see that kind of false hope again. She fell silent. But then, a tiny spark lit up in the depths of her eyes, a flicker of hope that wasn't quite dead. Perhaps it was the golden energy now radiating from Tu Luong that made her secretly admit talent like this is actually a little interesting. And so, Huin Vuong's interest was sparked again. "Hey, little demon, what faction are you from? And which emperor is backing you?" Tu Luong answered coldly. "The Twin Moon Sect." She pried further. "Never heard of it. Who founded it?" A few seconds later, Huin Vuong let out a mocking laugh. "A 4-star Moon King? That's hilarious all on its own. The last Moon King was born a 5-star. And by the way, you still haven't answered my question. Who is the emperor behind the Twin Moon Sect?" He couldn't hide his annoyance, thinking to himself, God, why does she talk so much? Did being locked up this long drive her insane? But he still had to answer. I'm the one behind the Twin Moon Sect. I'm not just the Moon King. I'm also the representative of the Northern Domain. So, about that Moon God ritual. If you're right, then even trapped here you should know what happened in the Northern Domain 2 weeks ago, shouldn't you? And what do you know? Huyen Vuong was actually paying attention, just as Ho Trung Ngayet brought out a little ring for her. One look was all it took for Huyen Vuong to recognize the North Domain Royal Ring, the actual key to the Moon God ritual. Over on his side, To Leung starts dropping some serious lore. The Dry Moon said the Firefly King's core fire means the Moon King was a 5-star beast from the womb. The kid stands up, adding his own 2 cents like, yeah, it sounds totally nuts, but we're talking about that guy. To Leung then eyes the Firefly King with a dead serious look. Aren't you the so-called natural-born Beast Tamer King? He unleashes his potential, his whole body glowing as a swarm of luminous butterflies dances around him in a freshly awakened power flex. The emperor behind the Twin Moon Sect may be Sagittarius, but I'm actually the master of the Golden Butterfly Sect. She instinctively throws a hand up to shield her face from the blinding flash. He slowly walks closer, his voice low. My enemies are the Rabbit Sect and the 10th Moon. I will surpass the previous Moon King and win the final victory for the Moon Deity Festival on behalf of the Radiant Moon. Once again, To Leung holds out his hand, his voice ringing with pure, unadulterated sincerity. Conveniently, I have something for the Ice Queen, and declaring war on the Eastern Domain isn't impossible if you join us. The Firefly King actually looks tempted, hesitantly reaching out her hand in return. But just as their fingers are about to touch, some invisible force field just yeets her right back to where she started. Pinned down by these icy chains, the Firefly King hangs her head in complete and utter despair. She mutters, I see now. So what if you have the power of a king inside you? You're just a 4-star beast tamer. How can you possibly break through the Eastern Domain's defenses? Even with our contract, I can't manifest. To Leung just stands there, listening in grim silence while she lets out a hollow little laugh, her eyes totally devoid of hope. If you really want me, she challenges, then go beat the 7 stars and we'll talk. He asks her seriously. If we get out of here and you're free, what will you do? Then he answers his own question, wondering if she'd just go pick another fight with the Ice Queen. Is Tam bitch to you really the enemy we're supposed to be fighting here? She doesn't even hesitate with her reply. Didn't that old hag from the Sagittarius sect tell you? I have no beef with the Eastern Domain. In fact, the Ice Queen and Lord Thuy Lien Thien are actually my friends. The Firefly King's hands tremble as she clenches her fists, finally letting out all that pent-up frustration. I fought the Ice Queen back then, only because she did something I could never, ever forgive. She grinds her teeth, her entire body shaking with rage, her words dripping with pure hatred. If it wasn't for the Ice Queen, Lord Thuy Lien Thien would never have. But just then, To Leung's face tightens up, suddenly on high alert. The Firefly King immediately senses it too. In that instant, they both have the exact same thought someone's here. Meanwhile, outside, a massive explosion rips through the mountain peaks, lighting up the gloomy sky and shaking the cave to its core. She looks up, identifying the threat. That's one of the Eastern Domain's 12 heavenly shields. They must have heard us. The Firefly King whips her head around, urging him, You need to run, now. If you're the contractor for the Golden Butterfly Sect, you can handle a normal Emperor-class opponent, right? Hearing this, To Leung freezes for a sec, thinking to himself, actually, no, I absolutely cannot. But he plays it cool, speaking calmly. I don't need to run. I still have unfinished business in the Eastern Domain. And you haven't finished your story, have you? This Lord Thuy Lien Thien, you mentioned. He's the protector of the Aquarius sect, isn't he? The Firefly King just stares, her eyes wide. To Leung presses on. Everyone knows the Aquarius sect was defeated by the Rabbit sect way back when. But you're saying this has something to do with the Ice Queen? When we get out of the Eastern Domain, can you tell me everything? And of course, neither of them noticed the giant bird that's silently closing in on them while he's busy grilling her for info. If the Ice Queen was really involved, was beating her up once enough? You've been locked up for 1,000 years. Was that worth it? He's practically screaming now, trying to get through to her. Why don't we just wait until we get out of here? And then you can go beat her fair and square, once and for all. Just as the bird's talons hit the ground, a shockwave cracks the earth beneath them. To Leung whips around in shock as the system alert blares in his mind. New beast unlocked, and the number of illuminated illustrations just went up. Turns out, it's an Emperor-class sky beast, the Imperial Thunderbird, one of the 12 heavenly shields under Tam Bik Tew. Its rider, Fion, wastes no time, immediately firing off questions. Lady Firefly King, who is this human? Why is he here? You aren't trying to escape again, are you? I doubt the Ice Queen will be as merciful as last time. The Firefly King stays silent, so the Imperial Thunderbird Rider doubles down, his voice a low growl. And don't forget Lord Aquarius's orders, you are forbidden from seeking revenge on the Rabbit Sect. But he doesn't get to finish his little speech. To calmly cuts him off. You're way too loud. Then he just strolls right up to the guy's face with some serious sass. You're just some outsider from the Sky System. What right do you have to interfere in the affairs of us Moonlight System users? If Aquarius forbids it, then I, on behalf of the Golden Butterfly Sect, will approve it. The traitor of the Radiant Moon, the Rabbit Sect, must be defeated. Hearing this, Deloy absolutely lost it, screaming, "What did you say?" But To Luang had zero patience left and just grabbed her. Hoa Huin Vuong, what are you hesitating for? Then he just hoisted her up as Han Hok Trui asked, are we just ignoring Kung Fi Tho's betrayal and murder? She shyly looked back over at To Luang. His voice had lost all its calm. And what about the Ice Queen's disgusting cruelty? You don't want revenge for that? Completely useless and weak. Just sign the contract, and I'll make sure you appear. Then bam, a sudden arrival summons roaring streams of blue lightning. After this, who's gonna care about some Kung Fi Tho or the so-called Ice Queen? He furiously spread his massive wings as thick fog billowed all around him, making his grand declaration. I will defeat them all, and I won't spare a single one. Right on cue, a colossal beam of energy slammed down into the cave, threatening to crush everything. At that moment, those three ice folk from before happened to be strolling nearby when the huge explosion completely terrified them. The girl nervously asked, what on earth just happened? Was that inside the Moonlight Mine? Meanwhile, the cave To Luang was in took some serious damage, the ground and walls cracking apart everywhere. Deloy was hit by the overwhelming pressure and sent flying. He skidded hard into a rock wall, completely dazed and in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? In the distance stood To Luang, surrounded by a huge vortex of white smoke-like energy left over from that last attack. This was the moment he officially broke through to the next major level, the 5-star realm. The monster control panel immediately popped up, updating with all the juicy details. Moonlight System, low, rank, lightning butterfly, sealed. Realm too low. Host cannot summon all. It listed off a mid-rank jade tail, an emperor rank light human, and an 8-winged monarch, all sealed up tight, because his current realm was just too low. They were locked until the host reached the 7-star realm or merged, along with an energy burst from hundreds of millions of low-level lightning butterflies. The unlock condition can be triggered temporarily. Moonlight System, Emperor Rank, Dry Moon, Lantern, Heartfire, Hun Vuong. Status, sealed. Host's realm is too low, must train more. Reading it all over, he was completely blown away. His mind raced with calculations. If I can reach the 6-star realm, I can summon an emperor? Isn't that supposed to be for 7 stars? To Luang clenched his hand, his eyes filled with resolve, silently making a guess. In other words, if I hit the 6-star realm, I can use the power of the Dry Moon Lantern Heartfire Hoin Vuong whenever I want. Seeing him just standing there thinking, Deloy completely lost it, shouting, You there, what are you doing? How dare you sign a contract with Lady Hoa Hun Vuong? Not to mention all that crazy talk about beating the Ice Queen. To Luang just gave him an ice-cold stare, but Deloy kept on screaming like a lunatic, sneering at him with total disrespect. You're only a 5-star, you can't even summon an emperor. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning came crashing down. Just then, outside the cave, dark clouds rolled in. Thunder and lightning started to shake the entire world. To Luang silently looked up, his expression unreadable. Then he simply lowered his head and sighed. He immediately summoned Ho Trung Giet. In the blink of an eye, a solid barrier was erected. The barrier rapidly expanded outward, covering a massive area with intensely surging spiritual power. Even when lightning struck it directly, the barrier stood firm without a single tremor. Seeing this, Deloy couldn't help but totally freak out. What? He was pouring cold sweat, mouth hanging open. How? Deloy let out a desperate, terrified scream. It swallowed the entire mining area. After that little incident, the cave was just gone without a trace. Only a huge crater remained. He furiously cursed that damn guy, then yelled without an ounce of respect, Who the hell are you? But after taking a closer look, Deloy quickly put the pieces together. Wait, the king of the Moonlight System. White hair, waning moon pupils. He stared straight into Tu Luang's crescent moon eyes, which confirmed all his suspicions. Deloy immediately shot back a question. Moon King of the Twin Moon Sect, are you trying to declare war on the Eastern Domain? Tu Luang completely ignored him, just closing his eyes and thinking to himself, storing the energy of an entire mineral vein at once. I should be able to do it now. Soon after, sparks of golden-green energy appeared behind him. Those giant wings were the undeniable proof that he had successfully broken through to the legendary 6-star realm. His brilliant aura lit up the space, 1/10 of the vein's energy, he calculated, gone in a flash. But here's the catch. This slick new 6-star form has a teeny, tiny 5-minute time limit. After that, poof, he's back to a 5-star scrub. And Emperor Lei? Oh, he is absolutely shaking in his boots. Our boy sees this and drops the smuggest grin imaginable. Yup, all part of the master plan. Then, Su Liang throws his hands out and bellows, "Withered moon lantern heartfire, Huang Wang, get out here." And boom, a massive fireball erupts from his wings, hot enough to melt reality itself. The fire orb shatters, and out steps Huang Wang, answering Su Liang's summon. Shards of flame rain down as she struts out like she owns the place, rocking an overpowering aura and eyes that are literally glowing. With Huang Wang's grand entrance, fiery embers rain across the entire eastern region, basically announcing a new boss is in town. The local ice clans totally freak out, hitting the deck and bowing like their lives depend on it. The legendary Lady Huang Wang is back after 1,000 years. Huang Wang floats up behind him, gently places a hand on his shoulder, and calls him Master. But in her head, she's thinking, the second we made that pact, I saw his entire crazy plan. All while staring daggers into Su Liang's back. She can't help but mutter, "You are on a whole other level of crazy. I've literally never seen this before." And yeah, his little threat about challenging the Ice Queen? He wasn't kidding. He glances back with an icy stare, but Huang Wang is still processing the absolute madness of his scheme. And the real kicker? This guy isn't even one of the chosen apostles. Su Liang cuts right to the chase. "Congrats on your freedom. Now, you know the deal, right?" he asks, holding out a hand. Huang Wang gets it instantly. Is 5 minutes enough time? She wonders, tapping her chin. I mean, it's not even a full moon. But after a quick calculation, she decides to risk it. "All right, we can try," she says, grabbing his hand to seal the deal. No time to waste. Huang Wang immediately wraps them both in a cocoon of pure energy, lifts off, and then blasts into the sky at light speed, leaving a blazing trail that literally rips space wide open. Meanwhile, Emperor Lei is still rebooting his brain. Uh-oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Once his brain finally catches up, his eyes go wide. "I have to warn Lord Sanbixiao," he screeches. Moments later, they arrive at an ice palace bathed in the eerie glow of a burning red crescent moon. The whole vibe is super trippy. And there's Su Liang, floating midair, silently scouting the place out like a pro. Huang Wang's voice pops into his head. They've got about 4.5 minutes left on the clock. "So? You see what you're looking for?" Su Liang just points a hand at the castle and replies, "To save time, we're scanning the entire fortress." He closes his eyes, focusing intently, and sends out a silent pulse of energy to map every single vibration in and around the place. He pushes his senses to the max, peering straight through the castle walls, and what does he find? A girl with bright blue hair and skin as pale as snow. Taking a closer look, Su Liang realizes, this girl is an 8-star Beastmaster, an actual, legit 8-star powerhouse. Our guy just hovers there, completely stunned, probably asking himself a very important question. Seriously, how many 8-star Beastmasters are just chilling in this region? Before he can ask out loud, Huang Wang chimes in, "That little thing? That's the current ice consort, the one with a temporary contract with Sanbixiao." Ah, that name again, ringing in Su Liang's head. Looking down at the so-called ice consort, he puts 2 and 2 together. So, to get out of this region, we have to go through her. Then it hits him. His eyes fly open as a major clue clicks into place. Hold on, could this tiny girl be that 3-meter-tall Ice Clan member? She's using a disguise. Just then, a system notification pings, yanking him back to reality. Warning. King of the Eastern region has been detected before the defeat of the main Fei Ying forces. Do not engage the king in direct combat unless the enemy does something to seriously screw over your team. And at the exact same time, the Ice Consort gets a nearly identical pop-up. King of the Eastern region detected. Before breaking the pact, do not engage the king directly. Unless, of course, the other side does something to seriously mess up your squad. And just like that, it all clicks. "Oh, I get it now," she yells. "So it's you, King of the Moon. You trying to start a war or something?" Suddenly, an ear-splitting scream erupts, and the ice consort quickly plugs her ears. "War, my butt. Let me out of here, you idiot. I've been charging this attack for 30 seconds. Aren't you supposed to be an 8-star Beastmaster?" Fen Tong roars. "If they get away with Fire Huang Wang, you and I are both going to be in deep trouble." The ice consort just pouts, whining back. "Lady Fei Ying Fen Tong, I'm an 8-star Ice Beastmaster, okay? Not some 3-star Sky type who's the one hiding in my body because they're afraid of a little cold. Man, I really miss Lady Sansu Bai Shui. It's been over a year since she went back to the Three Kings Spring. I wonder when she's coming back." Hearing her whine just makes Fen Tong even more furious, absolutely losing her mind. "Oh, Shut your trap, you useless thing. Then she rubs her chin, deep in thought. Funny how both the Crimson Wing and the three beauties Snow just happen to be gone. Totally a coincidence. Fendong quietly sized things up. Her conclusion? The current Ice Princess would need at least 3 whole minutes to summon her. Meanwhile, everyone's on high alert, and our boy Su Liang is over here, frantically scanning everything. He checks every single corner until wait. What's that? A wisp of black smoke from a hidden spot. Su Liang's eyes go wide. Bingo. Found it. In a room crammed with junk, a purple mirror sits dead center. The mirror swings open, showing a mysterious black orb inside. After staring at it for a bit, Su Liang is just plain confused. Why in the world would his opponent still summon the 3 Blue Shao clan? While the Ice Princess is having a meltdown over the cost, our guy is already 5 steps ahead. But hey, once he touches the Ice Empress's treasure, the Moon God Festival's restrictions are gone. The battle starts in seconds. So Su Liang makes the call. Firefly King. She immediately reports she can hold on for about 4 minutes. The catch? They can't hit any snags. She's basically got no juice left for a real fight. He holds up a hand, all cool and reassuring. It's fine. We just need to escape the eastern domain. Then Su Liang shouts, Moon in the lake! It appears instantly, sending a silent wave right through the mirror. As Moon in the lake fades away, poof. The item inside the mirror vanishes with it. Mission accomplished. Su Liang and Firefly King don't stick around. They bolt, leaving the Ice Princess just screaming, What is going on? Then it dawns on her and she absolutely loses it. Did that bastard just touch the Ice Empress's treasure? How dare he? Fen Donghan muses. Well then, I won't let him get away that easily. Dawn is coming. We'll meet again. At that moment, Su Liang and Firefly King are booking it at light speed. Seeing the disappearing moon, she says nervously, The night is almost over. She gets nothing back. Su Liang, are you even listening? Still silence. He's just staring at the orb in his hand, deep in thought. Something is wrong. His sharp senses kick in, and he realizes something's off. Okay, analyze. The Chen Xing Yan Yue's scabbard is a beast weapon, but this black orb, it's totally dead. Not a single trace of life force left in it. No time to overthink it. He summons the moon's shrine. Not even a second later, info pops up. Component of the upper moon bone flower blade. Found. The next message makes his eyes go wide. Reminder, the upper moon bone flower scabbard is made of 4 parts. The black blade, the purple core, the blue soul, and the gold lock. You need the gold lock to awaken the bone flower. A list of everyone holding the parts appears. Black blade, held by the Northern Domain's Moon King. Purple core, held by Chen Xing Yan Yue. Blue soul, held by the Eastern Domain's Gemini. Gold lock, held by the Eastern Domain's Ice Empress. And just like that, Su Liang's face drops. His eye twitches. Wait, Chen Xing Yan Yue never mentioned 4 parts. Su Liang just facepalms, his mind racing. Besides, how could the ancient Ice Empress not know about the 7 mystics? Of course she'd keep a peace with her. At least he got something out of this mess. After all, he did manage to save Firefly King. Plus, nabbing the blade makes the whole trip worthwhile. He's so lost in his big brain theories, he totally misses her calling him. Su Liang. Meanwhile, Su Liang's just rubbing his chin, smiling smugly. First things first, just gotta give this to Chen Xing Yan Yue. She finally loses all patience and yells right in his ear, Hey! Which snaps him out of his little daydream. Firefly King says worriedly, Look, you're fast, but it's not a full moon right now. The night is over. We have to cross the Eastern Domain's border. Even though she's clearly panicking on the inside, she still tries to keep her tone polite. I don't want to doubt you, but with that miraculous little control panel of yours. A second later, she just asks, You can't even handle a supreme-level enemy, can you? Hearing that, Su Liang has to admit it. Next up, the system lists all the pets he's got. Northern Wing Moon Monarch. Emperor tier, but he can't summon it at his current level. Dry Moon Firefly King, also Emperor tier, can be summoned at 6 stars. Moon in the Lake, intermediate tier, summonable. Jade Tail Rabbit, also intermediate and summonable. So, these low-level butterflies can be summoned, but not many. Su Liang shoots a look at Haiying Vuong, and it all clicks. And just like that, the system panel pops up after the contract and resonance link. Looks like she finally noticed her own status panel. The 5-minute time limit expired, meaning that forced 6-star power-up is dropping back down to 5. The Firefly King is a no-show, so they're completely out of options. But she's getting real suspicious, demanding some answers. What in the world? Didn't you say you had a waning moon beast? 2 Rio just gives this goofy smile and hits her with the lamest excuse. Yeah, well, it's not a full moon, so it can't really do anything. And besides, even on a full moon it couldn't take on an emperor anyway. The Firefly King freezes mid-air, completely stunned and muttering in disbelief. A waning moon body. That's impossible. Her voice just sinks with regret. That's right, and without a full moon, it's useless in a fight. The Firefly King gently leans down, staring at the jade tail rabbit. If only that day had also been a full moon night. Seeing the cute little rabbit sound asleep, she whispers that this furball is actually a descendant of the Taiyan Fae. Behind her, Tu Rio looks seriously bummed out. He adds that not even a god would have been able to spot the flaw in a waning moon body. She just repeats the word flaw like it's poison. Then the Firefly King shoots up, snapping back. Nonsense! How could a waning moon body possibly have a flaw? She's dead serious, insisting the waning moon body is absolute perfection, a true masterpiece of the moonlight. And just then, the sky is suddenly flooded with swirling ribbons of pink clouds. They spread out like waves of color. Both of them feel the change, and after a moment of shock, they both gasp in amazement. The entire sky, in just a blink, is now covered in a brilliant peach-pink glow. Down below, the ice clans look up and immediately fall to their knees in terror. A girl cries out in shock. "It's Lord Sanbi Xiaofei Ying Fen Tong! She has arrived!" And with her, delicate peach blossoms start drifting on the wind, filling the air with a surreal, magical beauty. Tu Rio is suddenly frozen solid in midair, completely baffled. A few seconds later, his face hardens as his eyes lock dead ahead. And there's his problem, Fen Tong, sporting a pair of enormous, radiant butterfly wings. She gets straight to the point. Give up. It is daytime now. Fen Tong says all this with an icy, indifferent stare, her every word loaded with hidden meaning. They both knew there'd be consequences for their actions, and even expected to be stopped. But Tu Rio is still tense, lips pressed tight, thinking, what is this insane speed? Facing off against Fei Ying Fen Tong, his mind goes on high alert. He thinks to himself, forget the Eastern Domain border. From here, I can't even move a single inch. She then gives her command in a voice cold as ice. Return what belongs to the Ice Queen. Then follow me for interrogation and punishment. Do that, and I might consider sparing your lives. But Tu Rio just gives her a cold, silent stare in response. Suddenly, a sharp, defiant voice cuts through the air. In your dreams, Fei Ying Fen Tong. Hearing that voice, Tu Rio spins around in shock. Even the usually composed Fen Tong can't hide her surprise. A second later, spirit flames begin to gather, swirling into a protective circle right in front of Tu Rio. The Firefly King appears, leveling a cold, emotionless glare at her opponent, her words absolutely resolute. I may die in battle here, but I will never go back. The Fei Tuo Palace's seal is about to break, and I must be the one to destroy it with my own hands. Fen Tong just frowns. Listen, she says, her voice low and persuasive. If it were you, I'm sure you could understand me. But before the Firefly King can even finish, Fen Tong closes her eyes, calmly analyzing the situation. Huo Ying, you are still so incredibly stubborn, aren't you? Didn't the Ice Queen join the Moon God Festival this time just to get revenge for the Aquarius Palace? All you need to do is wait peacefully for the Moon God Festival to end. The Firefly King falls silent at this, a flicker of deep thought in her eyes. Fen Tong bluntly lays out the results, as if she already holds the future in her hand. Your Eastern Domain will defeat the Fei Tuo Palace and the 10th Moon Eclipse. After that, this will all finally be over. She grabs the Firefly King's hand tightly, her voice dropping seriously. But before that happens, Fen Tong warns, I will not allow you to go and get yourself killed. She's getting extremely agitated, her frustration boiling into raw anger as she peppers her with questions. If you can't even defeat the likes of me, how could you possibly win? She scoffs, waving a sleeve dismissively at Bai Yu Qing. The Firefly King hesitates, her resolve wavering. At this point, Tu Rio has had enough. He smacks Fen Tong's hand away and furiously yells, that's quite enough out of you. He doesn't hold back at all. Defeating the Fei Tuo Palace is our business, Yue Yao's business. You outsiders from the Eastern Domain should just butt out. He keeps that same tone going. I don't know what kind of history you two had in the past, but he glares at Fen Tong, holding absolutely nothing back. He gives her a direct warning. Go back where you came from, or else we'll take you and the Ice Queen down too. Hearing this, the Firefly King gasps. You're insane. Fen Tong is just fuming, grinding her teeth and letting out a low growl. She's practically spitting mad, refusing to be outdone, yelling that he's just some loser from the tiny Moonlight system. Fen Tong's rant continues, full of confidence. After the Moon Goddess fell, there's only one miracle left in 12 full moons. The Moonlight system is already washed up. This Moon God Festival is probably the last happy moment you guys will ever have. And then she goes nuts, pointing right in his face and screaming insults. It's broad daylight and you dare talk to me like that? Then, in a flash, Fen Tong just freezes up. Super weird. She slowly turns toward the light, a dazed look on her face, and unconsciously whispers, What? Fen Tong stares blankly towards the horizon. At the same time, the system dings with an information update. Just a second ago, it was fast asleep, but the jade-tail rabbit's eyes suddenly snap open. Su Liang mutters quietly, "The moon." Reflected in his crescent moon eyes, a bright full moon is rising deep within his pupils. The second he speaks, the moon slowly emerges from the swirling black clouds, its light spreading across the sky. At that exact moment, on the coast of the northern domain, the full moon was already high in the sky. Its brilliant light shimmered on the clear water. And in the central nine hells, Elder Tinmian Gayet stares at the moon, utterly stunned. She glances at the person kneeling in despair on the ground and asks, completely baffled, "What are you even doing?" "I am the moon-guiding heavenly maiden of the Moonlight system, a supreme being." Hearing Ming Guyet's question, she looks up, completely flustered and lost for words. Ah, a traumatic flashback to a life-or-death battle. She tries to explain that during the last fight, she was killed before she could even use her skill. Now that she's revived, she's still a panicked mess. And as she sobs, she accidentally activates the skill again. Ming Guyet doesn't have time to scold her, just says helplessly, "Oh, forget it. Anyway, at your supreme level, this full moon scene you bought only lasts 5 minutes at most." The full moon shines down on the sea. As they both watch, a bad feeling creeps in. She mutters to herself, "I hope nothing big happens." Back with Fen Tong, she's frozen solid, staring at the scene before her in absolute disbelief. A full moon? What in the world is going on? Unbelievable. Su Liang lowers his head as a thought crosses his mind. Of course, I'm smart enough to realize this probably all depends on, he can only think of the jade tail rabbit. The transformation. This fake full moon has no effect on an emperor-level being. Only a few seconds remain before the fluorescent king gets recalled. Huang Vuong just stands there silently. With everything on the line, Su Liang places all his faith in the jade tail rabbit. All his hopes are riding on that thing. The moment Fen Tong sees the jade tail rabbit, she just bursts out laughing. She covers her mouth, but her voice is dripping with contempt. What is this joke? An intermediate-level jade tail rabbit? Getting no response from her opponent only makes Fen Tong cockier, and she can't resist another jab. King of the Moon, is this the power that gives you the nerve to spout such nonsense? She points at the moon. You think I can't see through this cheap supreme-level trick? This little act only lasts for 5 minutes. It won't affect the outcome of this battle at all. Su Liang closes his eyes, still refusing to argue back. He pays no attention to Fen Tong's taunts and turns away. Focusing only on his beloved pet, Su Liang asks softly, "My previous one-star realm didn't let you use your full power, did it?" He didn't stop there, adding, "But I know the limits of the waning moon body go far beyond this." The jade tail rabbit listened obediently to the end. The next second, Su Liang points straight at Fen Tong and orders sharply, "See that noble emperor level before you? In 10 seconds, you will become stronger than her." Then he decisively summoned the moon in the lake. Getting the call, it appeared in an instant without hesitation. In a flash, countless mineral veins appeared all at once in front of the jade tail rabbit. Witnessing this, Huang Vuong's eyes went wide with amazement, quickly thinking it must have just devoured the moonlight ore. The jade tail rabbit ferociously grabs the chunks of ore, shoves them into its mouth, and starts chewing like an absolute maniac. At that moment, Fen Tong was frozen in place, her face bugging out like a glitch, a giant question mark practically appearing over her head. The little guy was absolutely demolishing this mineral vein, totally zoned out while a voice in its head just kept screaming, driving it completely bonkers. Its eyes glowed red, totally feral, as the voice pushed on, "You are my only trump card. Get stronger now. Evolve. Live up to my hype," Su Liang yells, while his jade-tailed rabbit just keeps inhaling mineral veins like they're going out of style. Su Liang just watches this feral display, probably thinking he's created a monster. Unlike his contracts with Yun Jueyu and Shen Xingyanyu, this one's a little different. See, the rabbit's true power is totally getting nerfed by his own 1-star rank. He does some quick math, he's already at 6-star himself. He even wonders if, under a full moon, he could hit 7-star and take down an emperor. His eyes flick over to the two girls, still stuck in some kind of dramatic standoff instead of actually fighting. Su Liang easily pieces together the backstory. Fei Ying Fen Tong is hesitating, clearly hung up on some old feelings. This is getting stressful. The Firefly King is literally seconds away from vanishing into thin air. When that happens, she's most likely dead for good. The Firefly King's eyes are filled with sadness, her voice full of doubt. The full moon, why at a time like this? Is it a sign? Naturally, she starts going down memory lane. Did the great Lord Shui Liantian somehow predict this would happen all those years ago? This isn't about luck, or power, or probability. It was fated from birth. Because deep down, she believes a miracle is coming. Right, the moon just hangs there, all bright and majestic, offering exactly zero useful answers. So the Firefly King turns to Su Liang with her doubts. I have one final question. Why didn't you accept the royal consort's invitation? Su Liang doesn't skip a beat. No reason. He called my entire team useless trash, so I cussed him out. My tutu is definitely not some defective item. And didn't you once claim the deficient moon physique wasn't useless either? The rabbit, meanwhile, continues its snack time, totally oblivious. But when he talks about his goals, his voice turns sharp and serious. One of these days, I'm going to crush the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10-moon eclipse under my heel, and make them feel true regret. Feeling that raw determination, the Firefly King is just frozen. It seems like something clicked, and she quietly whispers her agreement. You're right. The Firefly King trembles with rage, her fist clenched tight. The deficient moon physique is not a piece of junk. She screams, letting it all out. Release this burden from my heart. Lord Dongfu Shui, Lian Tian of the Aquarius Palace, your deficient moon physique is not worthless. Words she probably never thought she'd say are now echoing in the air, leaving Su Liang's jaw on the floor. He barely has time to recover. Wait, what did you just say? He asks, his face a mask of total shock as an image flashes in his mind. One of the 7 wonders of the world, guardian of the Aquarius Palace, Dongfu Shui Lian Tian. He had the deficient moon physique? Suddenly, Su Liang gets it. Wait a minute, it all makes sense now. That's why the Flying Rabbit Palace could actually defeat Aquarius. He finally solved the mystery because on that day, it wasn't a full moon. The deficient moon physique has absolutely no fighting power otherwise. The Firefly King looks down, still lost in a daze. Yes, Lord Shui Liantian would never lose on a full moon night. I always believed that. But she's still beating herself up. Just by myself, I couldn't possibly defeat the Sun's faction. I hate how weak and powerless I am. After a long pause, she asks her master, Su Liang, if one day, will you let me stand before them? Before she even finishes, he agrees without hesitation, showing his absolute trust in the Firefly King. Hearing his answer, she can feel his trust, and a faint smile finally graces her lips. Then, the Firefly King moves forward, wrapping her arms around Su Liang in a hug to express her gratitude. He doesn't fight it, just stands there quietly. But at that moment, her figure starts to blur in the moonlight. Su Liang looks at the Firefly King, completely floored by how fast everything is suddenly moving. Fen Tong is livid, grinding her teeth as she yells, Huo Ying, are you really going to be this stubborn? Then, her wings immediately burst open. But their hug isn't over. In that instant, the Firefly King whispers a few words into his ear. Before his final battle with the Flying Rabbit Palace, Lord Shui Liantian separated his life force from the crystal core. Su Liang's eyes snap open, his mind scrambling. What did she just say? She continues her hushed reveal. If the crystal core is reformed, the full power of the deficient moon physique can be restored. But before she can finish, her fated moment arrives. The Firefly King dissolves into the wind, leaving Su Liang completely stunned. He snaps out of it fast, trying to get his bearings. The Firefly King's gone, so he's back to 5-star rank. The Firefly King made a contract with him, so if he dies, she's going to suffer some serious damage too. Watching all this chaos, our boy Su Liang put 2 and 2 together. Ah, so that's why Fen Dong was just standing there doing nothing. Su Liang glanced at Fen Dong's scrunched up, hesitant face and smirked. That little pause? Oh yeah, that was more than enough for him. No time to waste. He bellowed out a name, and bam, a massive mineral vein appeared out of thin air, just pulsing with spiritual energy. You could see the shock flash in Fen Dong's eyes. Su Liang just shot her this smug little grin, basically saying, yeah, you see it. That's right, this was the legendary treasure of the Firefly King, once part of the false throne from the Aquarius Palace itself. And sitting right in the middle of all those minerals was the throne, with a massive purple gem embedded right in the center. The life crystal core, separated from the Aquarius Palace. Right there. That purple gem was the official seal, radiating an ancient mystical power. Su Liang didn't hesitate, shouting out, Jade Tail Rabbit. Hearing its name, the creature whipped its head around instantly. The second it understood the plan, it used its super long ears to hoist up the entire throne, tilted back its head, and just yeeted the chair into its wide-open mouth. Then it started chewing like it was the best meal ever. Fen Dong, understandably, lost her mind. What are you doing? Stop right now. Su Liang just gave her the most triumphant, condescending smirk imaginable. Stop? Oh, sweetie, why would we stop here? His eyes narrowed as he declared, this is a miracle, one created by the waning moon body itself. And right on cue, the Jade-Tail Rabbit's body began to transform, radiating a bizarre and otherworldly spiritual energy. Fen Dong was properly freaked out by this whole scene and went on high alert. What in the world was that little rabbit about to become? Even Su Liang didn't see this coming, quickly throwing up a defensive barrier just in case things got weird. Through the dense smoke, a colossal silhouette of the jade tail rabbit began to form, looking like some kind of descending god. The moon tome popped up with a notification. High-grade moon system. Great hammer, eared rabbit. But wait, there's more. Another notification flashed immediately. Moonlight system, supreme tier. Moon-hugging jade hammer. Su Liang stared up, completely floored. Hold on, what? It jumped straight to the supreme tier in mere seconds? The tome pinged again, but this time, it was a downgrade. Low-grade moonlight system, mid-grade jade tail rabbit. Right after, the system screen started glitching out like crazy, text scrolling and changing into a mess of random characters. Our boy was completely baffled, wondering if he'd lost control. As the smoke finally cleared, the rabbit's new form was at last revealed. And the result of all that drama left Su Liang just staring, his jaw practically on the floor. Even Fen Dong couldn't hide her disbelief. In an instant, the jade tail rabbit had reverted back to its weakest form, the Moonlight Rabbit. It just stood there, completely still, as Su Liang and Fen Dong stared in absolute silence. She was so stunned she could barely get the words out. The evolution failed. Then her fists clenched as she seethed with disappointment. Firefly King. Your little gamble completely failed. Fen Dong pointed a finger right at Su Liang and let him have it. You never should have given the Aquarius throne to this pathetic human. But even as she raged, he remained completely silent. Su Liang didn't even blink, a look of pure, horrified shock frozen on his face. Seeing his rigid expression, Fen Dong got all smug. What's the matter? Now that your evolution failed, are you trying to figure out how to save your own skin? Then, a wicked grin spread across Su Liang's face as he repeated, failed? Looking right into Fen Dong's scornful eyes, he announced loud and clear, no, this is the most perfect evolution. Just then, a new status window popped up, reading, Low-grade moonlight system. Moonlight rabbit, jade waning lord, waning moon body. Su Liang stared at the text in the moon tome, simply saying, thank you, Firefly King. Just as we agreed. A supremely confident look took over his face. He then made a slow, deliberate announcement. On the night of the full moon, I will stand before them all. Then Su Liang turned to her with a sharp warning. Fen Dong, I'd strongly advise you not to make a move against it. He flashed that infuriatingly smug smile of his, continuing the threat. Because if you make it resent you, your clan's 10,000-year legend of being unbeatable, consider it completely shattered. Hearing this, Fen Dong stared down at the little moonlight rabbit, totally skeptical. The resentment of a low-level creature? Seriously? The pet's ridiculously cute face only made her more suspicious. A weakling that can withstand my pressure is no joke. Or is this just a bluff? Right then, Su Liang decided to speak up again. Look, I'm not trying to make a huge scene today, so I'll let you off the hook. I'll just go get the final piece from the Ice Queen myself later. And with that, he turns on his heel, completely ignoring the fuming woman behind him. Let's bounce. Moonlight Rabbit. Oh, those dismissive words? They made Fen Dong absolutely see red. She spits out every single word with pure rage. What did you just say? And just like that, Fen Dong unfurls her two gigantic wings, unleashing an insane wave of pressure. Her butterfly wings begin to close in, and the raw power is so intense it shakes the very heavens, splitting the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. The massive wings are closing in fast, with just a tiny bit of space left, right where Su Liang and the Moonlight Rabbit are just standing there. But then the wings just stop mid-air, frozen by some invisible force that just appeared out of nowhere. And you can bet Fen Dong was totally stunned. She screams, "What the?" Staring at her wings, locked in place, unable to move an inch no matter how hard she tries. A little bit of fear creeps in. Fen Dong wonders, where is this insane power coming from? Her face darkens as a crazy thought hits her, the Moon King. But one look at Su Liang's totally calm face, and she immediately throws that idea out the window. Nah, he's not doing anything. Right then, a white orb appears in the gap between her wings, glowing with an absolutely brilliant light. Fen Dong can't even keep her eyes open. The light is just that blinding. Turns out, that glowing sphere is the Moonlight Rabbit's skill, and it's floating right in the middle of it, perfectly blocking Fen Dong's ultimate move. Su Liang watches with a serious expression, his eyes fixed on the tiny rabbit. The Book of the Moon pops up to explain, combat skill, Aquarius Guardian form, a prototype with the power of the Protector. The full moon can be summoned any time, with a 30-day cooldown. After reading this, a thought crosses his mind. He's not sure how the moon's power is still working after being destroyed. But this evolution didn't just inherit Aquarius's traits, it also gained entirely new powers. Yeah, this was definitely a perfect rebirth. He glances over at Fentong's wings, which have now returned to their original state. A sigh of relief. Maybe they can actually escape the eastern domain easily. Meanwhile, she's still completely floored by what just happened, asking herself, how is this possible? Suddenly, a blinding light shines down from above the adorable Moonlight Rabbit as the Aquarius constellation slowly materializes right over its head. Fentong is so shocked, she's literally speechless, her face frozen solid. And the Moonlight Rabbit? It just gives a cute little wave goodbye. See you later, little butterfly. Powerful streams of energy shoot past the waving Moonlight Rabbit. Seeing this, Fentong fires back. Try not to die too quick. But the rabbit just flashes a bright smile and replies instantly. You too. A second later, a world-shaking explosion rips through the sky, threatening to tear space itself into a million pieces. Huge chunks of Earth are blasted in every direction, and the shockwave even hits the ocean, sending massive waves crashing over and over. At that exact moment, in a deserted part of the sea, a deep whirlpool begins to form in the middle of the ocean. On the shore, Xing Miyue is staring at the sky, quietly asking, "It's almost been 5 minutes. The full moon is about to disappear, right?" Hearing this, Yin Yue jumps to her feet, overjoyed. For real? She happily takes in the view before announcing, "That means we're about to go home." But then, a pair of giant butterfly wings appears above the moon. Yin Yue freezes for a second, then asks, "What is that?" Just then, a ferocious slash of energy slices right through those giant butterfly wings. Yin Yue collapses to the ground in total shock, while Mi Yue just stands there, completely bewildered. Back in the mountains of the eastern domain, a massive beam of light streaks across the peaks, its energy pulsing with incredible force. The beam of light slams into the base of a huge mountain, and the impact triggers a massive tremor. As the dust from the violent collision starts to settle, a gigantic hole is revealed at the mountain's foot. High in the sky, Emperor Lei is flying like the wind, shouting out, "Lady Fei Ying Fentong." She's just sitting there at the heavily damaged base of the mountain, looking strangely calm as she mutters to herself, "Excellent. It's been 10,000 long years since I've felt this kind of excruciating pain." Fentong glances up at the sky, realizing that Bastard still hasn't even used his full power. Lying on the ground, she says something that just confuses Emperor Lei. No, it's more like that artificial moon was just too useless. Then she slowly gets to her feet, speaking as she rises. If that's how it is, she glides past Emperor Lei, her voice filled with determination. "The next time we meet, we will settle this once and for all." Watching her leave, his eyes go wide with shock. How is that even possible? The blood on her wings was bad enough, but it sent a chill down his spine to think of the supposedly invincible Lord Tam Bich Tiu, unbeatable for 10,000 years and now critically wounded. Anyway, cut to some random ocean. A strange figure is now gliding across the sky, its wings kicking up ripples on the water's surface as it passes. Right next to that ocean is the South Domain, a wild mix of towering skyscrapers and overgrown trees. But the peace is shattered by a colossal explosion, looking for all the world like a meteor just slammed into the ground. Civilians on the street stumble and sway, trying to recover from the sudden tremor. At the base of a massive ancient tree sits the small figure of Su Liang, the dust still settling around him. He clutches the Moonlight Rabbit in pain. He grits his teeth, thinking what a shame it was that the moon-guiding celestial maiden's full moon night had ended. So Hu Zhongyue must have hit its limit too, huh? Looking at the sleeping rabbit, he's still shocked his evolved pet could even fight Fei Ying Fentong, not to mention the fact that the full moon was a complete fake. Su Liang then stares forward with a newfound resolve, determination hardening in his thoughts. If that's how it is, next time he'll use his full power to settle the score with Tam Bich Tiu. Just then, a pair of slender legs walks into view. The person speaks, startling Su Liang with a simple, "Long time no see." Turns out, that voice belonged to the Kangyu Emperor. She's looking absolutely delighted to see him. Seeing this, Su Liang can only think to himself, well, this is one heck of a welcome. Before long, she was giving him a grand tour of the South Domain, starting with the inner sanctum of the Kangyu Holy Sect. The scene was breathtaking, skyscrapers surrounded by dozens of mysterious plant species. While Su Liang was still stunned, Kang Yoe began her spiel. "First time in the South Domain? I take it? This is a world surrounded by countless giant plants." She looked up with immense pride in her voice as she continued the introduction. "That's because Dao Yuan, one of the 7 great wonders, is here, along with the legendary plant sanctuary Wu Tao Huan. Many of these giant plants are also lairs for the beasts that live here. Some are supreme beings, even emperors." She then glanced over at the still gawking Su Liang and asked excitedly, "The South Domain gets several times more tourists than the Central, West, and North combined. All 3 domains together, it's pretty magnificent, right?" His eyes were still glued to the majestic view as he managed to utter a single word of awe. It's unbelievable. And with that, the two continued their stroll through the South Domain. But inside his head, Su Liang was thinking, you know, for two people with a 3-year pact, we are seriously not compatible. The constant stares from everyone around him were making him super uncomfortable. Taking a casual walk together like this was just surreal. After a bit, Kang Yue spoke up. By the way, this is quite a rare sight. She looked straight at the clueless Su Liang before dropping an absolute bombshell. For the Great Moon King and the Gemini, Bai Yue Xing, to come from the West Domain to the South Domain at the same time. Hearing this, he was completely floored. Wait, you're telling me the West Domain's Gemini is here too? Because his mind was suddenly racing, connecting the dots on something important. According to the info from the Moon Tome in the East Domain, the Black Blade belongs to the North Domain's Moon King, and the Purple Sword Core to the holder of Chen Xing Yan Yue. The Blue Sword Soul belongs to the East Domain's Gemini, Bai Yue Xing, and the Gold Sword Lock to the East Domain's Ice Queen. Right then, he came to a conclusion the blade soul of Shang Xuan Yue Changhua had to be with Bai Yue Xing. At that exact moment, Kang Yue explained, of course, the full moon is approaching, so the Moonlight System beasts are preparing to ascend. Bai Yue Xing is here for it, aren't you? As soon as she said that, Su Liang's face went completely blank with confusion. He muttered the word ascend to himself, then his expression turned wary as the gears in his head started spinning. Wait a minute, she has no idea I was chased here by Fei Ying Fen Tong. Our 3-year pact isn't for a while, so she thinks I'm here for something else. But after all that, Su Liang still had one huge question. What the heck is ascending? So, he did what any guy would do awkwardly, scratched his head and pretended he knew exactly what she was talking about. Oh, yeah, that. The ascension. Then he covered his mouth, mumbling incoherently. Ascension? Seeing his painfully obvious act, Kang Yue couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing, trying to save him from his own embarrassment. A busy Moon King wouldn't know about the little pastimes of the South Domain. It's perfectly normal. Having said that, she quickly walked ahead. She pointed towards something in the distance, her voice full of excitement. Since you're here, you want to experience it? Su Liang, still flustered, just scratched his head, unable to form a coherent sentence. But once Kang Yu led him to the spot, his jaw hit the floor in pure astonishment. His eyes went wide at the insane sight. In the middle of a bustling city, a colossal pink plant spire shot into the sky, its branches twisting like soft silk ribbons. This place was the sacred land of the southern region, Tian Dao Hoan. Endless stairways ran along each branch, and right now, tons of people were trying to make the climb. Faced with this epic scene, Tu Luang couldn't help but ask in awe, "This is heaven climbing. My grandma climbs mountains faster than this. Even 8-star Beastmasters join in on the fun?" Thuong Niet started to explain. The floral ring you see is the entrance to the sacred land, Tien Dao Hoan. It's 10,000 meters high, and no one has ever reached the top. Tu Luang, who was staring at the massive spirals, had to turn his head and ask, "Wait, no one's ever made it to the summit?" She glanced forward with a smile. "That's right. The highest record is 9,999 meters. Nobody has set foot on the 10,000-meter mark. And the longer time goes on, the harder this heaven climbing thing becomes. Since no one's ever reached the top before, it's pretty much assumed that no one ever will." This info just made Tu Luang even more confused. So, being the curious guy he is, he asked, "Why?" Thuong Niet quickly laid it out. Because every meter of Tien Dao Hoan represents Lord Dao Vien's personal power ranking for every creature in the world. The aura of Lord Dao Vien weakens when facing strong opponents, so the higher you climb, the greater the pressure and resistance becomes. But if you succeed, the power of your own beast can cover 1 meter of that area. This lets future generations see the peak level of skill that you managed to achieve. Then she pointed to where the straight part met the spirals, dropping more intel. Anything under 5,000 meters gets a new record holder almost every year. But above 5,000 meters, especially way up there, it's basically set in stone. Because reaching 8,000 meters isn't just about strength, you have to be worthy of truly competing with the top dogs to get recognized. Hearing all this, Tu Luang was even more blown away by the mystique of Tien Dao Hoan. Just as his brain was short-circuiting, Thuong Niet suddenly pointed forward and yelled, "Hey, look over there!" A ranking board stood right at the base of Tien Dao Hoan. It listed number 1 as the first princess of Vanvu High at 9,999 meters, and number 2 as the first lover of the Western region at 9,998. 3. An anonymous Lu De Huyen at 9,666 meters. 4. An anonymous Thien Nu at 9,422. East region's 50th Great Bang Phi, 9,361 meters. 6. The former Moon King, 9,300. 7. Third King Tuyen Uvuong Mao, 8,999. 8. Southern Region's Emperor Thuong Nuyet, 8,999. 9. Western Region's Gemini Bok Duyet Han, 8,200. And she added that the list only shows 9 ranks. Only those at the very top get their beast's name immortalized for all time, to be known as a ruler of the world. Tu Luang was a bit stunned to see the previous Moon King ranked as high as 6th. He then glanced at the woman beside him, thinking to himself in total confusion. Emperor Thuong Nuyet is supposed to be the strongest person of this era, but she's only ranked 8th? As if reading his mind, she immediately spoke up. Don't be so surprised. I'm quite satisfied with my current ranking. After all, the top 6 are all 9-star beast masters, basically demigods. Besides, Bok Duyet Han's record is 2 years old. She's probably here this time just to set a new one. Right then, the silhouette of a girl appeared at the foot of Tian Dao Hoan. Back with Tu Luang, our boy was stroking his chin, deep in some serious thought. So that's how it is, this heaven climbing. It's actually possible. Just then, a voice snapped him out of it. Back in the day, the first princess of Van Vu Hai holding that #1 spot was an absolute legend. It was Hein Vuong, speaking from within his beast space. She continued dropping knowledge on Tu Luang. She was just 1 step away from 10,000 meters. Who knows what she saw at the very end? Hearing that, he had to pause. He mulled over the name. The first princess of Van Vu Hai. An apostle of Van Vu Hai? Huyen Vuong quickly shook her head, explaining, the word apostle is an insult to her. She made a pact with the strongest emperor of the Bok Lok clan, suppressing the world for 10,000 years. Even the moon's radiance could only temporarily avoid the brink. Tu Luang's determined gaze was now locked onto Thien Dao Hoan. Seeing this, Huyen Vuong tried to warn him off. Look, unless you're absolutely sure you can beat these people, it's best not to even try. When she said, if you're not careful, your trump card will be exposed, he immediately froze, hesitation written all over his face. At that very moment, Thuong Nuyet suddenly reached out her hand. Tu Luang couldn't help but look at her, surprised. Seeing his reaction, she put on a mischievous grin, her hand still offered as an invitation. What's wrong? You want to give it a shot? The sun was setting behind the tall buildings, painting the sky in a warm golden hue, making the scene feel incredibly cozy. This girl with the dark expression is from the eastern region's Bok Than Not clan Gemini, and her name is Bok Duyet Han. After waiting for a long time, she finally looked up, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Her ancestors were basically legends, claiming the 2nd and 3rd spots in their respective generations. So yeah, even with a split lineage, she still earned the title Song Zi. The girl scanned the rankings one more time before her voice turned dead serious. If I pass 9,000 meters this time, you'll finally acknowledge my strength, won't you? Trum Tin Yen Weert. Right then, Yen Weert, a shimmering phantom beside Duet Han, had to chime in with a little reality check. This climb isn't that simple. Descendant of Lear To Huen, at your current level, you still can't break 9,000 meters. Hearing that, Duer Han shot Yen Weert the most annoyed look imaginable. Still, her resolve was unshakable as she shot back. We'll see about that. Faced with that sheer stubbornness, Yen Weert was at a complete loss for words. A wave of concern washed over her, remembering how her own master once walked to 996 meters and carved his mark there. So yeah, she knew anything above 9,000 meters was an absolutely terrifying realm. She watched Duer Han's back as she approached the Thien Da Huan. Yen Weir couldn't help but think every single step forward from now on means facing a full-powered attack from a past champion. Just then, system panels blinked into existence in front of absolutely everyone. Reading the notifications, a collective gasp went through the crowd. People started gathering and murmuring, a commotion that made Dwaya Han look over curiously. What's going on? All of a sudden, the crowd parted like the sea, creating a massive path leading right to the heavenly stairway. Duer Han kept her eyes fixed on the spot that had captured everyone's attention. The moment she saw what it was, her eyes widened in total disbelief. The imposing figures of Thung Weert and To Leung were approaching, flanked by 4 women holding back the gawking masses. Duer Han's jaw dropped when she recognized the face of Emperor Thung Weert. But seeing To Leung's completely calm expression sent another shockwave through her. The leader of the Moonlight Sect, the current Moon King To Leung. What on earth is he doing here? Yen Weirt's phantom form also zeroed in on him, a hint of surprise in her tone. To Leung. Something about him is different. See, just half a month ago, Chumting Yen Weert was supposed to be transported to the Eastern Domain with To Leung. But at some point in time and space, she suddenly felt a familiar aura, one that felt exactly like her master's from 10,000 years ago. And just like that, she forced her way out of the transport, determined to follow that feeling. Meanwhile, back in the Western Domain, a giant sword had appeared before the Gemini, Beich Duert Han, terrifying even 8-star Beast Tamers. And that's exactly why Bark Duert Hain came here to prove her strength and finally get Trum Tin Yen Weirt's approval. Yen Weird stared at To Leung, her mind racing. In just half a month, he'd gained the aura of someone who could fight the absolute strongest. A huge question mark popped up in her head right then. How in the world did he jump from a 1-star realm all the way to peak 5-star? At that exact moment, inside To Leung's pet space, Huyen Vung was having a total meltdown. What are you even thinking? She zipped over to him, her voice a non-stop barrage of panic. Forget 9,000 meters, you couldn't even dream of hitting 8,000 meters right now. Through all of Huyen Vung's frantic nagging, Thungwit just watched To Leung with a calm smile. Have you even thought about what happens when you fail? The entire world, including the Holy Lands, watches the Thien Dao list. She was so furious she was grinding her teeth, glaring daggers at him as she demanded an answer. The people from the Thiam faction will see your entire lineup, your trump cards. Why not just come back after you break through to 7-star? To Leung seemed to hear none of it, his confidence unshaken. Huyen Vung, I don't have that kind of time. He gazed up at the colossal Thien Dao Huang before them and slowly explained, the Moon God Festival has reached this stage. I can't afford to spend another few months or half a year just to train more safely. He then turned to the leaderboard, pure determination in his voice. If there is a chance, I have to take it immediately. I only have one question now. The people who earned their place on that list, what did they actually get after they reached the heavens? With that, he began to list the names on the ranking board one by one. Huyen Vung, having finally calmed down, started to answer him. Everything they could ever want: fate, luck, experience, enlightenment, fame, and the favor of the gods. All the while, Thungwirt's peaceful smile never wavered. Huyen Vung's voice echoed. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years from now, future generations of beast tamers will look back on their past glory and be floored by the era in which they lived. As she finished, To Leung's expression grew serious, and he spoke quietly. No, you misunderstand. I don't want any of that vague nonsense. I only care if the real reward for reaching the top is truly worth risking everything I have. Huyen Vuong was momentarily stunned, completely baffled by the kid's intentions. But a split second later, To Luong flashed a ridiculously smug grin, oozing with arrogance as he posed his question. What if I create a miracle that's never been seen before? What happens to this world then? And just like that, he summoned hundreds of glowing butterflies that swirled around him, some even drifting over towards Thuong Nuyet. Tu Luong thought to himself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. No pressure. The butterflies reached Du Yet Han, but her focus was locked on his words. Tu Luong then tilted his head back, emphasizing every single syllable. I must reach the peak of Dang Tien. Hearing that absolutely bonkers declaration, Huyen Vuong couldn't help but shut it down. How is that possible? Those 9-star demigods never even dared to try for the 5-star realm, let alone the actual peak. Utterly ridiculous. Just then, Du Yet Han whispered to a drowsy Yen Nu Guyet, the Moon King whose power she now possessed. The girl cracked an eye open, looking curiously at Du Yet Han. In the next instant, Du Yet Han's expression turned dead serious as she made a bold announcement of her own. Let the entire southern domain witness who is worthy of your power in this era. After what felt like forever, sunset finally gave way to a brilliant full moon. Reporters swarmed the base of Tien Dao Hoen, and the crowd was a massive, buzzing sea of people. Right on cue, the announcer appeared, microphone in hand. She yelled with pure hype, "Hey everyone, Thumper is live from the scene of the Heaven Ascension race that has the whole world watching." To Luong and Duyet, Han stood on opposite sides of the stairs, locking eyes as the MC's voice boomed. Bok Duyet Han and the Moon King, who is the strongest beast tamer of this generation? The live feed cut to Thuong Nuyet as the viewer count hit 1 million, with commentators buzzing that someone might actually surpass the Great Emperor this time. To Luong and Duyet, Han glared at each other, the sheer will to win burning in their eyes. You know, classic rival stuff. Just then, a worried Huyen Vuong asked him one last time, To Luong, you really want to ascend? His resolve was unshakable. Yep, I'm positive I can clear this event on the highest difficulty. Staring up at the endless staircase to the heavens, he quietly came to a conclusion. I have this vague feeling something's waiting for me at the top, like I was fated to come here. I just know I'm going to conquer everything. Actually, he corrected himself. It's not a feeling. The moment I saw that list, I knew I had to do it. Huyen Vuong was a little taken aback by his sheer intensity, but finally gave in with a long-suffering sigh. All right, fine, I'll raise some hell with you. Then, she quietly thought to herself, the real reason I followed this guy, deep down in my heart, isn't it because I'm also hoping for this ridiculously insane miracle? Just then, Tu Luong stepped onto the first stair. With a single step, he was already a meter from the start. Suddenly, strange currents of energy started swirling from the ground below. Tu Luong just kept walking forward, followed by waves of invisible power that forced the entire crowd back. A girl screamed in fear. Good thing St. Thuong Niet put up a barrier in time. The violent energy kept wrapping around Tu Luang's body. He wondered silently, is this supreme tier pressure from the very beginning? But his feet never stopped moving as he reasoned. Makes sense. The difference between a high-tier pet and a supreme tier one is like night and day. The full moon suddenly reflected in Tu Luang's pupils, and a new thought crossed his mind. If they used the aura of high-tier pets for the challenge, anyone could take a few steps. The climb would just be a casual stroll in the park. Over on Du Yet Han's side, she was also making her way up step by agonizing step. Her eyes showed nothing but fierce determination. After a while, she risked a quick glance behind her, checking on her rival's position. Seeing Tu Luang still casually making his way up far below, Du Yet Han whipped her head back around in frustration and started climbing furiously. At that moment, Huyen Vuong gave Tu Luang a little status update. That Bok Du Yet Han seems really concerned about you. She keeps turning around to look, but he was completely unbothered, replying in a stone-cold tone. Ignore her. My goal this time is to reach the peak. I'm not here to compare myself to anyone. As for that blade soul of hers, we'll deal with that later. Hearing that, she just sighed. Such a cold man. From a corner below Thien Dao Hoen, a voice piped up. So, are we just going to stand here and watch the Moon King ascend to the heavens? That voice belonged to Tuyen Ao Vuong Mao, the 7th-ranked powerhouse. She pressed on, what if he actually surpasses the previous Moon King? The reply she got was incredibly harsh. What does that have to do with us? How many times do I have to say it? The Moon King and the Moonlight Rabbit, those two scumbags, have nothing to do with our 3-moon eclipse. A shadowy beast with some very conspicuous bunny ears suddenly materializes. It starts lecturing Tuyenao, saying if she lets that reigning Moon King pass her, it's her own dang fault and a total embarrassment. Then, he curls his lip into a smirk, muttering some seriously sinister words. But if the King of the Moon fails to pass 8,999 meters, it'll just prove he hasn't mastered his powers, and that's when we make our move. He's the one obstacle our moon god absolutely must eliminate. Hearing that, Tu Yenao goes from jaw-on-the-floor shock to quickly composing herself. Yes, my lord. Then Tu Yenao clenches her trembling fist, fuming to herself. She can't believe someone as ordinary as her was suddenly chosen by the 3 moons to be an apostle. She raises her fist, vowing to make a name for herself today. Right then, a figure in a black cloak with red trim appears just behind her. That person looks up, watching Tu Luang's back as he slowly ascends. Then, they start putting the pieces together. The deaths of all those high rankers in the Northern Territory, it must be connected to this King of the Moon. A sly grin spreads across their face, completely confident in their theory. If he can't handle the ruler's pressure and pass 8,999 meters, then the full moon will set and his little miracle will be over. By now, Tu Luang has climbed pretty far, the light from the moon getting closer and closer. At the same time, Du Yet Han plants her feet firmly. She's just reached the point between 3,000 and 3,001 meters. A massive wave of pressure slams down on her. She throws her hands up to keep her balance, letting out a gasp. The supreme aura is so intense. Du Yet Han decides to stay put and conserve energy, realizing this area is pushing the limits for summoning beasts, which of course makes her wonder where the heck that Moon King even is. She takes a quick peek over her shoulder to check. Just then, the devilish Du Yet Han pops up, making her snap her head back in embarrassment. Hold on, wasn't the plan to ignore him? He's not even looking at you. Looking back like that is seriously embarrassing. Just then, her inner angel appears, arguing back. But what if he's faster? I'm just so curious. It'll only be a quick peek. And so, the great internal war between her angel and devil began. One look, just one. No looking, absolutely not. After a life-or-death struggle, the angel side wins gloriously, even holding up a sign that says win. So, Du Yet Han slowly turns her head back, and her eyes go wide, completely stunned by the sight. What? Tu Luang is still taking it one slow step at a time, which makes her even more shocked. The King of the Moon has only climbed about 1,000 meters. Down below, a girl groans in disappointment. What's going on? He's so slow. Is this King of the Moon a fake? Another girl chimes in. Not necessarily. He looks pretty relaxed. I just don't know why he's dragging his feet. The first girl asks, but if Bok Du Yet Han reaches 8,999 meters, won't he get knocked off the board? The other girl replies quickly. That's right, maybe the King of the Moon has his own plans. At that moment, Tu Luang reaches the checkpoint between tiers. He doesn't rush ahead, but stops to wait for something. In his beast space, he quietly asks the moon in the well, "Are you done yet?" So that's why he was so slow. At every tier, his moon fox has been throwing a fit, refusing to leave until it absorbed almost all the pressure. After absorbing the pressure at the checkpoint, it squeezes its eyes shut, then slowly opens its mouth. It slowly says one word, evolving. Tu Luang is stunned. Watching the moon in the well's power surge, he asks in shock, "The moon fox can evolve?" He then gets serious, thinking about his high-tier beast. It shouldn't have been defeated in one shot by Tramtin Guyet. If it evolves again, what will it become? He looks at the sky-high tree branch and grins. If absorbing a huge amount of moonlight pressure is the condition for evolution, then this heavenly peach ring is the perfect training ground. A full moon reflects in Tu Luang's eyes as a smirk plays on his lips. There's still a lot of Emperor-level pressure left to go. Some people below can't help but wonder what he's doing. What's going on? Why is he still smiling? A woman from the Twin Moon Sect anxiously calls out to her leader. She raises her sweaty hands to cover her eyes, saying fearfully, "If you lose to Bak Duyet Han here, the Twin Moon Sect's honor and reputation will take a fatal blow." Right at that moment, Bak Tifing Nguyet Bao, sitting on the clouds, also focuses on Tu Luang's climb. She watches intently, without saying a word. Not long after, Duyet Han's feet hit the 5,000-meter mark. She stands majestically with two blades crossed over her head, as a multicolored moon seems to announce her presence. Moonlight System, Emperor Tier, Chao Hoa Long Nyet. Down below, the crowd is going absolutely nuts. Bai Yuxing just hit 5,000 meters, and with the Emperor's blessing, she's moving even faster. Meanwhile, the girl from the Twin Moon Sect just collapses in despair. Naturally, all eyes shift over to Su Liang, and the wild speculation begins. The Moon King's only at 3,000 meters. People are already saying, at this rate, he won't even hit 7,000 before the moon's gone. But he just keeps walking. Long's thinking the same thing as everyone else. Based on this guy's current pace, there's no way he'll break the limit tonight. Then, he closes his eyes, as if sensing something, and right on cue, a radiant barrier starts swelling up right behind Su Liang. He calmly whispers to himself, "If the end of the full moon is the finish line, then for me it's just the starting gun." A huge crack splits across the barrier's surface. Su Liang reaches 5,500 meters, the exact spot where his mid-moon lake just shattered that giant barrier. Streams of water now flow through the air like silk. His mid-moon lake has evolved. It's now a supreme-tier moonlight system called Mirror Flower Water Moon. Its submersion tech boosts shield capacity, while refraction soaks up all nearby impacts. Push it to its limit, though, and it'll self-destruct. Refraction also scatters enemy power, keeping only a fraction of its original force. This new info dump leaves Su Liang totally stunned. He just gapes, thinking to himself, "What? Am I actually hallucinating this?" He's frozen solid, staring at the Mirror Flower Water Moon, totally baffled. 180 times? What the heck is that? One over what now? But he keeps moving forward, his mind already analyzing the new intel. This basically means normal Supreme Tier attacks won't even scratch 1% of the shield's power. What's even crazier is that it might even tank a few hits from the Emperor himself. Soon, Su Liang sets foot on the 5,600-meter mark. He pauses on the next step, waiting quietly, before looking back and asking, "How's it going? Need to absorb more?" Before he can finish, he sees the Mirror Flower Water Moon looking like it's about to burst. His face is pure shock as he continues. "More?" After a loud burp, the thing gets super demanding. "Hurry up!" Su Liang's face just freezes. Internally, he's totally freaking out. That was way too fast. At that moment, a girl in the crowd screams, "What is going on?" The Moon King was crawling at 3,000 meters. How is he flying up the steps at 6,000? Someone else mutters a theory the Moon King's first spirit beast must have appeared, and they're all just too low level to see it. The girl from the Twin Moon Sect is still panicking, but it's too late. The full moon is almost gone. What on earth is Lord Moon King thinking? Bai Yuxing is already past 8,500 meters. Before long, the banner of the Emperor Tier Moonlight System appears. The Platinum War Soul, an Emperor-level weapon unique to the Bai Shengyi clan, unfurls in the wind. Yuexing is covered in wounds, her trembling body stained with her own blood. She collapses on a landing, totally exhausted, but her hand grips the flagpole tight. "I'm not giving up here." Yuexing forces herself upward, step by heavy step. At 8,900 meters, an insane pressure slams down, trying to push her off. Her body is absolutely screaming, completely spent. But this woman just clutches the flagpole tighter. She grits her teeth, barely forcing out the words. "Watch me, Chenxing Yan Yue. I'm at my limit." Yuexing crawls up each step, trembling. "I will surpass everyone.